Chapter 1. Activation of the hundredfold extraction system. Opening the brain storage. Please temporarily place your minds here. Brother, brother, don't die, brother. The sound of weeping woke Chen. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a beautiful figure. Although still young, her stunning beauty was undeniable. For a moment, Chen was mesmerized. But the next second, as memories flooded into his mind, Chen suddenly stiffened in place. This was a planet similar to Earth, but dozens of times larger, and it was experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, blessed lands, spatial secret realms, and other things that could only be seen in novels were happening one after another on this planet. The owner of this body was also named Chen, that he had been badly beaten while protecting his sister, Xiao, and ultimately succumbed to his injuries due to the family's poverty. The one who beat Chen was the young master of the Liu family, a notorious second-generation rich kid in Yu City, responsible for ruining countless girls. He relied on his father, one of the three main generals in Yu City and a peak 5th grade expert. Thus, he was arrogant and unscrupulous in Yu City. Seeing Chen and Xiao setting up a stall, he developed the idea of snatching Xiao away. As a result, Chen was injured while protecting his sister and ultimately died from his wounds. The Liu family young master, Chen murmured to himself, looking at the bruises on his upper body. There was definitely internal bleeding, and his ribs might have pierced his liver. Sigh, misfortunes never come alone. Looking at the heartbroken girl in front of him, Chen struggled to extend his right hand to stroke Xiao's hair. Such a simple action made him break into a sweat, and the pain was excruciating. Xiao suddenly looked up, her swollen eyes wide with shock as she stared at the awakened Chen. Tears of excitement streamed down her face again as she tightly grasped Chen's warm hand resting on her head. Fearing that this hand would turn cold in the next moment, she exclaimed, "Brother, you didn't die. That's great, that's great." Although his right hand was in pain, at that moment, seeing Xiao's fragile and worried expression pierced through the softest part of Chen's heart. Chen was originally an orphan, and to suddenly have a sister who cared for him so much, he secretly resolved to protect Xiao for the rest of his life. "It's okay, brother just got a little hurt. Don't cry anymore. If you cry more, you'll turn into a big, ugly cat. Xiao, be good. Brother will protect you for a lifetime." Chen gently teased Xiao. Sure enough, Xiao paused for a moment before quickly wiping away her tears, her big watery eyes looking at Chen with concern. "Brother, does it hurt?" "I'm fine, really." Xiao, don't worry anymore. From now on, don't go out to set up stalls. Who knows if that Liu family young master will be waiting for us somewhere. And brother needs to recover. I can't let you go out alone. Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you, brother. Are you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat. Seeing Xiao's tear-streaked face turn into a smile, Chen felt warmth in his heart and smiled gently. "All right, brother will wait." Xiao skipped out to cook, but Chen's heart was filled with dark clouds, knowing his injuries could take a turn for the worse at any moment. Mainly, he was worried about that second-generation young master from the Liu family. He feared that if he died, how would Xiao survive alone? At that moment, he envied those martial arts experts. If he were a martial arts expert, he could protect Xiao instead of lying here like a dead dog waiting for his end. Sigh. Chen weakly reached out to touch the air, feeling as though the strong beings were drifting further away, realizing he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the hundredfold extraction system. You have received a novice gift package. Ding! Would you like to open the novice gift package? Huh? Chen stared in surprise at the suddenly appearing screen panel, completely stunned. This couldn't be the legendary system, could it? Having read countless system novels, he was now unable to keep his composure. He quickly said, "Open it." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the basic cultivation technique, one clear cultivation method. This technique is comparable to the top martial arts techniques in today's world. Level up requirement, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Would you like to learn the one clear cultivation method? Learn. As soon as Chen finished speaking, his body involuntarily began to operate the technique, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Ding! A trace of spiritual energy has been detected. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Rewards: 100 strands of spiritual energy or a drop of spiritual liquid. Please choose a reward method. Extract 1 drop of spiritual liquid. Ding. Successfully extracted 1 drop of spiritual liquid. As the voice faded, a drop of water containing gentle energy appeared in front of Yin Chen. Yin Chen nervously swallowed, consuming the spiritual liquid. As he swallowed the spiritual liquid, a gentle energy surged through his body, gradually healing his injuries. Sure enough, spiritual energy was indeed the best healing treasure. But after a while, the speed of recovery began to slow down. This won't do. Yin Chen quickly reached out to touch the air again. Knock, knock, knock. The next second, Yin Chen heard a knock on the door, and Xiao Xiao hurried from the kitchen to open it. Hey, are you home? The rent for you siblings is due this month. I heard that Yin Chen was beaten up badly. If you really can't pay the rent, Xiao Xiao, how about you spend the night with your brother, and he'll waive this month's rent? Hearing this lewd voice, Yin Chen immediately knew that the disgusting landlord had come. Yin Chen quickly circulated his energy and swallowed another drop of spiritual liquid, enduring the pain as he rushed over to stand protectively in front of Xiao Xiao, coldly, saying, "Guo Ergu, put away your dirty thoughts. The rent is due in 4 days. I will definitely pay you in full then. Are you coming here because you think my sister and I are easy to bully?" Then he coldly added, "Do you believe he'll tell your wife about your affair with Aunt Wang next door? She'll definitely skin you alive." Guo Ergu's face instantly turned ashen, furiously saying, "You little brat, you're looking for death." "Humph, Guo Ergu, I can't be bothered to talk about the nonsense you've done, but you'd better not set your sights on my sister," Yin Chen warned. "Huh, Yin Chen, little bastard, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame anyone else." Guo Ergu swung his fist and aimed it at Yin Chen's face. "Little brat, if you want to blame someone, blame your big mouth. Today I, Guo Ergu, will make you die here." Yin Chen was caught off guard by Guo Ergu's punch, instantly falling backward, and the next second he saw Guo Ergu pouncing at him like a rabid dog. At this moment, Yin Chen's body had already recovered to a large extent thanks to the spiritual liquid, and seeing this situation, he decided to fight back fiercely, raising his leg to kick Guo Ergu in the groin. Chapter 2, Hundredfold Extraction again. Guo Ergu let out a pig-like scream of pain. Turning back, after kicking his groin, Yin Chen followed up with another kick to Guo Ergu's stomach. Positioning. Then Yin Chen directly mounted Guo Ergu, unleashing the pent-up rage inside him, pressing Guo Ergu's head down and entering full assault mode. Xiao Xiao was also shocked by the scene in front of her. She never expected that just a moment ago, her brother was waiting for death in bed, and the next second he charged out, like a deity, violently beating up the lewd landlord Guo Ergu. Seeing her brother going wild, Xiao Xiao feared that Yin Chen would get hurt again, quickly rushing forward to hug him with a trembling voice. "Brother, stop it. Please stop, I beg you." Hearing Xiao Xiao's voice, the furious Yin Chen slowly calmed down, stood up, and kicked Guo Ergu hard, saying, "Get lost. Don't provoke me again, or next time I'll kill you." Guo Ergu shivered all over, looking at Yin Chen's undisguised killing intent, and scared he scrambled out. After sending Guo Ergu away, Xiao Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to support Yin Chen, her face full of concern. "Brother, why are you out of bed? You're still injured. Hurry back and lie down." Hearing his sister's caring words, Yin Chen gently brushed his finger on Xiao Xiao's cute little nose and smiled. "Your brother's blessed. This little injury is nothing. See, I can already get out of bed. The internal injury will heal in a few days." Xiao Xiao looked at him in disbelief, but when she saw Yin Chen smiling at her, she felt reassured. After checking Yin Chen's body from top to bottom, she found that he had miraculously improved a lot and instantly became as happy as a child. "That's great. Brother is all better. So wonderful." Seeing the innocent and cute smile on Xiao Xiao's face, Yin Chen couldn't help but tremble, vowing in his heart that he would never let this smile disappear in his lifetime. After a while of joy, Xiao Xiao seemed to remember something and hurried into the kitchen to continue her cooking. Just after beating Guo Ergu, Yin Chen felt his internal injuries tear again, and he winced in pain while sitting on the sofa. "Damn it, finally healed, and now I'm injured again." Yin Chen cursed under his breath and began to practice the Qinglei Qi refining technique. Ding. Detected a trace of spiritual energy. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Rewards: 100 strands of spiritual energy or 1 drop of spiritual liquid. Please choose a reward method. After continuously extracting 20 drops of spiritual liquid and swallowing 5 drops, he finally healed all his internal injuries. At the same time, He operated the Qinglei Qi refining technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but Chen felt it was too slow, so he swallowed another 10 drops of spiritual liquid for cultivation. After half an hour of fussing around, he unexpectedly directly stepped into the first realm of martial arts. It truly is no loss to be a cultivation technique. Comparable to the top martial arts techniques in this world, achieving the first realm in half an hour is ridiculously powerful. Having entered the first realm, Chen felt that his body had yet to adapt to this sudden surge of power. So he set aside his plans to continue improving his strength and began to study the system.at the same time. The system panel underwent another change. And this change made Chen ecstatic, filled with excitement. Panel. Host. Chen. Physique. None. Cultivation. First realm. Technique. Refining technique. Spiritual liquid. 5 drops. Storage space. 1 cubic meter. Requires 20 low-grade spirit stones to upgrade the storage space. Seeing the storage space, Chen was incredibly excited. Now, there was no need for storage bags or storage rings. Moreover, it could be safer. He wouldn't have to worry about others discovering any treasures he obtained in the future. This undoubtedly added another layer of security to his secrets. And upgrading the storage space only required spirit stones. He wondered if borrowing a spirit stone from someone could yield a hundredfold reward. If that were possible, directly exploiting the system's bug would be simply wonderful. 1 spirit stone could yield an entire spirit stone mine. Thinking of this, Chen looked at the remaining 5 drops of floating spiritual liquid in front of him and reached out his hand. Ding. Detected 5 drops of spiritual liquid. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Rewards. 500 drops of spiritual liquid or 5 drops of top-grade spiritual liquid. Please choose a reward method. Wow. Purple Qi. This is the legendary Purple Qi. Chen trembled with excitement and quickly clicked on the Purple Qi option. Ding. System level too low. The host must upgrade the system to receive rewards. Seeing this message, Chen finally understood the system's limitations. It seemed that the 1.0 version lacked sufficient capabilities, hence the need for an upgrade. However, there were no hints on how to upgrade the system. Fortunately, he set aside that thought and decided to wait for an opportunity to upgrade later. Chen immersed himself in refining spiritual liquid again, extracting a small jar of spiritual liquid and continuing to improve its grade until he refined it into a small jar of top-grade spiritual liquid. Ding. Successfully extracted a small jar of top-grade spiritual liquid. After a series of operations, Chen completely understood that the System 1.0 version allowed random extraction, even of used items, until the system's limit was reached. Chen stored a jar of top-grade spiritual liquid in the system's space. This item couldn't be exposed, or else it would be disastrous if someone coveted it. He glanced at his sister busy in the kitchen and took out the only 200 yuan he had, wondering if he could extract it 100-fold. However, after holding it for a long time, the system showed no response, so it seemed that not everything could be extracted 100-fold. Or perhaps only items containing spiritual energy could be extracted. Since this method didn't work, he needed to think of another way to make money. Chen thought about selling some top-grade spiritual liquid, but since this was likely not a common item, he dismissed that idea. This was an era of spiritual energy recovery, and what was most needed by martial artists. Chen quickly got up and opened his computer to search for information related to martial artists online. The expenses for martial artists were indeed enormous before entering the first realm. A martial artist needed to lay a solid foundation, requiring various precious medicinal materials to strengthen their bodies, followed by taking qi-gathering pills to break through. Just these medicinal materials and qi-gathering pills would cost around 200,000 yuan. Thus, martial artists could be said to be the most money-consuming profession today, but also the most profitable. That a first-realm martial artist could earn 100,000 yuan a month as a bodyguard. And for second-realm martial artists, it doubled. Third-realm martial artists were already beyond ordinary martial artists and could utilize martial techniques in combat. Compared to ordinary first and second-realm martial artists, there was a significant difference in a real fight. A group of first and second-realm martial artists might not even be able to take down a single third-realm martial artist. After getting a rough understanding of martial artist information, he continued to search for information on precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chapter 3. Straight to the primitive forest. Chen sat in front of the computer, understanding everything related to martial artists in this world. especially the various rare materials, including the description of spirit liquid. Spirit liquid exists in places rich in heaven and earth's spiritual energy, such as secret realms and blessed lands. The appearance of spirit liquid in such places indicates that the spiritual energy is so abundant that it is turned into liquid. The effects of spirit liquid are comparable to an upgraded version of gathering spirit powder. It can not only extend life, heal injuries, and improve physical condition, but also help individuals break through their realms. Before reaching the 5th rank, the effects of spirit liquid are still effective. After breaking through the 5th rank, one would need top-grade spirit liquid and other rare materials to enhance their abilities. However, purple energy has not been discovered to date, which could also mean that the government is deliberately concealing such information. After all, top-grade rare materials are usually not useful to ordinary people, so it's better not to let them know. Chen closed his eyes, organizing everything he had learned in his mind, and ultimately chose an auction house. The reason was simple. It was an auction house for martial artists, and everything auctioned there was related to martial artists. Chen wanted to sell medicinal materials, so he could only cooperate with them, and he and Xiao Xiao also needed some cultivation manuals and resources. His only concern was whether the other party would harbor malicious intentions because he was an ordinary person. In this world, the law might not necessarily protect him. Aside from this worry, Chen was not concerned about anything else. Moreover, he still needed to visit the primitive forest outside Yuqing, as people often ventured there to collect herbs, and he might come across top-grade medicinal materials that could make him wealthy in an instant. Although the primitive forest was fraught with dangers, Chen was not worried. After all, he had the system at his disposal. If his guess was correct, under the limitations of System version 1.0, as long as he had one item infused with spiritual energy, he could extract it 100-fold. Then Chen would possess infinite resources, and at that time, all peak 5th rank experts would have to kneel before him. Without hesitation, Chen changed into a new outfit, then extracted a drop of spirit liquid from the spiritual energy he had absorbed and placed it in a kettle, pouring a bowl of spirit liquid-infused warm water. He handed the bowl to Xiao Xiao with a gentle smile and said, "Xiao Xiao, stay home and wait for me. I'm going out to find a way to make some money. If you have nothing to do, drink more warm water. There's brother's love in it." His teasing words warmed Xiao Xiao's heart instantly. She nodded earnestly, quickly putting down the spatula in her hand and gulping down the warm water that Chen had poured. After drinking, Xiao Xiao felt a warm current flowing through her body, believing that the warm water poured by Chen was the best water in the world. Thus, the two siblings exchanged smiles, filled with warmth. At that moment, the television was broadcasting various news about the revival of spiritual energy and the government's efforts to popularize martial arts education nationwide. This was a huge encouragement for all humanity. But on the other hand, it also indicated that the pressure on the government was increasing, forcing them to promote martial arts training for everyone. Chen glanced at the television and turned to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, if you have nothing to do at home, you can start looking into information about becoming a martial artist. Don't ask too many questions, okay?" Xiao Xiao obediently nodded and said, "Brother, don't worry. As long as you say so, Xiao Xiao will do it." Hearing this satisfactory answer, Chen nodded with relief. Before leaving, he reminded Xiao Xiao to drink more hot water, which would gradually improve her physical condition. However, Chen was unaware that the spirit liquid-infused warm water he prepared for Xiao Xiao was something that ordinary families would not dare to lavishly give to their younger generation. If these families knew how extravagant Chen was being, they would probably rush to seize it. As soon as Chen stepped out, he headed straight to the primitive forest. Along the way, various martial artists and ordinary people were making their way into the forest. The primitive forest was both an opportunity and a danger. If one wanted opportunities, they had to take risks. After walking for an hour and a half, Chen found an uninhabited spot and ventured in. Once inside the primitive forest, Chen began to communicate with the system, wanting to know how many items could be extracted 100-fold. If he could extract them 100-fold, he could directly gather some high-grade medicinal materials, making it much more convenient without having to use top-grade spirit liquid, which was a miraculous item. After all, no one would know that he possessed a system that could extract items 100-fold. Ding! Detected a red fruit. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 red fruits or 1 red flame fruit. Please choose the reward method. Red flame fruit. Chen quickly recalled the information about medicinal materials he had seen in the morning. The red fruit was merely a first-rank spiritual herb, while the red flame fruit was one of the materials used to refine gathering spirit powder. Its fruit was dark red and was also a primary ingredient for many second-rank pills. Without hesitation, Chen chose to extract the red flame fruit. Ding! Successfully extracted 1 red flame fruit. Ding! Detected a red flame fruit. Do you want to extract 100-fold? Reward: 3,000 red flame fruits or 30 flame fruits. Please choose the reward method. Flame fruits, possessing a hint of fire attribute, were one of the main materials to refine third-rank gathering flame pills, greatly benefiting fire attribute martial artists, and could also enhance the fire attribute of alchemists. Chen chose the flame fruits. Ding! Successfully extracted 1 flame fruit. Ding! Detected a flame fruit. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 flame fruits or 1 flame spirit fruit. Please choose the reward method. Flame spirit fruit, possessing a fire attribute, was one of the main materials for refining 7th-rank spirit flame pills, greatly benefiting fire attribute martial artists, and could also enhance the fire attribute of alchemists, with a chance to improve physical condition to cultivate a fire body. As Chen was about to continue extracting, he found that he had reached the limit once again. This also confirmed his earlier thought that the system indeed allowed for infinite 100-fold extraction under its limitations. Chen stored the herbs in the system space, which could only hold a cubic meter. What he wanted the most right now were spirit stones. As long as he had spirit stones, Chen could expand the space by hundreds of cubic meters in no time. At that point, he could easily harvest medicinal materials and extract them infinitely 100-fold, getting whatever he wanted. Continuing deeper into the forest, Chen set a time limit of 2 hours for himself, as not everyone could enter the primitive forest. If he encountered a demon beast, Chen would be in grave danger. Therefore, his plan was to venture a few hundred meters deep and then spread out to the sides. As long as he didn't go too deep, his life would be secured. If danger arose, a few hundred meters would still allow him to escape. After walking 200 meters, Chen felt that he could not go any further. Fortunately, he began to extend to the left. Ding! Detected a dew grass. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 dew grasses or 1 blood coagulation grass. Please choose the reward method. He chose the blood coagulation grass. The extraction of spiritual herbs could only reach the limit once. If he continued to extract 100-fold, it would not yield any results. Chen directly stored the blood coagulation grass and was about to move forward when he vaguely heard a demon beast's roar, causing his expression to change. Could he be this unlucky? He had just entered for less than half an hour and already encountered a demon beast. Chapter 4: A Fortuitous Encounter in the Woods Roar. The sound of beast roars gradually approached, and Chen cautiously walked in the direction of the sound. Chen did not understand what kind of demonic beast existed in this world, but given the situation, it seemed that a demonic beast was fighting with someone. Otherwise, the cries wouldn't be so tragic. So, Chen mustered his courage to catch a glimpse of the demonic beast and see who was fighting it. After walking for about 5 more minutes, Chen finally witnessed the battle ahead. He saw an incredibly beautiful woman wielding a 3-foot green peak sword. Her figure graceful, as if she were a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Her skin, was mostly exposed, especially the snow-white area on her chest, which was almost completely bare, igniting Chen's anger. Chen thought to himself, "Damn, this is the fortune I have accumulated over several lifetimes. And today I get to witness this breathtaking scene. Indeed, watching a little movie can't compare to seeing the real thing. It's simply too exhilarating." The woman was entangled in a fierce battle with a demonic beast that had a snake's head and a dog's body, an extremely ugly creature. The most shameless part was that the beast could spit out corrosive liquid. Just a little contact would corrode clothing. The woman was maneuvering back and forth to avoid the corrosive liquid, or she wouldn't be in such a predicament. The woman charged towards the beast, but the beast suddenly swung its tail, as thick as bamboo, towards her. Bang! She was sent flying nearly 100 meters, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Seeing this, the beast rushed forward, its snake head revealing a fierce glint, aiming to bite the woman to death. Chen instinctively shouted, "Watch out!" At his shout, the beast paused momentarily, but then continued to pounce at the woman. The woman seized the opportunity in that split second, raised her sword, and unleashed a powerful move, shouting, "Seven spin slash." 7 beams of light shot out from her sword, slicing towards the snake head. The 7 beams cut through the snake head, severing it completely, and the beast fell with a loud thud. After unleashing her powerful move, the woman slowly collapsed. Chen rushed forward to check her injuries. Such a beautiful girl. He hoped she was unharmed. As he reached her side, he saw that she had no uninjured spots on her body. Without hesitation, he took out a top-grade spiritual liquid, scooped some with a leaf, and poured it into her mouth. As the top-grade spiritual liquid entered her system, her injuries visibly healed. Seeing this, Chen quickly concealed the spiritual liquid. He couldn't let her see it. What if she had malicious intentions? He wouldn't even know how he died. Just as Chen was putting away the spiritual liquid, the woman slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing him, Chen smiled. But the next second, the woman's sword was pointed at his neck as she coldly asked, "Who are you?" Chen felt like crying without tears. Indeed, in this world, one cannot have a good heart. After saving her, she pointed a sword at his neck without even offering herself in gratitude. "Your injuries are healed, and I saved you, yet you still want to kill me? What a thankless act." The woman immediately sensed the changes in her body. She discovered a powerful energy within her healing her injuries. Moreover, a significant portion of that energy remained in her body, enough for her to break through to a 4th-grade warrior. Shocked, the woman was astounded by the energy within her. It was so potent that she felt it nourishing her body even without running her techniques. She quickly sheathed her sword but still kept a cold expression and said, "Sorry. That was instinctive. I didn't know you saved me. Thank you." Saying this, she took out 2 low-grade spirit stones from her bosom and tossed them to Chen, adding, "My name is Lung Ru Shuang, a student from the 18th batch of the Yuqing Warrior Academy. These spirit stones are to repay your life-saving grace. Farewell." With that, Lung Ru Shuang leaped away, disappearing from Chen's sight. Chen tightly held the 2 low-grade spirit stones she had thrown, feeling quite depressed. Is it really that impressive to be a strong person? 1 drop of top-grade spiritual liquid is worth 2 low-grade spirit stones? Lung Ru Shuang, huh? One day, you'll come begging to me. In this era of spiritual energy revival, the world structure had already changed. Traditional firearms might not necessarily harm a warrior, let alone those robust demonic beasts. The warriors in this world were preliminarily categorized into 9 grades, with those above the 9th grade referred to as masters, and above them were the ethereal heavenly realm experts. It is said that heavenly realm experts can walk in the air once one enters the heavenly realm. They are considered the heavens, and all beneath the heavenly realm are mere ants. This statement alone is enough to illustrate the terrifying power of heavenly realm experts. Today, Chen finally witnessed the unparalleled arrogance of warriors. He looked at the low-grade spirit stones in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Well, it's not bad. At least he got what he wanted. Ding! Detected 2 low-grade spirit stones. Do you wish to extract them at 100-fold rate? Reward: 200 low-grade spirit stones or 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Please choose a reward method. Chen tried to store the 2 spirit stones in his storage space, wanted to see if he could extract them at a 100-fold rate, which would help him conceal his system better. After storing them, he looked at the system and found no response, so he took the spirit stones out to claim the 100-fold reward. In an instant, 200 low-grade spirit stones appear before him, and Chen quickly clicked on his personal panel. Host: Chen. Constitution: None. Cultivation: 1st grade technique. I Ching Lian Chi Ju storage space: 1 cubic meter. Upgrading requires 20 low-grade spirit stones. Space items: 1 jar of top-grade spiritual liquid, 1 Qi Yin fruit, 1 blood. Looking at the system panel, Chen clicked to upgrade the storage space without any hesitation. Ding! Successfully upgraded storage space to 2 cubic meters. Ding! Do you wish to pay 20 low-grade spirit stones to further enhance the storage space? Upon seeing this message, He attempted to extract the spirit stones again at a hundredfold rate, but found that the system had reached its limit. Fortunately, he upgraded the storage space 9 times, leaving 20 low-grade spirit stones as a reserve. Now, Chen's storage space was a full 10 cubic meters. He no longer feared running out of space. Looking over at the dead, demonic beast not far away, Chen suddenly recalled the news he had seen that morning. The flesh of demonic beasts was also a great supplement, and some high-level demonic beasts contain beast cores, also known as beast pills. With a mindset of giving it a try, he dug for the beast core, and indeed he unearthed a beast core, which turned out to be a second-grade beast core. Ding! Detected 1 second-grade beast core. Do you wish to absorb it to awaken a special physique? There is a chance to gain demonic beast innate skills. Holy crap, is it really this wild? Chapter 5. Awakening the Power Physique Absorption. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Power Physique, gaining a 10% enhancement to the body and a 10-fold explosive increase in strength. Panel host. Chen. Special Physique. Power Physique. Special Physique awakened. Continue to absorb 100 beast cores of the same type to increase the probability of further awakening by 20%. Cultivation level. First rank technique. 1 clear chi refining method storage space. 10 cubic meters. Requires 100 low-grade spirit stones to upgrade to the next storage unit. Chen felt the changes in his body and noticed a significant increase in his strength. It felt like his power had reached a new level, and the effect was indeed extraordinary. However, it consumed quite a bit of beast cores. Chen was very satisfied with his bodily changes. Awakening a special physique on the first absorption of a beast core was truly an incredible stroke of luck. He glanced at the size of the beast and found that it could fit into about 6 cubic meters, so he stored the beast corpse in his storage space. Afterward, he spent another 2 hours in the primitive forest searching for various herbs, finally stopping when he heard the roars of beasts approaching. Chen took out 5 herbs needed for first and second rank elixirs from his storage space. Just as he exited the primitive forest, he was intercepted by a group. Stop! Hand over everything you have. We'll let the dogs out. Chen glanced over and saw that he was surrounded by a 5-man team. 3 ordinary people and 2 first-rank warriors. The primitive forest was fraught with danger, and one could encounter beast rampages at any moment. So some people dared not venture in and instead waited at the exit to rob others. Chen would not be polite with such trash. It was a perfect opportunity to test his new strength, so why not use them as a trial? With that thought, Chen took the initiative, his muscles tensed, and he propelled himself towards a smaller first-rank warrior. Since both were at the first rank, and there were 2 of them along with 3 lackeys, he naturally needed to strike first to gain the advantage. With a 10% body enhancement and a 10-fold explosive increase in strength, that first-rank warrior was knocked back several dozen meters with a single blow. His chest visibly caved in, and he was unresponsive. The other, sturdier first-rank warrior staggered back, displaying fear, and for a moment, he didn't dare to confront Chen. Chen was a great person, and he believed in settling scores on the spot. So, stop. Hand over everything you have. The familiar words left the remaining 4 members of the robbery team speechless. Were they being robbed back? However, before they could decide whether to hand over their belongings, Chen had already charged forward again. Another clean and swift punch sent another first-rank warrior flying. You don't come any closer. We are the subordinates of the Liu family young master. The Liu family young master? The second-generation heir? A cold glint shone in Chen's eyes, making the 3 ordinary people retreat step by step. Yet, Chen picked up a large stone with a wicked smile, moving closer to the 3 while saying, "If you let me smash you once, at least it won't be as bad as those 2. Following Chen's gaze, the 3 looked at the 2 first-rank warriors with caved-in chests and swallowed hard. They unexpectedly picked up stones from the ground and smashed them against their own heads, knocking themselves out cold. Chen was left dumbfounded by this turn of events. In fact, after 2 consecutive explosive uses of the power physique, the spiritual energy in his body had already been depleted. The special physique was indeed powerful. Under explosive force, it could kill warriors of the same rank in an instant. But the consumption was too great. However, This level was still far from being able to contend with the Liu family's second-generation heir, who had repeatedly appeared before him. So he needed to quickly enhance his strength. Before leaving, Yinqing looted a tattered jade pendant and 10,000 coins from the robbery team. TSK. Poor beggars. They rob others but leave nothing for themselves. Immediately, Yinqing swiftly left the primitive forest. Yuqing Auction House. After emerging from the primitive forest, Yinqing headed straight here, organizing a few inconspicuous herbs he had collected to prepare for selling them. The manager of the auction house was quite friendly on the surface. He didn't make things difficult for Yinqing and offered a reasonable price, leading to a transaction agreement. Just as Yinqing was about to hand over the herbs and leave with the money, 3 people with bandaged heads appeared in the auction house. They were indeed the 3 members of the robbery team. The 2 first-rank warriors were severely injured and lying in the hospital. The 3 of them had knocked themselves out, but had somehow regained consciousness. Upon seeing Yinqing in the auction house, the 3 instantly rejoiced, excitedly telling the tattooed man with a green dragon design, Boss, it's this kid." Qing Er and Qing Sim were both injured by him. The Green Dragon Gang was a small but notorious gang in Yuqing, known for their rampant behavior. The boss of the gang was a second-rank warrior. The second and third members had already fallen to Yinqing's hands. Originally, the boss hadn't planned to seek revenge for those 2 useless subordinates. But upon seeing the 5 herbs for first and second-rank elixirs in Yinqing's hands, his heart raced. That was enough for a month's worth of profit. "Hey, kid, are you the one who severely injured our second and third in command?" Yinqing remained non-committal. The boss of the gang sneered at Yinqing. "The Green Dragon Gang is not something you can mess with. Now I'm giving you a chance to hand over all the herbs as compensation, and we can let this matter go. Get it to you?" Yinqing tentatively extended the herbs. However, before the other party could reach out, he directly turned and slammed the herbs onto the manager's hand, saying, "Deal. Now pay me." The boss of the gang was instantly enraged. "Kid, are you trying to play me?" The Green Dragon Gang's token flickered at his waist, clearly prepared to summon his underlings to surround the place. Seeing the teasing look in Yinqing's eyes, the auction house manager couldn't help but think, "Good kid, interesting." A first-rank warrior defeating 2 opponents and returning unscathed, and still maintaining such composure in front of a second-rank warrior. This level of skill was worth investing in. With these thoughts in mind, the usually friendly auction house manager raised his eyebrows and looked towards the gang boss. "Yuqing Auction House does not allow fighting. What I want to do here is none of your business." Before he could finish, the aura of a 4th-rank warrior descended. The gang boss instantly deflated. Get lost, get lost." No one had ever mentioned that the managers of the auction house were all 4th-rank warriors. Chapter 6. This is extortion. The steward calmed down, "And we will leave now." The elder brother Qing smiled apologetically, not daring to say much, and the group left in a dejected manner. Only Yin Shun and the steward of the auction house remained. "Thank you." Yin Shun smiled at the steward, who also looked at Yin Shun. Kindness for kindness. Resentment for resentment. Yin Shun's finger brushed over his storage ring. "How about I exchange this spirit herb for some pills?" Second-grade spirit herb, 100-year-old Ganoderma. The Ganoderma was a deep crimson color with black, ink-like patterns on its surface. It resembled a mushroom, but was much larger, with a very hard texture that felt like stone, and it had a unique fragrance. Although the 100-year-old Ganoderma was only a second-grade spirit herb, it was usually used to make higher-grade pills and could serve as a material for 3rd and 4th-grade pills. The steward of the Yuqing auction house was dumbfounded. He initially just wanted to invest in a potential stock, but unexpectedly reaped a windfall on the spot. After a moment, 1 3rd-grade pill. The steward spoke first. "A bit too little, right? This 100-year-old Ganoderma can sell for at least 3 3rd-grade pills." Yinqing raised an eyebrow. The steward remained calm. 2 3rd-grade pills, no more. Yinqing chuckled and, without further bargaining, nodded. "All right, deal." The steward had just put away the 100-year-old Ganoderma when he saw Yin Shun take out 2 similar herbs. "Steward, look, I also have 2 slightly older Ganoderma. One should be worth at least 3 3rd-grade pills, right?" The corner of the steward's mouth twitched. This kid. They were both second-grade 100-year-old Ganoderma, and one was even close to 200 years old. The steward couldn't push the price down, and most 5 pills. "You're extorting me." "Extorting?" Yinqing did not deny it. He then took out a 3rd-grade spirit herb from his storage space. The steward's eyes widened. Third grade? Third grade spirit herb. How could this kid have a third grade spirit herb? The steward was no longer calm. Don't think you can fool me with just one third grade spirit herb. I won't fall for that. So, are you saying you don't want it? Chen looked at the steward with a smile. The steward hesitated for a moment, combined the 3 Ganoderma just now, a total of 20 third grade pills, no more. Deal. Chen nodded. He then took out 2 comparable third grade herbs. I also have 2 third grade herbs. One should be worth 10 third grade pills, right? You. The steward's forehead bulged with veins. At most add 15 more pills. If you keep this up, I really won't take it. Okay, adding 15 means 15. Let us count. That makes 35 now. Chen nodded. And there's more. Chen took out 3 herbs again. I want to exchange these 3 third grade herbs for a third grade martial skill. A basic alchemy technique and a basic forging technique plus a few basic technique manuals. The steward's eyes twitched. You might as well go rob someone. Chen was not angry. Well then, if you think it's too expensive, I won't exchange anymore. I'll just continue selling spirit herbs in the auction house. The steward's mouth twitched continuously. Exchange. I've suffered a huge loss today. Thank you, steward. Chen smiled and nodded, knowing he had gained quite a bit, and naturally said no more. After the deal, the steward of the Yuqing auction house let out a sigh. This kid is too wicked. A mere first-grade martial artist can take out several third-grade spear herbs. Then, Chen left the auction house with a full harvest. Walking on the bustling street, Chen was extremely excited. This was the first time he had so many resources. Back home, Chen couldn't wait to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate. The Qing Qi cultivation method was activated. Vast spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, circulating through the meridians before being sent into the Qi Sea. The Qi Sea slowly rotated. Strands of power detached from the spiritual energy and merged into his flesh. Ding! Touched a strand of spiritual energy. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 strands of spiritual energy or a drop of spiritual liquid. Please choose a reward method. Ding! Touched a strand of spiritual energy. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 strands of spiritual energy or a drop of spiritual liquid. Please choose a reward method. One system prompt after another rang in Chen's ears, extracting spiritual liquid for cultivation. After a stick of incense, flesh, meridians, and Qi Sea trembled simultaneously, and a white vortex slowly rose from the Qi Sea. Mid-stage first-grade martial artist. Feeling the additional spiritual energy within him, Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. How long has it been? Just an hour, and he had already made a breakthrough. The Qing Qi cultivation method is indeed extraordinary. Overjoyed, Chen did not stop there, continuing to immerse himself in cultivation. As night fell, Chen opened his eyes with a smile. Late-stage first-grade realm. In just one day, he had broken through 2 small realms. If this were to spread, it would probably shock countless people. Feeling the extent of spiritual energy in his body, it would likely be difficult to continue absorbing spiritual liquid within a week. Only at this moment did Chen have time to organize his gains from the day. The pills were needless to say, and the exchanged third-grade martial skill was called Mountain Crushing Fist, along with a basic alchemy technique Danhua and a basic forging technique Qihua. Among them, Mountain Crushing Fist was kept for his own use, while Danhua and Qihua were for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was already 15 years old, but due to her weak health since childhood, she couldn't cultivate martial arts techniques. He had always protected her under his wings. Based on current research, with such a constitution, if she wanted to become a martial artist, she could only find another way, needing to use the exchanged pills to temporarily possess spiritual energy to try cultivating the basic alchemy technique Danhua or the basic forging technique Qihua. If she had the talent to succeed in cultivation, she could then continuously refine pills and forge items to store spiritual energy in her body. Xiao Xiao. Hearing her brother's call, Xiao Xiao immediately stepped into the room, her starry eyes looking up at Chen, filled with respect and dependence. What's wrong, brother? Xiao Chen. Come here. Chen waved his hand. Then he took out a third-grade pill from his storage ring and handed it over, saying, Xiao Chen, take this pill. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, but out of trust in her brother, She didn't ask much and swallowed the pill directly. Moments later, Xiao Xiao only felt a warm current surge within her, an indescribable comfort. How do you feel? Yin Shun asked nervously. Xiao Xiao felt, and said her body seemed warm and very comfortable. This is a second-grade pill, the warming pulse pill, which can temporarily provide you with some spiritual energy. Yin Chen explained. Thank you, brother. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly. Also, brother has prepared a basic alchemy technique and a basic forging technique for you. You can choose one. Yin Chun took out the two techniques. Xiao Xiao looked at the two techniques and asked, Brother, can you tell me the difference between these two techniques? Yin Chen nodded. Danhua is the basic alchemy technique. Learning it can increase the success rate of alchemy. Qihua is the basic forging technique. Learning it can refine spiritual tools. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao said, Then I choose Danhua. I want to make lots of pills for brother to eat. Chapter 7. Danhua. Yin Shun felt a warmth in his heart. All right, I'll teach you Danhua first. As night fell, Xiao Xiao's physique was special. She couldn't cultivate martial arts, but she had an extraordinary memory and had grasped the basics of Danhua in just over an hour. After leaving the book on Danhua, all the medicinal pills behind, Yin Shun left the room to give Xiao Xiao some space. An hour later, Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, a hint of joy on her face. She stretched out her jade hand and gently clenched it, causing a small white flame to spring up in her palm. Although it was tiny, it was very bright. Is this Danhua? Xiao Xiao murmured, feeling the temperature of the Danhua within her body, her face filled with excitement. She closed her eyes and sensed the Danhua in her hand, slowly immersing her mind into it. Another hour passed. Xiao Xiao opened her eyes again, now showing signs of fatigue. The process of condensing Danhua was extremely draining, and her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Luckily, with the second and third grade pills left by her brother, she could quickly recover after taking one. The process was so exhausting that her frail body could hardly bear it, but she was very happy. At least she had taken the first step. How are you? Yin Shun sensed the temperature in the room rising sharply, realizing that his sister might have succeeded in her cultivation, and immediately returned to the room. Sure enough, Xiao, you're a genius, Yin Shun exclaimed with joy. Xiao Xiao also revealed a sweet smile. She was no longer useless. She could help her brother in the future, feeling the temperature and intensity of the Danhua within her. She said, Brother, I want to try refining a first-grade pill, the recovery pill. The recipe for the basic first-grade pill was publicly available online to ensure that truly talented alchemists wouldn't be overlooked due to a lack of recipes. Yin Shin smiled and immediately took out the herbs he had prepared. Don't worry, there are plenty of herbs. Refining the first-grade recovery pill. This was Xiao Zhao's first attempt at alchemy, and it took a full hour, but it ended in failure. However, she didn't get discouraged and began to continuously adjust and try again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sky began to brighten as dawn broke. Xiao Xiao had been trying to refine the recovery pill for the entire half of the night. Although most attempts failed, she slowly mastered some techniques and experiences. Until noon the next day. I did it. Xiao Xiao finally succeeded in refining a recovery pill, looking at the pill in her hand that emitted a faint fragrance. Xiao Xiao was so excited that tears nearly fell. At the same time, she clearly felt a trace of spiritual energy solidifying within her body. Although it was far from enough to become a first-grade martial artist, this was a good start. As long as she could solidify enough spiritual energy, she wouldn't need to rely on pills and could also condense Danhua. Knock, knock, knock. Before the siblings could celebrate, a series of knocks interrupted their joy. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking sound broke the siblings' happiness. Xiao Zhao's expression changed slightly. Brother, it's the landlord, Guo Ergu. Mentioning this lewd landlord ignited an unnamed rage in Yin Shun. He often came to harass Xiao Xiao, speaking filthy words that were unbearable. If it weren't for Xiao Xiao stopping him last time, he might have directly beaten him to death. Yin Shun suppressed his anger. I'll go see what he wants. Opening the door, he saw a lewd middle-aged man standing outside with a smirk. Indeed, it was the landlord Guo Ergu. Kid, you finally opened the door. It's time to pay the rent. Do you have it? Just in time. I've been feeling uncomfortable. If you can't pay, Then let your sister accompany me for a night. Get lost. Yin Shun threw dozens of 100 yuan bills at Guo Erga's face and then punched him, saying, "Take your rent and get out. The extra is for your medical fees. I'm only living here for one last day. I'm moving out tomorrow." Humiliated, Guo Ergu was furious, but feeling Yin Chen's aura, which was close to that of second-grade martial artist, he became dispirited and could only say viciously, "You better hurry up and take your sister and get lost." He then covered his bleeding nose and fled in disgrace. Phew! After dealing with the disgusting landlord, Yin Shen realized that this place was no longer suitable for them to stay. They needed to move. He went back to pack up their things, and that same day took Xiao to move out. Fortunately, this trip to the primitive forest had indeed allowed Yin Shun to accumulate some wealth, and he found an old community nearby, buying a furnished small house in cash. They could move in with just their bags, although this place was a bit far from their previous residence. At least they didn't have to worry about harassment from someone like Guo Ergu. That afternoon, just after the siblings finished moving, while Yin Shan was introducing the new home to Xiao, he suddenly heard sounds of moving things coming from next door. "Brother, there's someone next door," Xiao said. "Next door?" Yin Shan was taken aback, then realized it must be the new neighbors moving in. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Although this small house was decorated, it had no furniture. Previously, because he needed to take care of Xiao, he had applied for a leave of absence from school and had been working odd jobs, so he had no money to buy furniture. Thus, everything was the cheapest and secondhand. Now that new neighbors were moving in, if they saw how shabby his place was, wouldn't it be embarrassing? While Yin Shen was pondering about the neighbors, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from next door. Yin Shun? Yin Shun was startled. He was too familiar with that voice. It was his homeroom teacher, Jiang Xinxin. Jiang Xinxin was the homeroom teacher of the third year at Yuqing Junior Academy. Due to some reasons, Yin Shun had only attended the second year for 3 months before dropping out, but Jiang Xinxin had always had high hopes for him. After he dropped out, she often invited him to school for extra lessons, but recently, he hadn't gone to see her because he was taking care of Xiao. Could it be that she also lived in this community? Yin Shen felt a bit frustrated. Had he known his homeroom teacher lived here, he wouldn't have bought the house. However, despite his frustration, he still politely said, "Teacher Jiang, it's you." "Eh, is it really Yin Shen?" Jiang Xinxin was taken aback. "Why are you living here too?" I bought this house," Yin Shen said somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Xinxin was stunned. Then her beautiful eyes widened. "You bought it? How could you, a first-grade martial artist, afford to buy such a place?" Sort of, Yin Shen replied vaguely. "Wait, first-grade martial artist?" Jiang Xinxin noticed a flaw. The housing prices here were not cheap. If he had the financial means, why didn't he come back to school? School? Yin Shen's mouth twitched slightly, but seeing Jiang Xinxin's expression of disappointment, he didn't dare to refute and could only vaguely say, I just finished dealing with some matters recently and was about to go back to handle the procedures." Chapter 8. No, is she sick? The class bell rang. Jiang Xinxin at the podium was explaining the basic theories of martial artists, yet the surrounding scene was chaotic. In the spacious and bright classroom, many students were looking down at their phones, the screens emitting glaring light that contrasted sharply with the dim classroom. Some students huddled together, whispering and occasionally bursting into low laughter, completely disregarding classroom discipline. Others were slumped over their desks, clearly asleep. Jiang Xinxin stood at the front, struggling to maintain order. But her efforts were ineffective. She could only ensure that she was teaching earnestly, but her voice echoed in the classroom while most students remained lost in their own worlds, oblivious to her. "Yin Shun, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This is ridiculous." Yin Shun had originally wanted to come up with an excuse to avoid this. He never really intended to go to school. However, he merely told teacher Jiang that he was already a first-grade martial artist and was not suited to return to Yuqing Junior Academy. This led to Jiang Xinxin looking at him knowingly. Coincidentally, Jiang Xinxin was about to be transferred to Yuqing Martial Arts Academy as a teacher for the 18th batch of students, so, with the enthusiastic help of teacher Jiang, Yin Shen directly became a transfer student of the 18th batch at Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. Right. A transfer student with only a month left before the college entrance examination. Yuqing Martial Arts Academy is located in the center of Yuqing, covering a large area, and is one of the largest academies in Yuqing. The academy boasts excellent facilities and outstanding faculty, making it a dream school for many martial artists. However, it's not Yin Chun's dream. The sun gradually moved across the sky. With the bell ringing, the torturous class finally ended, ushering in a pleasant lunch break. Students hurriedly left their seats to get some fresh air outside the classroom. At this moment, a cold-faced woman walked up to Yin Chun. She was dressed in a black martial artist uniform, her long hair simply tied up, looking capable and neat. Her gaze was indifferent, staring straight at Yin Chun, and she remained silent for a while. Yin Chun was about to speak when the woman spoke first. I am Lung Ryuan, she said lightly, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable hoarseness. Yin Chun? Of course, I know you are Lung Ryuan, and by the way, I saved you in the original forest, okay. And also, she threw away 2 low-grade spirit stones just to dismiss herself. Okay. He never expected that Lung Ryuan happened to be his classmate. He also couldn't figure out what she was doing coming over. Lung Ryuan didn't say anything further and turned to leave. Yin Chun, more confused than ever. It was as if he could jump up in the middle of the night and shout, "No, is she sick?" At this moment, under the afternoon sun, several mysterious figures were gathering outside Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. They were dressed in black cloaks that obscured their faces, making it impossible to see their true identities. Once they gathered, they began to speak in low voices. Their voices were deep, as if they were plotting something. Soon after, they started to carve some complex runes on the ground. The patterns of the runes presented a complex and intricate design. These lines were made up of dark colors, interwoven to form what seemed like an endless web structure. The lines of the runes were very fine, as if drawn across the surface with an extremely thin needle, leaving traces behind. They twisted and turned, sometimes converging to form a large pattern or symbol, and at other times separating into different branches and lines. As the runes were completed, a strange aura began to permeate the air. The mysterious figures began chanting some kind of incantation, their voices gradually rising, filled with fervor. At that moment, a blinding light rose from the ground, enveloping the mysterious figures. As the light gradually dissipated, a huge figure appeared, a gigantic rock beast. The rock beast was as large as a small mountain, its body covered in hard rock, its eyes glowing fiercely, and it spewed scorching flames from its mouth. The mysterious figures looked at the rock beast, their faces revealing satisfied smiles. They then began to control the rock beast, commanding it to attack Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. Roar! The rock beast let out a deafening roar and then charged toward the academy. The academy's gates collapsed instantly, crashing into the campus. Its massive body caused destruction wherever it went. It was lunchtime, and all the faculty and staff were resting, leaving no one to stop the rampaging rock beast. The students were in a panic, looking completely at a loss. Yin Chun also rushed to the scene. He saw Lung Ryuan, her expression cold, walking firmly and powerfully toward the rock beast. This rock beast was a second-grade demon beast, on the same level as the snake-headed dog-bodied demon beast that had severely injured Lung Ryuan in the original forest. However, Lung Ryuan held a 3-foot green peak sword and resolutely faced the rock beast. Her movements were light and agile, as if she danced with the wind and the earth. In battle, Lung Ryuan once again used her powerful sword technique, 7 whirlwinds. 7 whirlwinds transformed sword energy into whirlwinds, cutting through the enemy. The 3-foot green peak sword in her hand drew elegant arcs in the air, with sword energy condensing into sharp whirlwinds that continuously attacked the rock beast's hardened body. However, the rock beast's body was as hard as stone, and Lung Ryuan's 7 whirlwinds seemed quite inadequate. The whirlwinds left only shallow white marks on the rock beast. In fact, such attacks only enraged the rock beast. The rock beast roared in anger and began to focus its attacks on Lung Ryuan. The rock beast's massive size and tremendous power made each attack feel like a mountain crashing down. Although Lung Ryuan was agile, in the face of such enormous strength, her defense appeared somewhat fragile. A claw swipe from the rock beast left a deep gash. In no time, Lung Ryuan had sustained multiple injuries, blood flowing incessantly. Her face turned pale, and her breath became weak. Roar! The rock beast let out another deafening roar and then charged at Lung Ruyuan. This time, she did not dodge and was directly knocked away by the rock beast. She fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her body had reached its limit, and she no longer had the strength to stand up. Yet she still looked firmly at the rock beast, her eyes showing no fear or retreat. Chen watched, his head spinning. No, this can't be real. Did she really lose her mind? The rock beast entered the campus for some unknown reason, but the school buildings could be rebuilt if they were destroyed. After all, it was the school's money that would be spent. Did she, a student, really need to risk her life for this? Chapter 9. It's about to explode. Need to vent out, go. Although this woman is not great, Chen cannot just sit by and watch her die in front of him. Chen quickly rushed to Lung Rushuang's side, took out a drop of top-grade spirit liquid from his storage space, and concealed it with an ordinary second-grade healing pill, stuffing it into Lung Rushuang's mouth without hesitation. Stop dawdling, swallow it quickly. Also, I've saved your life again, and this time, 2 spirit stones won't cut it. Under Chen's cold reprimand, Lung Rushuang was momentarily stunned, but obediently swallowed it in one go. The top-grade spirit liquid flowed into her body, immediately exuding powerful life force, repairing her damaged meridians and wounds. Having saved Lung Rushuang, the rock beast was still eyeing them menacingly. Subsequently, Chen took out a small bottle containing dozens or even hundreds of drops of top-grade spirit liquid, everything he had gained over the past few days. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank it all. As the top-grade spirit liquid went down his throat, Chen immediately felt a surge of power erupting within him. This power was like a roaring torrent, surging through his meridians, continuously nourishing his body, instantly filling his internal spiritual energy. However, this comfortable state lasted only a moment before it took a drastic turn. His meridians felt as if they were being washed by a massive flood, and the fierce spiritual energy burned within him like flames, threatening to tear his body apart. It felt like his body had turned into a balloon, ready to explode at any moment. It needed to be vented out. Chen's crimson gaze fixed on Lung Rushuang, as if he would devour her in the next moment. This frightening appearance caused Lung Rushuang to instinctively step back. With her hands pressed against the ground, she subtly shifted her body backward. A rare hint of shyness appeared on her cold face, combined with the blood vitality from the recent healing of her injuries, causing a suspicious flush to rise on her cheeks. Recalling what Chen had just said about saving her life again, and that this time it wouldn't be settled with 2 spirit stones, Lung Rushuang bit her lip. The corner of her lower lip was slightly raised, and then a clear, yet restrained, voice came through. This is a school. What? Lung Rushuang. Could it be she was overthinking? Cough. This scene indeed lends itself to misunderstandings. Chen quickly averted his gaze and turned to charge at the rock beast. Mountain Opening Fist. The 3rd-grade martial skill, Mountain Opening Fist, which he had just learned, was used for the first time in actual combat. Supported by the overflowing spiritual energy within him, Chen felt as if his strength was limitless. He focused his energy and mobilized all his strength to launch an attack. He clenched his fists and slammed them heavily onto the ground. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from his fists, causing the ground to tremble violently as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Immediately afterward, he charged at the rock beast, delivering punch after punch against it. Each punch contained immense spiritual energy, making the rock beast's defenses seem as fragile as paper. The rock beast, known for its defense, was forced to retreat under Chen's relentless assault, roaring in anger before launching a counterattack. It swiped at him with its sharp claws. However, Chen's movements were exceptionally agile, allowing him to dodge each attack at critical moments. Throughout the battle, Chen became increasingly proficient in using the 3rd-grade martial skill, Mountain Opening Fist. His fists felt as if they had turned to iron, unstoppable. Each attack carried the force of a mountain, leaving the rock beast powerless to retaliate. Mountain Opening Fist, Mountain Opening Fist. When this fist is perfected, it can open a mountain with a single blow. And the rock beast, isn't it just a ready-made small mountain? He, a beginner in mountain opening fist fighting against a small mountain beast that isn't as big as the artificial mountains in the academy? Perfect. As the battle progressed, Yan Shen's attacks became more ferocious. His figure moved rapidly around the rock beast, and each punch was imbued with astonishing spiritual energy. His fists truly seemed to possess the power to open mountains, pushing the rock beast back several steps with each strike. Although the rock beast was enormous and powerful, it gradually appeared overwhelmed under Yan Shen's fierce assault. Its defenses were breached, and more wounds appeared on its body. Scattered chunks of rock even fell off. The rock beast emitted indistinct sound from its mouth, sounding almost like it was begging for mercy. Moreover, it seemed to show signs of wanting to escape. Lung Rushuang, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Among beings of the same rank, the combat strength of demon beasts far surpassed that of humans. She was a second-grade martial artist, yet she had been defeated by a second-grade demon beast. Now, a first-grade martial artist had actually managed to beat the rock beast to a pulp? Is this for real? However, Yan Shen was completely unconcerned with Lung Rushuang's thoughts. All he knew was that if he didn't vent it out, he would explode. Yan Shen vented his frustrations, unleashing the spiritual energy within his body, transforming into a powerful and fierce figure. Gradually, the crimson hue in his eyes began to fade. Comfortable. Only when the amount of spiritual energy he had stored reached a level he could bear did Yan Shen reveal a satisfied smile at the rock beast before gently saying goodbye. Goodbye, my little mountain beast sparring partner. Powerful physical constitution erupted. Finally, he unleashed a final, formidable mountain opening fist, and the tenfold explosive force drained Yan Shen's body while achieving the desired effect. Boom! The rock beast's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its massive form shattered into a pile of rubble. Yan Shen panted heavily, standing in place, but his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. Refreshing. Finally vented out. Moreover, his body, which had originally hit a bottleneck, seemed capable of absorbing spiritual energy again due to this exhilarating battle. No breaking, no standing. Breaking and then standing. Even more refreshing. Sensing signs of a breakthrough, Yan Shen disregarded his surroundings and sat cross-legged, operating the Qing Qi cultivation technique. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, accompanied by the newly added spiritual energy, along with the residual top-grade spirit liquid. Yan Shen's cultivation level advanced directly. Time seemed to slow down, with each second feeling like a century. Yan Shen's entire body was drenched in sweat, completely resembling a machine in operation, his consciousness seemingly transcended, with his body only knowing the cycles of operation. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed within him, as if an invisible gate had been burst open. Yan Shen felt all the spiritual energy had been thoroughly solidified within him, even merging into his flesh and blood, causing a smile to curve at the corner of his mouth. Spiritual energy merging into the body. This is the hallmark of a second-grade martial artist. Chapter 10. Spiritual cells and enhanced cells. When Principal Lung and the Director of Education arrived at the scene, they were stunned by the sight before them. The once massive rock beast had been reduced to rubble, and Yan Shen was sitting on the ground, emanating the aura of a recent breakthrough. What happened? The Director of Education asked in surprise. Father. Lung Rushuang had a hint of shame on her face, and then recounted the situation as it was. Principal Lung is Lung Rushuang's father, but upon hearing that Lung Rushuang had rushed out to prevent damage to the school, the Director of Education became anxious. Rushuang, a building can be damaged, but you are more important than that. You. The director was rambling on, while Principal Lung, as a father, did not pay attention to his daughter's predicament and turned to carefully observe Yan Shen. His gaze shifted to the pile of rubble from the fallen rock beast, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. This transfer student is indeed a martial arts genius. Yan Shen, you did well. You managed to kill the second-grade monster. The rock beast, all by yourself, Principal Lung praised. Thank you for the compliment, Principal, Yan Shen replied. The Academy will give you a special commendation and reward you with 2 second-grade pills. This was said by Principal Lung, but the reward was proposed by the Director of Education. The 2 second-grade pills had already landed in Yan Shen's hands. Ahem. Yan Shen coughed lightly and then pointed at the pile of rubble, saying, I killed the monster, so the beast core should belong to me, right? Director of Education. This student is so brazen in his greed. However, Principal Lung quite appreciated it, saying, naturally it belongs to you. Moreover, you saved Rushuang's life. I am willing to take you as my disciple and personally teach you martial arts. Here is a third-grade pill as a meeting gift. What do you think? Principal Lung took out a third-grade pill and handed it to Yin Chen. Disciple. Disciple? Yin Chen shook his head repeatedly to refuse. At that moment, Teacher Jiang, who had just finished her nap, rushed over, pressed down on Yin Chen's head, and bowed towards Principal Lung, saying, hurry up, become his disciple. Jiang Xinxin was forcefully pushing him while whispering in Yin Chen's ear. Principal Lung is one of the three-peak fifth-grade experts in Yuqing. Accepting you as a disciple is a recognition of you. Yin Chen was bewildered. Am I being forced to become a disciple? Principal Lung, experienced in the world, could see Yin Chen's reluctance at a glance, but he simply smiled and said, Yin Chen, right? After school today, you will go with Rushuang to practice martial arts with me. Yin Chen thought to himself, well, there's still an afternoon left. I can find a chance to slip away. Principal Lung squinted, seemingly seeing through everything. Students, the sudden attack of the rock beast has caused severe damage to the school's buildings, so let's dismiss school early today. Long live the principal. There was a cheer from the crowd, but Yin Chen looked completely dumbfounded. Yin Chen. Training base. Principal Lung lived on campus, in a small courtyard of a few hundred square meters located in a corner of the campus, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers, resembling a paradise. The entire courtyard contained only 2 or 3 brick and tile houses, and the rest of the area was the training base. The first thing that caught the eye was a towering stone tablet engraved with the motto of Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. The way of martial arts is based on virtue. These 8 characters impart a sense of solemnity. The base had blue stone paving, white walls, and black tiles, with various weapons and training equipment laid out in the open area, from ordinary swords and spears to exquisite spiritual energy guiding talismans, all complete. Most importantly, the entire martial arts training base was enveloped by an invisible spiritual energy barrier, ensuring that students would not be disturbed while training. Principal Lung. Call me Master. Yin Chen. No, Principal Lung, I'm just a little nobody with no talent and no family background. I really can't bear your kindness. Principal Lung remained smiling. After the awakening of spiritual energy in this world, everything has changed dramatically. The cave heavens and spatial secret realms have certainly brought rapid development to humanity, but have you ever left Yuqing? Yin Chen. Principal Lung, actually I'm quite good at history and geography. Principal Lung continued. Have you ever experienced a beast tide? Yin Chen was momentarily speechless. He indeed had never experienced a beast tide, but Xiao Zhao's parents died in one. Principal Lung directly picked up a stone lock and threw it at Yin Chen, saying, Kid, just practice honestly. What? Practice with a stone lock? Before Yin Chen could refuse, Lung Rushuang had already lifted the stone lock. In Principal Lung's martial arts training base on a spacious field, although surrounded by tall wooden walls, sunlight still poured down onto the ground, forming patches of light and shadow. Yin Chen watched the girl steadily lifting the stone lock, even as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead without a hint of faltering. He couldn't help but be moved. You can't do it. Lung Rushuang's tone was calm, yet it had an absolutely mocking effect. Yin Chen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and began his own practice. He gripped the stone lock tightly and lifted it up with all his strength. Although the stone lock was not heavy, it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in Yin Chen's hands. Gradually, Yin Chen felt his arms start to ache, and his muscles began to tremble. The stone lock wobbled in his grasp, occasionally threatening to fall. Rushuang is lifting 200 pounds, and you're lifting 100 pounds, Principal Lung said with a smile. Yin Chen, damn, they really are father and daughter, both using the same provocation tactic. He worked hard to adjust his breathing, merging his energy with the weight of the stone lock. Time continued to pass, and both Yin Chen and Lung Rushuang's sweat soaked their clothes, dripping onto the ground. Yet neither of them had put down the stone lock. Ding! You have successfully integrated a muscle cell with spiritual energy. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward, 100 spiritual cells, or 1 enhanced cell. Please choose a reward method. Spiritual cells? Enhanced cells? What are these things? Chen chose 100 spiritual cells, wanting to experience what spiritual cells were first. Then, Chen closed his eyes and focused on feeling the location in his body where the spiritual cells had integrated. He sensed a warm energy slowly flowing in that area, as if an invisible force was nourishing his muscles. It seems I'm getting stronger. Chen felt his muscles beginning to strengthen, as if he had endless power, especially in his left arm muscles that had integrated the spiritual cells, giving him the illusion that he could lift the stone lock with one hand. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the stone lock in his hands, took a deep breath, and lifted it up again with all his strength. This time, the stone lock steadied in his hands without any wobbling. Chapter 11. Principal Lung wants to dig out my supreme bone. Huh? Did it work? Principal Lung had been silently observing Yanshin's performance from his side. He was surprised to see Yanshin lift the stone lock so easily. It seems this kid has already met the first requirement for the stone lock combo. Principal Lung, this stone lock won't do, it's a bit light. Yanshin chuckled and then lifted the stone lock with one hand using his left arm. Principal Lung, it's 150 pounds. Increasing the weight is Yanshin's goal. Sure enough, as time passed, Yanshin gradually adapted to the weight of the new stone lock. And then a familiar sound rang in his ears. Ding! You have successfully integrated a muscle cell with spiritual energy. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 spiritual energy cells or 1 enhancement cell. Please choose your reward method. Choose the enhancement cell. If spiritual energy cells enhance the strength and physical abilities of an organism through integration with spiritual energy, enhancement cells, under the influence of spiritual energy, merge with muscle cells to continuously promote the automatic absorption of spiritual energy by muscle cells, thereby continuously improving the strength and physical abilities of the organism. At this moment, Yanshin could already feel his muscle strength continuously increasing. Wait! Principal Lung suddenly called to a stop. The stone lock was specially made by the Lung family, and its material had certain spiritual energy absorption properties. Therefore, as long as he persistently lifted the stone lock for training, it would encourage the muscle cells to integrate the additional spiritual energy from the stone lock while in an extremely fatigued state. The first layer of the Lung family's 5th grade martial art, stone lock combo, requires that all muscle cells in the body be trained into spiritual energy cells. The second step is to inject a large amount of spiritual energy to stimulate the spiritual energy cells to generate enhancement cells. It is considered a good outcome if one cell succeeds among 100. The worst case is that all spiritual energy cells fail and one has to start over. Just now, Principal Lung felt spiritual energy automatically entering Yanshin's body. This is the sign of enhancement cells. Is this a joke? Lung Rushuang had practiced for a month and only just succeeded in entering the first layer, with spiritual energy cells appearing in her body. Therefore, Principal Lung was panicked and called to a stop. Do you feel anything unusual in your body? Yanshin raised an eyebrow. Principal Lung, I think I just felt spiritual energy merging into the cells. Principal Lung nodded. That's definitely a characteristic of the first layer. Yanshin continued. Then I felt the cells automatically absorbing spiritual energy. Principal Lung, that's what I was asking. How could it be so fast? Kid, be more detailed about your situation. Yanshin, oh, it's just that the cells that just integrated spiritual energy started to automatically absorb it. Principal Lung, what the heck? How is that any different from what you just said? Of course, I know the spiritual energy cells are transforming into enhancement cells. Could it be that ordinary cells can jump straight to it? Come here. Principal Lung gathered a ball of spiritual energy in his hand, and the energy gradually transformed into the shape of a stone lock. Yanshin gulped, feeling a strange sense of foreboding rise in his heart. Then, he turned around and ran. Help! The principal wants to kill me to silence me. He wants to dig out my supreme bone for his daughter. Help! Principal Lung wants to dig out my supreme bone. Not far from Principal Lung's courtyard, there was the staff dormitory. A few teachers peered out from their rooms, looking at each other in confusion. What is a supreme bone? Principal Lung's mouth twitched. To be honest, He just wanted to use his 5th grade peak strength to pressure Yanchen with the stone lock, without any other intentions. This kid, how could he be such a jerk? His lifetime reputation might be ruined by Yanchen today. The teachers didn't come downstairs to get involved, but the head of the teaching department heard the commotion and immediately ran out. "You brat, don't shout recklessly in school. If you do, I'll give you a punishment." The head of the teaching department was only a 3rd grade practitioner, but it was enough to catch Yanchen. All the heads of teaching departments in the world are the principal's lackeys. Yanchen was covered by the head of the teaching department and taken back to the small courtyard, only able to make muffled, struggling sounds. Training base. Hee hee. Principal Lung maintained a smile, but a dangerous aura was hard to conceal. Standing straight in front of Yanchen on the sunlit ground, Principal Lung gently lifted his hands, and an invisible spiritual energy circled around him. With his gestures, the energy gradually condensed into the shape of a stone lock. Although the stone lock was only as wide as Yanchen's shoulder, for some reason, it looked very heavy. "See, Colonel Lung, you're a 5th grade peak martial artist. Don't worry." "I know," Principal Lung smiled slightly. "Chen, no, you don't understand. A strike from a 5th grade peak martial artist could crush me." However, Principal Lung directly ignored Yanchen's words and pressed the condensed spiritual energy stone lock onto Yanchen. Heavy as a mountain, although it was transformed from spiritual energy, the weight of the stone lock was truly not to be underestimated. Yanchen felt a sinking sensation, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. "I can't hold on anymore," Yanchen shouted loudly. "That means you can still hold on." Principal Lung continued to increase the weight of the spiritual energy stone lock. "I really can't hold on anymore," Yanchen cried out in agony, shouting that he couldn't endure it every second. But Principal Lung paid no attention. As time passed, Principal Lung kept increasing the weight of the spiritual energy stone lock, and a look of pain began to show on Yanchen's face as his body trembled slightly under the heavy pressure of the stone lock. I really can't hold on anymore." Yanchen's voice trembled. Principal Lung, however, remained unmoved, continuing to increase the weight of the stone lock. His eyes revealed a deep light, as if those eyes could see through everything, examining Yanchen's limits. Gradually, Yanchen felt like his body was about to collapse. His muscles began to ache under the invisible heavy pressure, as if they were about to tear apart. His heartbeat quickened, and each beat brought a wave of sharp pain. The current weight of the spiritual energy stone lock had reached the limit that a 3rd grade martial artist's body could endure. "No, if the weight increases any further, I will really become a lamb to be slaughtered." Yanchen didn't want to sit and wait for death. He immediately activated his power physique. He felt his muscles twitch slightly, as if an invisible force was flowing within him. Under the influence of that force, Yanchen's body instantly became stronger. He made a powerful lift, flipping the spiritual energy stone lock that was pressing on him to the ground. Then, he collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted, like a drowned dog dragged out of the water, lying on the ground with his tongue hanging out. A hint of surprise flashed in Principal Lung's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "All right, let's call it a day for now." Chapter 12, Artificial Intelligence System, Awakening Rock Body after Chen left. Principal Lung was still staring blankly at the stone lock in the training base. A 2nd-rank warrior could withstand the limits of a 3rd-rank warrior's body. Although Chen overturned the spirit stone lock at the last moment, it was enough for Principal Lung to draw a conclusion. The first layer of stone lock combo was undoubtedly a great perfection. With that thought in mind, Principal Lung took out his communication device and contacted the only number he had. As soon as the call connected, a bold voice came through. "Hello? Big brother. What do you need me for?" Before Principal Lung could speak, the roaring voice continued, "You little brats better not slack off while I'm on the phone. Hold that stone lock up properly." Principal Lung rubbed his ears and then smiled, calling out, "Lung, Ernie, you." The other end of the line fell silent, and there seemed to be a gust of wind echoing faintly. Perhaps the person on the other end was fleeing the scene at a speed of 100 meters per second. Once the wind sound ceased, a voice that sounded slightly embarrassed yet annoyed finally spoke up. "Big brother, I've already changed my name to Lung Out Yin. Please don't mention that black history of Lung Ernie. After all, I am now a teacher at Lianhai University. If others hear it, where will my dignity be? Oh, but my parents said a cheap name is easy to sustain. Let's stick with Lung Erniu, Principal Lung replied in his usual affectionate tone. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Big brother, just tell me, why did you call? Principal Lung cleared his throat. I have a student with considerable talent in practicing the stone law combo. Lung Erniu sounded helpless. Big brother, you must be talking about my niece Rushwain, right? It's impressive to cultivate a spirit cell in just a month. Don't worry, once she converts all her spirit cells, I will personally help her activate them to ensure her conversion rate for enhanced cells. After saying that, Lung Erniu hurriedly added, Big brother, I have a lot of students to train here, so I need to get busy. Honestly, students from a small place like Yuching R&T worth your concern. Come back to the provincial city soon. Big brother, I'll hang up now, okay? It turned out that someone who completed the full-body spirit cell conversion and cultivated enhanced cells in a day wasn't worth my brother Erniu's attention. Principal Lung's tone was calm, seemingly tinged with a hint of regret. Wait, Lung Erniu's tongue was tied. You converted all your spirit cells in one day and cultivated enhanced cells? Is that true? Principal Lung ignored Lung Erniu's words and continued to mutter to himself. Just a second-rank warrior, able to withstand the extreme pressure of a third-rank warrior. I just tested it. It's really nothing. Lung Erniu was anxious. Brother, big brother, please don't do this. I'll come over tomorrow. Principal Lung remained indifferent. Forget it. The students in the provincial city are more important. You should keep busy. With that, the call was disconnected. On the other side, at the school gate. School's out. Chen, sneaking along the way home with the beast core of a rock beast, was carrying a second-rank demon beast core. Xiao, come here. As soon as he entered the house, he handed the rock beast core to Xiao. The beast core was a deep, earthy yellow, as if it were gold or mined from deep within the earth. It was about the size of an adult's fist, with a surface covered in a rough texture. Is this a meteorite? Brother, what is this for? Xiao's voice was filled with curiosity. Try absorbing it. Chen thought. If he could awaken a special physique by absorbing the crystal core, perhaps others could too. The quality of this rock beast core was not inferior to the one he absorbed. He planned to let Xiao give it a try. However, the next second, the rock beast core in his hand suddenly disappeared. What the heck? Where did it go? Chen stared blankly at his palm, flipping it over, but found no trace of the rock beast core. Unbelievable. Was it stolen? Just as Chen was still trying to figure out what was happening, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the rock body physique, gaining the ability to petrify the body for 1 minute. During petrification, defense is enhanced by 100. Panel host, Chen. Special physique, strength physique, rock body physique, special physique awakened. Continue to absorb 100 cores of the same kind, and the probability of further awakening is 20. Cultivation, second rank realm technique. I Ching Chi refining method storage space. 10 cubic meters. To upgrade to the next unit of storage space requires 100 low-grade spirit stones. System. Why did you absorb my beast core? Dear host has questions about this system. Playback function activated. Chen's own voice echoed in his ears. Try absorbing it. Chen? Could it be that this system was an artificial intelligence idiot? It was like the Hey Siri of his past life. When you called it, it could never hear you, but when you didn't call it, it was always listening. Or perhaps it was that unfortunate car voice command, hello, Xiaofang, which never responded when called, but would gently say, okay, adjusting for you, while you were chatting with someone else in the car. Forget it. It had already absorbed it. What else could he do? Chen awkwardly scratched his nose and then said to Xiao, something unexpected happened. I'll get another crystal core for you to try next time. Xiao smiled warmly and obediently replied, okay, brother. Rock body physique. Chen tested the effect of his new ability. A surge of power flowed in, and his physical state and appearance underwent significant changes. Chen's body gradually became hard, as if covered by a thick layer of stone shell. His skin lost its original color, turning grayish-white and rough, resembling a stone surface. This stone exterior not only covered Chen's entire body, but also petrified his clothes, making them hard as well. He looked just like a stern stone statue. A faint earthy yellow light surrounded his body, seemingly emanating from within, which was the power of the rock body physique. In this state, Chen's physical defense significantly increased. His body's surface became indestructible, as if no attack could penetrate his stone shell. Wow, so strong. However, this rock body physique, like the strength physique, consumed a tremendous amount of energy. The strength physique drained a second-rank warrior's spirit in one strike, while the rock body physique, a real man, could only last 1 minute. Once the time was up, Chen collapsed weakly onto the ground. Chapter 13. Lung Erniu, Lung Out Yin. 6-star warrior the next morning. Chen classmate. As soon as Chen stepped out of the room, he was greeted by the enthusiastic voice of Jiang Xinxin. She was wearing a light dress, the hem swaying gently like a breeze brushing through a cotton field in early summer, revealing a pair of fair, youthful legs. Oh, she was wearing high heels. However, the white sandals were adorned with sparkling rhinestones, and her red-painted toenails were particularly eye-catching. Good morning, Teacher Jiang. Chen smiled and prepared to leave quietly. Let me ask you, would you want to go to school with the head teacher? Jiang Xinxin blocked his way with her white lotus-like arm. Chen, don't rush. Principal Lung said you don't have class today. Go directly to the principal for special training. He asked me to inform you. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Chen's mind. Special training with Principal Lung? Chen's body went limp, and he rubbed his forehead, saying, Teacher Jiang, I think I'm sick. I need to take a day off. Take a day off? Jiang Xinxin showed a suspicious expression, then bit her lip and said angrily, Chen, do you take me for a fool? You were just fine a second ago. Is your act of being sick that unconvincing? Chen was determined to take a day off. He instantly activated his rock physique, and his body turned to stone. Chen, Jiang Xinxin called out to him, but he ignored her. After enduring for a full minute, the petrification faded, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Chen, are you all right? Jiang Xinxin was instantly alarmed and hurriedly said, Hurry up, I'll take you to the hospital. Jiang, Teacher Jiang, Principal Lung. Chen dragged his words. Jiang Xinxin quickly replied, Forget about Principal Lung. I'll ask for leave for you. You need to go to the hospital now. Just as Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking he had escaped, Xiao Xiao happened to come out to take out the trash. Seeing Chen looking weak again, she said, Brother, did you experiment with martial arts again? Do you want to come inside and rest a bit? Experiment. With martial arts? Jiang Xinxin keenly caught the key point. Xiao Xiao innocently said, Yes. My brother experimented with martial arts last night too. After finishing, he collapsed to the ground, and it scared me. Luckily, he rested for more than 10 minutes and recovered. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Xinxin's tone was very calm as she shifted her gaze from Xiao Xiao back to Chen. For some reason, the weak Chen shivered all over, as if he were being targeted by a mother Tyrannosaurus. Jiang Xinxin grabbed Chen by the collar and walked outside, saying, Xiao Xiao, your brother is going to be late for school. Just leave him to me. You can go about your business without worrying about him. Xiao Xiao was puzzled, but still politely said, Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Training base. Jiang Xinxin directly threw Chen on the ground and then reported to Principal Lung. This kid actually wants to pretend to be sick to skip school. Principal Lung, please make sure to train him strictly. He took a year off from school and previously attended an ordinary junior college. If he doesn't seize the time now, what will happen during the college entrance examination? After finishing her complaint, she shot a fierce look at Chen, saying, Having Principal Lung as your master is a blessing you earned over 8 lifetimes. You should work hard for the college entrance examination instead of thinking about all these crooked ways. Stay here honestly. I'll come to pick you up after school, and we'll go home together. This, Chen, who was clearly an orphan, felt for a moment as if he had a mother. Principal Lung still wore a smiling expression, confirming that it was indeed correct to have Teacher Jiang convey the message. Chen, Principal Lung, I have class in the first period. I'll leave this kid to you. As Jiang Xinxin respectfully bowed to Principal Lung and left, Chen felt as if the temperature around him had dropped by a degree. Kid, you want to skip school? Principal Lung's kindness felt like a looming threat. No, Principal, I am a third-year student. How could I have such a shameful thought of skipping school at such a crucial moment? Principal Lung chuckled. All right, come with me. The spiritual stone lock was still stirring restlessly. Yinqing took a step back and, with tears streaming down his face, said, Principal Lung, I owe Cold Rush a life-saving favor. You don't know, it happened twice. A principal, like you would never do something ungrateful. So, you definitely wouldn't harm me, right? Principal Lung was almost laughing in anger. All right, stop with the sweet talk. Today, there's a good thing. I'm taking you to meet someone. In the open space, a private plane flew gracefully through the sky, its wings shimmering with silver light under the sun, contrasting sharply with the blue sky, and the fuselage trembled slightly in the airflow. A warrior stood by the window, gazing down. Big brother, when he saw Principal Lung, despite the plane being 300 meters above the ground, he let go of the tightly gripped armrest and slightly leaned forward, leaping down from 300 meters. Yinqing thought he heard a sound. Then a black dot fell from the sky. Following that, the man appeared before him, and at the moment he touched the ground, the air around him rippled, and a powerful spiritual energy gently lifted him up. He lightly tapped the ground with his feet and gracefully landed. Perfect. Although he was in middle age, the man still shook his head in a showy manner. Is Lung Erniu, a 6-star warrior, really that impressive? Principal Lung smiled and spoke. In an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to freeze, turning gray, then shattering, ultimately being blown away. There were too many points of confusion, and Yinqing momentarily didn't know what to complain about. Was it the name Lung Erniu, or the fact that a 6-star warrior had come to Yuqing? Lung Erniu obviously had a wounded expression. Big brother, you should call me by my current name in front of others. My name is Lung Outyen. A burst of laughter erupted. Yinqing couldn't help but find a new point of ridicule. After all, the name Lung Outyen wasn't even better than Lung Erniu. In an instant, the gazes of a peak 5-star warrior and a 6-star warrior focused on Yinqing. Cough, cough. Under the immense pressure, Yinqing tactically cleared his throat, then seriously bowed towards Principal Lung and said, Master, do you need your disciple to make tea for the guests? Chapter 14. This kid is really useless, calling a master? Principal Lung looked at Yinshan with a smile. This kid is quite cunning. After offending an unknown 6th-rank martial artist, he starts to use his own name to intimidate others? If I ever get to drink the tea he brews, I guess my life would be over. Lung Erniu chuckled. Big brother, is this the genius kid you mentioned? Yes, quite interesting. Then, a familiar aura stone lock began to form in his large, dark hand, resembling a bare paw. Yin Chun. Wait, Principal Lung, I'm just a transfer student. I've decided to go back to the junior college now, goodbye. As soon as Yin Chen's words fell, he turned to run. However, in front of a peak 5th-rank martial artist and a 6th-rank martial artist, how could a 2nd-rank martial artist like him escape? All right, come over and get tested properly. Principal Lung grabbed Yin Chen by the collar and brought him back. Lung Erniu rubbed his fists, and under his gesture, the gathered aura slowly expanded, gradually increasing in size several times. The aura stone lock, which was originally the size of a regular stone lock, became as massive as a boulder. As the aura continued to flow in, the weight of the aura stone lock naturally kept increasing. Yin Shun tiptoed over, took a deep breath, and tightly grasped the aura stone lock. He pushed with all his might, but found he couldn't even budge an inch. So heavy. Yin Shin instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Come on, you can do it. Principal Lung patted Yin Chen's shoulder to encourage him. No, Principal Lung, I really can't. Yin Chun kept retreating, his hands flailing, and the color on his face was evidently pale. However, he couldn't withstand Lung Erniu's might. With a wave of his hand, the aura stone lock came crashing down, pressing onto Yin Chen's body. I'm going to die. Yin Chun felt an immense pressure enveloping him instantly, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his chest. His body sank heavily, feeling like all his bones and muscles were being crushed at that moment. He squeezed out a word through gritted teeth, and his breathing began to grow difficult. Kid, this stone lock's weight is the same as the maximum pressure for a 3rd-rank martial artist. You managed to endure it yesterday, so there's no reason you can't today. Principal Lung said coolly from his side. The main reason was that Yin Chen's credibility with him was practically zero. So even though Yin Chen looked like he couldn't hold on any longer, he still thought it was just an act. This is truly a case of suffering in silence. Yesterday, After activating the power physique, the 10% body enhancement greatly increased his endurance, and then he instantly unleashed 10 times his strength, so he could easily flip the stone lock. But today, he was out of luck. He had just used the petrification physique this morning, and it had already drained all the aura from his body, so now he couldn't squeeze out a single drop and couldn't continue using the power physique. As Yin Shan began to roll his eyes, Long Erniu awkwardly said, "Big brother, this kid really seems to be incapable." Principal Lung replied, "Don't mind him, he's just pretending." However, the next second, Chen directly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Although Long Erniu was reckless, his subordinates knew when to hold back. The aura stone lock was lifted. Chen below remained motionless. Long Erniu said, "Big brother, this kid seems to have really passed out. Hurry, send for the school doctor." In the school doctor's office, the light was soft, and a faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Upon entering, one could see a clean and tidy treatment table, equipped with various medical supplies like gauze, medications, syringes, etc. On the wall behind the treatment table hung a row of various medicines, neatly arranged for easy access. Next to it was a row of hospital beds, each covered with white sheets, and through the half-open window, one could see greenery and the occasional bird flying by. Chen lay on the hospital bed, his face pale. The school doctor was carefully checking Chen's pulse, sensing the flow of his vital energy. Then she took out a stethoscope, placed it on Chen's chest, and listened to his heartbeat. "Everything's fine. Principal Lung, please help me bring over the testing device." The school doctor naturally instructed Principal Lung. "Oh, this is a female school doctor." Before Principal Lung could signal, Long Erniu, being perceptive, said, "Sister-in-law, I can do it." Then he walked to the corner and pushed over the medical device, which was silver-white in color. This was the aura testing device. The device was equipped with various sensors and probes, such as aura sensors and aura pressure sensors. These sensors and probes have been precisely processed and calibrated to accurately detect and record various physiological parameters, and all data would be transmitted to the high-definition touchscreen on the device. As a series of ticking sounds rang out, the school doctor visibly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was just exhaustion from overexertion due to depleted aura, and there was no serious injury. "Speak up." She immediately began treating Chen, injecting an appropriate amount of aura to repair his body through the syringe. As the data displayed on the aura testing device gradually returned to average levels, everyone in the infirmary finally felt relieved. Long Erniu scratched his head, grinning, "Big brother, this kid really can't handle pressure. You wouldn't be tricking me into coming to Yuqing for fun, would you?" Principal Lung shot him a glare and said, "Do I have that kind of free time?" Then he added, "You can sense it yourself. His body is automatically absorbing aura." Indeed, although faint, there was always a trace of aura entering Chen's body. Long Erniu continued, "Big brother, maybe this kid got lucky and his born aura cells unexpectedly transformed into enhancement cells." This, Principal Lung was momentarily speechless. Without the physical endurance to serve as supporting evidence, he was a bit uncertain. As the two were talking, Chen slowly opened his eyes. He saw Principal Lung and Long Erniu standing by the bed, struggling to sit up and saying, "Principal Lung, stop testing, I really can't do it." Long Erniu chuckled and said, "Of course we know, you just passed out under the aura stone lock." Hearing this, Chen was delighted and then turned his gaze to Principal Lung. Principal Lung nodded in acknowledgement with a helpless look. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to both leaders for your kindness." Chen immediately jumped up from the bed excitedly and started thanking Principal Lung and Long Erniu by shaking their hands. Even the simple-minded Long Erniu felt an inexplicable awkwardness. Then he sheepishly said, "Big brother, this kid really can't do it. I'll head off now. After all, I still have so many students in the provincial city, I can't leave them behind." Principal Lung was too lazy to respond and wave his hand directly. After Long Erniu left, Chen showed a look of regret and shame, saying, "Principal Lung, I have let your kindness down. I really have no face to be your disciple. From now on, I will honestly study at school and won't disturb you anymore." Bang! Principal Lung directly gave Chen a knock on the head. "Thinking you want to run? No way. Come for training again tomorrow." Chapter 15. The insecurity of Pinyin City. The school infirmary is located in a quiet building at the corner of the college, surrounded by lush trees, creating a tranquil atmosphere. In the past, this place was warm and peaceful. However, today, the infirmary is occasionally filled with howls and cries. The school doctor, Wen Ruxin, is the wife of Principal Long. Moreover, she is his ex-wife. If nothing unexpected happens, Principal Long probably stayed in Yuqing because he was pursuing his wife, right? In the infirmary, Yan Chen sits on a hospital bed, pale and crying out, "Dr. Wen, you don't know, Principal Long presses me with that spirit stone lock every day. I really can't take it anymore." Dr. Wen looks at Yan Chen and gently asks, "Yan Chen, why does Principal Long do this?" Yan Chen continues to fabricate stories, making a distressed face. "Maybe because I'm a transfer student, the principal wants to test my strength. But I'm only a second-grade martial artist. This stone lock is way too heavy. It's already at the limit for a third-grade martial artist. I simply can't bear it." As Yan Chen cries out in despair, Wen Ruxin successfully turns her gaze toward him. She turns to Principal Long, who is standing nearby, and gives him a cold glare. Then says in a flat tone, "Principal Long, I think your method of testing is somewhat inappropriate. After all, Yan Chen is just a child. If this continues, there will be problems." Principal Long feels a bit awkward. "Ruxin, this is just a trial." Dr. Wen furrows her brow and says discontentedly, "Trials should also have their limits. When Yan Chen was brought here today, his physical condition was already very poor. If this continues, can you guarantee that nothing will happen?" Principal Long looks at Dr. Wen's serious expression and knows she is not joking. He knows better than to argue with his wife, especially when she is angry. With a helpless sigh, Principal Long admits, "All right, I admit my approach was a bit excessive." He then takes out a beast core glowing with a faint yellow light from his pocket and hands it to Dr. Wen. "This is the beast core of a second-grade rhinoceros beast. I want to use it to compensate Yan Chen." "You're compensating Yan Chen. What do I have to do with it?" Dr. Wen still speaks coldly. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Yan Chen shows a fawning smile and quickly takes the beast core and tucks it into his pocket. Let's just say, getting a second-grade beast core for free is really a huge profit. If I could get a second-grade beast core as compensation every time, I wouldn't mind fainting a few more times. After school, on the way home, although the scenery on the streets has changed significantly since the revival of spiritual energy, the original technological landscape can still be seen. Now, the air is filled with a faint aura of spiritual energy, as if the entire city is draped in a mysterious veil. The vehicles on the streets are no longer traditional fuel cars, but are instead high-tech spiritual energy vehicles. These vehicles have smooth designs, and their streamlined bodies shimmer with alluring colors under the sunlight. They no longer rely on fuel, but are powered by spiritual energy, making them both environmentally friendly and efficient. The vehicles weave through the streets, leaving beautiful trails behind, resembling shooting stars in the sky. In addition to spiritual energy vehicles, there are many other spiritual energy products on the streets. For example, the store windows showcase various products related to spiritual energy, including small flying devices powered by spiritual energy, nutrient-rich foods infused with spiritual energy, and various magical spiritual energy tools, all dazzling in variety. Above Yan Chen, there is a huge advertisement screen, which is the most striking feature in this small city of Yuqing. The screen towers into the clouds and almost spans the entire width of the street wall. Normally, the screen displays various advertisements, educational content about spiritual energy, the latest spiritual energy products, and many creative promotional videos. However, more often, it serves as a news broadcasting platform. At this moment, it is broadcasting the latest situation regarding the beast tide. Recently, Pinyin City in Lianhai Province has been hit by a new wave of beast tide attacks. According to the latest news, this beast tide is unprecedented in scale and destruction, causing significant losses and casualties in the city. Relevant departments have already taken emergency measures to respond to this crisis. First, reporters on-site see that the damage to the city is severe. Many buildings have been destroyed or damaged, traffic is obstructed, and power facilities have been damaged. At the same time, the large number of casualties has drawn widespread attention from all sectors of society. Statistics show that, so far, thousands have died due to the beast tide. with the number of injured reaching tens of thousands. In response to the tremendous harm brought by this beast tide, the municipal government has activated an emergency plan, organizing professional martial artist teams and medical teams to ensure the safety of the people. Lianhai Province, Ping'an City, just next door to Yuqing. Yuqing is a county-level city under Fengdianxi, but it is actually closer to Ping'an City. The number of injured reported in the news is in the tens of thousands. Who knows how chaotic Ping'an City must be right now? Ping'an City is not safe. Yanchen furrows his brows, touches the beast core in his pocket, and then quickly leaves. In chaotic times, the only way to secure a foothold is to quickly improve one's strength. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiao hears the sound of the door opening and pokes her little head out. Brother, the food is almost ready. Please wash your hands and sit down and wait for me. No rush. Xiao Xiao, you try this beast core first. Yanchen carefully chooses his words, afraid that the system will swallow the beast core again. Huh, brother, how do I try it? Xiao Xiao turns off the spiritual energy stove, wipes her hands with the apron, and takes the second-grade rhinoceros beast core. Well, try to wrap it with your spiritual energy. For the past couple of days, Xiao Xiao has been refining the spiritual medicine left by Yanchen at home, successfully solidifying her spiritual energy several times, and is now approaching the level of a first-grade martial artist. Okay, Xiao Xiao is particularly obedient. She does whatever her brother says. Taking a deep breath, she closes her eyes and begins to circulate the spiritual energy within her body. Then she extends her hands, palms up, and slowly lifts the beast core. As her mind moves, her spiritual energy begins to gather, forming faintly glowing fire rings around the beast core. However, despite Xiao Xiao's best efforts, the beast core shows no reaction at all. Time passes by, and beads of sweat begin to form on Xiao Xiao's forehead. She constantly adjusts her state, trying to find the crux of the problem, but she cannot break the deadlock before her. After a long while, Xiao Xiao stops her movements. She opens her eyes and looks at the beast core in front of her, which remains unresponsive, feeling a sense of frustration. Brother, I've tried my best, but the beast core shows no reaction. Yanchen frowns, wondering if others cannot absorb beast cores. Beep. 1 second-grade beast core absorbed. Special awakening physique, not yet awakened. Strength physique, slightly enhanced. Chapter 16, the top 10 physiques, time to make money. Ding, absorbed 1 second-grade beast core. Awakened special physique, not yet felt. Strength physique obtained slight enhancement, so the system got distracted again? Seemingly sensing Yen Chen's confusion, the system immediately activated the playback function, and a familiar voice echoed. Can others absorb beast cores? Hee, it really includes the word absorb. Strength physique obtained a 10% enhancement to body strength. Strength instantly explodes tenfold. Second awakening, 1/100. Although he didn't know what kind of beast with a snake head and dog body it was definitely not a rhinoceros beast. So, why was it judged to be the same type of beast core? There are millions of types of demon beasts, but there are only 10 types of physiques, including the 5 major body attributes: attack, defense, speed, life, and spiritual energy, as well as the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Physique awakening only retains the strongest physique of the same type, so that's how it is. The petrification physique is undoubtedly a defensive attribute, while the strength physique should belong to the attack attribute. The rhinoceros beast core absorbed today also contained the power of the attack attribute, but its awakening physique was weaker than the strength physique, thus becoming nourishment for the strength physique. In other words, as long as one can obtain enough beast cores, they can possess all 10 physiques simultaneously and keep refreshing them until they have the strongest 10 special physiques. Let's do it. Yanchen opened the webpage and began searching for the price of beast cores. In this era of spiritual energy revival, all cultivation products have a price, just varying in cost. However, when Yanchen saw the prices of the beast cores, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. These beast cores are ridiculously priced, completely beyond his economic capacity. Ice Beast Core. The Beast Core comes from a 5th-grade Ice Beast, possessing strong ice attribute power. Can be used for alchemy or making ice attribute weapons, priced at 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wind Thunder Beast Core. The beast core comes from a 5th grade wind thunder beast, containing the powers of wind and thunder attributes, with a certain probability of being used to absorb special spiritual energy of wind and thunder attributes, priced at 120,000 high-grade spirit stones. Azure Sea Beast Core. The beast core comes from a 5th grade Azure Sea beast, possessing powerful water attribute power, often used to make water attribute pills or weapons. Priced at 45,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wild Boar Beast Core. Common 2nd grade Demon Beast Wild Boar Beast Core, priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wolf Fang Beast Core. Common 2nd grade Demon Beast Wolf Fang Beast Core, priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Snake Scale Beast Core. Common 2nd grade Demon Beast Snake Scale Beast Core, priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. I can't afford it. Chen sighed helplessly, feeling bitter. The beast core sold on the market are generally below 5th grade. After all, a peak master at 5th grade can already be considered a top master in a county-level city. Among them, the beast cores that can be used to absorb special spiritual energy of attributes are priced higher, while those used for alchemy or forging have significantly lower prices. As for 2nd grade beast cores, there are no attribute distinctions, all priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wait. Chen belatedly realized that the Wind Thunder Beast core had a note saying it could be used to absorb special spiritual energy of wind and thunder attributes. According to the system, wind is a variant of the wood attribute among the 5 elemental attributes, and thunder is a variant of the fire attribute among the 5 elemental attributes. If one could absorb special spiritual energy of wind and thunder, wouldn't it mean they could unlock a special physique? 5th grade is a watershed, just like how martial artists above 5th grade can only continue to cultivate using top-grade spiritual liquid. So, it's not just him who can have a special physique, but he was the only one who had it in advance. 2nd grade Beast Core, achieving the effects of a 5th grade Beast Core. A huge profit. Chen's eyes narrowed. It seems that to gain more powerful strength, in addition to absorbing spiritual energy to enhance himself, absorbing more beast cores is also necessary. Well, the wish is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Right now, he couldn't even afford a single beast core, let alone absorb one. Chen was unwilling to give up like this. He needed to find a way to earn more money. Perhaps he could consider the Liu family's young master. For example, the Azure Dragon Gang. On a moonless night, perfect for murder and arson. The Azure Dragon Gang's base is hidden in a desolate factory area on the outskirts of Yuqing, surrounded by dilapidated buildings and barren land. Under the moonlight, the factory's ruins appear especially desolate, as if it were a forgotten wasteland. The only building is a particularly run-down factory, with peeling walls, broken windows, and a few collapsed sections of the roof. Weeds grow wildly in front of it, and a rusty large iron gate stands half open, as if welcoming uninvited guests. Entering the factory's interior, it was dark, and the air was filled with a musty smell. Some dusty chandeliers hung high from the ceiling, emitting weak light. Various old equipment and mechanical parts were scattered on the ground, some already incomplete. However, all this was merely superficial. Beneath this dim, dilapidated environment lies the Azure Dragon Gang's storeroom, and at this moment, a young figure was quietly sneaking in. Chen stealthily entered the Azure Dragon Gang's storeroom. He looked around and felt he was about to get rich. The storeroom was filled with various items, from spirit stones to weapons and equipment, a dazzling array. And his gaze was particularly drawn to a pile of beast cores in the corner, his heart filled with wild joy. First, let's collect some beast cores. Just as he approached that pile of beast cores, a guard suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Chen was startled, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. But the guard had already spotted him. Who are you? Soon, other guards appeared, surrounding Chen immediately. Among them were first-grade martial artists. But more were just ordinary people. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Who dares to intrude into the Azure Dragon Gang's storeroom? A guard shouted loudly. Chen knew he had been exposed, so he immediately launched an attack. His speed was extremely fast, instantly breaking through the guard's encirclement and knocking down several of them. At that moment, a series of footsteps approached from a distance, and members of the Azure Dragon Gang rushed over. Yin Chun focused his gaze and saw that leading them was the second-grade martial artist, Qing Laoda, followed by the healed Qing Lao and Qing Lao-san. Kid, do you want to surrender by yourself? Or should we take you down? Qing Laoda recognized Yin Chun at a glance. He had already investigated. This kid was just an ordinary person 2 weeks ago, and his luck in breaking through to a first-grade martial artist was definitely not a match for him. The main point is, young Master Liu has taken a liking to his sister. Originally, with Qing Lao and Qing Lao-san recovering from their injuries, Qing Laoda was preparing to deal with the two siblings, but unexpectedly, someone had delivered themselves to his door. Yin Chen knew he had no way to retreat. He took a deep breath, ready to face the upcoming battle. He knew he was not only facing the second-grade martial artist, but there were countless gang members behind him as well. The battle erupted instantly. Chapter 17. Robbery is not as fast as the hundredfold extraction system. Yin Chen fights 1 against 3. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king, so Yin Chen decided to take down Qing Lao heir and Qing Lao-san first, leaving the thief king isolated. Hello, we meet again. Yin Chen smiled lightly. Then with a push of his foot, he appeared at the side of Qing Lao heir, delivering a familiar punch that directly shattered the spiritual energy around Qing Lao heir. How is that possible? Qing Lao-san exclaimed, but before he could react, Yin Chen was already close to his side, delivering a knee strike that accurately hit his abdomen. Then kicked Qing Lao-san flying. A quick encounter, a one-hit kill. Such as fate. Qing Lao heir and Qing Lao-san had just been discharged from the hospital, and now they were being sent back by the same person. You were already a second-grade warrior? Qing Lao couldn't help but feel surprised. What kind of devilish training speed does this kid have? Everyone attack. Get him. As a second-grade warrior, Qing Lao also felt pressure at this moment. The members of the Qinglong gang all rushed to join the fight. Although Yin Chen was powerful, he could not withstand the combined efforts of 4 hands and gradually felt the pressure. He was injured in several places. Kid, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Qing Lao asked. Yin Chen did not respond. How should I put it? Coming to the Qinglong gang recklessly was indeed a bit rash, but without entering the tiger's den. How could one catch the tiger cub? Yin Chen headed straight for the pile of beast cores. There were at least 100 beast cores here. Absorb. Absorb. Yin Chen repeatedly commanded the system. However, the artificial intelligence was really one to only respond when it shouldn't tea. While Yin Chen gritted his teeth and began to store these beast cores in his storage space, the system finally reacted. The 81 first-grade beast cores absorbed, special physique awakened, strength physique and petrification physique received slight enhancement, storing some energy. 3 second-grade beast cores absorbed. Special physique awakened, strength physique and petrification physique received slight enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the enhanced physique. Full body conversion of enhanced cells for 30 minutes. A new physique. If I'm not mistaken, the enhanced physique should belong to the spiritual energy attribute. The most troublesome thing about activating a special physique is the depletion of spiritual energy within the body. Yin Chen understood the effects of enhanced cells. They were like a mobile blue recovery spring hanging on him. If the entire body is converted into enhanced cells, then it should be able to support both the strength physique and petrification physique simultaneously, right? On en said physique activated. Petrification physique activated. When these two special physiques were activated at the same time, Yin Chen could clearly sense that his spiritual energy showed no signs of depleting. There's hope. Mount an opening fist. Yin Chen charged directly towards Qing Lao, instantly activating the strength physique. The tenfold power explosion was no joke. The surrounding members of the Qinglong gang felt the might of the punch and did not dare to step forward to block. Stop it. We are all just workers getting paid. Are we really going to risk our lives for a few measly coins to feed ourselves? With no obstacles ahead, Qing Lao could only see the shadow of a fist getting larger in his line of sight. Block it. Qing Lao's heart raced to his throat. He opened his mouth wide, but couldn't utter a word. He could only rely on his instinctive combat reflex to cross his arms in front of his forehead. Crack! What a crisp sound of bones breaking. Qing Lao was instantly sent flying, crashing through the storeroom's door. His arms were twisted in an unnatural position, hanging limply at his sides. Qing Lao was done for. To be fair, Chen was quite principled. Last time he sent Qing Lao air and Qing Lao sand to the hospital, it would be unfair to leave out Qing Lao Da, right? So this time, he sent all three of them to the hospital together. As for whether the hospital could treat them, that was another matter. After defeating Qing Lao Da, Qing Lao air, and Qing Lao sand, the entire storeroom of the Qinglong gang fell into a brief silence. The gang members looked at him in terror, as if they were looking at a monster. Chen scanned the surroundings and saw that everyone immediately avoided his gaze, not daring to make eye contact. "Aren't you all leaving?" Chen said coldly, his voice exuding dominance. Hearing this, the gang members scattered like birds and beasts. "You three, wait a moment." Chen keenly spotted three familiar figures in the crowd. They were members of the robbery team he encountered in the primitive forest. The three did not dare to run or look directly at Chen, so they simply lowered their heads and stayed silent. "Help me pass a message to young Master Lu. The storeroom of the Qinglong gang is just interest. I will return that body covered in bruises and scars to him sooner or later." Chen ignored the ordinary gang members and turned to the pile of stored goods. He had no use for weapons, and storing them would only take up space, so he only harvested the spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. Ding! Detected 232 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to extract a hundredfold? Reward: 23,200 low-grade spirit stones or 232 middle-grade spirit stones. Please choose the reward method. The stolen spirit stones can be extracted a hundredfold? What about the spiritual herbs? Could it be that the spiritual herbs are not fresh? After thinking for a moment, Chen decided to abandon this line of thought and directly extracted 232 middle-grade spirit stones. After all, the price of exchanging middle-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones was fixed, while the reverse was not guaranteed. 32 first-grade spiritual herbs, 11 second-grade spiritual herbs, 2 bottles of first-grade elixirs with 20 each, and 1 bottle of second-grade elixirs with 5. After tallying his gains, Chen couldn't help but smile widely. So many treasures. It turns out that robbery is indeed a faster way to get rich. However, Chen also thought of his hundredfold extraction system. 232 low-grade spirit stones turned directly into 232 middle-grade spirit stones. Forget it, robbery is still not as fast as the hundredfold extraction system. On the way home, after a night of turmoil, the sky was already dawning. The horizon gradually brightened, the first light appearing and gradually dispelling the dark night. Behind Chen was the ruins of the Qinglong gang storeroom. It wasn't to destroy the evidence. He simply didn't want to leave even those weapons for young Master Lu. The collapsed items cast long shadows in the morning light. The air was still filled with a faint smell of smoke and gunpowder. Chen stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt soreness in all his muscles. But with the super recovery of the enhanced physique after shutting down the 3 special physiques, he still had half of his spiritual energy left in his body. He wouldn't collapse like he did in front of Jiang Xinxin yesterday. Jiang Xinxin? Oh no! School! Chapter 18. The Spirit Gathering Stone Lock. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. The campus was already empty. Chen greeted the security uncle and then jumped over the closed school gate into the campus. "Stop!" A strong voice came from behind, a voice that sounded very familiar. Chen turned around. Principal Lung's wrinkled face appeared before him. "Late for school? Do 50 squats." This wasn't exactly targeting him. It was indeed a school rule. Chen didn't care. He was already a second-grade martial artist. 50 squats? That wasn't even a warm-up. However, before he could hide his complacent expression, a pressure from the Spirit Gathering Stone Lock descended directly upon him. A weighted one? And it reached the pressure level of a third-grade martial artist's limit right away. "I'm going to die." Chen instinctively activated his enhanced physique, transforming his entire body into enhanced cells, then began to absorb the surrounding spirit energy. Principal Lung could clearly feel the surge of spirit energy around him. This was definitely the second layer perfection of the Stone Lock combo. If it was a misunderstanding before, it could still be explained. He had only transformed a few spirit cells, with one enhanced cell appearing unexpectedly. But now, the concentration of spirit energy being absorbed was definitely at a level where every cell in his body was wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Principal Lung immediately switched to a nagging mode, beginning to repeatedly recite the incantation for the third layer of Stone Lock combo. Heaven and Earth spirit energy, vast as smoke. Concentrate the mind and gather energy, guard my origin. Energy enters the Dantian. Intent guards the spirit stage. Stone Lock manifests, sealing freely. Chen had a look of frustration. Enough, I can really recite it backwards. After Chen's furious shout, the nagging voice briefly stopped, but soon after, Principal Lung revealed a very sly smile. You memorized it? Then you should manifest the Stone Lock. Then, he started the next round of rambling. Chen's mind was filled with energy enters the Dantian. Intent guards the spirit stage. Stone Lock manifests, sealing freely. Concentrate. Chen gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't escape, he would face it head-on. Under Principal Lung's nagging, Chen took a deep breath and began to mobilize all the spirit energy in his body, gathering it in his Dantian, then slowly condensing it. At this moment, his mind was focused solely on the incantation. Energy enters the Dantian. Intent guards the spirit stage. Before long, he clearly felt the spirit energy around him continually flowing into his body, as if it were an endless source. As time passed, Chen felt a spirit energy forming within him. It was a spirit gathering Stone Lock. It started as a tiny stone, but as the spirit energy continued to pour in, it gradually grew larger and more solid. He then slowly compressed and refined this spirit energy until it formed a small Stone Lock prototype. This Stone Lock slowly rotated within his Dantian, emitting a faint glow. Its shape blurred, not even outlining the edges it should have. Chen carefully controlled this Stone Lock, making it slowly grow larger and brighter. Each rotation made the Stone Lock more solid and powerful. Then, external release. Principal Lung silently watched, his eyes filled with surprise. He knew clearly that the third layer of Stone Lock combo required condensing all the spirit energy into a Stone Lock and manifesting it. And now, Chen had actually done it. Then, under Chen's control, the Stone Lock directly fell onto Principal Lung. You make me suffer every day. This time, I'm going to crush you. Chen finally sang a different tune. Unfortunately, his joy lasted less than a second. Principal Lung had already lifted the spirit-gathering Stone Lock with one hand, saying, "This pressure is at most that of a third-grade martial artist. You think you can crush me?" He then threw the spirit-gathering Stone Lock back, telling Chen, "Lift the Stone Lock and hold it up." Then, he quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket. "I'm going to record a little video and post it in my Lung family group chat. This is a genius who successfully condensed the spirit-gathering Stone Lock within a week. It's simply a perfect fit with the Lung family's 5th-grade martial arts. It is said that the last person with such speed was the creator of this martial art." Bang! Just as Principal Lung was about to press the record button on his phone, the spirit-gathering Stone Lock shattered. Even the amount of spirit energy Chen was absorbing returned to the level of one enhanced cell. Principal Lung was dumbfounded. A familiar scene. Because Chen had once again collapsed to the ground. No, it can't be. 10 minutes later, the familiar school infirmary. The familiar nurse, Wen Ruxin. The familiar frown. "Ruxin, let me explain." Just as Principal Lung wanted to explain the situation, he saw Wen Ruxin raise her hand and make a shushing gesture. "Please be quiet and do not disturb the medical staff's work." Her voice was cold and formulaic. As Wen Ruxin's ex-husband, Principal Lung knew very well that she was genuinely angry. "No, it's not what you think. Ruxin, I'm telling you. This kid has already cultivated to the third layer of Stone Lock combo, and he even condensed the Stone Lock. You are also one of us in the Lung family. You have seen the Stone Lock combo technique. This kid absolutely didn't get crushed by me." After a flurry of anxious explanations from Principal Lung at this moment, Wen Ruxin had just finished replenishing Chen's spirit energy in his body. Then, she spread her hands towards Principal Lung. Principal Lung's anxious expression froze. What do you mean?" Wen Ruxin snorted coldly. "What do you think it means?" "Of course, I want evidence from you." Principal Lung was about to say something in a hurry, but was directly interrupted by Wen Ruxin. "Principal Lung, first of all, I am no longer a member of the Lung family. Secondly, since you know I have seen Stone Lock combo, you should understand that as a doctor, I can accurately determine his current spirit energy absorption level through instruments. Principal Lung's expression stiffened. When Ruxin continued, "You should know that according to his current spirit energy absorption level, at most he only possesses one enhanced cell." Yes, that's right. Principal Lung was utterly helpless. Anyone who understood Stone Lock Combo could not explain the current situation, so he truly had no way to defend himself. He could only look to Yin Chen for help. "Kid, can you help me explain?" Yin Chen revealed a big smile, then gently rubbed his thumb, index finger, and middle finger together. Chapter 19. The Monster B Street of Yuqing. All right. Kid, Principal Lung had no choice but to choose to part with some money to avoid disaster. He extended a finger, indicating his willingness to offer a second-grade beast core. It was a familiar old price, but Yin Chen disagreed. Yin Chen hid behind Wen Ruxin and made a big face, then cried out to Dr. Wen. "Wen, you don't know the moment we met today. The principal came at me with such a huge stone lock, I could barely breathe at that moment. Boo-hoo, I almost didn't make it to see you." "Principal Lung? You're calling her Aunt Wen to get closer?" Seeing that Principal Lung still didn't get it, Yin Chen continued. "Aunt Wen, I was seriously injured not long ago, and it hasn't even been a week since the bruises went down." "Stop." Principal Lung saw Wen Ruxin's aura getting colder and hurriedly interrupted Yin Chen's nonsense. It was already a desperate situation for chasing his wife, and now he was about to scatter his ashes? Yin Chen ignored him and continued. 3 second-grade beast cores. Principal Lung shouted his offer loudly and nimbly threw 3 second-grade beast cores over. As expected, Yin Chen was satisfied. He retracted the tear he had prepared in the corner of his eye, then with the demeanor of a model youth under the 5-star red flag, he raised 3 fingers towards Wen Ruxin, assuring her, "Dr. Wen, don't worry, I was just overexerting myself in my cultivation, which led to this special state of weakness. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving now." Running away with the money, Yin Chen took the 3 second-grade beast cores and prepared to leave school early. After all, he had worked hard all night to extinguish the Qinglong gang and needed to rest early. Watching Yin Chen's receding figure, Principal Lung's mouth twitched. Then he flatteringly said to Wen Ruxin, "Ruxin, you see, this kid is just pretending." "Oh." Wen Ruxin didn't care at all. "Ruxin, what I just said is true." "Oh." Wen Ruxin still didn't care. "Ruxin." Before he could finish, Wen Ruxin shot him a cold glare. "He saved your daughter twice, and her life isn't even worth a martial skill from the Lung family, not to mention these beast cores." Principal Lung decisively shut his mouth. "Fine." Wen Ruxin was just like him, both knowing the truth but willing to play along with Yin Chen. The Monster B Street of Yuqing. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, the street selling monster beast materials was a bustling scene, comparable to the busy markets of the technological age. The streets were lined with various monster beast materials, from 1st grade to 5th grade beast cores, scales, bones, and more, all dazzling. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy. Of course, some of these materials were real, while others were fake. It's important to know that in the monster beast materials market, the phenomenon of mixing the genuine with the fake is common. Some unscrupulous merchants use various means to produce counterfeit monster beast materials for profit. The most common method of inferior counterfeiting is using similar materials to impersonate. For example, using ordinary stones or wood to pose as beast cores, or using low-quality beast cores to pretend to be high-quality ones. These similar materials are often dyed, polished, and treated to mimic the appearance and texture of real beast cores, then infused with spiritual energy that dissipates quickly, hoping to trick the gullible. Of course, there are also more advanced counterfeiting methods. For instance, using synthetic materials to create substances similar to monster beast materials, such as synthetic beast bones or artificial scales. These synthetic materials often closely resemble the real ones in terms of texture and color, but their value is 0. After all, genuine monster beast materials can be used in weapon forging, while these synthetic materials, well, they can only become recycling waste in a forging furnace. Yin Chen was a man carrying a substantial fortune of 232 medium-grade spiritual stones. He had to be extremely careful, more careful than ever. His gaze scanned the street back and forth, looking for suitable second-grade beast cores to prepare for his future cultivation. Second-grade beast cores generally cost around 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones each, so he just needed to find a suitable shop for trading. In a corner of the street, he discovered a seemingly inconspicuous shop with a sign hanging outside that read second-grade beast cores for sale. Chen's interest was piqued, and he walked in. Inside the shop were various second-grade beast cores, exuding a faint spiritual energy. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man with a kind face, who warmly greeted Chen as he entered. "Young friend, are you here to purchase second-grade beast cores?" The shopkeeper asked. Chen nodded. "I want to procure a batch of high-quality second-grade beast cores." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper smiled. "Young friend has a good eye. Our second-grade beast cores are all carefully selected and of superior quality." Saying this, he walked to a display shelf and took out a transparent small box containing 5 second-grade beast cores. These cores emitted a faint white light, clearly indicating their high quality. "These beast cores are all of excellent quality. You can take a look," the shopkeeper said. Chen carefully examined them and found them to be indeed very good. Feeling quite satisfied, "What's your selling price?" The standard market price is 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. If you buy in bulk, I can offer a 10% discount. Chen noticed that the shopkeeper's clothes looked particularly familiar and tentatively said, "What if I know the manager of the Yuching auction house?" The shopkeeper was slightly taken aback. "Please wait a moment. I need to confirm." A spiritual energy phone gently scanned Chen's face. This was faster than the facial recognition systems of the technological era, with the photo being directly transmitted to the manager of the Yuching auction house. In less than a minute, the shopkeeper beamed and said, "You can enjoy an 80% discount on all products purchased in our shop." As expected, this shopkeeper was also from the Yuching auction house. "I'll take all of these," Chen stated. The shopkeeper, hearing this, displayed a look of surprise. "Young friend is truly straightforward. Besides these beast cores, would you like me to recommend a third-grade beast core? 5 second-grade beast cores, even with an 80% discount, would still require 200 medium-grade spiritual stones." His substantial fortune of 232 medium-grade spiritual stones was already tightening. The shopkeeper seemed to notice Chen's financial predicament and proactively said, "Why don't you take a look first? It doesn't cost anything to look." This shopkeeper was practically tempting Chen. He had never seen a third-grade beast core in his life. "Just taking a look." Chen nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, shopkeeper." Chapter 20. The Corrosion Secret Realm. The exquisite brocade box in the shopkeeper's hand opened, and immediately a faint fishy smell wafted out. "What on earth is this?" This third-grade beast core is deep brown, pockmarked on the surface, resembling dead wood. Its shape is irregular, roughly oval, about 5 inches long and 3 inches wide. The surface is covered with many tiny cracks, as if it has endured countless years of wear. Upon closer inspection, some small impurities are mixed within cracks. The shopkeeper. A hint of unspoken meaning flashed in Chen's eyes. Then he picked up the third-grade beast core and tapped it lightly on the box. The beast core is extremely hard, almost like stone. Just a gentle tap produced a crisp sound. What can I say about this thing? It looks almost like a fake made from synthetic materials. For example, made of zircon? Moreover, it's made quite ugly, making it impossible to wish for it to be passed down forever. I really can't bring myself to speak insincerely. Chen cast a doubtful look at the shopkeeper, and his eyes made it clear. "Are you sure this is really a third-grade beast core? I mean, who has a beast core that still shows tiny patterns on the surface like blood vessels? Isn't it fair to call it an industrial defect?" The shopkeeper naturally understood Chen's skepticism. "Little friend, you don't know this, but this beast core is indeed third grade. And I can guarantee it with the 100-year reputation of my shop. It's just that it comes from the Corrosion Secret Realm." Chen, Corrosion Secret Realm? Nowadays, there are many secret realms in the world. Just around Yuching, there are at least 100 secret realms, each more dazzling than the last. It's hard for someone who doesn't often venture into secret realms to remember all their names. In the past, Chen knew very little about the martial arts world, so he had never heard of the Corrosion Secret Realm's great name. The shopkeeper, being a businessman, noticed Chen's ignorance but didn't show any disdain. Instead, he smiled and explained, "The Corrosion Secret Realm is explored only by a small circle of curious adventurers. So it's not surprising that you don't know about it." Very good. That single sentence restored Chen's face, just because of the shopkeeper's understanding of human affairs. Yin Chen felt he should give him a chance to explain. The corrosion secret realm is located 30 kilometers from Yuqing and is indeed a well-known small secret realm, albeit with a bad reputation. The environment inside the secret realm is exceptionally harsh, with a strong corrosive aura permeating the air. Any monsters found within the secret realm possess extremely strong defensive and offensive capabilities, and some can even release corrosive liquids. Logically speaking, powerful monsters should have strong beast cores. But the beast cores from the corrosion secret realm inherit its characteristics. After being corroded, the beast cores cannot be used for normal alchemy or weapon forging. Upon hearing this, Yin Chen turned and walked out. He wasn't going to give any face. The shopkeeper, puzzled, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Wait a moment, little friend." Yin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Shopkeeper, you don't think I'm an easy target, do you? If these beast cores can't be used for normal alchemy or weapon forging, isn't that just trash? Do you think I would buy it?" "No, no, no." The shopkeeper hurriedly explained. Although the beast cores from the secret realm cannot be used for normal alchemy or weapon forging, they have a certain probability of absorbing special spiritual energy. Absorb? Let me ask, how low is this probability? Yin Chen said bluntly. The shopkeeper awkwardly smiled. So far, there has only been one case. Just as he finished speaking, he was astonished to find that the beast core in Yin Chen's hand had vanished. At the same time, a voice sounded in Yin Chen's ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the corrosion physique, gaining the ability of life corrosion. During the coverage period of life corrosion, attack power carries a corrosive effect. The shopkeeper's voice, filled with excitement, rang out. Little friend, now there are 2 cases. Yin Chen. I have a saying that I'm not sure if I should say. The artificial intelligence system had actively absorbed it again. Given the host's confusion, the playback function is activated. Before the system could embarrass itself with the playback, Yin Chen directly interrupted, silently responding to the system in his heart. No need for playback. I admitted I said it. This feeling, to say it was forced into something it wasn't, would not be an exaggeration. Today was another day of being held hostage by the artificial intelligence system. Panel. Host. Yin Chen. Special physique. Strength physique. Rock physique. Spiritual energy physique. Corrosion physique. Special physique awakened. Continue absorbing 100 beast cores of the same type. Probability of reawakening the physique is 20%. Cultivation level. 2nd grade realm technique. 1 clear chi refining technique storage space. 10 cubic meters. To upgrade to the next storage space unit requires 100 low-grade spirit stones. 4 types of physique have already been awakened. The ability of the corrosion physique is life corrosion, which, if all goes well, should belong to the life attribute. Attack, defense, spiritual energy, life, with 1 more speed attribute. All 5 body attributes will be complete. The first 3 were obtained from absorbing 2nd grade beast cores, while the last 1 came from a 3rd grade beast core. Although they are all special physiques, the limitations of the physiques obtained from 2nd grade beast cores are very strong. For example, the strength physique only has 1 strike power, while the rock physique and spiritual energy physique have time limits. However, the corrosion physique is different. When the corrosion physique is activated, the stronger the spiritual energy in the body, the stronger the corrosion ability. If the spiritual energy is weak, the corrosion ability is weak. There are no time limits. It can be activated from the beginning to the end of a fight. Little friend? Little friend? At the shopkeeper's calls, Yin Chen came back to his senses. The shopkeeper smiled broadly and extended his hand. Little friend, please, 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Yin Chen. Normally, a 2nd grade beast core sells for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is 50 medium-grade spirit stones. The price of a 3rd grade beast core is generally 10 times that, which is 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Although the beast cores from the corrosion secret realm have special characteristics, a price of 100 medium-grade spirit stones is definitely a great bargain for Yin Chen. The shopkeeper didn't try to cheat him. However, knowing is one thing, but not being able to take out the money is another. Yin Chen was broke, with only 32 medium-grade spirit stones left in his entire pocket. Indeed, he should have looked at any 3rd grade beast cores in the first place. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yin Chen, to the point where Yin Chen even suspected his sexual orientation. Then the shopkeeper said, if you really can't take out the spirit stones right now, it's okay. All you need is to be willing to sign a small contract, and this third-grade beast core can serve as a deposit. Chapter 21. The U-City Curiosity Seekers Team Contract. Chen was extremely vigilant, his entire being entering a defensive stance. The shop owner smiled and took out a contract, handing it to Chen. My young friend, the contents of this contract are quite simple, the shop owner explained. We have formed a U-City Curiosity Seekers team, specifically to explore dangerous places like the Corrosion Secret Realm. If you're willing to join us, you will receive generous rewards for each exploration. Chen took the contract and began to read it carefully. The contract clearly stated that as a member of the exploration team, Chen would need to bear certain risks. However, at the same time, he would receive corresponding rewards based on his gains after each successful exploration. Moreover, the contract did not impose too many restrictions on Chen's freedom. He still had considerable autonomy and could even decide whether to participate in this exploration. This condition seems acceptable. It feels like just adding a part-time job. Shop owner, I agree to join. Chen quickly made his decision. The Corrosion Secret Realm, Although the beast cores produced in this realm could not be used for refining pills or weapons, it did not affect the system's absorption. He needed more opportunities to absorb beast cores to enhance his physique, and the Corrosion Secret Realm was indeed a good choice. Chen took the 2 copies of the contract handed to him by the shop owner. Having made up his mind, he took a deep breath and began to circulate his spiritual energy. Then his right hand gently placed on the contract, feeling a slight warmth in his palm as his spiritual energy flowed. As the energy was infused, the characters on the contract gradually became blurry. A wisp of faint golden light blossomed in Chen's palm, as if his name was being branded onto the paper. The whole process lasted for several breaths. When Chen withdrew his spiritual energy, the name on the contract had become clear and visible. It was Chen's unique signature, a contract between him and the shop owner. In the era of spiritual energy revival, such contracts could not be forged, and the binding power of the contract was naturally stronger. The shop owner smiled slightly, carefully folding the contract and placing it in his pocket. This was the copy belonging to him. Very well. Welcome, young friend, to the U-City Curiosity Seekers team. The shop owner nodded with a smile. Thank you for the third-grade beast core you gifted me. When will the first exploration task take place? Chen politely asked directly. We will set off tomorrow. You can prepare yourself, the shop owner replied. Tomorrow? If I remember correctly, tomorrow should be Friday. Looks like I have to skip school again. After a brief thought, Chen nodded in agreement. Okay. The shop owner continued. Due to the dangers in the Corrosion Secret Realm, we will make ample preparations for each exploration. As a newcomer, you should follow the arrangements of the senior team members and must not act independently. Chen nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. The shop owner then introduced Chen to some precautions and experiences regarding the Corrosion Secret Realm. Chen listened intently, occasionally asking questions. The two chatted happily, seemingly forgetting the passage of time. As night fell, the shop owner personally saw Chen off from the shop. At the door, Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, "Shop owner, may I ask about the specific location of the Corrosion Secret Realm?" The shop owner was taken aback for a moment and then smiled, of course. The Corrosion Secret Realm is located 30 kilometers northeast of U-City. You just need to head northeast and you will arrive in about an hour. Introductions aside, positioning is still necessary. Chen successfully snagged a free locator from the shop owner. After thanking him, he left. The shop owner? Watching Chen's departing figure, he felt as if he had been tricked. The next day, early in the morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Chen arrived at the designated location. There, he saw other members of the Curiosity Seekers team. Counting Chen, there were a total of 5 people in the team, 3 men and 2 women. After exchanging simple greetings, they began to discuss their respective situations. Liwana had long, shiny black hair and eyes like water-cut double pupils. She had a graceful figure and elegant demeanor, practicing a cultivation method with healing abilities that allowed her to use spiritual energy to heal her teammates. She was also a pill master. Zhao Linger was another female team member, with flowing silver-white, long hair and a glint of cleverness in her eyes. Her agility and speed were unmatched in the team. According to Zhang Tao, she was like a graceful spotted deer, beautiful but impossible to catch. Then there was Zhang Tao, tall and robust, with thick brown short hair and solid muscles. It was clear he was skilled in close combat. In response to his evaluation of Zhao Linger, Zhang Tao was like a fierce lion. The last person was the team leader, Lu Xian. He was tall and handsome, with short black hair that looked neat. His deep-set eyes suggested quick thinking. Carrying a quiver and bow on his back, it was evident that Lu Xian excelled in long-range attacks, especially archery. This was actually quite good. As the team leader, stationed at the rear, he could accurately aim at targets and shoot through the clouds. At the same time, he could observe from a better vantage point to discover the enemy's weaknesses and provide important tactical guidance for the team. My name is Yin Chen. My greatest skill is being able to scam money. After getting acquainted with the others, Yin Chen made a joke. The other four naturally had heard about Yin Chen from the shop owner and exchanged knowing smiles. And the atmosphere became lively as they prepared to step into the secret realm for exploration. We're off. As soon as Lu Xian's words left his mouth, a boisterous voice came from not far away. I say, you lot, have you got the wrong place? This corrosion secret realm is our Lu family's territory. If you want to explore, you better ask us first. Yin Shun turned to look and saw a group of young people dressed in luxurious clothing approaching. They were dressed extravagantly and looked arrogant, clearly not friendly. The Lu family? Lu Xian frowned slightly, scanning their attire before calmly saying, so it's people from the Lu family of you city. Now you know. Get lost, and we won't bother with you small fries since we're in a good mood. The leading young man sneered. Don't go too far. We're not small fries. We're the Curiosity Seekers team. Zhang Tao's hair was almost standing on end. The Curiosity Seekers team? The leading young man was taken aback for a moment, seemingly surprised. He hadn't heard of them. Then let you see. The other members of the Curiosity Seekers team released their aura, and for a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Except for Yin Shun. Everyone was a third-grade martial artist. Yin Shun felt the tense atmosphere around him, and his heart ignited with excitement. Let's do it. Let's take down these scoundrels from the Lu family. Chapter 22. The Corrosion Beast King, however, Captain Lu Xian seemed to have no intention of starting a dispute. He looked at the young leader of the opposing team and said in a deep voice, "We have no intention of fighting you. We are here to explore the Corrosion secret realm according to the government's payment standards. Please give the Lu family some face and do not cause trouble here." Face. The young leader of the opposing team laughed disdainfully. In Yuqing, our Lu family has the power to command the wind and rain. Do you think your little group of curious hunters is worthy of discussing face with us? In that case, let's see our true abilities. Zhang Tao was not one to back down. His aura surged, and he charged angrily toward the young leader of the opposing team. The other team members were taken aback. This lion is reckless. However, they would not let Zhang Tao fight alone. They also released their own spiritual energy and engaged in battle with the opponents. The two sides exchanged blows, each strike aiming for a fatal hit. Although the opposing team consisted of arrogant second-generation heirs, their strength was not weaker than that of Lu Xian's team, resulting in a stalemate. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. A massive beast burst out from the Corrosion secret realm, charging directly toward the battlefield between the two teams. Everyone present was stunned, watching in horror as the giant beast approached. Its enormous body radiated a formidable aura that sent chills down their spines. This is... Captain Lu Xian's pupils constricted as he recognized the beast's origin. The Beast King of the Corrosion secret realm. This beast, despite having only second-tier strength, could contend with fourth-tier powerhouses. It exuded a nauseating stench, as if composed of decaying matter. If you punched it, you wouldn't know if it was injured, but your fist would definitely be corroded. This thing is a rogue. Even the smell was suffocating. Run! Captain Lu Xian shouted loudly. The curious hunters quickly coordinated their retreat, with the fiercest lion, Zhang Tao, leading the way as he turned and fled into the distance. The other team members quickly followed suit. As for the second-generation heirs of the Lu family, they were in a dire situation. The Corrosion Beast King was incredibly fast and soon caught up to them. It leaped suddenly, crushing two of them beneath its massive body. The two trapped beneath screamed in agony, as if they were being flattened into meat patties. The other members of the Liu family, seeing this, quickly summoned their weapons and techniques to attack the Beast King. However, the beast's strength was too great, and their attacks could not shake it at all. "We're no match for it." Captain Liu Xian recognized this and shouted, "Everyone, scatter and escape. There may still be a glimmer of hope." Everyone began to flee in all directions, hoping to escape the terrifying Beast King's pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. For some reason, the Corrosion Beast King continued to track Yan Chen's direction, and the two were getting closer. "No, brother, did I steal from your house?" Yan Chen cursed silently before turning to run toward the Liu family's second-generation heir. "I mean, even if I die, I should at least drag a Liu family member down with me, right? Kid, are you crazy? Stay away from me." The Liu family's second-generation heir shouted angrily. This young heir's attire was extravagantly luxurious. He wore a robe embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns in gold thread, with a jade belt inlaid with gemstones at his waist, looking just like a royal descendant from ancient times. However, at that moment, his robe was smeared with dirt and weeds, making him look somewhat disheveled. His hair was also messy, with a few strands stuck to his forehead, giving him a rather disgusting appearance. "Do you know Liu Hao?" Yan Chen asked with a smile. This smile, this tone, was as friendly as could be. The Liu family's second-generation heir proudly replied, "That's my cousin." Yan Chen smiled. "That's right. You're the one I was looking for." The Liu family second-generation heir? Yan Chen was not choosing randomly. He specifically sought out the person who resembled the Liu family heir, Liu Yinghao, with the most resemblance. Sure enough, they were related. What a pity. Why is he just a cousin? If only he were Liu Yinghao's father, it would have been perfect. Oh wait, what if he ended up losing his father directly? Would he then have to acknowledge himself as his father? No, I can't have such a doomed son. Activate Collision Physique. Yan Chen's figure quickly caught up to the Liu family's second-generation heir, and he threw a punch. Life corrosion ability. Yan Chen's life corrosion ability activated instantly, and his fist emitted a faint gray glow. This punch struck the Liu family's second-generation heir's chest, seemingly penetrating instantly, producing a series of chilling sounds. Then, the Liu family's second-generation heir's skin began to roughen, his muscles gradually atrophying, and the struck area looked as if it had been corroded by sulfuric acid, revealing a decaying surface. Damn! Yan Chen himself did not expect the attack to be this effective. "Bastard! My cousin will not let you go." The Liu family's second-generation heir shouted mindlessly. However, the Corrosion Beast King had already pounced. The Corrosion Beast King lunged at the Liu family's second-generation heir, opening its massive maw and swallowing this unfortunate guy whole. However, Yan Chen did not expect that when the Liu family's second-generation heir was swallowed by the Corrosion Beast King, the beast would also suffer from corrosion effects. The originally indestructible body of the Beast King began to show cracks, and a gray liquid flowed from those cracks, emitting a nauseating stench. Its roars turned painful, as if it were enduring tremendous torment. Yan Chen was stunned. He did not expect the life corrosion ability to be so powerful that even the mighty Corrosion Beast King could not withstand it. Corroding the Corrosion Beast King? Roar! The Corrosion Beast King roared in anger. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Chen launched an attack, delivering a test punch to the Corrosion Beast King. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yan Chen's fist visibly began to rot. However, the rotting effect on the Corrosion Beast King was even more pronounced. TSK, this is an exchange of injuries. I want exchange. Yan Chen turned and fled. While the Corrosion Beast King continued to suffer from corrosion, its body gradually collapsing. Roar! The Corrosion Beast King let out a furious roar, using its last strength to pounce at Yan Chen. No way I'm letting this last-minute disaster happen. Activate Spiritual Energy Physique. Activate Power Physique. Activate Collision Physique. Mountain-splitting punch. With the activation of all three physiques, this mountain-splitting punch was enough to contend with a third-tier martial artist. Chapter 23. Explicit Indulgence. Secret Realm Leak Roar. The Corrosion Beast King struggled for just a moment before collapsing to the ground. It was a second-tier demon beast. Yan Chen was also a second-tier warrior. The instantaneous explosion of strength could easily kill it, not to mention the effect of the corrosion physique. The corrosion beast king completely broke down, its body turning into a puddle of gray liquid under its own proud corrosion ability. Did I win? Yin Shun collapsed to the ground in an instant. Damn, I almost died at the hands of this guy. With the enhancement of the corrosion physique, although there were signs of decay on Yin Shen's fist exposing white bones, his condition was still much better than that of other ordinary warriors. At least, he wasn't in any life-threatening danger, right? Not at all. Yin Shan was shocked to discover that the signs of corrosion on his fist were constantly spreading to other parts of his body. The Corrosion Beast King lived up to its name. The only way to stop this spread was to keep the corrosion physique activated at all times. Damn it, just activating 3 physiques at the same time had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy. At the current rate of energy consumption, it was estimated Yin Shan could only last half an hour. Not far away, Li Wana heard the noise behind her and turned around to see that the Corrosion Beast King had fallen. But there was still no movement from Yin Shan. She immediately realized that Yin Chun might be in danger and hurried back. She saw Yin Chun collapsed on the ground, his face pale, clearly exhausted and on the brink of death, with the exposed white bones on his hand shocking to behold. Li Wana felt a tightness in her heart, took out a healing pill, lifted Yin Chen's head, and dripped the medicine into his mouth. Hurry, absorb the medicinal power, Li Wana urged anxiously in her heart. She knew that at this moment, every second was crucial. As a medicinal power was absorbed, the spiritual energy within Yin Chun began to recover, and his complexion gradually regained some color. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Wana's worried and caring expression, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Zista Vania. Yin Chun said softly, "Thank you." Li Wana shook her head. "Don't thank me. It's you who ranked last in our team, dared to fight the Corrosion Beast King." As she spoke, she gently touched the white bones on Yin Chen's hand, her eyes filled with worry. Yin Chen smiled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Li Wana was thinking, this injury is serious. I hope it won't leave a disability. Then, without caring about anything else, Li Wana placed her hand on Yin Chen's wound and began to heal him. Yin Chen wanted to dodge. It was a bit embarrassing. He had grown up without any girl ever holding his hand. Of course, even if there had been, no girl would directly hold onto his bones. This experience was definitely a first in his life. Absolutely sincere. This was too explicit. Don't dodge. Li Wana's voice was very gentle. At the same time, streams of warmth flowed from her palm into Yin Chen's body. Yin Shun felt a cool sensation at the wound, and the pain gradually lessened. Yin Shun awkwardly realized that the explicit and ambiguous atmosphere had disappeared. Li Wana was focused on healing him. Under the nurturing warmth, his wound began to heal, and flesh started to grow. He could clearly feel a tingling sensation as if something was breaking through the ground. This feeling made him somewhat uncomfortable, but he knew it was a good sign. He gritted his teeth tightly, trying to suppress any sounds. After all, if he made a sound, wouldn't the explicit and ambiguous atmosphere return? However, the tingling sensation became increasingly intense, making it unbearable for him. Despite trying to remain calm, he let out a soft At that moment, Li Wana stopped the treatment. Damn, this was awkward to the extreme. Sister Wana. Before Yin Chun could finish speaking, he saw Li Wana gently place her hand on his pulse. Yin Chun could feel her hand was very soft. How do you feel? Li Wana asked with concern. Yin Chun forced a smile. Much better. Saying this, Yin Chun even waved his newly healed hand. Perfectly done. This brand new set of fingers could definitely serve as his new girlfriend. Li Wana smiled slightly. That's good. Do you need to rest a bit? Yin Chun shook his head. No need, I'm fine. Li Wana nodded. All right, I'll go contact the others. The Corrosion Secret Realm is showing signs of beast leakage. Our original exploration today cannot continue, so we will wait for the official organization to conduct a cleanup of the Corrosion Secret Realm. But it may not be long before the Secret Realm assimilates into the surrounding environment, and U City will have another dangerous area. Okay, then Sister Wana. I'll head back first. Yin Chen's mood was slightly heavy. In fact, at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival era, all demon beasts were products of these secret realms or blessed lands. As time passed, the demon beasts gradually leaked out, and the environment of the original secret realms or blessed lands began to merge into the surroundings, gradually evolving into today's blue star. Therefore, once a secret realm shows signs of leakage, the officials will immediately organize personnel to begin a cleanup to minimize the dangers after the secret realm merges with the environment. After all, if not handled well, it could lead to a beast tide. If luck is really bad, the surrounding cities could be destroyed. U City. It was hard to tell if the luck was good or bad. Secret realms are graded, with a grade based on the highest tier demon beast discovered within. The Corrosion Secret Realm is only a third-tier secret realm, and its level is not high. Logically, it shouldn't significantly impact U City, which is protected by 3 peak 5th-tier experts. However, the unique characteristics of the Corrosion Secret Realm cannot be overlooked. It is worth mentioning that the Corrosion Beast King is not just one, but a group. Second-tier demon beasts are recognized as Beast Kings, and in addition to their threat to humans, their status in the Corrosion Secret Realm is also an important reference indicator. Let us just say everyone possesses corrosive effects, but the Corrosion Beast King's effect is the strongest, and there are more than a dozen of these creatures. They can completely dominate in the Corrosion Secret Realm, and even third-tier demon beasts with the same corrosive effect must avoid them. So, when the U City officials received the news, the scene was as follows. What? There's a secret realm leak? Oh, thank goodness, it's just a third-tier secret realm. What? You said it's a Corrosion Secret Realm? Hurry! Sound the alarm throughout the city. Organize all registered warriors to participate in the secret realm cleanup. And then, immediately go to the provincial city to request Zhou Yaolao. Oh, Zhou Yaolao is the only one mentioned by the shopkeeper who has absorbed the beast cores produced by the Corrosion Secret Realm. Chapter 24, Beast God Hall. Beast Tamer Rebel in Yuqing. Dark tides are surging. The school, however, is peaceful. In the training base, Yinxing and Lung Rushuang stand side by side, each holding a huge stone lock. After being tricked by Yinxing a few times, Principal Lung has learned to be smart. Since this kid wants to hide something, let us continue practicing the most basic stone lock lifting. 200 pounds, 300 pounds, 400 pounds. Now, Yinxing's stone lock has been increased to 500 pounds. Under the scorching sun, Yinxing and Lung Rushuang are drenched in sweat, but their hands still grip the stone lock tightly, lifted high above their heads. As the training intensifies, the system's prompt sounds frequently in their ears. Ding! You have successfully merged a muscle cell with spiritual energy. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Rewards: 100 spiritual energy cells or 1 enhancement cell. Please choose a reward method. In just 3 days of training, the number of spiritual energy cells in his body has reached tens of thousands, and there are even more than 10 enhancement cells. It is worth mentioning that among these enhancement cells, one was not obtained from a system reward, but rather transformed from spiritual energy cells. Therefore, when Yinxing chooses rewards, he often opts for spiritual energy cells, with enough base numbers and a solid foundation. Transforming them into enhancement cells becomes a natural process. Principal Lung rarely nodded in satisfaction. Life has become much more comfortable. After all, Yinxing is able to train diligently, and his relentless spirit can rival that of Lung Rushuang, which has successfully allowed him to experience the feeling of being a role model. Yinxing, lifting the stone lock is indeed not challenging enough for you. So I have prepared a bigger challenge. Principal Lung's smiling face sent chills down Yinxing's spine. The feeling of danger has returned. Saying this, Principal Lung pointed to a huge stone pillar in the center of the training ground. You need to lift that pillar and then walk around the field. Yinxing. That stone pillar is taller than Yinxing and looks extremely heavy. Kid, you're not going to back down, are you? This is specially made for you. Principal Lung used a clumsy method to provoke him. Yinxing did not flinch, but shot a glare at Principal Lung before walking towards the stone pillar. Because Principal Lung was not lying, this pillar is indeed specially made. The pillar and the stone lock are made of the same material, which has a certain spiritual energy absorption capability, surely not inexpensive. Only by using such materials to lift weights and challenge limits can one integrate the absorbed spiritual energy into oneself when the cells reach their limits. Yinxing took a deep breath and firmly grasped the stone pillar. He felt its weight, but he didn't give up. With all his strength, he slowly lifted the pillar higher. Seeing this, Lung Rushuang also tried her best to lift the stone pillar, but her arms were clearly trembling while the pillar remained unmoved. It must be admitted that she could not keep up with Yinqing's pace. Gradually, Yinqing lifted the pillar above his head bit by bit, then began to walk around the field, moving slowly, like an 80-year-old man. Principal Lung's face once again showed a satisfied smile. The effort he put into obtaining materials from Lung Erniu was indeed not wasted. Dingling, while Yinqing and Lung Rushuang were sweating profusely. Principal Lung's phone rang leisurely. Caller ID, Lung Erniu. Principal Lung took a glance and immediately hung up. However, the phone on the other end continued to ring insistently. Hello? Principal Lung lazily answered the phone, then spoke directly before the other party could say anything. Let us get this straight. If you want to take this kid away now, I'll 1T agree. On the other end of the line, Lung Erniu spoke in a heavy tone. Brother, I've received news that the first batch of advanced teams entering the Corrosion Secret Realm has been completely wiped out. Principal Lung's heart sank, and the grip on his phone tightened noticeably. What's going on? Logically speaking, Yuqing's official forces shouldn't be this weak. It's the Beast Tamer rebels. Lung Erniu gritted his teeth, practically wishing to dismantle the Beast Tamer rebels. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, not only did it breed a large number of martial artists, but it also produced a group of individuals with special talents known as Beast Tamers. Beast Tamers can communicate with demon beasts, disguise themselves as Beast Kings to command them. An ordinary Beast Tamer alone possesses the strength of a small team, while high-ranking Beast Tamers can rival an entire army. They were originally humanity's strongest support. However, among this group, some have developed twisted thoughts. They believe that being able to control demon beasts is a form of extraordinary power, and they should have a higher status, such as becoming rulers. Thus, these individuals formed a rebel organization called the Beast God Hall, continuously absorbing various unwanted martial artists from society, becoming a formidable force. The entire mission of the Beast God Hall is destruction. They want to dismantle the existing social structure, command demon beasts to occupy human territory, break the original order, and establish a demon beast kingdom, with beast tamers as the absolute rulers of this kingdom. Insane. Principal Lung felt furious upon hearing the words Beast Tamer Rebels. Dr. Wen Ruxin originally had a direct disciple who inherited excellent medical skills at a young age. At that time, Principal Lung was not yet the principal. He was the commander of Yuqing's military defense. During a leakage incident in a 5th-grade secret realm, he forcibly conscripted that disciple to become a military doctor. As a result, the team was attacked by the Beast God Hall, and that disciple didn't even have the chance to step onto the battlefield to showcase their medical skills before dying in the attack. Since then, Wen Ruxin has been estranged from Principal Lung, and it has been 10 years, still harboring resentment. Principal Lung's voice became heavy. Lung Erniu, I give you 3 days to gather the Lung family's forces to support Yuqing. I demand that every rat that shows its face must not escape. Yes, brother. Lung Erniu replied seriously, even disregarding the way Principal Lung addressed him. After hanging up, Principal Lung sighed, Father. Principal Lung. Beside him, Lung Rushuang and Yinqing simultaneously stopped training and looked towards Principal Lung. Principal Lung habitually revealed a kind smile and then said, You heard everything, right? How should I put it? You don't have to laugh. It's really okay not to smile. Principal Lung's rigid smile, combined with the pauses in his tone, made Yinqing feel as though he might be silenced in the next moment. He glanced at Lung Rushuang beside him, her emotions turbulent. It seemed that he had seen something similar in the primitive forest before. Should he be responsible for this girl? Yes, he should be responsible. If that's the case, Principal Lung probably wouldn't take action against his own son-in-law, right? Chapter 25. The Warm School Doctor Wants to Take a Disciple. A storm is brewing. Principal Lung sighed heavily and then said, You all just go to class normally these days. My old arms and legs have to move again. Class dismissed. Go home. The excitement of leaving school usually felt so lighthearted, but now the mood was heavy. As Chen returned home after school, he pushed open the door and was hit by a wave of heat. He frowned slightly, feeling that the temperature at home was unusually high, as if he were next to a hot stove. After taking off his shoes and quickly walking into the living room, he found a white mist filling the air, making it feel like he was in a steamer. His sister, Xiao Xiao, was completely focused on refining pills, surrounded by a thick aroma of medicine and heat. Sweat covered her youthful face, her clothes soaked and clinging tightly to her petite figure. Her hands moved swiftly in front of the alchemical furnace, controlling the size and temperature of the flames. Is this a second-grade breaking yuan pill? Xiao Xiao hasn't even reached the first-grade warrior level, and she's already able to refine second-grade pills? The breaking yuan pill is among the most practical second-grade pills, significantly enhancing a warrior's strength. But it is also very difficult to refine. It requires precise control of the proportions of various herbs, the heat, and the refining time. Any slight error could ruin everything. Moreover, it demands a significant amount of spiritual energy. The air around was filled with rising steam, the temperature unusually high. Chen felt his sweat dripping continuously, but he didn't wipe it away. Instead, he quietly stood by and observed Xiao Xiao refining the pill. Time seemed to slow down, every minute and every second feeling exceptionally long. Xiao Xiao was completely absorbed, showing no signs of relaxation. Her eyes were fixed on the alchemical furnace, her hands dancing to control the flames, as if she were performing a silent dance. Gradually, the shape of a pill began to form in the furnace. It displayed a deep purple color, its surface shimmering with an enchanting luster. The surrounding heat intensified, creating an invisible wave of warmth. It's going to succeed. Chen, standing by, didn't dare to breathe loudly, fearing he might disturb his sister. Finally, at a certain moment, the breaking yuan pill popped out of the furnace with a bang, landing in the prepared bottle next to it. Xiao Xiao let out a sigh of relief, looking at her achievement with exhaustion but satisfaction. "Brother, I did it!" Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly. With the successful refinement of this pill, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy solidified within her body. The amount of spiritual energy finally allowed her to become a first-grade warrior. Chen was also happy for her, showering her with compliments. "Xiao Xiao, you're the best." While expressing his admiration, Chen secretly pressed the send button on his phone. It was nothing much, just a short video. He thought, given how well Dr. Wen is taking care of herself, isn't it reasonable to recommend such a good talent? Well, she hasn't even reached the first-grade warrior level, and yet can refine second-grade pills. It has only been 2 weeks since she transformed from an ordinary person to a first-grade warrior through her alchemy skills. It's really not a big deal. I believe Dr. Wen won't rush over immediately to take on a disciple, right? Chen quietly stroked Xiao Zhao's fluffy head, silently contemplating the path ahead. The whole Yuqing felt the storm brewing. Xiao Xiao had just become a first-grade warrior, and he was only a second-grade warrior himself. If they really encountered a calamity, they would be defenseless. The hundredfold extraction system is undoubtedly his biggest trump card. Fortune favors the bold. If he wanted to form considerable combat power in a short time, he would have to take risks. Primitive forest, corrosion secret realm, or the blessed lands around Yuqing. The primitive forest sounds good. The secret realm is unstable, and the entrance to the blessed lands is too high a hurdle. Free resources are the best to take advantage of. Once he hands Xiao Xiao over to Dr. Wen, Chen can feel free to become a primitive wild man. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell at Chen's house rang urgently. Peering through the peephole, he was surprised to see 2 stunning beauties outside. One was the familiar teacher, Jiang Xinxin, and the other was the still charming Dr. Wen. Sure enough, Dr. Wen rushed over immediately. "Oh, what a rare guest. Please come in, teachers." Chen greeted them with a wide smile as he welcomed them into the house. His face bore an unmistakably obsequious smile, looking like a madam welcoming guests at a brothel. The 2 exchanged glances, clearly both questioning him. May I ask if I am a virtuous teacher or a patron here for leisure?" Chen, Dr. Wen is looking for you. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave first." Jiang Xinxin couldn't stand Chen's gaze any longer. After a brief introduction, she quickly left. Only Dr. Wen remained in the room, sitting restlessly. Experience speaks volumes. Dr. Wen took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Chen, I just want to ask about the little girl in the video. She's my sister. Chen smiled even more happily, waving at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Come meet Dr. Wen. This scene confirmed it. It was just like a madam calling her girl to meet guests. Hello, Dr. Wen. Xiao Xiao's voice was soft and tender, instantly winning Dr. Wen's maternal heart. Chen, let's be straightforward. I want to take your sister as my disciple. After saying this, Dr. Wen showed nostalgic expression. I haven't taken a disciple in 10 years. Chen brought over a cup of tea. The cup had a small chip, and the liquid inside was hardly more than a leaf's worth compared to plain water. This cup of tea truly showcased a sense of poverty. Dr. Wen, as you can see, our family's financial situation isn't good. Even though I've tried my best, I really can't afford to send my sister to be a disciple. Chen spoke pitifully, even pretending to wipe away tears. As my disciple, I will provide all the necessary herbs for her alchemy in the future, as well as cover her living expenses. Dr. Wen, clearly an honest person, offered the best conditions outright. If Chen were to negotiate such terms from Principal Lung, he wouldn't know how many schemes it would take. Chen smiled shyly. Dr. Wen, you're such a good person. However, I, as her brother, also want to contribute. I'm planning to venture into the primitive forest to fight for my life. Even if I risk half my life, I will definitely bring back a batch of spiritual herbs for my sister. Dr. Wen tentatively suggested, or I could purchase the spiritual herbs you bring back at market price. I can't let you run out of cultivation resources. Chen's eyes lit up. That's very kind of you. Dr. Wen, half price is fine. Deal. Chapter 26. Re-entering the primitive forest, encountering a small beast hide after a while, when Ruxin, the school doctor, held Xiao Zhao's hand and stood outside the door, looking dazed. For some reason, there was an inexplicable feeling of being a mother without pain. Inside the room, Chen had already retracted the playful expression on his face, packed some essential items, and left the house. He passed through the alley and arrived at the dense primitive forest on the outskirts of the city. A special environment formed after the first major secret realm leak around Yuqing. Chen took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air fill his lungs. From now on, the forest would be his second home. Come on, my precious spiritual herbs. He walked alone in the forest, weaving through the trees, his sharp gaze searching for any potential places where spiritual herbs might grow. Small money, all small money. Every spiritual herb picked by Chen received a hundredfold reward effect. Worthless herbs were directly exchanged for higher quality ones, and valuable herbs began with 100 units. In an instant, his storage space became more abundant. Just as he was fully focused on searching for spiritual herbs, a commotion suddenly erupted deep within the forest. Chen raised his head cautiously, noticing the trees in the distance shaking violently, as if some massive force was moving. At the same time, a wild aura surged through the forest. He quickly climbed a large tree to observe the scene ahead. Deep in the forest, a group of demon beasts was frantically attacking the surrounding trees, roaring and bellowing, seemingly venting their anger and dissatisfaction. This is a beast tide? Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was his first direct encounter with a beast tide, and the scene before him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He knew he had to stay calm during such times, or he would be in life-threatening danger. He quickly concealed himself among the dense treetops, observing the movements in the distance. A massive group of rhinoceros beasts had charged out from the dense trees, continuing to run wildly ahead. These rhinoceros beasts were huge, their skin as tough as iron. Although they were only a type of second-grade demon beast, the tremendous noise they made while running shook the entire forest, as if the sky were collapsing. Goldong. Chen swallowed hard. What kind of fate is this? Just entered the primitive forest and encountered a small beast hide, and it just so happens to be rhinoceros beasts. The beast core he devoured included a rhinoceros beast core. Heaven knows whether it would attract the attention of these rhinoceros beasts. What to do? What to do? Chen didn't want to sit and wait for death. His gaze kept searching around, trying to find something that could save his life. There really is. I truly am a destined one. After silently thanking the Jade Emperor, Bodhi Patriarch, Tathagata Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva in his heart, Chen's gaze locked onto something straight ahead. There was a peculiar energy fluctuation. A plant radiating a faint glow was growing beside a massive rock. This plant was about human height, its leaves displaying a strange rainbow luster, and its flowers resembled sparkling gems. This was the second-grade spiritual herb, the illusory realm flower. The illusory realm flower is a highly precious spiritual herb. It emits a hallucinatory aura that causes surrounding creatures to experience intense hallucinations. A thought struck Chen, and he devised a plan. If he could use this aura, it would undoubtedly confuse the rhinoceros beasts, causing them to lose their sense of direction. He cautiously approached the illusory realm flower, trying to avoid attracting the attention of nearby beasts. Then, he bent down quietly and reached out to pick the flower. As soon as his fingertips touched the flower, a powerful energy surged from it into his body. Ding! You have touched an illusory realm flower. Would you like to extract it at 100-fold? Rewards: 100 illusory realm flowers or 1 illusory flower king. Please choose a reward method. Just then, a commotion arose in the surrounding forest. Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the noise. He saw a group of rhinoceros beasts charging toward him. Chen inwardly cursed. At the same time, he deeply doubted that he might not be the destined child after all. What kind of luck is this? The direction of the rhinoceros beasts was perfectly aligned with his picking route. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and noticed a low-lying area beside the rock that could serve as a temporary hiding spot. Without hesitation, he leaped over and curled up in the depression, trying to hide himself as much as possible. The rhinoceros beasts were getting closer, their various roars and howls echoing in the air. Chen's heart raced, and he tightly closed his eyes, extracting 100 illusory realm flowers. Chen decided to go all in. He scattered the extracted illusory realm flowers around himself. The hallucinatory effect was so strong that even wild boars passing by would break into a tango. Here they come. The herd of rhinoceros beasts thundered past him, creating a powerful wind pressure. Chen held his breath, trying not to make any sound. Time seemed to stretch unbearably, each second filled with tension and danger. Finally, the commotion of the beast herd began to fade away. Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding that the surroundings had returned to calm. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he was temporarily safe, having risked so much he couldn't leave empty-handed, right? Gritting his teeth, Chen began to quietly follow the herd of rhinoceros beasts, using the illusory realm flower's hallucinatory effect to disrupt their sense of direction. As the scent of the illusory realm flowers continued to spread, the herd of rhinoceros beasts began to exhibit unusual behavior. They became restless, seemingly losing their sense of direction. Some rhinoceros beasts started colliding with each other, and a few even turned to attack their companions. Soon, several rhinoceros beasts began to stray from the herd, gradually becoming isolated. Chen's heart leaped with joy. He knew his plan had succeeded. He cautiously approached one of the isolated rhinoceros beasts, ready to deliver a fatal blow. This rhinoceros beast had clearly lost its sense of direction, wandering aimlessly. Chen continually circled around it, looking for an opportunity. When the moment was right, he leaped up and delivered a powerful punch to the side of the rhinoceros beast. With a loud bang, the rhinoceros beast was knocked to the ground. It furiously raised its head, spotting Chen as the intruder. But at this point, it had lost its sense of direction and could only blindly charge at Chen. He swiftly dodged the rhinoceros beast's charge and landed another punch on its back. Although this rhinoceros beast had tough skin and flesh, it gradually succumbed under Chen's powerful attacks. After several exchanges, it finally collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. In such a drastic change, the surrounding herd of rhinoceros beasts showed no reaction. Obtaining this second-grade beast core was easier than he had imagined. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Chen gasped for breath as he looked at the corpse of the rhinoceros beast lying on the ground. 13 in total. Chapter 27. Warning line. Causes of the riot: 13 heads. The battle needed to be resolved quickly. Unknowingly, it had already grown late, and when night fell, the beasts in the primeval forest would become even more violent and difficult to deal with. If he remained exposed, it would truly be dangerous. He took a deep breath, activated all 4 of his physical qualities, and launched an all-out attack. Oh, it wasn't that he didn't want to escape the primeval forest. Mainly along the way, He had killed so many rhinoceros beasts that it seemed like he had slaughtered a significant portion of the rhinoceros herd. In other words, he was being attacked from both sides and couldn't escape. Time passed, and finally, before sunset, he had killed half of the rhinoceros beasts. The remaining rhinoceros beasts had long since dashed out of the range of the maize flower's effects, heading towards the outside of the primeval forest. The battle was over. Chen, dragging his exhausted body, awkwardly hid in a cave to rest. The spiritual energy in his body had been nearly depleted, and if he encountered trouble at this point, well, that would truly be a problem. Inside the cave, he lit a bonfire and roasted some rhinoceros meat to stave off hunger, completely unaware of the changes happening outside. At the edge of the primeval forest, the Huaxia authorities had established a warning line at the edge of the primeval forest. Tall metal pillars were entwined with flickering electric energy threads, forming an invisible barrier. The energy threads interwove into a dense net in the air, isolating the primeval forest from the outside world. Bright red and yellow served as the main colors of the warning line, which also bore official logos and warning messages. Surrounding the warning line were a group of official personnel and surviving martial artists. And a ground full of rhinoceros beast corpses. The officials wore uniforms primarily in black and deep blue, with clear official logos on their left chests, indicating their identity and affiliated organization. Each was equipped with a special protective vest, printed with their numbers and names. One individual, numbered 001, named Lung Dashin. It was Principal Lung. As Principal Lung casually extracted beast cores from the demon beasts, he spoke, "This wave of small beast tide is a bit strange. The rhinoceros beasts that charged out are scattered, and their numbers are not many at all. Nothing like what the martial artists who escaped describe as dangerous." A nearby officer, numbered in the dozens, flattered, "Old Lung. Perhaps due to the recent crackdown, there are fewer infiltrators from the Beast God Temple, so this wave of beast tide is small." Upon hearing this, Principal Lung glanced back at the officer, maintaining a kind smile, and said, "Strip him of his uniform. He must go to the front line for a year of training before he can return." As soon as he finished speaking, someone executed the order and directly stripped the officer of his clothes. Principal Lung said, "I'll reiterate. The city defense personnel in Yuqing cannot afford to be the slightest bit negligent. Furthermore, no one should underestimate that group of beast-controlling rebels. The leakage of the corrosion secret realm and the rampage of the primeval forest. Each of these incidents has the shadow of the Beast God Temple guiding them. The true beast tide is a chorus of beasts, and a situation where only one type of demon beast is riding must be the work of the beast-controlling rebels." Although he did not understand why this time the beast tide posed no threat, he absolutely could not allow anyone to let down their guard. With this thought, Principal Lung delegated the surrounding warning matters before stepping alone into the primeval forest. A small mouse had shown its head. He would personally go catch it. Wasn't he that too much to ask? Deep within the primeval forest, in a clearing, various bovine demon beasts gathered together. Most of them were large, muscular rhinoceros beasts, exuding a powerful sense of strength, along with some agile and colorful other varieties. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth and the scent of wild beasts, creating a scene that was raw and wild. At the center of this group of demon beasts stood a figure in black. He was tall, with a deep and profound face, resembling a king of darkness, starkly contrasting with the surrounding demon beasts. His gaze was cold and profound, emanating a steady and powerful aura that instilled an invisible pressure among the bovine demon beasts. Under his suppression, the surrounding bovine demon beasts either lay on the ground or leaned against nearby trees, as if listening to the words of the figure in black. They occasionally emitted low mooing sounds. Beside the figure in black, a particularly large bull demon beast attracted attention. Its horns were sharp and pointed like enormous swords, and its muscles were as hard as stone, radiating a strong sense of power. At this moment, it was fiercely scanning its surroundings. This was a third-grade demon beast, the iron-backed azure bull. Moo! After the iron-backed azure bull let out a bellow, the bovine demon beasts in the gathering began to be on alert. They either lurked in the grass or climbed on branches, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. A beam of moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A voice rang out in the center of the beast group. It was the figure in black. His left hand was clasped over his ear, seemingly communicating with someone. The first batch of rhinoceros beasts didn't cause any casualties? Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly care about the sacrifice of a bunch of livestock and intentionally release fewer rhinoceros beasts? All right, regardless, the authorities have already set up a warning line, and attracting their attention is enough. Don't worry, I will continue to mobilize demon beasts to assault the warning line, and you all can proceed as planned over there. After chatting for a while, the voice of the figure in black finally ceased, and there was no sound from the other end of the communication. Come here. The figure's tone was filled with threat. The rhinoceros beast that was pointed at trembled and moved over. In this gathering of demon beasts, the figure in black stood at the center. His tone and demeanor were fierce and sinister, like a raging beast about to erupt. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His body was tense, fists clenched, knuckles slightly pale from the pressure, as if ready to pounce on the surrounding demon beasts at any moment. The surrounding demon beasts bowed their heads under his pressure, not daring to meet his gaze. The air was thick with a murderous atmosphere, as if a bloody battle was about to unfold. Moo! Moo! Then, under the moonlit night, the mournful wails of the rhinoceros beast echoed, startling a forest full of night birds. After a long while, the figure in black wiped the blood from his hands, while the third-grade demon beast, the iron-backed azure bull, was naturally consuming the blood and flesh of the rhinoceros beast. Once the other rhinoceros beasts witnessed their companion being completely devoured, the figure in black then issued the command for the second batch of rhinoceros beasts to charge out of the primeval forest and wreak havoc. Chapter 28: The rhinoceros beasts killed each other. Moo. The second batch of rhinoceros beasts suddenly erupted, charging towards the edge of the primitive forest, heading towards the mountain where Chen was hiding in a cave. Chen was resting in the cave when he suddenly felt an earthquake. A rock above the cave fell, hitting him on the head and causing a large bump. What the hell? Chen, filled with anger, prepared to investigate. Out of caution, he didn't rush outside, but instead observed the movement outside through a crack in the rock. What a huge group of rhinoceros beasts. Did I poke the rhinoceros beast nest today? Why is another batch coming? Watching this group of rhinoceros beasts madly charging towards a mountain, their massive hooves pounding the ground and kicking up dust, Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock at their frenzied eyes and sharp horns. Damn it! He understood that this group of rhinoceros beasts was targeting the cave where he was hiding. He quickly surveyed the terrain. The cave was located beneath a massive rock, and the entrance was narrow, allowing only a few rhinoceros beasts to enter. Chen first went to the entrance, set up all the illusionary mist flowers, and then quickly returned to the cave, hiding in a concealed corner. Moo! Another bellow of the rhinoceros beasts echoed as they reached the cave entrance. Although the illusionary mist flowers outside confused the direction of the rhinoceros beasts, quite a few of them still managed to arrive at the cave due to their reckless charge. Huge figures stopped in front of the cave entrance, using their strong bodies to crash against it, their sharp horns leaving deep scratches on the rock. Under the wanton destruction of the rhinoceros beasts, the walls of the cave began to crack from the violent shaking, dust falling continuously. I really poked the rhinoceros beast's nest, and now I'm blocked in the cave. Sure enough, one must pay for their actions. Chen was extremely tense, but he knew he had to stay calm. He silently observed the movements of the rhinoceros beasts, looking for an opportunity to escape. Die for me. Just at this critical moment, a figure dove down from the sky, launching a fierce attack on the rhinoceros beasts. It was Principal Lung, who had come to investigate. He formed hand seals, quickly condensing enormous spiritual energy stone locks, and then leaped down from the air, smashing into the rhinoceros beast group with a fierce momentum, as if wielding a giant hammer. Stone lock combo, Principal Lung shouted. The stone locks arced through the air and landed right in the center of the rhinoceros beast horde. His attack instantly caused a massive tremor, dust flying everywhere, and the rhinoceros beasts were thrown into chaos by this sudden onslaught, letting out terrified roars. The rhinoceros beasts hit by the stone locks were even worse off. The colossal weight was something they could not withstand, their flesh beginning to rupture, blood seeping from the gaps in their muscles. Witnessing the scene before him, Chen swallowed hard. Respect yourself. Where did such audacity come from to shout in front of Principal Lung every day? He was grateful for Principal Lung's mercy in not killing him. These stone locks were far more terrifying than when he practiced normally. After all, with his small arms and legs, even if he activated his power physique, he was still no match for those beastly legs. And it wasn't over. The name of the martial skill said it all. It was called Stone Lock Combo. Immediately, Principal Lung raised another stone lock, swinging it continuously. Shadows of stone locks formed from condensed spiritual energy, flew chaotically through the air. With Principal Lung's attacks, the scene became extraordinarily brutal. One by one, the bodies of the rhinoceros beasts were smashed open, blood splattering everywhere. The stone locks were not only terrifying in weight, but also had sharp spiritual energy needles that pierced through the thick skin of the rhinoceros beasts, deeply embedding into their muscles, causing massive wounds. Some rhinoceros beasts had their horns smashed off by the stone locks, the broken ends a gruesome sight. Others had their backs and legs caved in by the stone locks, their bones shattered, rendering them unable to stand. They lay on the ground in pain, emitting mournful cries, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. There is no limit to how tragic it can get. It can always get worse. The entire scene was filled with a thick smell of blood, the air seemingly thickening. On the ground, the mangled bodies of the rhinoceros beasts lay scattered, creating a horrific tableau. Run! Chen seized the chance to escape from the cave, covering his face as he dashed towards the distant forest. His heart raced, adrenaline surging through his body. He was skipping class. Then a stone lock came crashing down towards him. It was life-threatening. Chen dared not run any further, shouting loudly, "Principal Lung, it's me." His legs went weak, almost dropping to his knees. "I remember that before I left. I had arranged for you and Ru Shuang to return to class normally." Principal Lung's voice carried an exaggerated feigned doubt. The stone lock fell. Fortunately, it was only the power of a third-tier martial artist at its limit. Chen grimaced, holding up the spiritual energy stone lock high, afraid to move at all. He wanted to just flip the stone lock over, but he clearly sensed threads of spiritual energy wrapping around his wrist. Moments later, Principal Lung, "I really just came to explore after class, and then got trapped by a small beast hide." Chen held the stone lock high, following Principal Lung through the dense woods, crossing thorns and steep cliffs. Wherever the path was hard to walk, Principal Lung led him there. "Oh, so you encountered the first wave of rhinoceros beasts as well?" Principal Lung asked casually. "I did, and I almost lost my life." Chen began to cry out. Finally, after a long trek, Principal Lung brought Chen to a vast grassland. He stopped. "I survived." Chen wearily sat down on the grass, gasping for breath. Just then, Principal Lung suddenly said, "The first wave of rhinoceros beast hide was broken through, and when the official personnel outside the primitive forest inquired about the situation, a martial artist came out to claim credit. It said he is going to be honored as a hero of Yuching and awarded a third-class merit." He is full of crap. It was clearly me. Chen jumped up. However, he saw Principal Lung smiling broadly at him. "It's over. Just now I was exhausted. My brain wasn't working, and hearing about the third-class merit made me jump up, directly falling into Principal Lung's trap." Chen smiled awkwardly, saying, "I clearly saw it with my own eyes. The rhinoceros beasts encountered a special spiritual herb and started killing each other due to the smell." That's right. The rhinoceros beasts killed each other. Chapter 29, The Cowherd Principal Lung. Do you think I believe it? Chen, I guess you do. Principal Lung, do you think your guess is right? Chen, Principal, why don't you guess if I guessed it? Not far away. The mooing was deafening. This place was indeed the gathering place of the black-clothed people as demon beasts. Hearing the sound of cattle, Chen was momentarily startled, then scrambled to hide behind Principal Lung. "Master, the beast tide is coming again. When there's nothing, call the principal. When there's something, call the master." Principal Lung had a faint, emotionless smile on his face. Having seen through it, he grabbed Chen by the collar and walked forward, saying, "It doesn't matter whether you guess or not. I'll throw you over there, and then we'll know the answer." Chen's face turned pale. "Master, my dear master, This is really dangerous. Just from the mooing, he could tell that the number of demon beasts over there was significantly greater than the combined total of the previous 2 small beast tides. Even if he were thrown in with his 100 or so pounds of flesh, it wouldn't be enough for a single cow's bite. Principal Lung ignored Yanshin's pleas, wore a gentle smile, and then extended his hand. A powerful spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, transforming into an invisible force that gently lifted Yanshin. No, don't. Yanshin felt himself enveloped by an irresistible force, and then he was suddenly thrown out. His body arced through the air, the scenery before him rapidly changing, and finally, he landed squarely in the center of the gathering place of the demon beasts. Bang! Yanshin landed face first in the dirt. Moo! The surrounding bovine demon beasts, seeing Yanshin suddenly appear, gathered around, their calls revealing their confusion. Bovine demon beasts. Where did this person come from? Yanshin, where did so many cows come from? Yanshin nervously looked at the surrounding demon beasts, unsure how to respond. As he scanned for an escape route, he unexpectedly spotted a black-clothed person sitting on a steel-backed blue cow. There's someone. This is great. Yanshin enthusiastically waved at the black-clothed person, cowherd. Are these your cows? Can you help round them up? Black-clothed person. Coward. He is a noble beast master, able to command bovine demon beasts. He is a 3rd-tier beast master, and the strongest demon beast he commands is the 3rd-tier steel-backed blue cow beneath him. He is not a cowherd. A cold smile blossomed at the corner of the black-clothed person's mouth. He was already somewhat tired of dealing with these lowly creatures every day. Today seemed like a good opportunity to change things up. He then issued orders to the surrounding bovine demon beasts. Crush him. The moment the command was given, the herd began to riot. Nearly 1,000 hooves struck the ground simultaneously, causing a resonance that could collapse the ground. Yanshin quickly took out all the misty flowers and arranged them in circular patterns around himself. If successful, these misty flowers would save his life. If he failed, these misty flowers would serve as his funeral wreath. Charge! Yanshin somehow pulled out a willow branch, using it like a whip, and started swinging it with excitement. Looking just like a Western cowboy, the scent of the misty flowers took time to spread, with 100 misty flowers in action. A faint mist began to rise around him. The various bovine demon beasts, already lost, instinctively followed the person whipping them. Calves, charge! Go kill that coward! Standing in the center of the mist, Yanshin occasionally cracked his whip to change the direction of the herd. 2nd-tier demon beasts had low intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily controlled by the black-clothed person. Now, having lost their sense of direction and running hither and thither, the herd began to form up neatly under Yanshin's guidance. Yes, they charged uniformly toward the black-clothed person. You useless beasts! The black-clothed person roared in anger. No wonder the previous 2 small beast tides didn't cause any commotion. It turned out they had encountered such a thing. Wake these fools up! The black-clothed person slapped the 3rd-tier demon beast, the steel-backed blue cow. Moo! The steel-backed blue cow howled in pain, then vented its resentment toward the herd. It charged into the group, using its sharp, sword-like horns to push forward. One by one, the bovine demon beasts were pierced by the steel-backed blue cow's horns, gradually restoring order. The steel-backed blue cow was essentially the leader of the herd. It didn't matter if it lost its sense of direction, as long as they followed their leader. Seeing the 3rd-tier demon beast had come out, Yanshin looked up and shouted, "Old man, if you don't come out now, you really won't have a disciple anymore." Then Principal Lung's voice echoed from high above, "Condense the stone lock. Smash it. No way, no way. The 3rd-tier demon beast has come out, and I'm still expected to face it?" However, seeing that Principal Lung showed no signs of moving, Yanshin didn't dare joke about his own safety. In his mind, the incantation for the 3rd layer of stone lock continuous strike surged. Chi gathers in the Dantian. Intention guards the spirit platform. Stone lock manifests, sealing at will. Where there is oppression, there is rebound. Under extreme pressure, Yanshin condensed the stone lock in an instant. Although the stone lock was only the size of a human head, it was enough. Damn the stone lock continuous strike. Isn't it just smashing? Yanshin licked his lips, a surge of battle intent rising within him. Smash! Yanshin held the stone lock in one hand, leaping up directly onto the back of the steel-backed blue cow. Spiritual energy physique, activate. Strength physique, activate. Cohesive physique, activate. With all his attacking power activated, Chen began to smash down onto the steel-backed blue cow's horns one after another. This guy's horns had just racked up a considerable amount of blood debt, and under Chen's attacks, the blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was bloody. It was stinky. It was hard. Wait, what was hard? Chen felt a small, hard fragment graze his cheek, only to realize that he had smashed the steel-backed blue cow's horns, sending little fragments flying. The energy consumption of activating his physique was too great, and being in the herd, Chen didn't dare let his spiritual energy run out. Therefore, this powerful bombardment only lasted a short 10 minutes before his momentum began to wane. "Old man, I really can't hold on any longer." A bitter smile crept onto Chen's face. "What can I say? It's like the story of the boy who cried wolf too many times. People really don't believe it anymore." His figure gradually fell from the back of the steel-backed blue cow, and the last thing filling his vision was the cow's flattened horns. Having caused a third-tier demon beast to end up like this, he still felt it was quite a gain. Chapter 30. The self-detonation of the iron-backed cattle kid. That's not how you use the stone lock combo. Principal Lung's voice echoed in his ears. Chen's figure did not fall into the herd of cattle. "Old man, you came out just in time." Chen perked up instantly. Originally, Principal Lung had grabbed Chen by the collar to rescue him from the herd. But Chen performed a swift maneuver and directly wrapped his arms around Principal Lung's waist, using both hands and feet to hold on tightly. "All right, settle down a bit. Don't delay me from dealing with that little rat," Principal Lung said with a wry smile. The little brat from the Beast God Temple was still watching below, and his own disciple was making him lose face like this. Hearing this, Chen hesitantly released his grip and pointed at the black-clad figure who was about to blend into the herd below, saying, "Old man, can you move a bit faster? If you take any longer, he'll escape." The black-clad man's inner thoughts. "So obvious, isn't it? Just you talking, right?" Principal Lung casually threw Chen away, landing him on a pile of cow dung that exuded the fragrance of grass. Immediately, he dashed towards the position of the black-clad man. "Little brat from the Beast God Temple, what do you think you're running off to?" Principal Lung's mouth wore a warm smile, but his words were colder than the winter chill. He seized the black-clad man's left arm, and then, bang, in an instant, flesh and blood exploded, and the black-clad man's left arm turned into a mist of blood. The pain was so extreme that the black-clad man couldn't produce a sound for a moment. "Don't worry, there's still the right hand." Principal Lung caught the black-clad man's right arm again. Chen watched the scene unfold before him, shivering all over. This was Principal Lung, the principal who taught and guided others. Bang! Another explosion of flesh and blood. After losing both arms, the black-clad man was tossed aside like a rag doll by Principal Lung. In a state of fear, the black-clad man ignored the pain in his arms and crawled forward on the ground, shouting angrily at the beastmen, "You bunch of beasts, hurry up and stop him." He crawled forward like a caterpillar, issuing commands to the cattle monsters. Stone lock combo. Large stone locks, as big as grinding wheels, continuously fell from the air, smashing the approaching cattle monsters into a bloody pulp. Chen exclaimed, "So many beast cores." He thought to himself, Principal Lung had already lost his mind from killing. He probably wouldn't remember these beast cores still existed, right? With that thought, Chen dove into the rotting flesh of the cattle monsters, tirelessly and without complaint, digging out one beast core after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening again. The power physique has transformed into the ancient barbarian physique, gaining a 100 body enhancement upon awakening and power exploding 20 times instantly. Panel. Host. Chen. Spécial physique, ancien barbarian physique. Rock physique, spiritual QE physique. Corrosive physique, special physique awakened. Continue absorbing 100 beast cores of the same type for a 20 probability of further physique awakening. Cultivation level, 2nd grade. Technique, 1 clear chi refining method. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. Requires 100 low-grade spirit stones to upgrade to the next storage unit. Ancient barbarian physique. This 100 beast cores were worth it. At this moment, the black-clad man, seeing that he had no way to escape, began to fight desperately. He awkwardly curled up and charged towards Principal Long. Blood-red chains began to appear on his body, each appearing with the death of a barbarian bull beast. Was this a sacrificial ability? Then, the black-clad man leaped up, biting down hard on Principal Long's clothing with his teeth. And these blood-red chains spread from him to Principal Long. He was trapped. Principal Long frowned. This garbage ability to sacrifice his own beasts could at most restrict him for 3 breaths. The black-clad man sneered, "Ironback cattle, self-detonate for me." Unbeknownst to him, the ironback cattle had already crept up behind Chen. This was a 3rd-grade beast. If it self-detonated, even a 3rd-grade warrior would be severely injured, let alone Chen, who was only a 2nd-grade warrior. Principal Long's expression changed, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth as he tried to break free from the blood-red chains. However, it was already too late. The ironback cattle obeyed orders and chose to self-detonate. It let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire ground. Its body, covered with thick iron armor, began to burst apart, its back arched high like a small hill. Then, its body erupted with a powerful energy like a dazzling firework, exploding instantly. The beasts in the primitive forest, even from a distance, felt the energy of this self-detonation and instinctively fled from the area of the ironback cattle's explosion. Would there be beasts stimulated to charge at the warning line outside the primitive forest? Ignoring the aftermath at this moment, the air was filled with the smell of burning and a strong stench. The self-detonation of the ironback cattle caused its body to shatter into pieces, scattering everywhere. Each piece carried powerful energy, like meteors streaking across the sky. The stones and vegetation on the ground were reduced to powder in the explosion, and even the surrounding trees were uprooted and collapsed to the ground. The energy waves generated by the self-detonation rapidly spread out, forming a powerful shockwave. The nearby cattle monsters, already battered and torn apart, were also sent flying by this shockwave, creating a scene of utter chaos. Chen, Principal Long shouted, clearly furious. He directly crushed the black-clad man's legs, turning him into a human puppet of the spiritual energy revival era. Old man, I'm not dead yet." Chen crawled out from the pile of flesh not far away. Although he was a mess, he was still alive. "Principal Long, still alive?" Chen shouted angrily, "Old man, what kind of expression is that? Are you disappointed that I'm alive?" Principal Long couldn't help but laugh. "All right, you little brat are lucky, like a cockroach. It's good that you're alive." Actually, I was really close to dying. If it weren't for the special physique awakening again, I would have really died this time. The power physique transformed into the ancient barbarian physique, greatly enhancing the effects, instantly granting a 100 body enhancement, allowing him to match the toughness of a 3rd-grade warrior with his 2nd-grade warrior physique, which is how he survived. Oh, and it also benefited from Principal Long's daily training, as the transformation of spiritual energy cells and enhancement cells within his body were constantly in operation, making his meridians much stronger. Chen's eyes darted, and suddenly he put on a mournful face and said, "Old man, even though I'm fine, all the 2nd-grade beast cores I just helped you dig out were blown to bits." Chapter 31. Shaking the Foundation. Weeding Action. Principal Long. "Do you think I believe you?" Chen. "I guess you do." Principal Long. "Do you guess correctly?" Chen. "This dialogue sounds so familiar, but doesn't it matter?" Principal Long didn't care about the whereabouts of those beast cores. He stared at the man in black and said coldly, "Tell me, what is the purpose of your beast god palace?" Although the man in black was in a predicament, there was still a mad gleam in his eyes, as if he were a beast driven to the edge. His face was filled with madness, and his gaze carried a hint of resentment, followed by a sharp laughter. "Do you think you can interrogate me? Ha ha. Let me tell you, I won't tell you anything. Our grand plan is about to be realized, and you so-called righteous people will turn to ashes in our scheme." The man in black laughed maniacally, as if he had lost his sanity. Principal Long's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. A powerful spiritual energy surged from within him, forming an invisible binding force that tightly bound the man in black. His voice grew even harsher. "Don't think that pretending to be mad will allow you to escape my interrogation. Quickly tell me, What is your purpose? The man in black twisted his body madly, trying to break free from the bindings. However, the streams of spiritual energy were drilling into his body. The warriors of the Lung family trained to the cellular level, allowing them to control their spiritual energy down to every single cell. At this moment, the man in black felt as if he was being stabbed in the back, with every cell in his body being stimulated by Principal Lung's spiritual energy. His facial muscles twisted, as if he were enduring tremendous pain. Do you think your madness can save your plan? Principal Lung said coldly. I want you to understand that resistance will only bring you more pain. The man in black was bound by Principal Lung's spiritual energy and could not move. Yet he still laughed wildly. Pain? Ha ha ha. We have long been prepared to give everything to achieve this plan. You warriors of Yuqing will all become our stepping stones. Chen quietly took out a king of illusion flower. Yes, not an illusion flower, but a higher quality king of illusion flower. Thanks to the system's critical hit. As soon as the king of illusion flower appeared, a faint pink aura began to surge out continuously, filling the surrounding space. This aura seemed to carry a kind of magic, causing the man in black's consciousness to gradually blur, plunging him into a deep illusion. The man in black suddenly became dazed, his eyes losing focus. It seemed he was seeing everything he once desired, and those beautiful images intoxicated him. Weeding action, ha! The man in black suddenly shouted. The weeding action has succeeded. A peak 5th grade expert is being restrained in the primeval forest, making the fools of Yuqing think that this time, like before, the Beast God Palace is destroying the city by inciting a beast tide. In the end, they never expected that our great Beast God Palace's purpose this time is to destroy the new generation of warriors in Yuqing, shaking the foundation of Yuqing. Shaking the foundation of Yuqing? Weeding action? Principal Lung's heart jolted. He realized that the information revealed by the man in black was extremely important and said to Chen, your third-class merit, I grant it. Immediately, he began to contact the military defense of Yuqing to deploy preventive measures as soon as possible. As the mad laughter of the man in black gradually faded into the air, a chill rose in Chen's heart. Is this the Beast God Palace? The Beastmaster rebels? They are actually so insane. Outside Yuqing, personnel from the Yuqing military, civilian warriors, and family warriors like the Liu family were all gathered at the center of Yuqing. The current military defense chief of Yuqing was also a former subordinate of Principal Lung. He had been giving a pre-battle speech when suddenly his communicator rang, and he abandoned everyone to answer. Old Lung, the military defense chief of Yuqing, stood straight. Shun Feng, I have received information that the primeval forest is merely a diversion. The Beast God Palace's target is the new generation of warriors in Yuqing. You must send someone to the Warrior Academy immediately. Principal Lung's voice came from the other end of the line. Shun Feng, the military defense chief of Yuqing, furrowed his brows instantly. Old Lung, there have been multiple breaches of secret realms around Yuqing. I am currently gathering all personnel to start clearing the leaking secret realms. Although Shan Feng's words were not complete, it was clear that they lacked manpower. Even if the Beast God Palace's target was the Warrior Academy of Yuqing, the leaking secret realms concerned the safety of hundreds of thousands of civilians in Yuqing. This was a blatant conspiracy. Whether it was the beast tide in the primeval forest or the secret realm breaches, the military defense of Yuqing dared not take a gamble. On the other end of the phone, Principal Lung's face turned ashen, but he finally said, I understand. At the Yuqing Warrior Academy, today was a school day, and except for students like Chen who skipped class, everyone else sat quietly in the classroom attending lessons. Among them was an additional audit student, Xiao Xiao. As when Ruxin's disciple, Xiao Xiao also needed to make up for cultural classes. 100 grams of 100-year ginseng, 100 grams of purple Ganoderma, 50 grams of deer antler, 20 grams of Ganoderma grass. The teacher on stage was introducing the formula for a basic rejuvenation pill. Suddenly, the blackboard in the classroom shook, and then the entire classroom began to shake violently. Desks, books, and the blackboard trembled with the rhythm of the earthquake. The tiles on the walls fell off, shattering on the ground. Students screamed in terror, frantically fleeing in all directions, trying to find a safe haven. Some students tightly grasped their desks, trying to maintain their balance, while others quickly crouched down, covering their heads with their hands to avoid being hit by falling objects. The entire classroom descended into chaos and panic. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and one wall of the classroom collapsed. Dust filled the air, making the entire classroom unclear. The student screams grew louder as they rushed toward the classroom's exit. Amidst the chaos, the teacher shouted loudly, "Stay calm. It's only the second day of class, and we're experiencing an earthquake?" Suddenly, an alarm rang sharply, breaking the tranquility of the classroom. It was a piercing, urgent sound like a blade scraping against glass, causing hearts to race and nerves to tense. The sound echoed throughout the classroom again and again, gradually rising in pitch. It penetrated every corner of the school, slicing through every molecule in the air, carrying urgent and dangerous information to everyone. "Is there a beast-tide invasion?" When Ruxin, who was busy in the infirmary, changed her expression and stopped her actions. "Red alert! Red alert! A large number of demon beasts are pouring into Yuqing Warrior School. Please have each class teacher lead the students to evacuate underground and carefully count the number of people. Other staff members should gather on the playground and prepare to guard the entrance to the underground shelter." Repeating, the school's broadcast echoed with the alarm. But the sound was completely drowned out by the panicked cries of the students in each class. Chapter 32, Guarding the School Classmates. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Teacher Jiang Xinxin quickly reacted, her voice echoing in the classroom, stabilizing the students' emotions. Immediately, as she directed the students, Teacher Jiang ran to the corner of the classroom and opened a hidden entrance to an underground shelter. This shelter was set up by the school to respond to various emergencies, with each classroom having a one-time access space, an entrance that sealed itself automatically after passage. "Everyone, follow me," Teacher Jiang Xinxin shouted, leaping into the shelter first. The students followed her lead and jumped down one after another. The internal space of the shelter was limited, but sufficient to accommodate all the students. Teacher Jiang quickly checked the safety of the shelter and began organizing the students for self-rescue. She distributed a first aid kit and a bottle of water to each person and instructed them on how to use these items. "Now, everyone stay quiet and don't panic," Teacher Jiang reassured the students. "The official rescue team will arrive soon, and we will definitely get out safely." Under Teacher Jiang's command, the students remained calm and composed. They waited silently for rescue, encouraging and supporting each other. Time seemed to stretch out painfully, but Teacher Jiang maintained her composure and determination. She occasionally comforted the students, telling them to keep their faith and courage. Outside, the sounds of monstrous beasts continued to invade their ears. Even the underground shelter couldn't block out the noise. The students huddled together, covering their heads. The beast tide has surged into the school? Even the usually cold and stern expression of Lung Rushuang showed a hint of panic as she pressed her palm against the soft sword at her waist. This was her father's school, which she considered home. With enemies invading her home, she didn't want to retreat. Taking advantage of Teacher Jiang's distraction, Lung Rushuang stood up, preparing to sneak out. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, noticing her movements, quietly followed behind and gently tugged at her sleeve. "You." As Lung Rushuang opened her mouth, she saw Xiao Xiao making a shushing gesture and then said, "Sister Rushuang, take me with you." Lung Rushuang frowned, wanting to refuse. However, seeing Xiao Xiao's determined expression, she realized she couldn't leave the little girl behind. Outside, school nurse Wen Ruxin gazed into the distance. The city of Yuqing was in chaos, and she had no idea what was happening in the secret realm and the primitive forest. The teaching director beside her anxiously said, "Nurse Wen, we will guard this place. You should move to the underground shelter. If anything happens to you, the principal will definitely go mad when he returns." When Ruxin shook her head, "No, although we are divorced, I still support him in principle. Now that he is not here, I will guard the school in his stead." Dressed in a pristine white coat, she casually sat on the ground with a long sword beside her. Roar! A snow-white leopard appeared in front of them. The snow leopard, a fourth-grade monster, had fur as silver-white as snow, with unique black and gray patterns. Its body was strong and powerful, with smooth and graceful muscle lines. Its head was large and strong, and its emerald green eyes sparkled with cunning and ferocity. Its ears stood erect, always alert to the surrounding sounds. Its long, fluffy tail acted like a giant steel whip, helping it balance and adjust direction. Its foreclaws were sharp as knives, capable of easily tearing through tough beast skins. Leopards, with both strength and speed, were undoubtedly top-tier hunters. Director Liang, you should go down. You are no match for this creature. When Ruxin's voice was calm and serene, like floating snow. Nurse Wen Yu. The teaching director wanted to say more, but knew that staying here as a third-grade warrior would only be a burden. Finally, he gritted his teeth and retreated to the underground shelter, leaving behind a warning. Nurse One, be careful. In the open space, when Ruxin faced off against the snow leopard, holding a slender sword, her gaze was determined and calm, while the snow leopard crouched low, its eyes gleaming with fierce light, as if ready to pounce on Ruxin at any moment. Suddenly, the snow leopard let out a deafening roar and charged at Ruxin like an arrow. She swiftly dodged to the side while swinging her sword in counterattack. This sword technique was sharp and swift. If Yin Chen were to see it, he would find it very familiar. It was the 7-spin slash that Lung Rushuang had used before. The sword light traced an elegant arc in the air, rushing toward the snow leopard. However, the snow leopard was exceptionally agile, easily dodging her attack while extending a claw to try to grab Ruxin's sword. Ruxin cleverly retracted her sword and leaped back. Having avoided the first strike, she did not lose heart. She enveloped her long sword in blazing flames using spirit fire and swung it again, sending flames cleaving toward the snow leopard. The same 7-spin slash in Ruxin's hands showcased entirely different power. The sword light intertwined in the air, forming a dense net of swords that ensnared the snow leopard. The snow leopard roared, continuously changing shape, trying to break free from the sword net. Forced back by Ruxin's attack, the snow leopard still moved with speed that was hard to grasp. During one clash, the snow leopard suddenly opened its mouth wide and exhaled a gust of cold air. Ruxin was caught off guard, hit by the cold, and felt a bone-chilling coldness. Ruxin knew she couldn't delay any longer. She quickly swallowed a pill to replenish her spiritual energy and then charged toward the snow leopard again. The snow leopard did not back down. It swung its sharp claws, engaging Ruxin in a fierce melee. With a clang of the sword during one clash, Ruxin's long sword was struck by the snow leopard's sharp claws, and the sword shattered. Ruxin faltered, seemingly hit hard by the snow leopard. She staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Weaponless, Ruxin found herself at the mercy of the snow leopard, which pounced on her and knocked her to the ground. It hurts. Ruxin lay on the ground, feeling a wave of pain coursing through her body. Struggling to get up, still wanted to fight again. However, the snow leopard did not give her that chance. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to bite her throat. I'm going to die. At this critical moment, a fireball suddenly appeared nearby and smashed into the snow leopard's mouth. The snow leopard, hit in its vulnerable oral cavity, erupted in pain, howling as its mouth filled with blisters from the heat. Ruxin seized the opportunity to escape the snow leopard's attack. I hit it. Not far away were Lung Rushuang and Xiao Xiao, who had just sneaked out, and the fireball was the spirit fire conjured by Xiao Xiao. Chapter 33, Fight for the Greater Good. No matter the outcome, we die with dignity. What are you all doing out here? Hurry back. Ruxin's rare urgency turned her face red. However, she couldn't catch her breath, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Mother! Lung Rushuang nearly cried out upon seeing her mother like this. Yet at this moment, Ruxin supported her body with her sword, standing between the snow leopard and Lung Rushuang and Xiao Xiao. Hasn't this been resolved yet? A cold voice came. Immediately, a man in black rode out on another snow leopard, followed by several other leopard-type demon beasts. Trash from the Beast God Palace. Ruxin gritted her teeth in hatred. But the man in black merely chuckled and pointed to the beast head pattern embroidered on his clothes, saying, 10 years ago, I killed a team of martial artists in Yuqing, among whom was a relative of the Cold Army's defense minister. Just based on this stroke of luck, I rose to become a beast elder. His tone was filled with nostalgia, which made Ruxin furious. It's you. Knowing that the other party was intentionally provoking her, When Ruxin could no longer remain calm, she took out a pill bottle from her bosom, poured out a red pill, swallowed it, and then charged forward. 7 spins slash. When Ruxin's attack became exceptionally fierce, her sword technique losing its earlier agility, instead revealing a sense of killing gods and Buddhas. The 7 spins slash, carrying the brilliance of pill fire, erupted with power in an instant. It collided midair with the snow leopard's claws. Roar! The snow leopard was actually burned by the heat of the pill fire. The man in black laughed and commanded the leopard-type demon beast behind him to join the fight, increasing the difficulty for Wen Ruxin. When Ruxin was at the peak of a third-grade martial artist, and due to the pill and pill fire's enhancement, she could fight against a fourth-grade demon beast. Now, with so many second-grade demon beasts gathering, it was clear that when Ruxin was reaching her limit, Lung Rushuang and Xiao Xiao had already joined the battle. However, even Lung Rushuang, who often trained in the primitive forest, could only hold off one second-grade demon beast, while Xiao Xiao could only use pill fire to attack from distance. The situation was dire. "Principal Liang, I'm back." The head teacher jumped out, holding a long ruler, and began to discipline the nearest second-grade demon beast. While whipping the demon beast, he muttered, "I can't handle a fourth-grade demon beast. But I can't teach you a lesson." Behind the head teacher were the class teachers and the students. Other faculty members in the school had long been intercepting the invading demon beasts, with class teachers responsible for protecting the students, serving as the last line of defense in the underground shelter. However, the most reasonable allocation does not necessarily mean it is the right one. With Lung Rushuang and Xiao Xiao fighting in front, how could these passionate martial arts academy students be content to stay underground and accept protection? Although they had never seen blood before, although they had never encountered demon beasts, although they had never experienced a beast hide or the beast god palace, nevertheless, it didn't stop them from stepping forward now. The students formed teams of 10 to intercept a second-grade demon beast, allowing the class teachers responsible for protecting the students to successfully join the battle. In an instant, the situation was under control. Oh dear, this scene is truly touching. The man in black clapped and praised, then shifted his tone. Unfortunately, only the weak huddled together for warmth. He patted the second snow leopard beneath him, saying, "It's your turn to join the fight. Go kill." In an instant, a tiger entered a sheep's den. The snow leopard charged into the student ranks like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was incredibly fast, catching the students off guard, and with its fierce momentum, the students panicked. The snow leopard ruthlessly swung its claws, each attack accompanied by a fierce wind. It leaped and dove, each time pressing against the students' hearts. In no time, screams erupted and blood splattered. Several students were instantly severely injured by the snow leopard's attacks, falling into pools of blood, unaware of their fate. When Ruxin spat out blood in anxiety, the red pill she swallowed was a fourth-grade berserk pill. It was because of the pill's effect that she could hold her ground against the snow leopard, but stopping one was already her limit. "Principal Liang, hurry and take the students back. You all must guard the underground shelter and not come out." When Ruxin was going crazy, she could die, just one person dying, but so many students. This is the future of Yuqing. How could these children sacrifice themselves here? When Ruxin, the head teacher realized he had made the wrong decision this time. If the students of Yuqing Martial Arts Academy were to perish here, he would be the eternal sinner of Yuqing. However, at this point in the battle, how could they abandon Wen Ruxin alone outside to die? Wen Ruxin, we vow not to retreat. Retreating now may save our lives for a moment, but we will regret it for a lifetime. In battle, who doesn't shed blood? The school cannot protect us forever. Before the head teacher could make a choice, the students' furious shouts had already come. These students had already seen blood, yet they still passionately expressed their determination to fight to the death. Then, amidst the passionate voices of the crowd, a soft but penetrating voice entered Wen Ruxin's ears. "Master, fight for the greater good. No matter the outcome, we die with dignity." It was Xiao Xiao. It was her disciple from 10 years ago. Indeed, at this moment, what Xiao Xiao said was exactly the same as what her disciple had said 10 years ago. Lung Dashan, Cold Army's defense minister. Even if he had forcibly conscripted Wen Ruxin's disciple back then, that disciple still had the opportunity to refuse. However, that disciple knelt before Wen Ruxin and said, "Master, I have grown up. I can go out on my own. Let me go. Fight for the greater good. No matter the outcome, I too die with dignity." At this moment, the heart that Wen Ruxin had steadfastly held for 10 years seemed to crack open slightly. Fight! Wen Ruxin let out a hoarse roar, then swallowed another red pill. Her flesh began to disintegrate. Her white coat had long turned blood red. Yet the power conveyed by the pill surged her spiritual energy once again. Even if a fourth-grade martial artist came, they might not have Wen Ruxin's combat power at this moment. A long sword in her right hand to fend off the enemy, while her left hand ignited a pill fire as tall as a person, attacking another snow leopard. Not seeking victory, even if it means burning her life. She only sought to hold back these two snow leopards. She believed in that man. Believed that the one who promised to return her with a world full of peach and plum would definitely come back. Chapter 34. I can hold them for 40 minutes outside the primitive forest. A massive number of demon beasts were rampaging around the official warning line. These demon beasts were not the natives of the primitive forest, but the beast from the Corrosion secret realm. Principal Lung received news that the Yuqing martial arts school had been invaded and wanted to rush back, but as soon as he and Yin Chen exited the primitive forest, they found that the official defense line had been breached, forcing them to stay here and reorganize their defensive formation. However, the military personnel had to be extremely cautious when facing the attacks from the Corrosion secret realm demon beasts. Every attack from these beasts carried a strong corrosive ability, causing serious injury upon contact. Even though they wore heavy protective gear and wielded specially designed weapons, they still struggled to completely avoid the attacks. Whenever some Corrosion secret realm demon beasts spewed corrosive liquid, the military personnel had to dodge quickly, or they would suffer severe injuries. The Corrosion secret realm demon beasts were notoriously weak in rank, but very troublesome. Damn it! How did those bastards from the Beast God Temple manage to quietly bring the demon beasts out of the Corrosion secret realm? Principal Lung's brows furrowed, his entire expression showing urgency and worry. The spiritual energy stone lock in his hand moved rapidly. Yin Chen beside him suddenly spoke with determination. "Old man, you go back to the academy first." "Nonsense. If I go back, what will happen here?" Principal Lung scolded. It wasn't that he didn't want to rush back to save the academy, but he couldn't. Everyone present had their own defense line to maintain. And as a peak 5th grade expert, Principal Lung was responsible for the longest defense line. Given the characteristics of the Corrosion secret realm demon beasts, even ordinary 4th grade martial artist might not be able to hold it. "Old man, the demon beasts from the Corrosion secret realm are at most 3rd grade beasts. They are very troublesome for others, but I can hold them off. I could buy you at least 40 minutes. "Impossible. You're just a 2nd grade martial artist." Before Principal Lung could finish his sentence, he saw a dramatic change in Yin Chen's aura. "Ding! You have absorbed a trace of spiritual energy. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 strands of spiritual energy or a drop of spiritual liquid. Please choose a reward method." Due to recent high-intensity training and consecutive battles, Yin Chen had finally mastered the spiritual energy within his body. Under the continuous operation of the one clear chi cultivation technique, he had just absorbed the last trace of spiritual energy and was now a 3rd grade martial artist. Panel host: Yin Chen. Spécial physique, ancien barbarian physique, rock physique, spiritual énergie physique, corrosive physique, spécial physique awakened. Continue absorbing 100 of the same type of beast cores to increase the probability of another awakening to 20%. Cultivation level, 3rd grade technique. 1 clear chi cultivation technique storage space, 10 cubic. To upgrade to the next storage space unit requires 100 low-grade spirit stones. Principal Lung was astonished. This kid's promotion speed was too incredible. He had just been a novice 1st grade martial artist when he enrolled in Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, and in just a few weeks, he had reached the 3rd grade. Although Principal Lung was shocked by Yin Chen's talent, he shook his head. A 3rd grade martial artist was still far from enough. There were over a dozen 3rd grade martial artists among the military personnel, but they were still ineffective against the special Corrosion secret realm demon beasts. Yin Chen suddenly extended his hand, palm down, steadily piercing toward the body of the Corrosion Secret Realm demon beast, and with a strong pull, a gray beast core appeared in his hand. Old man, trust me, I can restrain the demon beast from the Corrosion Secret Realm. Chen spoke with determination. And before Principal Lung could respond, he absorbed the beast core in front of him. You actually are the second Zhou Yarwei? After seeing this scene, Principal Lung no longer hesitated and instantly fled into the distance, leaving only a lingering voice. Kid, hold on, I'll definitely be back in 40 minutes. Okay. Chen silently responded in his heart. To deal with the demon beast from the Corrosion Secret Realm, Chen had to activate his corrosive physique. And now, facing a large number of third-grade demon beasts, he needed to simultaneously activate the ancient barbarian physique, rock physique, spiritual energy physique, and corrosive physique to withstand the pressure. For the first 30 minutes after activating the spiritual energy physique, he could sustain the consumption of all 4 physiques simultaneously. After the spiritual energy physique reached its limit, the remaining spiritual energy in his body could still support the activation of the other 3 physiques for another 10 minutes. Therefore, Chen could indeed help Principal Lung hold his defense line for 40 minutes, with the price being that his spiritual energy would be completely exhausted, ultimately falling among the demon beasts and becoming the meat on their chopping block. Inside Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, with flesh as a sacrifice, let the white-robed angel bloom with bloody brilliance. When Ruxin's long sword suddenly slipped from her hand, soaring past 2 snow leopards that were launching an attack, heading straight toward the direction of the Beast God Temple Elder. The Beast God Temple Elder looked up in shock, but was still caught off guard and pierced through the arm by the sword filled with rage. The sound of tearing flesh echoed. Not only the Beast God Temple Elder, but also Ruxin. When Ruxin's spirit and energy had already dropped to the lowest point, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Thus, she had thrown her sword with all her might, disregarding the approaching claws of the snow leopards, hoping to perish together with the Beast God Temple Elder in the last moment. Unfortunately, she failed and could not even take that scum from the Beast God Temple down with her. At this moment, when Ruxin's right arm had been shredded by the sharp claws of the snow leopard, blood gushing like a fountain, staining her sleeves, the flesh around the wound turned outward, and the exposed white bone at her shoulder was faintly visible. It's the limit. Just as when Ruxin was about to faint, a furious shout finally came. You dare to injure her like this? Principal Lung's voice was filled with unspeakable fury. Yes, here. He finally returned. When Ruxin felt her eyes moistening in an instant. In her hazy vision, that figure had yet to become clear, and she could only shout, it was he who killed Xiao Qian back then. I want him dead. Principal Lung's spiritual energy erupted, racing back at full speed. Beast, seeking death. In midair, 2 stone locks of the same size instantly formed, smashing toward the direction of the snow leopards. The Beast God Temple Elder frowned. The deployment over there in the primitive forest was simply useless. The demon beasts from the Corrosion Secret Realm had been taken over, yet they failed to hold back Lung Dashin. Though angry, the Beast God Temple Elder still chose to retreat rationally at the first opportunity. Principal Lung looked at his ex-wife in the pool of blood, at the severed arm in the corner, and at that moment he seemed to age 10 years. Burning my essence blood, fight quickly and decisively. Top de tres, sin final moments. The silk fan shielding the eyes Principal Lung is faster than a cheetah. He rushed towards the elder of the Beast God Temple, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the elder. Damn it! The elder's pupils constricted, having been careless and countered by Ruxin's last-ditch effort. He now faced one of the 3 pinnacle 5th-tier experts in Yuqing, and the pressure in his heart was unimaginable. Just as Principal Lung's figure approached, the elder of the Beast God Temple intended to turn and flee. But strangely, his body suddenly couldn't move. How to go back? What is happening? The elder of the Beast God Temple couldn't help but exclaim. If he couldn't escape, he would be in danger. It was the 4th layer of Stone Lock Continuous Strike, the Stone Lock Chain. Lung Ruxiang had already rushed to her mother's side, carefully tending to her severely injured mother, and happened to see a small and concealed stone lock lying not far away, with the chain extending from it wrapping around the elder of the Beast God Temple. Boom! Principal Lung's furious fist struck the elder's face. This blow hit solidly, and with a burst of spiritual energy, it shattered the elder's head. Blood flowed down from the elder's neck like a small waterfall, continuous and unending. After dealing with the biggest trouble, Principal Lung's eyes turned red as he retreated back to Wen Ruxin's side. Xiao Xiao had just finished the bleeding control. Principal Lung, teacher, Wen's bleeding has stopped. There is no danger to her life, but her arm. It cannot be saved. Her voice was extremely gentle, carrying a hint of soothing power. After hearing this, Principal Lung calmed down. Thank you, little student. Xiao Xiao shook her head. Teacher Wen is my mentor. This is what I should do. Mentor? Principal Lung was astonished. Wen Ruxin actually took a disciple again? Hadn't she not taken any disciples for 10 years? Then Xiao Xiao continued. Principal Lung, look in that direction. You came back from the primeval forest. I wonder if you've seen my brother Yinqing. That kid Yinqing. I need to hurry back. Principal Lung took a last pained glance at Wen Ruxin's severed arm, then spoke to the director, Director Liang. I'll leave this to you. Organize the faculty to clean up the remaining demon beasts. Also for the injured here. Just as he said requisition, Principal Lung suddenly stopped, not daring to continue. Xiao Xiao took the initiative to speak. Principal Lung, you should go back quickly. I will help treat the injured. Okay. The icy killing intent from Principal Lung finally dissipated, and then he swiftly left again. Primeval Forest. The 30-minute duration was up, and the effect of the spiritual energy physique had disappeared. Yinqing couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The surrounding demon beasts were bizarre and varied. Some were huge, some had enormous wings, and some seemed to be made of stone or metal, with all sorts of varieties. The only common feature was that their skin was uneven, covered with rust and decay, emitting a strong stench. I can't hold on much longer. Yinqing shook his hand, just as the effect of the spiritual energy physique disappeared. The surrounding were all second-tier demon beasts. A third-tier martial artist fighting second-tier demon beasts should be a piece of cake, right? So, he tried to briefly interrupt the activation of the other three physiques. As a result, in that moment, Yinqing's palm was corroded by the corrosive fluid from the demon beasts of the corrosive secret realm. He looked down at his palm and saw that his once strong hand had become ghastly. Pus-filled blisters appeared on the skin, oozing pus and corrosive liquid. The muscles and tendons in his palm seemed severely damaged, presenting a horrifying dark yellow. Damn it! Yinqing couldn't help but curse. Then he looked at the military personnel around him. Specialized clothing is good. It can actually resist about 5 layers of corrosive effects. When I have money in the future, I must buy myself 2 sets, one to wear and one to throw. Although, after fighting this long, their clothes had also been corroded to tatters. Yinqing took a deep breath. He still needed to activate the other 3 physiques. The spiritual energy within him was being consumed violently, and his recovery speed was insufficient against such consumption. 10 minutes? It seems I overestimated. Yinqing seemed to forget that amidst this battle, the spiritual energy in his body was continuously decreasing. Mountain-splitting fist. I can't hold back anymore, so I won't. Take the initiative. Yinqing punched the demon beast from the corrosive secret realm, then quickly threw a second punch. The ability of life corrosion permeated into the demon beast's body. Yinqing then took the opportunity to reach in, and as soon as he touched the demon core of the corrosive secret realm beast, he directly let the system absorb it. No need to take it out. Ding successfully absorbed 1 second-tier beast core. Awakened special physique, not yet awakened. Corrosion physique gained slight enhancement. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Although the corrosion physique only received a slight enhancement, Yinqing could clearly feel the strengthening of his life corrosion ability. And even his resistance to the troublesome, corrosive abilities of the demon beasts from the corrosive secret realm increased. Good thing. I wonder if this will help me last a bit longer. Yinqing divided a small portion of his energy to scavenge the spoils on the battlefield, quietly absorbing the demon cores of the corrosive secret realm beasts. Time passed second by second. Yinqing's face was pale, his eyes revealed fatigue, and his body swayed as if he would fall at any moment. His spiritual energy was exhausted, and the power and reaction speed of his body had significantly decreased. He was still trying to gather a bit of strength, but his dantian was empty, with no spiritual energy to draw upon. I'm going to be done for. Yinqing's breathing was rapid, each breath accompanied by heavy panting, while his heart was beating unusually fast. His legs trembled, unable to support his body's weight, and he could only lean weakly against a nearby tree, his hands drooping helplessly. I kind of want to light a cigarette. Yinqing muttered softly, a calm smile appearing on his face. Hey, your attitude is pretty good. Huh? A playful and enchanting voice gently echoed, like a stream bubbling over stones. The owner of the voice, seemingly hidden in the trees? The moment Yinqing looked up, a delicate silk fan descended, the silk displaying a blood-red hue, blocking Yinqing's eyes, preventing him from seeing the owner of the fan or the corrosive secret realm beasts rushing towards him. At the same time, the roaring sounds of the corrosive secret realm beasts around him gradually faded away. Chapter 36. The battle ends. The night falls. The red silk is slowly descending. The scene before Chen gradually becomes clear. It is a beautiful woman, wearing a light gauze dress in red and white. The hem of her skirt gently sways with her movements, resembling a blooming flower. Her long hair flows like a waterfall over her shoulders, with slightly curled ends that emit a faint fragrance. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains. Her eyes resemble autumn waters. Her nose is high and straight, and her lips are red with white teeth. She has a graceful figure, a slender waist, and a curvaceous body. Her movements are agile and free, every turn and every gesture filled with elegance and rhythm. In her hand, she holds a delicate silk fan, and as the red silk dances, no beast dares to approach. It is Zhou Yaolao who has arrived. The shouts of the surrounding military personnel inform Yinqing of the identity of the newcomer. Oh, is she the only woman capable of absorbing the cores of the corrosive secret realms beasts? The fan is embroidered with brilliant patterns that complement her long dress. Even during the battle, she occasionally uses the fan to lightly pat her cheek, her smile carrying a hint of cunning and playfulness. Indeed, she is a person of unique temperament, possessing both a charming and alluring side, as well as a playful and cute side, just like her voice. However, the beasts touched by the red silk show obvious signs of life corrosion. Little brother, how is it? Is my dance pretty? Zhou Yaolao even takes the time to glance back and throw a big flirtatious wink. Yinqing can only smile bitterly. A beauty is a beauty, but he is not blessed enough to enjoy it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yinqing begins to continuously swallow high-grade spiritual liquid to recover his strength. Seeing this, Zhou Yaolao once again wraps him with a red silk for protection. Her interest in this little man grows even more. After all, a third-grade martial artist who can absorb the cores of the corrosive secret realms beasts and high-grade spiritual liquid is definitely not just a genius, but a prodigy. A red rain begins to fall in the primordial forest. Holding her red silk fan, Zhou Yaolao is conducting a thorough cleansing of the battlefield here. Corrosive secret realm. Inside the secret realm, chaos and carnage reign, with beasts rampaging freely, releasing their ferocious natures without restraint. The air is thick with a strong stench, as if it were a mixture of countless decaying organisms. Amid this suffocating smell, there is also a sharp sourness, as if one were in a giant sulfuric acid pool. The ground is rugged and uneven, marked by the traces of destruction left by the beasts. Huge claw prints, deep pits, and scattered bones. Towering trees are not spared either, their branches and leaves incomplete, and their trunks marred with deep scratches. The once vibrant forest has now become lifeless, with only a few resilient small plants struggling to reach for sunlight. Occasionally, a piercing roar shatters the silent sky, shaking every arriving martial artist. The military defense chief of Yuqing, Chen personally leads the troops to suppress the corrosive secret realm, but finds himself overwhelmed. Damn it, where did those guys from the Beast God Temple get so many strange methods? They can quietly transfer beasts between various secret realms. The military personnel are fully engaged, organizing a cleanup in every secret realm. If large numbers of beasts were transferred out, the cleanup teams should have discovered it immediately. Yet now, there are clearly various types of beasts appearing in the corrosive secret realm. The situation worsens as these beasts adapt completely to the environment of the corrosive secret realm. thriving here and even acquiring some corrosive abilities. The official forces of Huaxia have repeatedly clashed with the Beast God Temple. And while they cannot claim to understand all of the opponent's trump cards, they should not be completely unaware of such bizarre tactics, right? Report to the military defense chief. The total number of casualties in the corrosive secret realm is 531. Currently, there are 763 combat personnel remaining. A martial artist comes to report the current situation. Already 531 casualties? This time we brought all martial artists to fight. Shen Feng frowned and asked, "How is the situation in other areas?" The martial artist replied, "According to the first-hand reports, the cleanup in various secret realms is proceeding in an orderly manner. Thanks to the support from the Lung family's disciples, there is currently no risk of a complete leak. The Yuqing Martial Arts Academy has suffered 17 casualties. But with Principal Lung's arrival, the situation has stabilized and is in the final cleanup stage. Principal Lung has left. What about the primordial forest?" Shen Feng's eyes widened instantly. Although he knew that Lung Dashin, the former military defense chief of Yuqing, would not neglect the primordial forest, he couldn't help but feel worried upon hearing the news. There is a civilian martial artist in the primordial forest who can counter the beasts of the corrosive secret realm. Taking over the pressure from Principal Lung, Zhou Yaolao has already arrived. After reporting the situation, the martial artist added, "That civilian martial artist seems to be Principal Lung's disciple, named Yin Shun." Shen Feng felt slightly relieved. Talent emerges in every generation. Yuqing actually has a Zhou Yaolao. Battles are proceeding in an orderly manner in various locations. Once the primordial forest is secured, Principal Lung receives news and goes to support others. With a peak 5th-grade martial artist as reinforcement, the situation in various places quickly stabilizes. After large-scale cleanups, the remaining beasts are forced to recuperate. Even if the secret realms merge into the greater environment outside Yuqing, they cannot stir up much trouble. This confrontation with the Beast God Temple lasted 7 hours and finally came to a complete end. The night after the battle is quiet and profound. Moonlight filters through the thick clouds, casting mottled shadows on the scarred land of Yuqing. The air is filled with a faint smell of smoke and blood. Various scents intertwining, as if recounting the battle that has just passed. In the distance, a faint light flickers in the night, accompanied by occasional crackling sounds, as if the remaining flames struggle to keep burning. Is it over? Shen Feng sits carelessly on the ground, a large knife plunged into the earth, completely lacking the demeanor of the military defense chief of Yuqing. Military defense chief, it's over. The surrounding martial artists smile broadly, and similar scenes unfold elsewhere. Just like outside the primordial forest, Zhou Yaolao, her clothes tattered from corrosion, leans against Yin Chen's embrace. "You little brat, I'm too tired right now. I'll let you take advantage for a while. After all, sister saved your life, so you have to carry me back." As her words fall, she faints. What a charming woman. At this moment, the surrounding trees are devastated, branches and leaves withered, leaving only bare trunks swaying in the night wind. Occasionally, a few broken leaves flutter down with the wind, silently landing on the ground. In the night sky, stars flicker with faint light, as if praying for the departed souls. A gentle breeze passes by, bringing a hint of coolness, attempting to soothe the wounds on this land. However, in this silent night, all things will quietly awaken. Although the traces of battle remain, dawn will come. Chapter 37. Fame after the war, inside Yuqing Hospital. When Ruxin lay pale on the hospital bed, her right arm's mutilated wound properly bandaged. Various instruments around her emitted faint sounds, and the numbers and lines on the screen displayed her vital signs. In the past, it was others who lay on the hospital bed, waiting for Wen Ruxin's treatment. Today, however, she lay on the bed, weakly waiting for someone to save her. Yin Chen stood next to Xiao Xiao at the bedside. Behind them were many students and faculty members. School Dr. Wen was truly a gentle person. She took great care of every patient in the school, and everyone had a high opinion of her. "School Dr. Wen, this is for you," Yin Chen said as he held up a fruit basket, which looked just like the ones sent to patients before the revival of spiritual energy, except that now the basket was filled with spiritual fruits. When Ruxin managed a faint smile, She had originally wanted to teach Xiao well and let her take this year's college entrance examination. Now, in this condition, it seemed she wouldn't make it. Xiao gently shook her head. Master, I was supposed to take next year's college entrance examination anyway. I'll get the first place in Yuching for you then. Though the girl's voice was tender, her tone was quite firm. When Ruxin couldn't help but smile. All right. Chen scratched his head awkwardly. After all, when he had schemed to take Wen Ruxin as a disciple, he had intended to swindle her spiritual stones with 100-fold extracted spiritual medicine. Well, it wasn't entirely a swindle. After all, he only wanted half the market price. It just turned out that after going around, the items were still in his hands, which was a bit unfair to Wen Ruxin, who ended up losing some spiritual stones. School Dr. Wen, don't worry. I'll make sure to earn back the first place for our school this year, Chen said with a smile. You're all good kids. Wen Ruxin said gently, but then added, if you bring back the first place for the school, shouldn't the principal give a reward? Caught. Outside the ward. Lung Dashin's face appeared from behind many students and faculty members. His old face was filled with embarrassment for being found out. Ruxin, I just couldn't help but worry about you, so I came to see you, Principal Lung said with a hesitant tone. When Ruxin snorted, what are you looking at? My missing arm? No, that's not it. Principal Lung quickly rushed forward, proclaiming his loyalty. Ruxin, even if you lost both your arms, I wouldn't dislike you. Chen. Xiao quietly tugged at Principal Lung, reminding him that when Ruxin's face had turned quite unpleasant. Principal Lung stiffened. I. After a long pause, he couldn't find the right words. Chen teased from the side. If I were you, I'd hurry to remarry and take good care of School Dr. Wen. Principal Lung looked dumbfounded and exclaimed, huh? When Ruxin's expression darkened further. What? You're not willing? No, I am willing. Principal Lung suddenly became overjoyed, squeezing Chen aside to take his place, tightly holding Wen Ruxin's remaining left hand. I'm 1,000 times willing. Enough, in front of so many kids, you don't feel embarrassed? Wen Ruxin's face flushed as she withdrew her hand. Chen mimicked Wen Ruxin's tone exactly. You don't feel embarrassed. Then, seeing Principal Lung's silly smile, he continued, Principal Lung, don't forget my reward, okay? Principal Lung waved the crowd away like shooing flies, not forgetting to say, don't worry. Not only will the school reward you, but I'll also apply for a third-class merit from the military defense side. And Shen Feng said he would recommend you for direct admission to the Military Defense University. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed Chen directly out. Wait, Military Defense University? Chen was instantly dumbfounded. When did he say he wanted to take the Military Defense University entrance exam? He didn't want to go. Graduating from the Military Defense University would allow him to join China's military defense system, which was considered a stable job. However, he had heard of the strict management of warriors within the military defense system. He was willing to contribute his share during difficult times for China, but he did not want to take the Military Defense University entrance exam. Even less did he want to join the military defense system. On the other side, Shen Feng, who received news from Lung Dashin, had already submitted the report. In terms of personal strength, 18 years old, third-grade warrior, capable of absorbing the beast cores of monsters from the Corrosion Secret Realm. In terms of background, a disciple of the former Yuching military defense minister, Lung Dashin. In terms of experience, participated in the 33rd Defense Battle of Yuching, making significant contributions in combat, awarded third-class merit. Once this information was sent up, the Military Defense University approved it directly. A talented youth with a solid background and outstanding contributions. It would be a pity if this child didn't enter the Military Defense University. So the school immediately sent people to prepare to contact the student before the college entrance examination. At this moment, a furious roar echoed through the sanatorium. Lung Erniu shouted loudly, Big brother, why don't you send Chen to our Lianhai University instead of letting him go to the Military Defense University? Lung Dashin calmly scratched his ear. Send him to you? Do you want him? Didn't I contact you right away? Was it you who repeatedly said this kid really isn't up to par? Lung Erniu immediately wilted, mumbling, well, then I'll try to fight for it myself. On the other side, in the provincial capital's sanatorium, two old men were lying on deck chairs, basking in the sun in the garden. Suddenly, a very cute phone ring rang out. Hello, my dear granddaughter finally remembered to call me? The old man teased as he answered the phone. Grandpa, don't say that. I came to Yuching and found a good seedling we can recruit for our provincial capital university ahead of time. On the other end, Zhou Yaolao spoke in a sweet voice. After a moment, the old man asked, 18 years old? Third grade warrior? Like you, can absorb the beast cores of monsters from the corrosion secret realm, right? Is he handsome? Handsome. Grandpa. Zhou Yaolao instantly reacted. The old man said, all right. Girls don't stay too long, I understand. Zhou Yaolao relentlessly nagged the old man for a while, and only then did he say, okay, don't worry. He is indeed a good seedling. Our provincial capital university won't miss out on him. I'll have someone contact him right away. Chapter 38. Snatching a bargain and getting bound to a university? Yuching, the third day after the battle. Yanchen and Zhou Yarue strolled along the Beast Street in Yuching, both wearing expressions of excitement. The streets were lined with various items, all materials obtained from the beasts in the corrosive secret realm, including beast cores. These materials emitted a faint spiritual aura, which should have been extremely enticing to cultivators. However, due to their corrosive nature, they were difficult for ordinary people to use. Well, using them would probably mean spending a fortune to remove their corrosiveness first, and then using them normally, with effects weaker than materials of the same rank by a third. Who would buy them at that price? The shop owners were almost at their wits' end, with a large amount of stock in hand that they couldn't sell. And repeated price cuts proved futile. But while others couldn't use them, Yanchen and Zhou Yarue could. If they didn't snatch a bargain now, when would they? Look at this, it's a third-grade item, Zhou Yarue shouted, pointing at something on a small stall. Yanchen walked over and indeed found a black spirit core emitting a faint spiritual aura, still showing some signs of corrosion. Boss, will you sell it for 50 medium-grade spirit stones? Yanchen inquired. Deal. The stall owner quickly agreed to the transaction, knowing that recently the number of beast cores in Yuching had surged, making it even harder to sell the cores from the corrosive secret realm. If someone was buying, they should close the deal quickly. Both parties were pleased. Yanchen secretly thought, what a great profit. This price is half lower than the last time I bought in the store. It's actually just the price of a normal second-grade beast core. After that, the two continued to search around the street, constantly discovering various rare materials such as ores and spiritual herbs. As long as they were products of the corrosive secret realm, their prices had dropped significantly. Cough, cough. We need to be careful. Don't let others see we're snatching bargains, Yanchen reminded quietly. A few stall owners seemed to have already set their sights on the two. Okay. Zhou Yarue made an okay gesture to Yanchen. The two continued to search cautiously, quickly pocketing anything valuable they discovered. Yuching B Street had become a trading paradise for Yanchen and Zhou Yarue. As dusk approached, the two finally finished their sweeping shopping spree. Yanchen was financially strapped, even though he had harvested a lot of spiritual herbs in the primitive forest to sell. The prices were still not sufficient to buy a massive quantity of beast cores from the corrosive secret realm. Fortunately, he had Zhou Yarue, a wealthy friend, to help fill the gap. Thanks a lot today. I'll gradually pay you back later, Yanchen said. However, Zhou Yarue shook her head with a cunning smile and said, Little Yanchen, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially since I saved your life. Yanchen immediately retreated, crossing his arms. A life-saving grace should be repaid with spirit stones. I can owe you a bit more spirit stones, but you can't covet my good looks. I sell beauty, not my body. After saying that, Yanchen suddenly realized something was off. Good heavens, I actually blurted out the truth. Zhou Yarue beside him was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Little Yanchen, for a life-saving grace, you should offer your body in return. Don't you want to let your sister see your assets first? If the assets are enough, then this debt can be cleared in one go. Yanchen crossed his arms tighter. Zhou Yarue finally stopped laughing and said, All right, you don't have to offer your body. However, I really do have my eye on you. All you need to do is agree to join Shengjing University. Only Yanchen and Zhou Yarue could absorb the beast cores from the corrosive secret realm. Therefore, Zhou Yarue extremely hoped that Shengjing University could recruit Yanchen, which would make the school's research on various beasts easier. Yanchen suddenly hesitated. He wasn't interested in Military Defense University, but Shengjing University was indeed one of the top universities in the provincial capital. If he took the normal college entrance examination, Shengjing University would also be a good option. While Yan Chen was pondering, Zhou Yarui suddenly leaned close, her fiery red lips brushing against Yan Chen's ear. Little Yan Chen, or do you actually want to offer your body? Stop. Yan Chen kept retreating. Zhou Yarui smiled and said, all right, it seems you have agreed to join Shengjing University. Today, someone from the Shengjing University admissions office should come looking for you. You should hurry home and wait for them while getting cleaned up. Getting cleaned up? Waiting? This didn't sound like a formal admissions office at all. Yan Chen suddenly had doubts. Is Shengjing University a serious university? With students like Zhou Yarui around, it's very likely that Shengjing University is not as reputable as its name suggests. Maybe Shengjing University is a den of iniquity? Yan Chen returned home in a daze. Xiao Xiao was rarely not home. She had gone to the hospital to visit Nurse Wen Ruxin. Ding dong. As soon as Yan Chen entered the house, he heard the doorbell ring behind him. Who is it? Yan Chen opened the door to find a man in military uniform who saluted and said, hello, I am the director of the admissions office of Military Defense University. They came knocking already. Out of respect for the personnel of the Chinese military defense, Yan Chen quickly invited the man inside. Please sit for a moment. I'll go make you a cup of tea. As a host, Yan Chen decided to spend extravagantly on tea. Subsequently, he added a drop of top-grade spirit liquid into a large kettle of hot water. Just as the tea was about to be served, the doorbell rang again. Just a moment. I'll be right there. After opening the door, a man in casual clothing walked in with a bright smile, as if he and Yan Chen were old friends. He casually said, Yan Chen, I'm the director of the admissions office of Lianhai University. Yan Chen pointed to the man in military uniform inside. Why don't you sit for a moment? I'm just making tea. The admissions director from Lianhai University was momentarily taken aback, quickly recognizing that the man in military uniform was from the admissions office of Military Defense University. Good heavens, someone is trying to get in first. That wouldn't he do? The admissions director from Lianhai University appeared even more easygoing and open, casually sitting on the sofa. Yan Chen, you go ahead, we'll just sit here for a bit. He smiled warmly, but his fingers were pressing on a communication device, requesting an upgrade for this early admissions benefit from his school. Yan Chen smiled bitterly. Before he could return to continue making tea, the doorbell rang for the third time. Who else could it be? Could it be that someone from Shengjing University has also arrived? Yan Chen casually guessed, recalling Zhou Yarui's teasing. As a result, Wei opened the door. Hello, I am the director of the admissions office of Shengjing University. Chapter 39 Early Admission, Gaokao, continues moments later. The admissions staff from the Military Defense University, Lianhai University, and Shengjing University gathered in Yinqing's small house, turning the once quiet space into a lively scene. Yinqing, our Military Defense University has the most advanced military technology research facilities in the country. If you join us, you'll definitely receive the best training. The admissions director of Military Defense University said straightforwardly, his tone filled with pride. Military Defense University? What era are we in? Still using those old tricks? The admissions director of Lianhai University scoffed. Yinqing, we focus more on the overall development of students, providing rich resources and exchange opportunities. What are you waiting for? Please, let us not argue. The admissions director of Shengjing University waved his hand. Compared to the other two schools, the admissions director of Shengjing University appeared more elegant and reserved. Dressed in a suit, he carried himself with a noble demeanor and gently said, Yinqing, in fact, choosing a university isn't the most important thing. What matters is finding a development direction that suits you and having enough supporting resources, right? Our Shengjing University offers you resources worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones every year, and you can choose any resources you like. Military Defense University Admissions Director. Lianhai University Admissions Director. This person isn't following the usual etiquette. Isn't it customary to first introduce the university's culture and then start the sweet talk? Wait, Yinqing, our Military Defense University can also provide you with resources worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones every year. The admissions staff from the three universities each made their case, fiercely competing for Yinqing's enrollment. They offered various generous conditions, all to secure Yinqing's admission spot. Yinqing sat quietly on the side, listening to their debate. He understood that all three universities were top-tier institutions in the country, and no matter which one he chose, they would provide him with unlimited development opportunities. Therefore, he only needed to clarify his goals and find a path that belonged to him. Which school offers better resources? In fact, the conditions offered by all three schools were resources worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones each year. However, at Military Defense University, the cost for obtaining national high-tech products was lower, such as the latest aura armor, which was definitely every boy's dream. If it were Lianhai University, due to the large number of children from prominent families, it had various martial arts that were unavailable in the market for study. As for Shengjing University, Yinqing's communication device suddenly rang. The call was from Zhou Yarowei. Yinqing awkwardly said, "Please wait a moment. Teachers, I need to take a call." The staff from Military Defense University and Lianhai University nodded, while the admissions director of Shengjing University showed a knowing smile. "Yinqing." Zhou Yarowei's angry voice came from the other end of the line. Yinqing rubbed his ears to ensure he wasn't hearing things and replied, "Annie, I'm busy with important matters here. What do you want?" Zhou Yarowei threatened, "Little Yinqing, hasn't your sister told you to choose Shengjing University?" Yinqing forced a smile and said, "Auntie, this is a major decision in life. I can't just follow your word, right? The point is with you at Shengjing University, who would dare to go?" Zhou Yarowei's tone shifted to a more seductive one, playfully saying, "Little brother Yinqing, if you come to Shengjing University, I'll make sure your annual resources increase to 15,000 top-grade spirit stones. Plus, you'll get a chance to enter the exclusive cave paradise of Shengjing University once a year." At this point, Yinqing was already tempted. But before he could respond, Zhou Yarowei added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, at Shengjing University, the exchange price for B's cores is only half of the market price." Deal. Upon hearing this, Yinqing had no reason to hesitate any longer. Returning to the living room, Yinqing smiled and addressed the three people. "I appreciate your good intentions, teachers. Thank you all for coming today. But I still need some time to consider and find a place that truly suits my development." Hearing Yinqing's response, the admissions staff from Military Defense University and Lianhai University exchanged glances, ultimately leaving Yinqing's small house helplessly. Only the admissions director of Shengjing University remained seated, elegantly holding a teacup. "Yinqing, here is your prepared admission notice and resource agreement." The paper documents were placed on the table, and the contents were no different from what Zhou Yarowei had just mentioned on the phone. Yinqing smiled wryly. "Is this all the resource conditions Shengjing University prepared from the start?" The admissions director of Shengjing University smiled slyly, nodding in acknowledgement, then said, "If we revealed our cards directly, it would just lead to a bidding war with those two. Our Shengjing University knows how to be flexible. We have backdoors to use when necessary." Yinqing was surprised by the straightforwardness of the admissions director of Shengjing University. However, even if the other schools offered the same conditions, he would still choose Shengjing University. After all, the fact that the exchange price for B's cores was only half of the market price was too enticing. Yinqing's hand was already resting on the resource agreement of Shengjing University, but before signing, he had one more matter to address. He pushed the resource agreement forward and said seriously, "I have an additional condition. I need to participate in the Gaokao normally." The admissions director of Shengjing University looked slightly surprised, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and said, "Logically, you have already been accepted early and do not need to take the Gaokao." "I need to. I want to help Yuqing Martial Arts Academy secure the first place in this year's Gaokao," Yinqing said firmly. "First place in the Gaokao?" The admissions director of Shengjing University seemed to have a glint in his glasses, then said, "Yinqing, that's quite an ambition. Of course, you can continue with the Gaokao. And as long as you really achieve first place, I'll personally sponsor you with resources worth 5,000 top-grade spirit stones each year." "Why?" Yinqing looked at him. The admissions director of Shengjing University crossed his hands at the last button of his suit, leaning comfortably against the sofa. "Because I also serve as the head of the Shengjing University Martial Arts League. If you can secure first place in this year's Gaokao, it will be beneficial for the ranking of this year's freshmen." Yanqing directly signed his name on the resource agreement with his spirit energy, glanced at the name of the admissions director of Shengjing University on the agreement, and smiled. Pleasure doing business, Teacher Su Yuan. Chapter 40. Changes in the Blessed Land. College entrance examination approaches Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, training base. The courtyard remained a place of sweat and hard work. But the shabby little room was filled with a different kind of hormone. When the school nurse, I should go back to the infirmary now. Principal Lung, dear Ruxin, wait for me. I'll go back with you. When the school nurse, you stay here honestly and watch the two younger ones practice, guiding them as needed. Principal Lung then, Ruxin, could you stay with me a little longer? It's just too hard to watch. Recently, Principal Lung and when the school nurse had been as sweet as honey, comparable to newlyweds on their honeymoon. As a result, the daily training was carried out only by Yanqing and Lung Rushuang. Thanks to Lung Rushuang's discipline, the spiritual energy cells in Yanqing's body had already surpassed half. Buzz buzz. An unusual sound came from the room. Yanqing couldn't help but show a look of surprise. No way. Is this for real? The old man really thinks he can make that kind of noise behind a closed door? Even a good teenager like him, raised under the 5-star red flag, would blush. Just as Yanqing was astonished, the voice of Shun Feng, the head of Yuqing's military defense, echoed from the room. Could it be the three of them? No, it's a transmitted voice. Yanqing's racing heart finally calmed down. It turned out to be the spiritual wave information transmitter. This thing operates on the same principle as an old-fashioned radio, only it receives spiritual wave fluctuations. Old Lung. A large number of insect-type monster corpses have been found in Blessed Land number 13, and it's highly likely that an insect-type beastmaster has appeared in the Beast God Temple. The transmission of information was complete, and the surroundings fell silent. The talent of a beastmaster is powerful mental strength, and insect types are small in size, requiring less mental strength. A beastmaster of the same rank can control a number of insect-type monsters that could be thousands of times more than other monsters. While there may be many, their quality is not inferior. In terms of combat ability, a second-tier rhinoceros beast can crush several second-tier insect-type monsters. However, the various abilities and toxins that insect types possess are something that brute force monsters lack. Just a few second-tier blood mosquitoes landing on a rhinoceros beast can drain it dry in an instant. Original beast masters could fight above their rank. One person could be comparable to an entire army, but an insect-type beast master could definitely destroy a city alone. If the Beast God Temple has taken an insect-type beast masters, it would be a great disaster for humanity. After hearing this, Principal Lung's expression turned serious. After a long silence, he replied to Shin Feng, the college entrance examination is in just a couple of days. After it concludes, let us organize a team to enter Blessed Land number 13 for a thorough investigation. Each secret realm produces unique special resources, and the Blessed Land is known for generating massive amounts of spiritual herbs, even containing martial arts inheritances of unknown origins. Although both will merge into the external environment after their collapse, causing a significant impact on human city-states. It cannot be denied that their existence has greatly accelerated the cultivation process of martial artists. Therefore, the apparent secret realms and blessed lands are controlled by powerful families or official entities. The beast masters of the Beast God Temple need vast resources to build their strength, and they will undoubtedly infiltrate the secret realms and blessed lands to create chaos. The college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. In the scorching summer sun, the heat baked the earth, and the air was thick with humidity. The trees lining the streets drooped their leaves, seemingly striving to absorb every drop of moisture. However, no matter how stifling the environment, it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the students. The first day involved cultural exams, which accounted for 20 of the total score, including subjects like Chinese history, monster encyclopedia, and secret realm geography. Yanqing's academic performance. Despite continuous tutoring, he had missed a year of classes, so his scores could only be considered average. In the cultural exam, with a full score of 200, Yanqing's score was likely to be between 160 and 180. Well, students like Lung Rushuang would definitely score full marks. The atmosphere of the college entrance examination was reminiscent of the old days, with parents waiting under the blazing sun, even knowing they could do nothing to help. hoping to hear news as soon as their child emerged. Also arriving were a group of reporters. Liu Yi. Sup the camera. Let us interview some parents first. Reporter Tian from Huashu was cheerfully waving at the cameraman. The cameraman had just finished checking his equipment and was preparing to clean the lens when he suddenly saw a student in casual clothes jump into view. Tian, look over there. The cameraman hurriedly reminded. Huh? Someone ran out. Tian, wearing a light blue denim jacket and white sneakers, bounced over, exuding youth and energy. She certainly looked more like a student than Chen. Hello, everyone watching. I'm your little reporter Tian. Today I'm very lucky. I just got here and already met an examinee who has finished their test. Little classmate, how did you do on your exam today? Chen was passing by after submitting his paper and glanced at the long legs beneath the denim shorts. Suddenly, a microphone was thrust into his face. My score is not good. I submitted my paper early, Chen said sincerely. Tian, wearing a white baseball cap, had sparkling eyes under the brim. With a bright smile, she said, little classmate, it's okay if you didn't do well on the cultural exam. There's still the martial arts exam coming up. Chen seemed encouraged. I'll get the first place in this year's college entrance examination. Tian. While I genuinely wanted to encourage you, isn't that encouragement a bit too much? Little classmate, last year's first place scored full marks in the cultural exam, you know? Tian reminded gently. Well, it's fine. The cultural exam will only drag me down by at most 40 points. As long as I score 800 in the martial arts exam, I'll be first. Martial arts exam, full score of 800? Tian was slightly taken aback before bursting with joy. Little classmate, if you're so confident, can I follow you around tomorrow? She then brought her communication device closer. Little classmate, could you share your contact information? A sunny, confident boy. What a great topic. Tian decided that the main character for her follow-up coverage during the martial arts exam would be this little classmate. Chen thought for a moment. He personally had no interest in fame, but if a reporter followed him around, it would be a great opportunity to promote Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, right? Principal Lung and when the school nurse would definitely be thrilled. With this thought in mind, Chen smiled and leaned closer to share his contact information, instantly receiving the contact of the cute reporter girl. Chapter 41, Walking Billboard on the second day, as dawn broke. The examination hall for the college entrance examination was already bustling with noise, with candidates busy making their final preparations amidst a tense atmosphere. It is often said that sharpening a knife doesn't take much time, but this was not the time for that. Among the busy figures, one person stood out particularly. So much so that the young reporter Tian noticed him immediately. Should I find someone else to interview? Under the blazing sun, Chen was dressed in a promotional shirt for the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, resembling a bright and beautiful landscape. His shirt was a unique shade of yellow, with the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy logo and contact information printed on the back, and the Academy's emblem and motto on the front. Oh, right. There were also various slogans for the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, the cradle for cultivating future martial arts elites. Join Yuqing Martial Arts Academy and start your martial arts journey. At Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, you will receive the most professional martial arts training to become your strongest self. Yuqing Martial Arts Academy, the cradle that has nurtured countless outstanding martial artists, safeguarding your future. Choose Yuqing Martial Arts Academy. Choose a path to success in martial arts. In the distance, Principal Lung arrived with his wife, initially in a good mood, but upon spotting Chen, this walking billboard, his expression became rigid. This kid. Principal Lung was so angry that he immediately wanted to rush over and drag this embarrassing kid down. However, the school doctor Wen happily held him back, saying, "Don't go. This kid is quite thoughtful, helping you with advertising." Principal Lung, who had bronchitis, still muttered angrily, but he should use a shit yellow shirt for promotional wear. On the other side, young reporter Tian maintained her professionalism, holding a microphone and approaching Chen. Classmate Chen, are you ready for today's exam? The martial artist examination consists of two parts, the martial artist rank and practical combat. Of course, Chen replied confidently. For the martial artist rank test, a third-tier martial artist can score a full 400 points. The other part, practical combat, allows candidates to choose a beast to fight based on their rank. Defeating a beast of a lower rank earns 240 points. Defeating one of the same rank earns 320 points, and defeating a higher-ranked beast earns between 390 to 400 points. The last score range for excellent performance in practical combat is determined by the martial artist's performance on the spot. Tian continued to chat casually with Chen while the martial artist rank test commenced. First tier, martial artist. First tier, martial artist. Most results were less than satisfactory. Peak second tier, martial artist. Suddenly, a distinctive voice emerged from the test platform as Lung Ru Shuang slowly walked down. Peak second tier? Chen glanced at her. This girl is improving quite rapidly. She must have received some secret potion from Principal Lung. Chen absolutely wouldn't admit that the relentless training she put in every day was intimidating. Chen, it's your turn for the test. The call for Chen had already been made. I'll go first. Make sure to take some good pictures. Chen greeted reporter Tian and made a low difficulty request to the photographer. Photographer, with that shit yellow promotional shirt, even after exhausting 10 years of photography skills, it still won't look good. Under everyone's gaze, Chen walked steadily onto the stage. The crowd below chuckled at his shit yellow promotional shirt. It must be said that everyone was really well-mannered. They didn't want to disturb the students taking the exam, but they couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all and waved to the crowd. The test was hosted by a third-tier martial artist, who scrutinized Chen with envy in his eyes. He wasn't fooled by the shit yellow promotional shirt because he sensed that Chen was definitely not weaker than him. Then, the host signaled Chen to place his hand on the sensor of the testing device. Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, stood in front of the device, followed the instructions, and then closed his eyes. He could feel the device conducting a comprehensive test on him. Time seemed to slow down, each moment filled with tension and anticipation. Suddenly, the device emitted a soft sound, displaying Chen's test result as a peak third-tier martial artist. Peak third-tier martial artist? The entire venue erupted in excitement. Young reporter Tian widened her eyes at Chen and quickly urged the photographer, hurry, capture this moment. Goodness. No wonder this kid dares to say he wants to take first place. With this martial artist rank, he really has a chance. The photographer rolled up his sleeves, ready to capture the moment. You need not just 10 years, but 20 years of photography skills to get this right. In the distance, Principal Lung and Dr. Wen were initially proud of their daughter, but upon hearing the news about Chen, they were stunned. Especially Principal Lung. What the heck? Chen is a third-tier martial artist. He knew that. But wasn't it just a few days ago that he had just broken through under his nose? How did he suddenly become a peak third-tier martial artist? Did this kid eat some special feed? At this moment, Chen's shit yellow promotional shirt looked like the best battle robe, and all the students' parents were eagerly jotting down the enrollment phone number printed on it. Let us just say the older sibling's rank is basically wasted. Can he open a secondary account to join Yuching Martial Arts Academy? After all, they have nurtured a peak third-tier martial artist. Others thought that the full score of the martial artist rank test was just a formality. No one could become a third-tier martial artist during the college entrance exam. However, Chen felt that the full score of 400 points was limiting him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more exciting to aim for 444 points? Flashes of cameras continuously illuminated Chen. Even Principal Lung felt a sense of pride, repeatedly saying, it's done, we won't have to worry about enrollment next year. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen made an unexpected move on stage. He reached into his pants and started rummaging around. Reporter Tian instantly turned her head, and the photographer hurriedly protected his camera, fearing it would be contaminated. After a moment of rummaging, Chen surprisingly pulled out a wrinkled, unrecognizable shit yellow promotional shirt, exclaiming, the peak second-tier martial artist just now is also from our Yuching Martial Arts Academy. He then waved towards Lung Ru Shuang, saying, quick, put on the promotional shirt. Let us promote together. Chapter 42. Talented candidates. The practical examination had yet to begin, but admissions officers from various schools were already eager to take action. Among them, only the head of the admissions office at Provincial Capital University remained calm and composed, watching as others struggled. How refreshing. The students on the field continued to conduct their tests in an orderly manner. But the results of the first and second grades did not shake the shock brought by Chen. Soon, an advanced martial artist testing device became the focus of everyone's attention. This device resembled a small combat pod, made entirely from an unknown beast material, exuding a faint metallic sheen. The surface of the device was embedded with various high-tech sensors and displays, resembling a precision product of future technology. It was the martial artist testing device, and it also served as the examiner for the practical examination. As the test taker stepped into the device, a holographic projection system immediately activated, enveloping the test taker in a semi-transparent energy field. This energy field simulated a real combat scenario, making the test taker feel as if they were in the midst of a battle against beasts. Chen nodded at the presiding martial artist and stepped inside. Hello, test taker Chen. Your grade has been detected as peak third grade martial artist. 3 opponents have been prepared for you. Please choose. In front of Chen, illusions of 3 beasts appeared instantly. A second grade beast, the Fong Wolf, a third grade beast, the Terror Wolf, and a fourth grade beast, the Gale Wolf. The Fong Wolf, a second grade beast, had sharp fangs and strong limbs, with fur that was dark gray and a personality that was fierce and cunning. Its defining feature was its long, fluffy tail, which could flexibly swing in battle, enhancing both its attack and defense. The Terror Wolf, a third grade beast, was larger than the Fong Wolf, with deep brown fur. In battle, it relied on its massive body and powerful strength to suppress its opponents. The Gale Wolf, a fourth grade beast, was considered a magical creature compared to the first 2. Its eyes glowed red, and it was incredibly fast, as elusive as a gust of wind, mastering the skill of wind blades. Is there any doubt? Of course, I choose the fourth grade Gale Wolf. Young reporter Tion, being very considerate, called over to the cameraman. Quick, get more shots over here. They're choosing a high-grade beast for the practical test. If they succeed, they could really be the top scorer. The spectators watching the martial artist examination shared the same thoughts. Choosing a high-grade beast meant that a successful attempt would yield an excellent score of 390 to 400 points, which was at least a 70-point difference from the second place's good rating. Moreover, recalling the second-grade beast that heavily injured Lung Rushuang in the primitive forest, that was the limit for a hard-working genius. One-on-one against a beast of the same grade. The examination began. After a wave on the device's electronic screen, the figures of Chen and the Gale Wolf were displayed. The Gale Wolf's eyes flickered with red light, fixated on Chen. Oh, whoa! With a howl, the Gale Wolf launched its attack first, moving as fast as lightning. It opened its mouth to unleash a sharp wind blade aimed directly at Chen's throat. What the heck? It's really happening? Chen quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, agilely sidestepping the wind blade while conjuring a long sword in his hand. Under the simulation of the device, any weapon could be chosen by the user. Activate Spiritual Energy Physique. Activate Ancient Barbarian Physique. Activate Hog Physique. Activate Corrosive Physique. With all 4 physiques activated simultaneously, Chen's attack and defense surged to a higher level. He swung his sword in retaliation, with sword energy clashing against the Gale Wolf's attack, producing a piercing sound of metal colliding. The Gale Wolf was extremely fast, constantly changing positions, dazzling the spectators. It would sometimes launch a surprise attack from Chen's left, other times from the right, and at times leap into the air to deliver a deadly strike. Chen closely followed, relying on his keen intuition and agile movements to continually evade the Gale Wolf's attacks. At the same time, he kept launching his own attacks, trying to find a flaw in the Gale Wolf's defenses. The back-and-forth battle escalated into a heated exchange. The Gale Wolf's wind blade attacks became more ferocious, each blade as sharp as a knife to the throat. Meanwhile, Chen's long sword grew increasingly powerful, with the sword energy intensifying. Finally, during a fierce clash, Chen discovered the Gale Wolf's weakness. He directly discarded the long sword in his hand, mobilizing his internal spiritual energy to condense stone locks. Stone lock barrage. 2 stone locks, each the size of a human head, smashed into the Gale Wolf, instantly pushing it back several steps. Throughout the battle, The corrosive physique had been silently at work. By this point, it had already begun to corrode the Gale Wolf. The final blow felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Gale Wolf fell to the ground in pain, struggling to rise but unable to muster the strength. Chen quickly stepped forward and struck it down with a single sword. The simulated battle ended. The hatch slowly opened, and Chen blinked in slight confusion as he regained his composure. He had not yet recovered from the simulated environment when he heard the entire venue erupt into cheers. The audience was celebrating Chen's outstanding performance. The screen of the testing device displayed bright red numbers, and the judges showed expressions of surprise before announcing that Chen had achieved a perfect score of 400 points. As the roar of the crowd washed over him, Chen finally came back to his senses. "Oh, I won." Reporter Tian rushed over immediately, before Chen even exited the pod. The microphone was already thrust toward his mouth. "Chen, you scored a perfect 800 points in the martial artist examination. Do you have anything to say to the audience nationwide?" Chen thought for a moment and then replied, "It's a pity my cultural exam scores weren't good. Otherwise, I could have created the first perfect score of 1,000 points." Tian recalled that Chen had submitted his cultural exam paper early. She subtly signaled to her assistant reporter to confirm whether Chen was indeed the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. After all, it was uncertain how long in advance he had submitted his cultural exam paper. What if he had submitted an empty paper? The assistant reporter hurried off to inquire with the examiners about the release time of the results. Meanwhile, Tian continued to chat casually with Chen. "Chen, oh, actually my performance in the martial artist level test wasn't that impressive. Just 2 more weeks, and I can become a 4th-grade martial artist." "Chen, really? I don't like this practical martial artist exam. It's exhausting to kill a 4th-grade beast. I didn't even get a B score." "Chen, what hard work and effort." No, I absolutely relion talent. If you want to set an example of a hard-working candidate, go find Lung Rushuang. I'm a talent-based candidate." Chapter 43. Gaokao First Place. Flame Domain. The Gaokao results are out. First place, Chen, 1,000 points. He actually didn't lag behind in the cultural subjects. Chen stared blankly at the final score, while Tian, the reporter who had interviewed him on the first day, looked utterly speechless. Finished the cultural exam early? Didn't do well? Are you kidding me? Chen rubbed his nose and, under Tian's pressing questions, quietly said, "I expected to score a maximum of 180 points. I didn't expect to get everything right by guessing. This must be fate. Fate, you big-headed ghost." The admission office staff from various universities on-site could no longer wait and immediately rushed in to push aside the little reporter Tian, then stuffed their university's admission criteria into Chen's hands. Free tuition, food, and accommodation. These were just the basic conditions, and the array of resources available was truly dazzling. Su Yuan, the head of the admissions office at Jing Province University, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, I acted quickly. If I had waited any longer, I wouldn't have been able to secure Chen at all. But right now, he was firmly in control. About 10 minutes later, Su Yuan squeezed through the crowd. "Excuse me, everyone. Please make way. This student, Chen, has already completed his early enrollment procedures at our Jing Province University." Completed the enrollment procedures? Chen knew he had agreed to Jing Province University, but when were the enrollment procedures completed? Just as the admissions staff from other universities wanted to negotiate further, a sudden change occurred in the sky. The entire sky was enveloped in a deep red hue. With a thunderous roar, it was as if the heavens were collapsing. Everyone looked up and saw a massive crack appear in the sky, with searing flames pouring out, forming a gigantic pillar of fire. The fire pillar churned continuously, illuminating the entire sky, and the whole world was engulfed by this intense heat. The air was filled with a burnt smell. "This is the Flame Domain?" Someone with knowledge whispered. A 7th-tier warrior, also known as a domain-level powerhouse. However, a 7th-tier warrior can only initially use the domain. They can't cover such a large area in an instant. Therefore, it must be an 8th-tier warrior in person. In all of Huaxia, 8th-tier warriors are also known as national-level powerhouses, and there are only 5 of them publicly. To witness a national-level powerhouse appear while watching a student take the Gaokao? How fortunate! The murmurs around began to rise, then gradually faded. The opening of the flame domain caused the surrounding atmosphere to become exceptionally hot, and everyone present felt their skin slightly burning, and they couldn't help but feel thirsty. A long sigh was heard to recruit a student. Do I really have to personally step in at my age? Xiao Su Yuan, you are too useless. The old man's voice was deep and powerful. Su Yuan immediately lowered his head. Old Zhou, it's my fault for being useless. Chen glanced at Su Yuan with slight disdain. Nearing 30 and still being scolded like a grandson, he really was useless. Old Zhou's figure materialized, although the years had etched deep wrinkles on his face. His eyes were like abysses, sharp and profound, as if they could see into the depths of a person's heart. With a head of neatly combed white hair, he wore a dark martial robe embroidered with cloud and dragon patterns. While Chen was examining Old Zhou was also sizing up Chen. So it's you who has captivated my granddaughter's heart? Chen, feeling a bit defiant, thought, hey, I don't even know who your granddaughter is, all right? Truly, he was not one to hold back. Every word exchanged between the old and the young made Su Yuan break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, when Old Zhou landed, he had already retracted the domain, wrapping only the three of them within it, making it impossible for a fourth person to overhear their conversation. You little rascal. My granddaughter is Zhou Yarui, Old Zhou said with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for wanting to give my precious granddaughter a good eye-opener, wouldn't it be better for this old body of mine to just play chess and bask in the sun? Why come all the way to Yuqing to join in the fun? Chen's voice was suddenly choked. If it were someone else, he might have dared to say a few words, but if it was Zhou Yarui, well, she was his major creditor, so he had to hold back for now. Seeing Chen not speaking, Old Zhou's smile became even more benevolent. I told you my granddaughter was eager for you to enter Jing Province University. There must be a story behind it. And look, I've managed to get it out of you, Haven Ti? No, that's not. Chen wanted to refute, but it was already too late. Old Zhou was completely ignoring him. Chen could even feel the pressure from the power of the flame domain, preventing him from speaking further. All right, you're older, so what you say goes. Old Zhou smiled and said, Old man, I've seen you today and think you're quite good. You must treat my Yarui well in the future, or else I'll roast you into charcoal. Chen opened his mouth, but found no words to say. Fantastic. It's all about not letting him speak. The temperature around them was slowly decreasing, and the three people in the center of the domain gradually revealed their faces. Chen, wearing a brown promotional shirt, was suddenly draped in a Jing Province University uniform. Admissions were complete, with a national-level powerhouse personally stepping in. The admissions staff from other universities naturally dared not voice their anger and had to put on their most sincere smiles as they hurried to congratulate Jing Province University on acquiring an excellent student. Old man, you're getting old and can't keep up with the times. You don't even know that nowadays just saying congratulations is enough. Old Zhou's seemingly self-pitying words instantly garnered Chen's favor. This was clearly asking for gifts. This was openly asking for gifts. Chen could understand the implication. So how could the other university admissions staff not catch on? They resignedly stepped forward. Various elixirs, beast cores, spiritual herbs, and materials from demon beasts flooded into Chen's arms like a tide. Chen's eyes sparkled as he stood still, storing each gift into his storage space with a sincere smile, saying, Thank you. Finally, the Military Defense University and Lianhai University, which had been competing for students with Jing Province University just a few days ago, made their moves. Offering beast cores? Clearly not enough. The head of Lianhai University stepped forward but hadn't even begun to present the beast core when Old Zhou cleared his throat. The head of Lianhai University quickly changed tactics. Chen, Lianhai University presents you with a 4th-tier martial skill. We hope you like it. Next came the Military Defense University. The head of the Military Defense University directly handed over a small silver ball. Chen, no matter which school you attend. We are all part of the Huaxia people. All warriors strive for the Huaxia military defense. This is a lightweight armor as a gift for you. High level, good vision. Chen was moved to tears, thinking, today is truly a windfall. Chapter 44. Exploring the chaotic small secret realm panel. Host, Chen. Special physique. Ancient barbarian physique 4. Rock physique 37. Spiritual énergie physique 11, corrosif physique 99, spécial physique awakened. Continue absorbing 100 beast cores of the same type for a 20% chance of another physique awakening. Cultivation level. Peak of the third rank cultivation method. 1 clear chi refining technique storage space. 10 cubic meters. Requires 100 low-grade spirit stones to upgrade to the next storage space unit. After the college entrance examination, school had not yet started, and Yinxing felt quite bored at home. At this stage, even Xiao Xiao had more important things to do than him. For instance, 1 cubic meter of his 10 cubic meter storage space was already filled with various elixirs. Feeling aimless, just as Yinxing was lamenting, a message from Lu Xian lit up on his communication device. It was the leader of the Yuqing Curiosity Seekers team. The third-rank beast cores were no longer considered a debt, but he still had a good impression of this team. Now Linge was a lively beauty. And Li Wanner was the epitome of a mature woman. Ahem, hello. What does Captain Lu Xian need? Lu Xian replied from the other side. Congratulations on being the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Yuqing. We have a newly opened chaotic small secret realm here. And I wonder if you're interested in exploring it together? After the recent riot, most secret realms around Yuqing had been exhausted. And while exploring such a newly opened small secret realm would be riskier, the rewards would also be proportional. Sure. With nothing to do, Yinxing agreed in a second. He couldn't just stay at home and rot before going to college. He needed to go out more to improve his strength. Ideally, he would aim for a domain level. But a national level wouldn't be unacceptable either. The two quickly settled the details of the exploration. Chaotic small secret realm. Hello, Sister Wanner, Sister Ling. Long time no see. Yinxing greeted the two beautiful ladies enthusiastically. On the side, Zhang Tao, who was about to give Yinxing a bear hug, ended up missing and awkwardly rubbed his nose, saying, "Don't forget to greet me too." Hee all right. Yinxing threw a hook punch right at Zhang Tao's chin, causing him to howl in pain. Perfect way to greet. Lu Xian smiled knowingly upon seeing this. Originally, after Yinxing became the top scorer, there was some distance among them, as the Yuqing Curiosity Seekers team was a group of wild cards, not comparable to such a gifted individual. However, this kid came over and greeted everyone in such a familiar manner, instantly closing the gap. All right, everyone, let's hurry into the secret realm. Lu Xian laughed, ending the playful banter. The five maintained a formation with Zhang Tao leading and Lu Xian bringing up the rear. Yinxing could just have some light-hearted banter with the two beautiful ladies. Beneath their feet was a winding pebble path. The entire path was paved with stones of various sizes and shapes, each stone having been weathered by time, giving an ancient and weathered look. Each corner of the path was filled with the unknown. Sometimes a clear stream flowed by, and sometimes an ancient stone bridge lay across it. In a moment of distraction, they might encounter a strangely shaped rock or a quietly standing bamboo grove. The scenery here is quite nice. Zhang Tao puffed up his chest, breathing in the fragrant air filled with the scent of grass and trees. Lu Xian, bringing up the rear, reminded them, "Be careful. The chaotic small secret realm is newly opened, and no one knows what dangers might be inside." Yinxing nodded, focusing all his attention on his senses. In front, Zhang Tao laughed. "Boss, you're just too cautious." However, just as he finished speaking, he stepped into thin air and stumbled forward, landing right in the stream. "Be careful," Yinxing shouted, his right hand resting on the sword at his waist, ready to respond at any moment. Zhao Linger and Li Wanner also looked tense. Lu Xian squinted his eyes from the back. The water's so cold." Zhang Tao stood up from the stream, shaking off his hands and saying, "It's fine. Just a bit chilly. Everyone, be more careful." Lu Xian relaxed his vigilant expression. "Oh." Zhang Tao nodded. Yinxing then loosened his grip on the sword he had been holding tightly. "There shouldn't be any monsters nearby." Zhao Linger said, "Let us keep moving forward." Everyone nodded and continued along the pebble path. Not long after, a stone door appeared ahead. The stone door was tall and ancient, with some vague patterns carved on it. The group exchanged glances and then walked towards the stone door together. Behind the stone door was a dimly lit passage, resembling the throat of a giant beast, swallowing all the light. The passage was cold and damp, exuding an unsettling aura. "Be careful," Lu Xian reminded them again. "This passage may hide some dangers." Yinxing tightened his grip on the sword, vigilance flashing in his eyes. Although other secret realms had varying environments, they were all pure natural settings. The appearance of what seemed like a man-made structure in this secret realm indicated that it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Everyone cautiously stepped into the passage, trying to choose solid ground with each step to avoid accidents. The passage was long, seemingly endless. The surrounding stone walls were covered with moss and algae, as if etched by the passage of time. Occasionally, water droplets fell from above, landing on the ground with a crisp sound that echoed throughout the passage. "It's so cold here," Zhang Tao shivered and said. "I feel like I'm turning into a popsicle." "Just hold on a bit longer," Lu Xian said. "We need to get through here quickly." However, at that moment, a strange noise suddenly came from deep within the passage. It was a dull rumbling sound, as if some massive object was moving. Everyone's faces changed. "Is it a monster?" Now Linga asked nervously. "Not sure." Lu Xian shook his head, prepare for battle. Yinxing gripped his sword tightly, focusing his mind. He sensed a powerful aura approaching from deep within the passage, filled with wildness and strength. The rumbling grew louder, and the entire passage trembled. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow burst forth from the depths of the passage, lunging towards them. "It's a giant rock serpent," Lu Xian shouted. "Be careful." The giant rock serpent was covered in hard scales, its body thicker than an adult man's waist. It opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp, venomous fangs, and lunged at Yinxing. Yinxing reacted quickly, dodging the rock serpent's attack. At the same time, he swung the sword in his hand, striking at the serpent's vital point. Hiss. Chapter 45. The wilderness is not a secret realm, but a picked-up blessed land. Hiss. The rock snake gasped in pain, its body instantly stiffening. Yanxin took the opportunity to pull it aside. "Quickly finish it off," Lu Xian shouted. "More beasts are approaching." Everyone began to attack, and for a moment, the stone walls roared as spiritual energy surged. Although the giant rock snake was powerful, it was only a third-tier beast. Under the joint attacks of the group, it quickly fell into a besieged state. "Little snake, bring me the beast core." Yanxin laughed as he thrust his sword into the heart of the rock snake, ending its life. "Wait." Yanxin suddenly frowned. Logically, the beast core should have been at the position where his sword pierced, so why didn't he feel any hard object? Yanxin poured a large amount of spiritual energy into the rock snake's body, violently churning it. With a loud bang, the entire rock snake exploded. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not occur. Instead, a pile of scrap copper and iron fragments flew out. Just as Yanxin was about to investigate further, Lu Xian reminded him, "There's no time, the beasts are coming." Hiss. The sounds of snakes echoed around, and more rock snakes surged into the cave from all directions. The originally spacious cave instantly became crowded, and a heavy stench filled the air. "Be careful." Seeing a rock snake bite towards Li Wan'er, Yanxin shouted and swung his sword to block the attack. He felt a tremendous force coming from the snake's head, numbing his arm. This rock snake's strength far exceeded the previous one. Though it wasn't a fourth-tier beast, it was close to the peak of the third tier. Everyone gathered together. "Don't scatter," Lu Xian shouted. "These rock snakes are social creatures. Let us hold off their attacks together and find a way out." The group huddled tightly, positioning the healer, Li Wan'er, at the center. Yanxin swung his sword, repelling the approaching rock snakes. For a moment, the cave was filled with sword energy and spiritual energy, intertwining with the hissing of the rock snakes, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. However, these rock snakes seemed endless, continuously charging towards the group. Despite their best efforts to resist, they still felt overwhelmed. "This won't work. Follow me," Yanxin shouted, and then rushed deeper into the cave. The others followed closely, fighting fiercely against the rock snakes blocking their path. They ran wildly and finally arrived at a relatively open area. There was a stone door here, the only exit. However, the stone door was tightly shut, seemingly sealed by some powerful force. "Damn, we can't get out." Zhang Tao angrily punched the stone door, only to be immediately thrown back by an unknown force. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhang Tao crashed against the stone wall, feeling dazed. "Don't panic," Lu Xian said. "Let us stabilize our formation first, and then figure out how to break the seal." The group quickly set up a defensive formation, preparing to face the continuously surging rock snakes while also searching for a way to break the seal. Suddenly, Chen noticed some ancient runes on the stone door. These runes resembled those in the previous passage and seemed to form an ancient formation. These runes might be the key to breaking the seal. Chen shouted, "Everyone come help." The group quickly gathered around, following Chen's instructions, standing in different positions and channeling spiritual energy into the runes. Under their combined efforts, the runes gradually lit up, emitting a dazzling glow. As the light grew brighter, the stone door suddenly opened with a bang, and a powerful aura surged out. Inside was actually a giant rock snake king. 4th tier or 5th tier? The entire team of adventurers felt their scalps tingle. Chen frowned, sensing something was off. Why isn't this rock snake king coming out? Chen casually knocked a stone from the wall towards the rock snake king's direction. Before the stone reached, golden light erupted. Golden chains appeared around the rock snake king, actually binding it in place. The massive body of the rock snake king was tightly bound by a circle of golden chains, which pierced through its scales, firmly fixing it in place. Despite its gaze filled with unwillingness and anger, it could only struggle helplessly within this meticulously designed cage. Beneath it, signs of a formation faintly emerged. What's going on? The rock snakes behind had surged forward, but kept hissing, not daring to approach the secret room behind the stone door. After observing for a moment, Chen suddenly realized that the power of this rock snake king was continuously flowing to the rock snakes outside. No wonder those rock snakes didn't have beast cores. It turned out that these rock snakes were actually copies of this rock snake king. Understanding the key, Chen jumped directly into the secret room. Hiss! In an instant, Chen felt a powerful aura rushing towards him, as if he were at the center of a storm. The rock snake king began to struggle violently. Its body twisted, creating tremors in the golden chains with its immense strength. The scales flashed with a cold gleam as they struggled, contrasting sharply with the golden chains. Chen could sense the rock snake king's frenzied power, as if it wanted to tear the entire secret room apart. However, no matter how it struggled, the golden chains showed no signs of breaking. Instead, they tightened even more, binding it firmly in place. In the end, the rock snake king helplessly stopped struggling, its massive body appearing particularly weak within the golden chains, only able to glare at Chen with its downward triangular eyes. I guessed right. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After all, facing such a powerful beast of unknown tier, he felt genuinely intimidated. Following the wall, Chen began to carefully explore. The wall seemed a bit uneven. Upon closer inspection of the secret room's walls, Chen discovered some blurred characters carved into them. These characters appeared to have been eroded by time, but he could still recognize some strokes. Chen worked hard to decipher these characters and gradually realized that this was actually a place of inheritance for beast tamers. Inheritance. In this small secret room, Chen could even hear his own heart pounding. It is known that inheritances only exist in blessed lands. They are generally obtained by official powers or great families, leaving later generations with no way of knowing. The amount of spiritual energy leaked when a secret realm and a blessed land first opened is fundamentally different. For many years, the officials have already established standards for judgment, with no errors. The living forces of the officials and families are ultimately limited, and they cannot manage everything themselves, which is why they would allow some small secret realms for ordinary martial artists to explore. However, who would have thought that around the small Yuqing? In this chaotic small secret realm that even has less spiritual energy than other secret realms open for years, there would actually be a place of inheritance. The wilderness is not a secret realm, but a picked-up blessed land. Chapter 46. Illusion of Flowers and Moon. First level of spiritual power suddenly. The words on the wall began to crawl like ants, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire secret chamber. Immediately after, Chen felt as if he was under a strong pressure of spiritual power. The inheritance has begun. Coming quickly. Chen called out to the curious team outside the door, unaware of the situation. Led by Lu Xian, the four entered. At that moment, their spiritual power seemed to be rapidly increasing. Chen, what does it feel like? Zhang Tao, carefree as ever, felt as if little worms were crawling in his head. And as they crawled out, his perception of the surroundings became clearer. It's the inheritance. Everyone focus on feeling it. Chen closed his eyes, concentrating on this power, trying hard to absorb and digest it. He felt a warm current flowing in from the top of his head, gradually spreading throughout his body. This power seemed to have a life of its own, moving within Chen and merging with his soul. As time passed, he began to feel an enhancement of his spiritual power. His thinking became sharper, and his perception of the surrounding environment became clearer. He could control his emotions more accurately and grasp the direction of his thoughts. Gradually, he started to comprehend some methods of utilizing spiritual power. He attempted to condense his spiritual power into a fine thread, flowing along his meridians. Each movement made his spiritual power stronger. Time passed second by second, and after about 20 minutes, Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that his spiritual power had reached the first level. Did I succeed? No. Although the enhancement of spiritual power was rapid, it was like a fortress in the air, lacking a foundation, at risk of collapse at any moment. The other four were still experiencing the wonders of spiritual power. Especially Zhang Tao, the sudden enhancement of perception made him increasingly lively. It's starting to fade. Chen muttered softly. Then, in the remaining 10 minutes, this strong spiritual power receded like a tide, and everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. An old voice echoed in the secret chamber. You have already felt the first level of spiritual power. I will give you 1 hour. Whoever can truly break through to the first level of spiritual power with their own talent will receive my inheritance. Indeed, everything just now is fake. The rock snake king beside them revealed a mocking expression. The color of the golden chains on its body had faded significantly. The constantly flicking snake tongue seemed to say that if no one achieved the first level of spiritual power, it would continue to reinforce the chains, and it would break free from its restraints. Hiss hiss. The rock snake king kept hissing, disturbing others' comprehension of spiritual power. Chen kept his eyes tightly closed. However, the spiritual power that had just smoothly increased now faced numerous difficulties during the enhancement process. His spiritual power was indeed hard to control. It was like a wild beast, sometimes galloping endlessly and sometimes quiet as water. Chen needed to constantly adjust his breathing and thoughts to gradually harness this power. Even so, he still felt that the speed of enhancing his spiritual power was very slow, completely different from the rapid increase just now. Despite his continuous efforts to absorb and digest that power, progress was minimal. Time ticked away, yet his spiritual power showed no obvious growth, which made him feel immense pressure and frustration. At the same time, Chen faced another challenge, the disturbance of his inner thoughts. His mind began to become chaotic, constantly flooded with various distracting thoughts and memories. These distractions were like stones, falling into the lake of his heart, creating ripples. Even though Chen tried hard to maintain focus, he couldn't eliminate these distractions one by one, and his spiritual power had no way to continue increasing. Hiss hiss. The mocking tone of the rock snake king's hissing was palpable. Under such derision, Zhang Tao was the first to fail and give up, followed by Lu Xian, Zhaolin, and finally Li Waner. Only Chen remained. The rock snake king's eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. The more he found himself in such a situation, the calmer Chen became. He took a deep breath, gradually eliminating distractions from his mind, immersing himself completely in the realm of spiritual power to break through the current dilemma. Calm your mind and focus. He gradually controlled the wild spiritual power and then guided it little by little to the Dantian, compressing and refining it with his thoughts. This process consumed a lot of Chen's energy, but he persisted. Gradually, Chen felt the texture of his spiritual power changing, becoming purer and denser, as if transforming from a violent storm into a gentle stream. He began to attempt to merge his spiritual power with the surrounding environment, feeling its flow and changes. In this process, he continuously adjusted his breathing and thoughts, allowing the spiritual power to operate more freely. Time is up. Almost at the moment the old voice announced the end of the assessment, Chen's spiritual power broke through its limits, reaching the first level of spiritual power. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a fatigued yet satisfied smile, then looked at the rock snake king beside him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Immediately, his spiritual power reinforced the formation beneath the rock snake king, making the golden chains even more secure, rendering the rock snake king's furious struggles futile. In the next moment, Chen's spiritual power was pulled into a vast white space. The space into which Chen's spiritual power was drawn was a boundless void of white. Surrounding him was complete silence, devoid of any sound or color, only endless white, like a world shrouded in thick fog. This white space had no boundaries, as if it were an infinite universe, making one feel incredibly small and lonely. A cold breath permeated the air, as if it were freezing one's soul. Chen felt his spiritual power wandering in this space, but could not touch anything substantial. He tried to perceive this space with his spiritual power, but found that his perception was blocked by an invisible force, as if a transparent barrier separated this space from the outside world. Chen began to feel a sense of unease. He did not know why he appeared in this place, nor how to leave. This vast white space seemed like an endless maze, making one lose direction and unable to find an exit. Just as Chen was feeling a bit panicked inside, an old man in simple clothes with a white beard appeared. His face was thin, but his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. The beard was as white as snow, long and hanging down to his chest, tangled together as if it had never been cared for. He stood with his hands behind his back, straightening his back as if he were one with nature. Hello, my successor. Chapter 47. Constructing the Beast Domain. Hundredfold Extraction, the way of beast mastery in the heart of the beast. The usual way of beast mastery requires testing the hearts of the monsters to control them. But in my domain, we only need to construct the beast form and the beast domain. Come, let me show you around. The scenery around them changed, and Chen and the old man with a white beard found themselves in a valley, which was the old man's beast domain. The surroundings were lush with green grass, flowers blooming vibrantly, and a gentle breeze brought with it a fragrant aroma. The old man slowly took out a bag of grass seeds from his pocket and gently scattered them on the ground. As he did so, a small snake poked its head out from the grass, flicking its tongue and curiously looking at him. The old man smiled slightly and waved at the small snake. Immediately, the small snake slowly crawled towards him. The old man extended his hand and gently stroked the small snake's scales, as if transmitting some kind of power. Controlling a snake is the simplest. This cold-blooded creature has no heart and can be easily raised. The old man said softly, "You need to learn to communicate with the snake, feel its emotions, and provide for its needs." Chen listened intently. He sensed a unique energy from the small snake, as if there was a connection of mental power. Give it a try. With the old man's permission, Chen attempted to merge his mental power with that of the small snake, and he indeed established a mysterious connection. I can communicate with your snake? The old man nodded with a smile. Gradually, Chen discovered that he could guide the small snake's movements. Through his thoughts, he made the small snake slither across the grass, coil, and flick its tongue. The small snake seemed to be telepathically connected, executing his commands without hesitation. Very good. You have mastered the basic skills of snake control. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Then his smile faded, and his voice turned cold. Now, you can control it to self-destruct. Chen was taken aback, looking at the old man in disbelief. You want it to self-destruct? The old man seemed to see through Chen's thoughts and said lightly, "Controlling a snake, if you can't make it obey your commands to sacrifice itself. What use is it?" Chen fell silent for a moment. He adjusted his thoughts and began to communicate with the small snake. Self-destruct. Chen issued the command with his thoughts. The small snake trembled slightly, slowly crawling to an open area, then coiling itself up, channeling its internal spiritual energy. Bang! A faint explosion sound echoed, and the small snake's body turned into a wisp of light smoke, dissipating into the air. Too weak. The self-destruction didn't cause much damage. This small snake probably isn't even a first-grade monster. Ding! You have encountered a wisp of dispersed mental power. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 wisps of mental power or 1 construction of beast domain. Please choose a reward method. Construct the beast domain. Yan Chen's expression changed instantly. Jackpot! The old man with the white beard appreciated Yan Chen's decisiveness and softly whistled, calling forth more snakes. The cold voice rang out. Continue. Boom! 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 As more and more small snakes self-destructed, Yan Chen's beast domain gradually took shape within his sea of consciousness. His beast domain was also a snake domain. However, since it was formed by absorbing the mental power from the old man's beast domain self-destructs, it became a desolate land. There were no vibrant green grasses, no birds singing or flowers blooming, only patches of bare yellow earth and dry stones. The air was filled with a hot, dry atmosphere, as if even the moisture had been sucked away by this land. The sunlight shone down, hitting the sandy ground and reflecting a blinding light. In this desolate place, even the wind appeared weak, bringing only a faint caress. However, despite the harsh environment, it nurtured a world where Yan Chen coexisted with snakes, and his snake swarm established a unique ecosystem. The snakes slithered across the barren land, merging with the yellow sand and stones. Your mental power should have reached the 2nd grade by now, the old man inquired. His voice had noticeably weakened. Yan Chen replied, This evident hesitation made the old man furrow his brows slightly. Did you not fully absorb the mental power I dispersed? No, no, no. Yan Chen shook his head repeatedly. The old man visibly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then I will teach you how to condense mental power into a beast domain. No. Yan Chen shook his head again. What do you mean? The old man's anger was clearly rising. Yan Chen forced a smile and said, Why don't you take a look for yourself? In the desolate beast domain, 2 figures, one old and one young, appeared. A gust of cold wind blew, and the old man's tangled beard was blown into his eyes, the slight stinging sensation bringing him back to his senses. You actually condensed the beast domain by yourself? Yan Chen grinned. I guess so. The old man with the white beard showed a look of satisfaction. My years of waiting have indeed been worthwhile. Now, I have a gift for you. In the desolate beast domain, the old man solemnly taught Yan Chen the formation technique for replicating the rock snake puppet. This was an ancient and mysterious spell that could replicate the form and power of the rock snake, creating powerful rock snake puppets. The old man patiently explained the principles and usage of the formation, telling Yan Chen that it was a mastery and application of natural forces. And only through true understanding could one unleash the maximum power of the formation. As the old man spoke, Yan Chen gradually grasped the essence of the formation. Following the old man's guidance, he began to arrange the formation within his beast domain. He drew upon the natural forces, condensing them into peculiar symbols. These symbols flickered with mysterious light in the air, as if telling ancient secrets. Gradually, the outline of the formation became clear, forming a massive magical array. Then, the old man passed the Rock Snake King to Yan Chen. He flicked his fingers, and a golden light flew towards Yan Chen. After the light dissipated, a majestic Rock Snake King appeared at the center of the formation. The Rock Snake King's eyes were bright and focused, its scales shining with golden light, slightly opening its mouth as if challenging Yan Chen. Thank you, Yan Chen said. As he infused his mental power, the magical array began to emit dazzling light, and silver chains belonging to Yan Chen appeared, binding the Rock Snake King, simultaneously signaling the change of ownership. The old man looked at Yan Chen and said, Now, you have mastered the formation technique for replicating the rock snake puppet. This is the secret technique passed down by our family, and now I will impart it to you, hoping you can carry it forward in the future. All right, Yan Chen responded. However, family inheritance secret technique? Yan Chen faintly felt he might have grasped something. There shouldn't be such a family in Blue Star, right? So, where exactly is the family the old man spoke of? Where do these secret realms, blessed lands, and these monster beasts come from? Chapter 48. Various parties compete for favor ends. A ray of dawn rises above the chaotic small secret realm, indicating that a legacy has found its true heir. Yuqing official. Shen Feng tapped the table, surprised that there was a missing legacy. I remember that place had extremely low spiritual energy. A subordinate replied, Yes, it is indeed the first low spiritual energy cave paradise in the country. Shun Feng's expression remained calm. Send someone to investigate. Let us see who the heir really is. By the way, pull up the file on the heir for me. I hope it's a common martial artist who can serve the country and the people. Yes, Minister Shun. Various families. Damn, how did the official measure it? They actually missed the cave paradise. Maybe the officials did it on purpose. The agreement we reached with the officials was that discovered cave paradises would be split 50-50 between all families and the officials. Since it was their measurement that had omissions, then this should count as their share. That makes sense. I'll communicate this right away. Good. If the officials don't agree, we'll immediately unite with the other families. A small secret realm has now stirred various parties. When Chen walked out of the secret realm, it felt like he was in a different world. Official personnel immediately approached. Student Chen, you are truly impressive. The tone was full of sincerity. One moment, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and the next, he was the heir of a legacy. With talent and luck, it's clear he is capable of great things. Chen smiled, but did not respond. Military defense personnel said directly, Student Chen, we hope you can join the military defense and use your strength to make a greater contribution to the country. Chen naturally understood the official's intentions. After pondering for a moment, he looked sincerely at the other person. I am very honored by your invitation. If the country needs me, I am always willing to contribute. However, joining is out of the question. At the same time, representatives from various families also gathered around. Unlike the expectations of the officials, they were more interested in persuading Chen to join their own families. Student Chen, on behalf of the Lung family, I sincerely invite you to join us as a family offering. We will provide you with. Each family representative stepped forward, their tone filled with enthusiasm, hoping to leverage Chen's power to enhance their family's strength and status. Perhaps they were also eyeing his master, Principal Lung, one of the top 3 experts in Yuqing, as well as the influence created by Elder Zhou on the day of the college entrance examination. I appreciate everyone's goodwill. Chen politely responded, but I currently have many matters to attend to. I will consider the issue of joining a family in the future. Although the officials and other family representatives were somewhat disappointed, they expressed respect for Chen's decision. After all, talents like Chen would undoubtedly achieve something no matter which path they chose. Wait, Student Chen, our Lu family. Lu family? Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous light. What a coincidence! ISNT that the Lu family, Lu Yinghao, who had bullied him and whom he dealt with yet. Even more coincidental, he settled the score with this person and unexpectedly ran into him here. Chen fixed his gaze on Lu Yinghao, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yinghao felt a chill run down his spine under Chen's gaze. The representative from the Lu family continued without noticing. Student Chen, our Lu family greatly appreciates your talent and strength, and we hope you can join our family. As long as you agree, we can offer you all the resources you desire. Chen sneered, not responding. The officials and representatives from other families also noticed this scene, but they didn't intervene. After all, Chen's gaze towards the Lu family was not friendly. Student Chen, I hope you can consider this carefully. Lu Xian, you should persuade your friend. After all, you both entered the secret realm together, and this legacy should count as your contribution, right? The Lu family representative was somewhat anxious. Compared to other families, their Lu family's current generation was weak, with only Lu Xian, a side relative, still somewhat outstanding, yet he was marginalized outside the family. Now that Chen and Lu Xian had unexpectedly obtained this legacy together, he naturally wanted to use Lu Xian's connection to bring Chen into their fold. Speaking of which, he was also Lu Xian's third uncle. Isn't it reasonable to give a command as an elder? Lu Xian's face turned awkward, and just as he was about to say something, Chen reassured him with a smile, then said, "What will I gain if I join the Lu family?" The Lu family representative was overjoyed. "If you join our family, we will definitely give you the best treatment." The best treatment? Chen mocked with a smile. "What your Lu family's young master did to me is better than any treatment." Lu Yinghao's face changed. He realized what Chen was referring to. Who would have thought that the former waste would turn the tables so thoroughly today? Regardless of his own strength or the background behind him, he had far surpassed Lu Yinghao. Lu Yinghao tried to explain. Student Yin Chen, that was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Chen interrupted him. You attacked me and broke a few of my ribs. That's just a misunderstanding? Then he turned to the Lu family representative and said, I am worried about the Lu family's family values. Talented individuals like Lu Xian are marginalized, while trash like Lu Yinghao is treated as your family's prized young master. Wanting to join the Lu family? Sure, consider it when you swap their positions. His voice, though not loud, was filled with determination and anger. Everyone present heard it clearly. Lu Yinghao's face turned pale. He realized he had truly provoked someone he shouldn't have. He tried to back away, but his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Unable to move, Yin Chen slowly walked towards Lu Yinghao, each step filled with power and authority. His gaze was like a knife, seemingly able to pierce through Lu Yinghao's heart. At the same time, a powerful mental force pressed down on Lu Yinghao point to point. Lu Yinghao was so frightened that he fell to the ground, unable to articulate his words. How terrifying! It was even more intimidating than the pressure from his father, who was at the peak of the 5th rank. Student Yin Chen, please calm down. The Lu family representative finally understood what was happening and tried to step forward to stop it, but was frozen in place by Yin Chen's gaze. The officials and representatives from other families would not take action either. After all, this was a matter between Yin Chen and the Lu family, and they couldn't interfere. Just when everyone thought Yin Chen was going to make a move, he suddenly stopped. He gave Lu Yinghao a deep look, then turned and left. I hope the Lu family can give me a satisfactory answer. Yin Chen's voice echoed in the air, sending a strong chill through everyone present. Chapter 49. The Lu family's instructions. The commotion outside the chaotic small secret realm was causing quite a stir, and Lu Yinghao's father, Lu Sai, naturally heard about it. Inside the Lu family study, the walls were a deep gray, hard and cold. Black curtains hung over the windows, blocking most of the light, making the room sufficiently private and quiet. It was very quiet, at least at this moment, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. Bang! A black folder was thrown directly at Lu Yinghao, heavily striking the top of his head, creating a square blood pit on his forehead, with blood slowly trickling down his face. You can act arrogant and domineering if you have the ability, stepping on others to ensure they never rise again. If you don't have the ability, then pretend to be gentle and approachable, cultivating every relationship. Haven T, you learn how to conduct yourself at home? What are you doing now? I, Lu Sai, don't have only you as my son. Lu Sai's angry voice echoed. However, the Lu family's young master, Lu Yinghao, who was domineering outside, dare not even breathe in front of his father. Father, I was wrong. I won't dare again in the future. Lu Yinghao hurriedly admitted his mistake. Lu Sai's anger intensified. Wrong? What good is that? What I want is a solution from you. Lu Yinghao hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. Good, you are really something. Keeping you, this waste, is not as good as properly nurturing that side branch's illegitimate child, Lu Xian. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Kumin, Lu Sai snapped, still seething with anger. A scholarly-looking young man walked in. He appeared very refined, dressed in a black shirt that was understated and inconspicuous, with the collar slightly open, exuding a casual aura. The black trousers fit closely around his long legs, hanging straight down to the floor, impeccably neat. The whole person was quite the refined rogue. Father, there's no need to be angry with my younger brother. Although he offended Yanchen first, Lu Xian has made friend with Yanchen afterward. Thus, our family and others are on the same starting line. If I had to say, in his eyes, the Lu family might even have a more memorable impression. The young man spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Sai's anger subsided a bit. Hero, how do you think this matter should be handled? Lu Yinghao said. Yanchen has Cold Dashin as his master and seems to be valued by old Zhou from the provincial capital. Having reached this point, we can only befriend him, not make enemies. I ask Father to punish Yinghao severely, bring Lu Xian home, and prepare enough generous gifts for Yanchen. This is our Lu family's explanation to him. Lu Sai frowned, saying, what you say is easy to handle. However, he is merely a junior. Is it worth going this far for him? Or can we handle this coldly and simply ignore him? No. Lu Yinghao immediately refused and then advised Lu Sai. Yanshin's own strength should not be underestimated. If father trusts me, then give him a sufficient explanation at this time. In the future, I will be at the provincial capital university with him. With my abilities, I will surely befriend him. This. Lu Sai looked at the determined expression on his eldest son's face and said, "Good." At Yanshin's doorstep, Yanshin appeared as if he had just woken up, looking dazed at the scene before him. Who would have thought that someone, upon just getting up in the morning, would receive a delivery of Lu Yinghao right at their doorstep? This is the Lu family's explanation. Lu Yinghao's face was pale, his eyes tightly shut, and his limbs were fixed to a frame, unable to move. His body was wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes and a tightly closed mouth. However, although his eyes could still move, they had lost their previous luster, becoming dull and lifeless. His mouth, though exposed, could only emit painful groans. And escorting Lu Yinghao was none other than his older brother, Lu Yinghao. "Hello, Junior Yanshin." Lu Yinghao greeted enthusiastically, seemingly indifferent to his brother's plight. "So, lying there is not his blood relative, but just some random person?" Yanshin did not respond, but felt that the scene before him was somewhat mocking. He chuckled, wondering what had happened to Lu Yinghao. Lu Yinghao casually said, "Father has already found out after returning home. Lu Yinghao broke 2 of your ribs at that time. And now, father personally broke all his bones as an apology." Broken. All his bones? What a ruthless method. Lu Yinghao, however, humorously said, "Besides, as it was said, it's an apology, so naturally there should also be these gifts. Please take a look, classmate Yanshin." In the next moment, members of the Lu family filed in. The gifts sent were directly filling the entire hall, each one appearing extremely precious. The first thing that caught the eye was a pile of carefully packaged beast cores, each one like a crystal jewel, emitting a faint aura. These beast cores had been meticulously selected by the Lu family, coming from the most powerful demon beasts of various levels. Next to the beast cores were boxes exuding rich medicinal fragrance. These medicinal herbs had been initially processed, with each box containing the essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It seemed Lu Yinghao had already checked that his younger sister, Xiao Xiao, was an alchemist, which was quite considerate. And in the central position were pills, giving off a strong aroma, each one usable by Yanshin at this stage, which Xiao Xiao had yet to reach the level to refine. The entire hall was illuminated brightly, as if it were day, by the glow of the packaging of these gifts, making each item appear extremely precious and rare. The Lu family was truly going all out to calm this matter. Yanshin extended a fist in front of Lu Yinghao, then slowly raised his thumb and pinky. "Is it 6? Lu Yinghao was momentarily stunned. Yanshin, however, laughed directly. How should I put it? This smile was as fake as can be, but at least he smiled, right? The Lu family's young man truly was a big man who could bend and stretch. I don't even know what to say, so I'll just give you 6. So, this gesture really meant 6. Then he began to collect those gifts one by one, each time smiling and saying, "The Lu family is too polite. I assent it. 100 beast cores would actually be enough, and the same for the medicinal herbs. This many finished boxes would do, right? As for the pills, they're the least useful. Even if you give me 100, how long would that last? Who would refuse money?" It was said to be an apology, so of course, it must be accepted. Lu Yinghao, they only brought 50 beast cores. It seems they need a supplement. The medicinal herbs seem to only have 30 boxes. It looks like they need a supplement. Oh, and the pills. There are indeed 100 pills, but Yanshin has already said it's not enough. They still need a supplement. Chapter 50, New Students Arriving. Sharing a dorm with Yanshin in the blink of an eye, it was already September 1st, the day for new students to start school again. Yanshin, carrying a single shoulder bag, stepped through the gates of Jing Province University. Their storage space. Although the area isn't large, it's enough for luggage. Upon entering the school, the first thing that caught his eye was a vast expanse of green, lush trees and colorful flower beds. Oh, and there are rockeries and an artificial lake. The beautiful environment looked impressive, definitely at an official retirement home level. In the campus, the towering teaching buildings, modern library, and well-equipped spiritual laboratories were scattered, showcasing the school as strong capabilities. Amidst the crowd, the new student registration process was quite smooth. At the school bulletin board, Detailed registration procedures and dormitory allocation information were posted. Following the process, Chen first went to the registration office to complete his enrollment procedures and receive his student ID and class schedule. Chen, a striking figure in red, was already waiting at the registration office. As expected, it was Zhou Yaorong. Long time no see. Chen awkwardly greeted her. Yeah, it's been 7 days, 6 hours, and 52 minutes since we last connected, Zhou Yaorong replied, her tone filled with grievance, then added, the last time we contacted was me reaching out to you. I'll pay more attention in the future. Then, accompanied by Zhou Yaorong, Chen went to the dormitory management center to collect his dorm key and related accommodation regulations. Throughout the registration process, Chen felt the warmth and professionalism of the school staff. They patiently answered his questions, ensuring that the new students could complete the registration smoothly. Of course, if there were any individuals who were not friendly or professional, they would receive a fierce glare from the young lady, Zhou Yaorong. Carrying his heavy luggage, Chen arrived at his dormitory. The moment he opened the door, he was captivated by the sight before him. A spacious and bright room, comfortable beds, tidy desks and chairs, and a private bathroom. Everything was perfect. If only Zhou Yaorong wasn't next to him. Wait. Just as Chen was about to discourage Zhou Yaorong from staying in the boys' dormitory, another person walked in, making Chen even less eager to see him. Xiong. Hello, Chen. You're in dorm 662? What a coincidence. We'll be roommates from now on. Xiong greeted enthusiastically. Chen? Does the school really not need to follow the dormitory allocation rules? Shouldn't students of the same grade be assigned to the same dormitory? Not just Chen, even Zhou Yaorong beside him frowned prettily. She then whispered into Chen's ear. Chen, I can see you don't seem to like him. Do you need me to help you deal with this roommate? Martial artists are perceptive. What effect does Zhou Yaorong's way of speaking, which merely lowers the volume to close the distance, actually have? None. It's completely equivalent to openly discussing it in front of him. Sister Zhou, what do you suggest? Chen surprisingly didn't shy away at all. Seeing this, Zhou Yaorong immediately rubbed her hands together. This is easy. I can take advantage of the cover of night and bury him in the small woods. Xiong's face turned stiff, and even though he is usually a social butterfly in Yu City, he couldn't maintain his expression, changing colors in a second. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, all in the blink of an eye. Chen. He even gave me a gift a few days ago. Killing him wouldn't be good. Zhou Yaorong's tone was filled with regret. Then she added, then I can only contact my grandpa and use my power to suppress him. True power suppression. She could directly carry out such actions in front of the other person. All right, then I'll trouble you, Sister Zhou. Chen expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. Chen's affairs are my affairs, Zhou Yaorong confidently declared, then pulled out her communication device. The phone rang for no more than 3 seconds when an old man, who was playing chess, appeared on the screen. Grandpa. Zhou Yaorong's voice instantly increased a few decibels. My dear granddaughter, I'm here. The old man quickly tossed aside the chess piece in his hand. Grandpa, I want to share a dorm with Chen. No shocking words, no rest. No way. The old man's loving expression almost broke. It's not negotiable. Zhou Yaorong clearly wasn't obedient, especially in front of her grandpa. Her spoiled demeanor only grew stronger. The old man's expression stiffened. Then he looked at Chen. His expression clearly saying, did you corrupt my granddaughter? What are your intentions with her? Chen could only smile bitterly. To escape the wolf's den, I sought help from a mother tiger. Truly, my brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Who knows Zhou Yaorong could pull such a stunt? She was truly using her power to suppress him, directly swapping Zhou Xiong out for herself. Incredible. Chen shook his head repeatedly, desperately signaling that this was absolutely not his idea. Seeing this, the old man could only patiently persuade his granddaughter. My dear, even if you like this kid, you can't live with him directly. And this is in school. How bad would it be for your reputation? The old man earnestly persuaded for over 10 minutes before Zhou Yaorong finally relented. Okay, if you don't want me to live with Chen, that's fine. But I see Chen doesn't like having a roommate. Her words hadn't even finished when the old man hurriedly interjected. I'll immediately arrange for Yanshin's roommate to move out, so he can have a single room. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication was abruptly cut off. The old man was clearly afraid that Zhou Yaorong would change her mind the next second. On the other side, Lu Yingxiong almost simultaneously received a text message. Hello. Lu Yingxiong, your dorm room has been changed to dorm 706. Please go to the dormitory management center to change your dorm key as soon as possible. All right. Power is indeed more useful than money. Lu Yingxiong forced a smile. Yanshin, Zhou Yaorong, see you later. He then left in a dejected manner. The longer he stayed, the more embarrassed he felt. Did this really happen? Yanshin looked at Zhou Yaorong, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on her face, and asked, Did you do this on purpose? Zhou Yaorong naturally nodded and said, If I had directly made the request, that old man would have thought I was begging him, and I would have had to accept various conditions. Look how good it is now, clean and neat. Then Zhou Yaorong leaned closer to Yanshin, whispering in his ear, But Xiao Yanshin, I really do want to share a dorm with you. Chapter 51, Freshman Assessment. Beast Domain's first appearance the sky was overcast, so gloomy that it made one just want to stay in the dormitory and not go out at all. However, the incessant knocking from the dormitory manager eventually disturbed Yin Chen's sweet dreams. Well, it's the first day of school, and there's a freshman assessment, so there's really no way to continue sleeping. The assessment took place in a special area of the school, surrounded by barriers that isolated independent spaces for each student to enter, corresponding to their martial artist rank. As a peak third-rank martial artist, Yin Chen entered the last space. Unlike the other spaces swarming with candidates, his area felt desolate. Upon entering the assessment area, Yin Chen was greeted by a group of captive beasts. These beasts varied in appearance, their faces fierce, exuding a powerful aura. However, being captive, they could only move back and forth in their cages, occasionally letting out low growls. The rules of the assessment were simple. Freshmen were required to withstand the beast attacks for as long as possible. If any candidate could not hold on and called for help, the assessment would immediately end. Ultimately, the final score was based on the duration of the exam. Yin Chen took a deep breath, quickly observing the surroundings and the movements of the beasts. His spiritual energy was abundant, making him more perceptive than ordinary martial artists, and he was acutely aware of the beast's actions around him. The examiner floated in mid-air, reminding below, If you can't hold on, just speak up quickly. Don't get hurt during an entrance exam. All right, you just sit up there and take a good rest, Yin Chen replied with a smile, then waved his hand, signaling the examiner to start quickly. The examiner shook his head and announced the start. As the examiner declared the assessment began, the seals on the cages instantly disappeared. In an instant, the beast's auras filled the entire space, as if the air itself had become heavy. The cage doors slowly opened, and the first to charge out was a massive beast covered in thick scales, its eyes crimson and its fangs revealing a hint of a cruel smile. It was a third-rank red-armored beast. Following that, other beasts rushed out of their cages, roaring or growling, displaying a terrifying might. The beasts quickly spread out across the assessment area, forming a huge encirclement that trapped Yin Chen in the middle. They stared at him with bloodthirsty glints in their eyes, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Facing the onslaught of the beasts, Yin Chen took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. He understood that it wasn't about standing out in this assessment, but rather, so many shiny beast cores. Which one to start with? Let's start with the red-armored beast. At that moment of decision, Yin Chen quickly activated his 4 major physiques. He swung his fist, unleashing the martial technique mountain opening fist, delivering a heavy blow directly to the red-armored beast, which let out a piercing scream and was sent flying, crashing against the spatial barrier. Then, Yin Chen unleashed the stone lock combo. With a stone lock in hand, he smashed the beast to pieces, utilizing his speed and strength. He continuously jumped and attacked, knocking one beast down after another. The assessment area was filled with the cries of the beasts. After 30 minutes of fierce battle, more than 10 beasts lay at Yin Chen's feet. However, his spiritual energy was also nearly depleted. At this point, the remaining beasts seemed to sense this and began to attack Yin Chen more frantically. One third-rank beast spat a flame directly at him. Chen hurriedly dodged, but was still burned on the arm, the sharp pain causing his body to tremble. Seeing this scene from above, the examiner immediately prepared to rescue him. Given Chen's peak third-rank level, enduring the siege of numerous same-level beasts for 30 minutes and managing to counterkill more than 10 was already quite a good result. However, he did not wait for Chen's call for help. His spiritual energy was about to run out. He needed to recover. For the first time in front of so many eyes, Chen activated his beast domain. In a desolate land, serpentine creatures were breeding within, all of which were formed from Chen's spiritual energy. What truly gave them combat power as beasts was the Rock Snake King, trapped in the center of the beast domain formation, continuously nourishing those serpents with its flesh and blood essence. Beep. Your spiritual energy has come into contact with a trace of flesh and blood essence. Do you wish to extract it 100-fold? Rewards: 100 strands of flesh and blood essence, first-rank beast level, cannot grow independently, or a drop of essence blood, sub-rank beast, can grow independently. Please choose a reward method. Let's just say the reason the old man has been keeping the Rock Snake King trapped is that his beast domain needs the continuous nourishment of the Rock Snake King's flesh and blood essence to possess beasts. Right? If our beasts can grow independently, then every one of them could become a Rock Snake King in the future. Can't we just let that unfortunate guy go? Oh, provided it knows its place. If it really doesn't listen, extracting the beast core isn't out of the question. Extract a drop of essence blood. The ordinary little snakes in Chen's beast domain were gradually gaining spiritual energy. Clearly born from Chen's spiritual energy, they now exhibited signs of being true beasts. This beast taming inheritance is powerful. After all, it's stronger than those beast tamers from the Beast God Hall. After all, Chen doesn't have to spend all day in various beast gathering places. Nor does he have to worry about being betrayed by controlled beasts when his spiritual energy is depleted. It's all his. The non-rank little snakes from Chen's beast domain crawled out, then entangled the surrounding third-rank beasts. Roar! All the third-rank beasts roared in fury. In the realm of beasts, levels are strictly hierarchical. Under the pressure of these third-rank beasts, how dare these mere non-rank little snakes approach them? They dared. After all, they were all transformed from Chen's spiritual energy, and he wasn't afraid of snakes. Accompanied by a faint rustling sound, one by one, the small serpentine beasts emerged from the beast domain and swiftly swam toward the surrounding third-rank beasts. These little snakes shimmered with a faint glow on their scales, and in appearance, they bore some resemblance to the juvenile Rock Snake King, with a few also showing mutations. They coiled around the ankles, necks, and tails of the third-rank beasts, clinging tightly. The third-rank beasts roared angrily, trying to shake off these little snakes, but they clung on like parasites, unable to be dislodged. Even if a few were crushed in the chaos, they would instantly transform back into spiritual energy and return to Chen's beast domain. It would probably take a few hours for the transformation to be complete and regain their combat strength. The little snakes kept flicking their tongues, and under their entanglement, the movements of the third-rank beasts gradually slowed. Chapter 52. Are you here to stock up? 1 beast core, 2 beast cores, 3 beast cores. Chen pulled at the pile of snakes, picking 1 beast core after another and putting them into his storage space. The only regret was that 10 cubic meters was no longer enough. It was time to expand his storage space. Chen looked at the piles of monster materials on the ground and felt a bit pained about the monster meat. Although beast cores are the most valuable part of a monster, the other parts are still worth money. Just throwing them away like this made Chen feel like his heart was bleeding. Well, let us eat a few pieces first. The more I eat, the more I earn. Eating means no loss. Chen took out a spiritual energy lighter, chose the tastiest parts from the monster's body, cut them off, and started roasting them over the fire. The aroma wafted through the air. Hiss! A series of snake hisses came. It was those little guys. They were reporting back to Chen. The third-grade monsters had started to riot. The little snakes clearly lacked intelligence and could only simply report the information about the monster riot, unable to analyze the specific reasons. If the Rock Snake King had directly entered the battle, it would surely have roared. The fire hasn't even been set up yet, and you're over there roasting monster meat. How can there not be monsters going berserk? Chen transmitted his mental energy to calm the little snakes and urged them to continue fighting. As for himself, he continued roasting meat, so fragrant. The battle was still in full swing, but it wouldn't last much longer. The little snakes fought bravely and in large numbers, and under their entanglement, the remaining third-grade monsters fell one by one. Roar! Accompanied by the last roar of the monster, all the monsters had been completely subdued. Damage statistics in progress. Chen glanced over and felt extremely excited. The provincial capital university really took care of its students. These captive monsters were already weaker than normal third-grade monsters. And after such a brutal fight, his mental energy little snakes still had some left. Profitable. Chen summoned all the remaining little snakes back into the beast domain and casually greeted the Rock Snake King. Sorry you lost so many little guys. Please work hard again. The golden chain of light flared up once more as Chen infused it with more mental energy, causing the chain to continue absorbing the essence of the Rock Snake King's blood and flesh, feeding it back to the little snakes in the beast domain. Killing snakes and targeting the heart. What did I, a middle-aged snake, do to offend you to be treated like this? And the one targeted wasn't just the Rock Snake King. In the assessment space, the teacher Wang Ping, who was responsible for this assessment, was already dumbfounded. They all died? No. If you awakened the Beastmaster ability, why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd said so, I could have just given you a casual assessment. Hey, all the monsters in this space were caught by me one by one from outside. I worked hard for several months. Was it easy for me just to be wiped out by you in one go? Teacher Wang Ping angrily descended from midair, wanted to have a good talk with Chen. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Chen quickly harvested the last beast core, wiped the blood off and stored away, then seemed to just hear Wang Ping talking and turned his head to ask, "Excuse me, examiner, what were you going to say just now?" What else can I say? Teacher Wang Ping was momentarily speechless, allowed a laugh, and then said, "You passed. Hurry up and get out of here." Chen turned around and prepared to leave, but before he left, he seemed to remember something and turned back to ask Examiner Wang Ping, "May I ask if our monthly assessments will also be held here? Could you please catch more monsters next time? The number here is too small. It can't accurately measure my true strength. Get lost. Get out of here." Teacher Wang Ping angrily picked up a mutilated monster claw from the ground and threw it in Chen's direction, cursing, "Are you here to stock up? Get as far away as you can. Good heavens. The teacher is attacking." That monster claw was indeed the sharpest part flying towards him. Chen nimbly dodged the flying claw and muttered softly, "Still a teacher, yet has such a bad temper." Then, before the other party could explode with anger again, he quickly left. At this moment, deep within a lush bamboo forest, there was a tranquil space, seemingly isolated from the world. Even in September, it was still shaded by green trees. A small stone table was placed there, surrounded by green grass and a few ancient pine trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the pine trees, dappled on the small stone table, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of tea. The small stone table was meticulously polished, feeling warm to the touch, and a set of exquisite tea utensils was placed on it. The tea glistened faintly golden in the sunlight, with light smoke curling up, complementing the surrounding tranquility. Sitting beside the small stone table were Old Zhou and Zhou Yarrow, dressed in red. It was indeed rare that this troublemaking young lady could peacefully accompany the old man to drink tea. "My precious granddaughter, the little grandson-in-law you found for me is quite the troublemaker." Old Zhou took a sip of tea, seemingly tasting a hint of bamboo leaf fragrance. Upon closer inspection, a bamboo leaf had fallen into the tea. Zhou Yarrow smiled as she poured water for her grandfather and then spoke. "Grandpa, can you say that Yarrow has good taste? This kid actually has the talent of a Beastmaster, and his luck is excellent to have obtained the Beastmaster inheritance. That is no small deal." Old Zhou took another sip of tea. This time there was no bamboo leaf flavor. "That kid is indeed not bad. Moreover, the government has been wanting to cultivate our own Beastmaster for years, to avoid the awkward situation where all Beastmasters belong to the Beast God Palace. As long as this kid doesn't go overboard, the government should be willing to protect him continuously." With Old Zhou's vision, He naturally knew the government's strategic planning and how to secure the best treatment for Yin Chen. However, Zhou Yaro was not satisfied. She tugged at old Zhou's sleeve and swayed a bit. "Grandpa, is it just the government protecting him? This old man will also provide him with the best resources from the provincial capital university." Old Zhou smiled as he took out a resource card he had prepared long ago, which contained points that could be exchanged for resources infinitely within the school, symbolizing the school's commitment to nurturing students. Deal. Zhou Yaro got the answer she wanted, snatched the resource card, and left without looking back. Old Zhou. Wait, Zhou Yaro wouldn't want to deliver it herself, would she? What kind of granddaughter is so infatuated with love? Unfortunately, old Zhou guessed correctly. Chapter 53, joining the School Research Institute in the boys' dormitory 606. Zhou Yaro and Yin Chen were staring at each other with wide eyes. After a long while, Yin Chen helplessly said, "I say, young lady, even if the school is run by your family, you can't be this reckless, right? After all, this is a boys' dormitory." Zhou Yaro nodded, indicating she understood, and casually replied, "I know it's a boys' dormitory, so I didn't push you down here." Yin Chen, I'm about to spit blood. Usually, he was the one getting angry at others, and the only person who could make him this furious was Zhou Yaro. Changing the subject, Zhou Yaro suddenly leaned closer, holding a black gold card between her index and middle fingers, waving it under Yin Chen's eyes. Shengjing University Resource Card. It can be used to exchange resources on campus. And it's 5 times the amount originally promised. 5 times. Yin Chen's heart raced. Of course, if he had known it was originally an unlimited resource card, he would have been even more excited. "You can command me, young lady. Just let me know if you need anything." Zhou Yaro smiled charmingly, clearly having anticipated this response. "I'm the head of a research institute at Shengjing University. Senior sister, you are truly accomplished at such a young age. As the saying goes, flattery never hurts." Even for that resource card, Yin Chen absolutely wouldn't hold back his compliments. Zhou Yaro's body suddenly slumped, and she spoke with a somewhat dejected tone. "But the research institute subjects are severely lacking, and I can't continue with my research projects." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yaro blinked her starry eyes at Yin Chen. It was obvious who the required research subjects were. Yin Chen cleared his throat a couple of times, stepping back a few paces, adopting a defensive posture. "Senior sister, what kind of experiments do you need to do? If not, I can help you find suitable subjects." "Anyone is fine, just not me." Zhou Yaro frowned. "It's not that easy to find them. If it were easy, I wouldn't need to sacrifice myself for my annoying little brother." At this point, they were already at 0 distance. Every breath Zhou Yaro exhaled brushed against Yin Chen's face. "Senior sister, Before Yin Chen could finish, Zhou Yaro suddenly threw a stack of materials at him and said seriously, "Don't rush to refuse me. Read the materials first." This was truly unexpected. However, seeing Zhou Yaro step back, Yin Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "Okay." After receiving the materials, Yin Chen sat at the desk in the dormitory. Facing the thick stack of materials, his initial expression was one of indifference. He casually flipped through the documents, showing no signs of tension or anxiety. He planned to treat these materials as a way to kill time, intended to finish them off and leave the deal with Zhou Yaro. However, as time passed, Yin Chen's emotions began to change. He realized that these materials were not as simple as he had imagined. He started to feel a twinge of nervousness, his eyes revealing unease and concern. Gradually, he became aware of what these materials meant. Thus, Yin Chen began to read seriously. He analyzed them word by word, occasionally stopping to think and make notes. His emotions grew increasingly solemn, clearly realizing the value and importance of these materials. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Yin Chen emerged from his focused reading. "Is this real?" Yin Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Yes." Zhou Yaro nodded vigorously. Martial artists find it difficult to cultivate and have weak combat capabilities, while demonic beasts grow rapidly and can crush martial artists of the same level. With such powerful enemies outside, and the beast god temple causing chaos inside, humanity's situation has long reached a critical point. On the front lines of defending China, every day thousands of military personnel sacrifice their lives to protect their homeland. Zhou Yao's research aims to allow martial artists to absorb the hidden powers within beast cores from the very beginning of their cultivation, unlocking different special physiques, enabling humans to have combat capabilities on par with demonic beasts of the same level. Do you know? Only martial artists above the 5th rank have been able to absorb the special spiritual energy in beast cores. And the so-called domain level of the 7th rank martial artists is also formed based on this special spiritual energy. If absorption starts from the 1st rank, perhaps one could achieve their domain by the 5th rank. This way, both the lower-tier military forces and the upper-tier combat power levels in China would experience a qualitative leap. Isn't this exactly what the system has done for him? If humans can achieve it, then the day of a full counterattack is not far away. Zhou Yao had a successful experimental example, which was herself. She had successfully absorbed the special abilities of the beast cores in the corrosion secret realm. She placed her delicate hand on Chen's desk, and instantly, a handprint of the same size was corroded into the desk. Corrosive physique. It was indeed a corrosive physique. Chen saw the deep effect and realized that her ability was exactly the same as his corrosive physique. Chen suddenly let out a breath. Although he didn't want to be a guinea pig, for the sake of this beneficial endeavor for the country and the people, he couldn't shrink back. I agree. Little Chen, you are indeed the most favorite smelly little brother of your sister. Zhou Yao, having received the answer she wanted, instantly became lively again, returning to her charming and playful state. Feeling the warmth against his arm, Chen felt a pang of discomfort in his teeth. Something seemed off. Immediately, Chen pried Zhou Yao's fingers apart one by one, pulled out the resource card, and said, "From now on, every time you want me to participate in an experiment, you have to give me extra experimental fees. I won't work for free." Who would have thought that upon hearing this, Zhou Yao would laugh even more happily? She shamelessly leaned closer. "Smelly little brother, I want to conduct the first experiment this afternoon, expected to finish by tonight. What do you want as experimental fees?" "Spirit stones. Resources," Chen firmly stated, then glanced at Zhou Yao. "Anyway, it's not you." Zhou Yao's smile suddenly froze, and then she snorted coldly. "The resource points will be credited to your resource card. You can exchange for whatever you want. Don't worry, it will definitely be enough for your appearance fee." The young lady left with a charming stride, seemingly really angered by Chen this time. Chapter 54. You have to understand that the specimen occasionally moves at the entrance of the Provincial Capital University Research Institute. The gate is designed in dark tones, a combination of black and deep gray, with a copper emblem of the institute embedded on it. The emblem, weathered by time, emits a warm glow. This place looks a bit oppressive. Chen only glanced at it and felt an impulse to turn around and leave. However, the gate is automatic, opening to welcome every visitor who approaches. Moreover, the opening and closing of the gate are not quiet at all. It makes a loud, jarring noise. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhou Yao should have already known about his arrival. Huff! Chen took a deep breath. As a man, can he really be afraid of such a thing? He would confront her. On both sides of the gate stand tall stone pillars. Inspirational quotes or poems are engraved on the pillars, reminding every passerby to maintain reverence and pursuit for academia. In front of the gate is a small stone-paved path leading directly to the main building of the Research Institute. Lush trees are planted on both sides of the path, seemingly guarding this place filled with wisdom. "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and come in." Zhou Yao's voice came from all directions. Suddenly, a long rod extended from above the main building of the Research Institute, revealing a half-meter diameter electronic eye, staring intently at Chen's direction, almost making him feel dizzy. Identity verification, Chen. Access level check, highest. Security check, passed. Please proceed. After a series of electronic announcements from the electronic eye, a huge electronic hand extended from the rod. Wait, Chen had a bad premonition. In the next moment, the giant electronic hand reached directly for Chen. Chen, speechless. Inner thoughts. Zhou Yao, you are really something. Holding a grudge like this is quite clear. Inside the Research Institute, several researchers are focused on reading or writing, their desks piled high with documents and notes. The air is filled with a faint scent of ink and paper. This level of seriousness is such that even the entrance of a stranger does not affect them in the slightest. Yin-Shun, this way please. A young teacher came over, leading Yin-Shun toward Zhou Yaorao's office. This is not a privilege. It is said that Zhou Yaorao, as the director of the institute, is recognized by all researchers. Even these young teachers are far inferior to her in expertise. Zhou Yaorao's office is located in a corner of the research institute, with a view of the distant mountains through the window. The office is simply furnished. A desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and a filing cabinet, which is all her possessions. The appearance here is completely different from her usual charming and playful demeanor. It's as if when Zhou Yaorao puts on the researcher's white coat, she becomes a different person. The white coat makes her look more professional and serious. Usually, she dresses boldly in bright colors, full of confidence and charm. But after putting on the white coat, she becomes low-key and reserved, seemingly concentrating all her attention on her research work. Ahem. Yin-Shun coughed softly to signal his arrival. Looking up from her books, Zhou Yaorao instantly turned back into the girl Yin-Shun was familiar with. I finally waited for you. This woman's eyes sparkled, making it feel like she had found her prey. Yin-Shun hesitated again. Should he come back fully armed another day? However, Zhou Yaorao clearly had no intention of giving him that opportunity, directly coming over, grabbing one of Yin-Shun's sleeves, and pulling him forward. It's your first time at the Research Institute. Let me introduce you. Good. The initiative has completely fallen into Zhou Yaorao's hands, and Yin-Shun was led straight to the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, various specimens of magical beasts are displayed, each one lifelike, as if they could come back to life at any moment. These magical beasts come from different regions and secret realms, each with unique forms. They're familiar third-grade striped tigers, fifth-grade flying dragons, and others that seem to merge multiple biological characteristics of unknown magical beasts. The specimens are crafted with great precision, with fur and scales preserved intact. Under special lighting, their scales shimmer with a faint glow, and their fur shows a soft and glossy texture. In the corner of the laboratory, there's a row of glass display cabinets. These cabinets contain some of the internal organs, bones, and precious samples of magical beasts, each with detailed labels and descriptions. From first grade to seventh grade, there are countless magical beasts Yin-Shun has heard of and those he has not. Is this the benefit of having a national-level martial artist as a grandfather? The granddaughter wants to conduct experiments, and she can dig up any grade of magical beast. Moreover, 8th grade magical beasts are not absent. In the central position of the laboratory, the isolated Hydra specimen. This Hydra specimen is enormous, measuring several meters long, coiled in a specially designed glass display case, looking vividly alive. The design of the display case is very unique, resembling a miniature ecosystem with simulated water flow and plants, seemingly replicating the Hydra's former habitat. But is this thing really dead? Chen leaned in for a closer look, feeling as if each head of the Hydra would roar at any moment. Its eyes glinted with a cold light, and its scales displayed varying shades of green, and its tail seemed to be moving. Don't worry, this guy is really dead. Zhou Yaorao seemed to see Yin-Chen's concern and calmly spoke. Yin-Chen's expression twisted slightly. It's trying to bite you. Behind them, the central head of the Hydra was indeed trying to bite toward Zhou Yaorao, but it hit the outer layer of glass and bounced back. Oh, it's fine. Zhou Yaorao nonchalantly took out a spray from her bag, and a faint fragrance quickly filled the area around the display case. The centipede is dead, but not stiff. This is already an 8th grade magical beast, and with my special preservative fragrance designed to maintain the specimen's freshness and prevent decay. So if it occasionally moves a bit, you have to understand, Zhou Yaorao casually explained. The centipede is dead, but not stiff. Yin-Shun naturally knew this, especially since his beast domain was filled with snake-type magical beasts, making this perception even clearer. But, do you want to listen to what you just said? Is this really human language? Occasionally moving a bit is something to understand. Who would dare stay in a laboratory with an 8th grade magical beast not fully dead? Chapter 55 Experiment, Shield of Golden Water in the Laboratory. Yin-Shun lay quietly on the bed, surrounded by countless complex instruments and equipment, with thin wires connecting his body to the machines. The instruments emitted faint electronic sounds, each one echoing like a heartbeat, recording his vital signs and the changes in his bodily data. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. "Lie still, don't move." Zhou Yaro slapped Chen heavily on the head, causing the surrounding instruments to buzz in response. Chen's eyes widened instantly. "Andy, be gentle. If you keep this up, I'm going to withdraw." "Withdraw?" Zhou Yaro narrowed her eyes dangerously and pressed a button on the instrument nearby. Zizzes, accompanied by the sound of electricity coursing through. Chen felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, his tongue getting tied. "Wawa, I tell you, this is illegal." "All right, little Chen, I promise to ensure your safety. So just relax and leave your body to me." Zhou Yaro stood by Chen's bedside, tightly holding a syringe, the needle gleaming coldly under the light. The air around seemed to freeze, only the liquid in the syringe swaying slightly. The agent in Zhou Yaro's hand displayed a unique hue, resembling a mix of deep-sea blue and dawn gold, flowing within the transparent glass tube. This agent had a very special fluidity. It didn't flow smoothly like ordinary liquids, but rather oscillated and trembled subtly, as if it were alive. Each slight movement seemed to whisper the ingredients within. Zhou Yaro took a deep breath and slowly pushed the syringe's plunger, gradually injecting the agent into Chen's body. Meanwhile, she spoke to her assistant beside her. Record, September 2nd, 15:30, injected 50 milliliters of the sea blue golden whale beast core extract. Monitor the subject's bodily value changes within 5 minutes. "Okay, director." The lab assistant sat by the instrument, quickly operating the controls. Zhou Yaro's fingers gently pressed against Chen's skin. She could feel his body temperature and heartbeat. After the injection was complete, Zhou Yaro carefully withdrew the needle, a drop of the liquid sliding down Chen's skin, leaving a faint mark. The room returned to calm, with only the slight sounds from the instruments echoing in the air. Chen, lying on the bed, showed no signs of pain or fear. He closed his eyes tightly, silently perceiving the unknown changes in his body. The lab assistant, after the injection was complete, immediately spoke. "The marked extract begins to dissolve slowly within the test subject, losing its original properties. The dissolution rate within 10 seconds is 1 milliliter s, and the absorption rate is less than 1 nanoliter per second, negligible." The experiment failed. "This is an ordinary person," she remarked, "completely inferior to Zhou Yaro's previous absorption rate. Smaller than a milliliter is a microliter, and then a nanoliter. According to the current experimental results, the absorption rate being less than 1 nanoliter per second means it cannot awaken the physique. Don't relax. Continue observing," Zhou Yaro sternly reminded, noticing the assistant's attitude. At the same time, a familiar system prompt echoed in Chen's ears. "Ding! 50 milliliters of grade 4B's core extract absorbed. System extracting at a 100-fold rate. Congratulations, host has awakened the golden water physique, gaining the special ability shield of golden water." "Is this done?" No, it's not over yet." Chen had been at the peak of a grade 3 warrior for some time. With the spiritual energy contained in the grade 4B's core extract, he finally broke through the last barrier. Panel host, Chen. Special physique, ancient barbarian physique, rock physique. Spiritual energy physique, corrosion physique, golden water physique. Special physique awakened. Continue absorbing 100 cores of the same type for another 20 chance of physique awakening. Cultivation level, grade 4. Technique, 1 clear chi refining method storage space, 10 cubic meters, requires 100 low-grade spirit stones to upgrade to the next storage unit. A grade 4 warrior and awakened a 5th special physique. This is Chen's first elemental attribute. Moreover, it is a special physique of the water element. Chen felt a surge of joy. He never expected that coming to the research institute as a test subject would allow him to gain an elemental physique for free. Such good fortune. Please continue to seek him out next time. However, it seems I have finished absorbing. Chen felt slightly embarrassed, unsure if his special situation would affect Zhou Yaro and her team's experimental data. Effect? It would have a huge impact. The lab assistant was already stunned. She gaped at Zhou Yaro. Director Zhou, where did you find this monster? According to the experimental data, Yin Chen's absorption rate suddenly skyrocketed within 50 seconds, approximately. 100-fold, then 100-fold again, and again. It even triggered an abnormal warning from the instrument monitoring system, with a bright red light still flashing on the instrument screen. How much was ultimately absorbed? Zhou Yaro looked at Yin Chen with the eyes of someone who had found a treasure. Although she had a vague idea of the result in her heart, she still asked for the data. The lab assistant chuckled bitterly. Director Zhou, he really is. Should I calculate it for you? After saying that, the lab assistant turned the instrument screen toward Zhou Yaro. 1 milliliter, 1000 L, microliter, 1 L, microliter, 1000 L, nanoliter. If the absorption rate is 1 nanoliter per second, 100-fold, then 100-fold again, and again would equal exactly 1 milliliter per second. Therefore, in 50 seconds, he absorbed all 50 milliliters. Zhou Yaro succeeded back then, but her rate was 10 microliters per second, consuming resources that were 100 times what Yin Chen used to awaken his physique. Her excited heart and trembling hands, Zhou Yaro rushed over without hesitation, giving Yin Chen a big bear hug, then roughly yanked off all the various connecting wires from his body. Sis, you are my sister, my real sister. Be gentle. Yin Chen felt as if Zhou Yaro's actions would tear his flesh off. Big man, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and accompany me for the next experiment. Zhou Yaro was beaming with joy, but her actions were not vague at all, as she directly pulled him up from the bed and took him to a 50-square-meter experimental area in the research institute. Here, the highest defensive power could even withstand the full force of Zhou Lao's attack, and the highest offensive power naturally was also Zhou Lao's full force attack. Importantly, this area was surrounded by data monitoring instruments, capable of accurately testing the strength of the abilities associated with the physique. Chapter 56, 5th Rank Ability. Hidden Crisis, let me demonstrate first. In the center of the experimental area, Zhou Yaro switched the system to defense mode. Then, standing in front of the instrument, she decisively unleashed a palm strike imbued with life-corrosive ability. The instrument began to flicker with a faint light, recording her spiritual energy information. Rows of data quickly rolled across the surrounding screens. Ultimately, it displayed that Zhou Yaro's life-corrosive ability was at the 3rd rank. This was the result of her testing herself. That's quite strong. Zhou Yaro was already a 4th-rank martial artist, and a 3rd-rank ability might not seem particularly outstanding. However, 11 does not simply equal 2. As a 4th-rank martial artist possessing a 3rd-rank special physique, she could elevate her overall strength to the peak of the 4th rank to some extent. You should give it a try, too. Zhou Yaro stepped back. All right, then I'll test my life-corrosive ability, too. It is said that martial artists above the 5th rank generally possess 2 types of physiques simultaneously, one being a physical attribute, and the other an elemental attribute. Very few people can have more than 2 physiques. Zhou Yaro knew that Yin Chen had a corrosive physique of the physical type, so this time, she chose an expensive elemental attribute for the experiment. Yin Chen's other physiques had not been revealed, and he did not wish to test them either. Therefore, he only wanted to test the corrosive physique and the gold water physique. Then, Yin Chen stepped forward, took a deep breath, and punched the instrument. The instrument flickered again, recording his spiritual energy information. The data on the screen rolled, showing that his life-corrosive ability was also at the 3rd rank. Not surprising at all. Next, they began the second test item. Zhou Yaro first switched the system to attack mode and then explained to Yin Chen, as far as I know, there are 2 martial artists who successfully absorbed the core of the sea blue golden whale beast. Oh, of course, they absorbed it at the 5th rank or above. The ability they gained is a defensive water shield called the gold water shield. So I set the system to attack mode to test your gold water shield ability. Yin Chen nodded. He was indeed a gold water shield. No doubt about that. Immediately, he closed his eyes and focused. Suddenly, a layer of golden water curtain appeared around his body, resembling a protective shield. Just as Zhou Yaro pressed the start button, a powerful energy struck towards Yin Chen. The incoming attack caused the golden water curtain to ripple instantly. However, Surprisingly, the energy did not break through the water curtain. Instead, it was rebounded back. The data displayed on the instrument left both Zhou Yaro and Chen astonished. The gold water shield reached the 5th rank. Keep in mind that Chen's martial artist rank was only at the 4th rank at this moment. It is broken through. The gold water shield showed no signs of being weakened. On the contrary, it had been enhanced. The physique obtained from a 4th-rank demon beast had actually reached the 5th rank. A joyful expression appeared on Zhou Yaro's face as she patted Chen's shoulder. Congratulations, your ability is very powerful. Chen also smiled. This is all thanks to you. Next time there's a chance for free beast core absorption, you can look for me. Zhou Yaro couldn't help but laugh and then asked, are you going to charge me? Chen replied seriously, a deal is a deal. Charging is for better service. I must collect that money. Haha, get lost. In Yuqing, Lu family. In the study, Lu Sai and Lu Yingxiong stood facing each other. Lu Sai, that kid still harbors deep animosity towards the Lu family. Lu Yingxiong, indeed. But given the current situation, although we cannot teach him well, at least he is keeping to himself, which is not too bad. Hearing this, Lu Sai couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? After all, the Lu family has paid a significant price. If it's just a matter of keeping to ourselves, that would indeed be a loss. Lu Yingxiong continued. Chen entered the provincial university and showcased his Beastmaster inheritance, obtaining the highest level of treatment in the school given by Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou has always been fair to students. Even his own granddaughter has not received such treatment. Given Elder Zhou's background, it seems that there have been changes in the policies above. You're right. Lu Sai suddenly realized, looking at his eldest son with pride. This child's sensitivity is remarkably high. He will surely be more suitable than I am to be the head of the Lu family in the future. The conversation in the study reached a consensus, but in the corner outside, Lu Yinghao was filled with hatred. Chen is clearly just a kid from a humble background. Why does he get a rise so high and so far now? Moreover, Lu Yinghao fiercely squeezed his right leg to give Chen an explanation. Lu Yinghao had taken a severe beating. As his own father, Lu Sai showed no mercy whatsoever. In a single mishap, he broke one of Lu Yinghao's legs. Even after it was reattached, he still walked with a slight limp. This enmity cannot be resolved without Chen's demise. After making up his mind, Lu Yinghao secretly slipped out of the house and headed to a desolate warehouse near the east of Yuqing. As the former master of the underground force, the Qinglong gang, he vaguely knew that there seemed to be a special hidden force in this area. With every step down the long and dark stone stairs, Lu Yinghao's heart pounded. Moss and ferns grew on both sides of the steps, swaying in the humid air. At the end of the stairs stood a massive stone door, intricately carved with various beast images. The Beast God Temple. It truly is the Beast God Temple. Just then a youthful voice rang out. Hee, young Master Lu, welcome. My name is Xiaohu. It was a boy around 12 or 13 years old named Xiaohu. He had a round face, big eyes, and long eyelashes, revealing a pair of extremely cute little tiger teeth when he smiled. His voice was sweet, tinged with a hint of childishness. However, this was just the surface. Despite Xiaohu's adorable appearance, his personality was clearly the exact opposite. At this moment, Lu Yinghao found himself alone, surrounded by a group of hungry tigers. These tigers were enormous, their fur striped like flowing lava, exuding a dangerous aura. They opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth, as if ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. However, this group of tigers did not immediately attack. The demon beasts circled but did not strike, clearly controlled by a Beastmaster. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be that Xiaohu. The tigers growled continuously, deep roars echoing through the space, causing Lu Yinghao to feel a chill. The group of tigers circled around Lu Yinghao, their mouths wide open, the strong breath and flowing saliva nearly touching his cheek. He could distinctly smell the nauseating stench and feel the sticky saliva almost licking his face. I'm gonna pee my pants. Chapter 57, Assassination List, Entrapment I have news about the genius from Yuqing. Lu Yinghao took several deep breaths before he could barely utter a coherent sentence. Little Tiger, with his slightly baby-faced cheeks, looked over and grinned. Whose news is it? The surrounding tigers shrank their heads back a little, each drooling, their hungry gazes fixed on Lu Yinghao not far away. And just by looking, one could tell they were eagerly anticipating a hearty meal. However, at least a step back gave Lu Yinghao a bit of breathing room. Yinqing. Oh, I haven't heard of him. Let me check. Little Tiger sat at the computer desk, his eyes glued to the screen as he flipped through the files. His fingers lightly tapped the keyboard, accompanied by a faint clicking sound. As the pages on the screen continued to scroll, suddenly, his gaze stopped on a file, the words on the page flickering like dancing flames. Found it. He actually ranked 21st on the genius assassination list. He murmured, his finger gently sliding over the text on the screen. 21st? Lu Yinghao exclaimed in disbelief. That's impossible. Although being ranked 21st on the genius assassination list within the entire Huaxia territory is already a terrifying achievement in Lu Yinghao's eyes. Yinqing had risen from being a nobody to an unattainable height in just a month or two. How could such a genius only be ranked 21st? In his excitement, he grew bolder and rushed towards the tiger group. Goodness, does he want to feed the tigers with himself? Fortunately, Little Tiger had signaled the beasts in advance, saving Lu Yinghao from death. The tiger group was wild and unruly, even without attacking. Their teasing made Lu Yinghao feel immense fear. One tiger lightly scraped its claws across his clothing, leaving a shallow blood mark on his arm, while another tiger drooled onto his hair, the stench making it hard for him to breathe. After a hard-fought passage through the tiger group, Lu Yinghao stumbled to Little Tiger's side and quickly scanned the information on Little Tiger's computer. File information, Genius Assassination List Rank, 21 Name, Yinqing Gender, Male Level, 3rd Rank Warrior Education, First-year student at Provincial Capital University. Notes, Inheritance from the chaotic small secret realm, unknown. Seeing this information, Lu Yinghao unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. Little Tiger, noticing this, instantly became curious. Lu Yinghao excitedly pointed at the computer screen and said, Yinqing's file is wrong. The latest information shows he has already become a 4th-rank warrior and received the Beastmaster inheritance. He immediately disclosed all the information he had about Yinqing. Oh, I see. Then I need to upload this information to headquarters for an update, Little Tiger said, not minding Lu Yinghao's abrupt actions. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as he continued. If that's the case, his ranking will likely rise to 10th place. Once he enters the top 10, assassination will be necessary at all costs. Lu Yinghao began to get excited. He cautiously reminded, but Yinqing has caught the attention of old Zhou from Provincial Capital University. There won't be any opportunity for a kill within the school. Little Tiger grinned. That depends on young Master Lu's methods. I have a key to a hidden secret realm. Do you have a way to get it into Yinqing's hands? A hidden secret realm? It could also be called a private secret realm. To take control of the secret realm at the moment it opens, without being detected by the authorities, is crucial for personal use. The Beast God Hall. As the only organization that survived the official crackdown, it's not surprising they have several secret realms at their disposal. I will definitely make it happen. Lu Yinghao smiled with his eyes narrowed, took the key to the secret realm, and left, completely unaware of what would happen after he walked out. Little Tiger casually dialed the phone number of Chen Feng, the head of military defense in Yuqing, and then said indifferently to the other end of the line, Boss Chen, the undercover fee needs to be increased. It was uncertain whether Chen Feng agreed, but Little Tiger was already grinning widely, revealing everything that had just occurred. 1. There's a traitor in the Lu family. Lu Yinghao is trying to defect to the Beast God Hall. 2. The assassination targeting Yinqing is about to begin. I will communicate with the higher-ups of the Beast God Hall to send someone to participate, so Boss Chen should prepare for entrapment. 3. The fee really needs to be increased. After all, his status in the Beast God Hall has risen. If the fee isn't raised, he might really have to work for the Beast God Hall. Lu family. Lu Yinghao limped and stumbled into Lu Yingxiong's room. Brother. Lu Yinghao showed a flattering smile. Lu Yingxiong didn't even lift his head, coldly asking, What is it? I want to apologize to Yinqing. Lu Yinghao seemed to muster up the courage to say this, and then the remaining words flowed much more smoothly. I know the current situation of the family. Every family wants to invest in this young genius. Anyway, I've already fallen from grace, and I don't mind losing face, so why not let me? In just a short sentence, Lu Yinghao rehearsed countless drafts in his mind and practiced all the way back so when he spoke, both his tone and demeanor appeared genuinely concerned for the family. However, even so, he only earned a sneer from Lu Yingxiong. All right, just stay there and be your playboy. Don't cause me any trouble. Hearing this, Lu Yinghao clenched his fists in anger, the resentment in his eyes nearly spilling over. Brother, I just want to give him the gift I prepared. Lu Yinghao suppressed his inner humiliation and handed over the key to the secret realm to Lu Yingxiong. Lu Yingxiong didn't even glance at it before waving his hand. Get out. The several secret realms of our Lu family are not something he would look at. Hurry up and don't disturb me. In fact, if he had just glanced at it, he would have known that this key to the secret realm did not belong to the Lu family at all. This key to the secret realm is about 15 centimeters long, shaped like an elongated dagger, seemingly made of an unknown metal, presenting a deep dark gold color, giving a heavy feeling. The blade part of the key is not engraved with any character of Lu, but unfortunately, he didn't look. Lu Yinghao left Lu Yingxiong's room, filled with resentment and unwillingness. He realized that his status in the family had been completely marginalized. He began secretly plotting a conspiracy against Yinqing, using only the resources at his disposal to get close to Yinqing. The only breakthrough could only be his sister. Chapter 58 Private Realm Key. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the CF, with soft music flowing in the air. Under the gentle lighting, the coffee cups on the table emitted a warm glow, creating a harmonious scene with the surrounding environment. The person sent by Lu Yinghao sat opposite Xiao Xiao, a sly smile on his face and a malicious glint in his eyes. He gently stirred his coffee, as if waiting for something. Xiao Xiao picked up her coffee cup and took a small sip, trying to mask her inner tension. Yesterday, she received news that someone wanted to use a private realm key to purchase a batch of elixirs. Now that she had become a martial artist, she naturally understood the preciousness of private realms. Thus, she knew that this transaction was not simple, but she still decided to take the risk. Is this private realm key owned by your boss? Xiao Xiao asked tentatively. Yes, this is indeed our boss's private property. The man replied, he values this realm very much. If it weren't for the recent disaster and the current tense situation in Yuqing making black market transactions difficult, our boss wouldn't use it to exchange for a batch of elixirs. Xiao Xiao secretly scoffed. If the key to this private realm was obtained by accident, then the reason for the difficulty of trading in the black market was somewhat persuasive. However, if the private realm was owned by the other party, wouldn't there be channels for selling the realm key? Even if they contacted old customers, it shouldn't have led to the realm key being exposed. Xiao Xiao had already sensed the other party's lies, but she still continued to discuss the transaction calmly, wanting to further understand the other party's true intentions. Can I see the key first? The man, upon hearing this, opened the box he carried with him, about 15 centimeters long, in the shape of a long dagger. It emanated a faint halo, the aura of the realm it contained. Xiao Xiao had limited experience and could not discern which realm this belonged to. Snap! The man directly closed the box, pretending to be unwilling to trade. Then, with a look of "you've hit the jackpot," continued to explain that this transaction could benefit both parties. The coffee had already gone cold. They talked for a long time, but Xiao Xiao never agreed to the transaction. She knew there must be a conspiracy involved, so she wouldn't easily trust the other party's words. Eventually, the man seemed to notice Xiao Xiao's caution, sighed helplessly, and stood up to leave. He left a number. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. A retreat to advance. Xiao Xiao watched his departing figure. Pondering to herself, she wanted the realm key, but did not want to step into a pitfall. Immediately, Xiao Xiao pulled out a piece of paper from her backpack and quickly sketched her impression of the realm key on the white paper, trying to restore every detail as much as possible, then rushed to Yuqing Martial Artist Academy to find her teacher, Wen Ruxin, for answers. Xiao Xiao arrived at Yuqing Martial Artist Academy. It was already noon, and Wen Ruxin was resting in the school medical room. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao, Wen Ruxin gently said, "Don't run so fast. Don't be too anxious." She also handed a tissue to Xiao Xiao to wipe the sweat from her forehead after running. Xiao Xiao smiled and took it, then handed the white paper to Wen Ruxin, eagerly asking, "Teacher, can you help me see what realm this key belongs to?" Realm key? Wen Ruxin took the white paper and carefully examined the depicted realm key. Soon, her brows furrowed, as if trying to recall something. After a long while, she slowly spoke. "I'm certain this realm key does not belong to any known realms around Yiqing. It seems there is no inscription of the realm's name or the family associated with it. Could it be a private realm?" Yes. Xiao Xiao did not hide anything from Teacher Wen. Moreover, since Teacher Wen could not determine the realm's ownership based on her experience, it was almost certain that this was a private realm. Xiao Xiao then directly explained the origin of the realm key and her suspicions. When Ruxin looked at Xiao Xiao, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Xiao Xiao, although this realm key is tempting, there is no such thing as a free lunch. There might be traps involved, and we don't know who they're aimed at. Are you sure you want to proceed with the transaction?" Xiao Xiao firmly nodded. "Teacher, I know there are risks, but if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? I will prepare in advance and won't easily put myself in danger." The most important thing, Xiao Xiao did not say. Private realms are rich in resources as they are not exploited by the outside world. Brother Yinqing had always taken care of her, and she had nothing to repay him. Now that she finally had an opportunity, how could she let it slip away easily? When Ruxin looked at Xiao Xiao's determined eyes, knowing she had made up her mind. So, she sighed lightly and said, "Since you've already decided, I won't persuade you anymore. However, you must be careful and retreat in case of danger." Xiao Xiao nodded, indicating she understood. Just then, Principal Lung suddenly approached, leaning close to Wen Ruxin's side, calling her wife. Deeds. When Ruxin pushed Principal Lung away, dissatisfied. She then handed the drawing paper in her hand to Principal Lung and said, "Can you take a look at this? Realm key?" Principal Lung examined the long dagger shape and realized what it was. Although Principal Lung had retired, he would still be notified first about any news from Shenfeng, especially since this time they were also bringing his disciple Yinqing into the mix. The appearance of this private realm key had already been communicated to Principal Lung. However, he did not expect this item would come through Xiao Xiao. He mysteriously explained to Wen Ruxin, then said, "Don't worry, wife." He then turned to Xiao Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, you can go ahead with the transaction. Don't worry about the follow-up. I've received news that this transaction is supported by our academy and military defense, ensuring there are no risks." Both Xiao Xiao and Wen Ruxin were taken aback, not expecting Principal Lung to suddenly intervene in this matter. However, the academy and military defense's support? Xiao Xiao vaguely guessed that the situation might not be simple. But since Principal Lung knew she would hand this realm key to Yinqing, as Yinqing's master, if he felt it was okay, then it should be safe to proceed with the transaction. "Thank you, Principal Lung," Xiao Xiao said with a bright smile. Then recontacted the person in front of Principal Lung to confirm the time and place for the transaction. Chapter 59. The bait operation. The transaction was arranged in an abandoned warehouse, a desolate area on the outskirts of Yiqing. When Xiao Xiao arrived, it was already evening, and the setting sun cast its afterglow on the dilapidated walls, adding a touch of desolation to the silent space. She arrived a little earlier than the agreed time and chose a position where she could observe the entire entrance. After a while, the person who had met her in the CAF appeared. He looked around cautiously, confirming that there was nothing unusual before carefully entering the warehouse. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao also stepped out from her hiding place and slowly walked into the warehouse. Her footsteps were light yet firm, and a hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes, fully revealing her high vigilance regarding this transaction. The man smiled slightly upon seeing Xiao Xiao, but his gaze still revealed cunning and wariness. He approached her and took out the box containing the secret realm key from his pocket, handing it to Xiao Xiao. "This is what you wanted," the man said. "Now, it's your turn to provide the elixir I asked for. Life is like a play, all depending on acting." One wanted the secret realm key, while the other wanted to give it away. Yet, both had to pretend to be wary of each other. Honestly, it was quite exhausting. Xiao Xiao accepted the box, but did not open it immediately. She glanced at the man and smiled, saying, "I need to check the authenticity of the secret realm key." With that, she gently opened the box in front of him. A faint glow emanated from the box, illuminating Xiao Xiao's face. She carefully examined the secret realm key, confirming it matched what she had seen before, and finally sighed in relief. The man, seeing her satisfied expression, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped he hadn't revealed any flaws. With that, the transaction was halfway successful. Next, Xiao Xiao took out a small vial from her backpack and handed it to the man. This is the elixir you wanted. The man took the vial, opened the cap, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, refreshing him. He nodded in satisfaction and then put away the elixir. The transaction is complete, Xiao Xiao said. We can leave now. The man nodded and said nothing further. The two of them walked out of the warehouse, disappearing into the afterglow of the sunset. On the way out of the warehouse, Xiao Xiao remained vigilant, observing her surroundings. Having become a martial artist, she was always alert and had a certain degree of self-protection ability. The man, after leaving, did not immediately depart, but chose a secluded spot to hide. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Boss, the transaction is complete. Hello. Deep laughter came from the other end of the line. Very good. You did well. Now, I'm waiting to see a good show. It was Lu Yinghao's voice. Around Yuqing, in the spirit medicine's small secret realm, a storm of blood and gore was about to unfold in this previously undisclosed secret realm. As night fell, a thin mist enveloped the sky over Yuqing. Soon after, the lights in the military defense camp suddenly brightened, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. The military personnel woke from their light slumber, quickly donned their armor, and grabbed their weapons, the entire process showcasing their training, with no signs of panic. All troops mobilize. With a commanding order from Chen Feng, the entire camp erupted in activity. The military personnel quickly assembled, forming a neat formation, marching in unison towards the direction of the spirit medicine small secret realm. In just a quarter of an hour, the area around the spirit medicine small secret realm was quietly surrounded by military personnel. They hid in the shadows, holding their breath. Their sharp gazes like hawks focused on the entrance to the secret realm. The entire spirit medicine small secret realm seemed to be covered by an invisible net, with every rustle of wind under the watchful eyes of the military personnel. As time passed, the night deepened. Yin Shun arrived at the location with the secret realm key. Sister, are you sure this secret realm can be entered? He looked at Xiao Xiao beside him, not doubting her, but simply feeling that the secret realm key was somewhat unreliable. Brother, why don't you give it a try? Xiao Xiao smiled. At this moment, she already knew about the operation from Principal Long and was aware that there were people in the shadows protecting the safety of the siblings. However, Principal Long had instructed her not to tell Yin Shun, saying it was to scare him a bit, on the condition that Principal Long was willing to pay out of pocket to teach Yin Chun the complete stone lock combo martial technique. Xiao Xiao reluctantly agreed to keep it secret. Ahem, being bait this time has its rewards, especially since I'll be accompanying my brother. Yin Chun stood at the entrance of the spirit medicine small secret realm, took out the secret realm key, which was about 15 centimeters long and shaped like a long dagger. The key shimmered with a faint glow, representing the spiritual energy contained within the secret realm. And at this moment, it seemed to come alive, slowly moving across the surface of the key. He extended the secret realm key forward. At that moment, the air around seemed to solidify, leaving only the faint sound of friction between the key and the secret realm. A keyhole, made of spiritual energy, appeared in the void, and Yin Shun could clearly feel every groove and indentation on the key matching perfectly with the spiritual energy keyhole, as if they were one entity. As the key went deeper, the light at the entrance gradually brightened. The light was not blinding. It contained countless tiny particles that danced and spun in the air. Then, a soft sound was heard, as if the portal to the secret realm had been opened. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force emanated from the entrance, and Yin Shun barely had time to take a deep breath before being pulled into the spirit medicine small secret realm. Chen Feng. At this moment, Principal Lung's voice echoed outside the secret realm. Principal Lung, Chen Feng replied respectfully. I will not allow any accidents to happen to my disciple. You know what to do. Principal Lung said in a tone devoid of the usual kindness. However, those words weighed heavily. Yes, Chen Feng immediately saluted. He then quickly began issuing deployment orders. Military Defense Team 1, Advance. Seal off every area of the spirit medicine small secret realm. Military Defense Team 2. Advance. Enter the spirit medicine small secret realm. I want every one of those beasts from the Beast God Temple lurking inside to stay put. Military Defense Team 3. Advance. Get ready to take full control of the spirit medicine small secret realm. In an instant, the area surrounding the spirit medicine small secret realm was filled only with Shun Feng's commanding voice and the resonant footsteps of military personnel executing their tasks, along with the sounds of armor and weapons clashing. Chapter 60. Lu Yinghao. You really are from the Lu family of Yuqing. The moment Yanchen passed through the entrance of the small secret realm of spiritual herbs, he felt a slight dizziness. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in paradise. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the air is filled with the fragrance of various spiritual herbs. The mountains in the distance appear majestic and mysterious in the glow of the setting sun, while the grass nearby is covered with various rare spiritual fruits. Sister, this must be heaven, right? Yanchen was almost drooling. We need to move quickly. Xiao Xiao knew that there were ambushes from the Beast God Hall within the secret realm, so she urged her brother to act quickly. All right then. Yanchen smiled indulgently and began collecting. Ding! Detected a red fruit. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 red fruits or 1 red flame fruit. Please choose the reward method. An old acquaintance. Extract the red flame fruit. Low-level spiritual herbs are no longer useful to him. Even when Xiao Xiao is refining pills, they can only serve as side ingredients. Ding! Detected a dragon scale fruit. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 dragon scale fruits or 1 heavenly dragon scale fruit. Please choose the reward method. Ding! Detected a rejuvenation vine. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 rejuvenation vines or 1 green wood rejuvenation vine. Please choose the reward method. Ding! Detected a purple cloud spiritual mushroom. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 purple cloud spiritual mushrooms or 1 purple cloud immortal mushroom. Please choose the reward method. Goodness, this is really striking it rich. How many pills can be refined from so many medicinal materials? How many spirit stones can they be sold for? The person selling the secret realm keys is truly a good person. Yanchen sighed in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Yinghao, hidden within the secret realm, was gnashing his teeth in hatred. He pulled the young man beside him and said, Xiao Hu, you said I could see Yanchen die in front of me. Why haven't you acted yet? Xiao Hu laughed happily, revealing a big tiger tooth, and then respectfully said to the elder beside him, Eldarin, this kid is Yanchen, who has just risen to the 10th rank. Please take action. Eldarin was completely wrapped in a black cloak. He was not a beast master, just a warrior, but he had already reached the 5th rank. In the Beast God Hall, in addition to the high-ranking beast masters, many warriors like him had also pledged allegiance. This time, to ensure the success of the mission, Xiao Hu directly applied for a warrior hunting team. Eldarin is the leader, and there are a total of 20 warriors accompanying him. This already represents half of the members of the Beast God Hall hidden within Yuqing. While Yanchen was happily collecting herbs, he suddenly saw a figure approaching him not far away, followed by a large group of tiger-like demon beasts seemingly chasing him. Hey, are you also collecting herbs? Can you help me out? If you take down this group of demon beasts, I'll give you half of the spiritual herbs I collect. The man, with a simple face, began shouting from a distance. Half of the spiritual herbs? No way, I won't help. Yanchen retreated with his sister. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao secretly sent signals to the military defense personnel outside. Upon receiving the information, Shun Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Attack! Various advanced spiritual energy military weapons were aimed at the entrance of the secret realm, ready to launch an attack at any time. With the commander's order, the soldiers activated the spiritual energy cannon that had been set up long ago. A huge mass of spiritual energy gathered at the cannon's mouth, emitting a dazzling light, and then shot toward the entrance of the secret realm like a meteor. At the same time, the military defense personnel holding spiritual energy weapons also launched their attacks. And in an instant, countless beams of spiritual energy intertwined, forming an opaque spiritual energy net that completely enveloped the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance of the secret realm began to shake violently under the fierce attack, as if it would collapse at any moment. Under the continuous assault, cracks finally appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. As the cracks widened, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the secret realm, seeming to want to devour everything around it. The military defense personnel were not affected by this surge of spiritual energy, but instead took the opportunity to launch their final attack. Several beams of spiritual energy shot into the cracks simultaneously, utterly destroying the entrance of the secret realm. With a loud bang, the entrance turned into ruins, and the small secret realm of spiritual herbs was completely exposed to the military defense personnel. Would the merging of the secret realm and the outside environment trigger a beast tide? Fefe. No. The small secret realm of spiritual herbs is the operational base of the Beast God Hall. Demon beasts? All the demon beasts there have long been turned into combat power for the Beastmasters. Here, it is now the true paradise for warriors. According to previous instructions, the personnel of the 2nd Military Defense Team quickly entered the secret realm. What's going on? Lu Yinghao, who was in the secret realm, could naturally sense the instability of the realm. He tightly grabbed Xiao, who beside him. The Beast God Hall's warrior hunting team had all gone after Yanchen, and at this moment, Lu Yinghao could only rely on Xiao, who... Oh, it's just what you see. Xiao, who wore a playful smile, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle, closely watching Lu Yinghao. He quietly called his tiger demon beast, a huge and muscular tiger, its fur covered in black stripes. Resembling a ghost in the night, a 4th-grade demon beast, the Night Shadow Tiger. The Night Shadow Tiger slowly walked to Xiao Hu's side, lowered its head, seemingly waiting for its master's command. Even Lu Yinghao, who was usually slow-witted, could tell that something was off at this moment. Lu Yinghao, you really are from the Lu family of Yuqing. Well done. You pretended to ally with the Beast God Hall, then informed the military defense of Yuqing. Xiao Hu pretended to shout in anger, allowing the distant and his group to hear. Then, he chuckled and reached out to stroke the Night Shadow Tiger's head, pointing in Lu Yinghao's direction. The Night Shadow Tiger raised its head, a glint of sharpness flashing in its eyes, understanding its master's intent. No, that's not it. Lu Yinghao panicked and tried to retreat. The Night Shadow Tiger let out a deafening roar and then pounced toward Lu Yinghao like a bolt of lightning. Although Lu Yinghao was already on guard, he was still caught off guard by the tiger's astonishing speed and power. He tried to dodge, but the tiger's attack was relentless, making it impossible to escape. The limp foot even eliminated any chance of escape. Finally, in a desperate struggle, Lu Yinghao was knocked to the ground by the Night Shadow Tiger, its sharp claws instantly piercing through his chest. Blood stained the ground, and Lu Yinghao's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. But it was all too late. His life quickly slipped away under the claws of the Night Shadow Tiger. Xiao, who watched coldly from his side, then patted his clothes that had been splattered with blood, quickly contacting the remaining personnel of the Yuqing Beast God Hall. The hunting operation had been leaked, and the 2nd Military Defense Team had already entered the small secret realm of spiritual herbs. Come quickly to assist. Chapter 61. Hiding in the Snake's Belly. Body and mind healthy as the military defense team too quickly and orderly entered the small secret realm of spiritual medicine, they immediately noticed the unusual silence within the realm. Were Yanchen and the others? Weren't they supposed to encounter an attack? They saw a few gigantic snake-type demon beasts wandering around. Everyone be careful. The captain of military defense team 2, Lin Hao, scanned the surroundings warily. Suddenly, a large snake slithered towards the military defense team. Just as Captain Lin Hao was about to take action, a familiar voice echoed from the snake's belly. Don't rush to attack. The massive snake coiled up, raising its head high and slightly opening its mouth, a faint light leaking out like a hint of dawn breaking through a dark crack. Soon after, 2 figures slowly crawled out from the snake's mouth. Hello. First was Yanchen, who poked his head out to greet the military personnel. I've currently raised this 3rd-grade rock snake demon beast, so please don't destroy it. Then, cautiously crawling out of the snake's mouth, he extended a hand to gently support his sister, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao followed Yanchen out of the snake's mouth, her face slightly pale. The military personnel were stunned by the scene. If they hadn't known beforehand what Chen and Xiao looked like, who could resist attacking in this situation? Captain Lin Hao, you all were a bit slower than expected in breaking through the secret realm's entrance. So my brother took me to hide in the snake's belly for a while. Xiao explained softly while dealing with the sticky liquid on her body. Lin Hao twitched his mouth. As expected of this year's college entrance examination champion, the methods are quite varied. Chen, where are those people from the Beast God Temple? Lin Hao asked. Aren't they all around? Chen shrugged, his expression seeming to ask, are the two under your eyebrows light bulbs? How can you not see them? Surroundings? Lin Hao was somewhat dazed. All that was around were a few gigantic second-grade snake-type demon beasts. Wait, snake-type demon beasts? Just then, a low growl echoed from afar. You little brat, I'm going to make you die. Chen immediately shrank his neck and hid behind Lin Hao with his sister Xiao, saying, hiding in the snake's belly is good for body and mind. Why are the Beast God Temple people so irritable? Lin Hao, listen, is this even human speech? Next, the ground began to tremble. Several second-grade rock snakes exploded in an instant, and the powerful shock waves sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Amidst the sudden explosion, a group of martial artists dressed in black cloaks struggled to emerge from the snake's remains. Their cloaks were tattered, covered in a sticky liquid, making it hard to tell whether it was the rock snake's blood or bits of its innards. The liquids dripped down their clothes, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the ground. Their faces were also smeared with grime, making it nearly impossible to see their original features. They looked quite disheveled. It's the hunting team from the Beast God Temple. A military personnel shouted immediately. The group of martial artists in black cloaks wielded weapons that glinted coldly, each one looking fierce, as if they were out for revenge for a deceased father. Leading them was an old man with a sinister face, none other than Olden. Military defense? How dare you invade our small secret realm of spiritual medicine? Olden shouted angrily, swinging his long knife downwards, sending a sharp blade of energy straight towards Lin Hao. Captain Lin Hao, go for it. Chen, who had somehow retreated to the back of the team with Xiao, waved a flag and cheered. Lin Hao was somewhat dazed. He felt that this young genius might not be a genius in the right way. However, facing a fifth-grade martial artist, Lin Hao did not dare to be careless and quickly swung his long sword to meet the attack. The two powerful forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. At the same time, both sides' teams engaged in fierce combat. The soldiers of Military Defense Team 2 were well-trained and coordinated, using advanced spiritual energy weapons and tactics to engage in a desperate battle with the martial artists from the Beast God Temple. However, the martial artists from the Beast God Temple were not to be underestimated either. Having long been in a state of being wanted, their combat abilities had improved rapidly. Moreover, they possessed some special martial techniques and secret methods that made them quite troublesome for the soldiers of Military Defense Team 2. Used the spiritual energy cannon to suppress them. Lin Hao found it extremely difficult to contend with old and quickly issued the latest orders. As soon as Lin Hao gave the command, the prepared spiritual energy cannon began charging. The enormous cannon aimed at the direction where Old and the Beast God Temple's martial artists were located. The charging process of the spiritual energy cannon was spectacular. A massive ball of spiritual energy gathered at the cannon's mouth, emitting a dazzling light. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn in by this powerful spiritual energy, forming spirals of energy. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy cannon fired a brilliant beam of light. This light streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything in its path. Under this impact, the martial artists from the Beast God Temple were sent flying. Although old and was powerful, he could not fully withstand this force. He felt a tightness in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit appeared where the Beast God Temple's martial artists had been. The soldiers of Military Defense Team 2 cheered upon seeing this, knowing that this shot had successfully suppressed the enemy. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Old N's eyes. He signaled for his team to retreat, then charged toward the back of Military Defense Team 2 alone. His goal was clear: to destroy Military Defense Team 2's spiritual energy cannon, rendering them incapable of long-range attacks. At this moment, the soldiers of Military Defense Team 2 were charging the spiritual energy cannon, making it their most vulnerable time. Olden moved like lightning, dashing through the air towards the spiritual energy cannon. His figure left behind afterimages in the air, making it impossible to catch his real position. As he rushed towards the spiritual energy cannon, the spiritual energy within him surged wildly. The long knife in his hand sparkled with cold light, and a fierce blade aura coalesced around him. The soldiers of Military Defense Team 2 were alarmed. They hadn't expected Olden to charge so recklessly towards the spiritual energy cannon. However, it was too late to stop him. Olden's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the spiritual energy cannon, with a swing of his long knife. A fierce blade aura shot towards the spiritual energy cannon. Boom! The blade aura struck the spiritual energy cannon with a deafening crash. However, the spiritual energy cannon's defenses were extremely strong, and it surprisingly withstood Olden's attack. Seeing this, Olden's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the spiritual energy cannon to be so sturdy. But he did not give up. He swung his knife again towards the spiritual energy cannon. This time, his attack was even more ferocious. Just as his blade aura was about to strike the spiritual energy cannon, a figure suddenly descended from above, blocking his path. It was Lin Hao. He had somehow circled around to Olden's back. In the next moment, Lin Hao's long sword pierced directly into Olden's back. Olden's reaction was too late. He was pierced through the chest by the long sword. You! Olden's eyes widened, unable to believe the sword tip in front of him. Already heavily injured by the spiritual energy cannon, he weakly fell to the ground, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. With Olden's defeat, the hunting team from the Beast God Temple instantly fell into chaos. They lost their leader, morale plummeted, and it was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated by Military Defense Team 2. However, faint new fluctuations seemed to be coming from the entrance of the small secret realm of spiritual medicine. Chapter 62. Assassin Player? Sorry. My defense is the support from the Beast God Temple. As the vibrations at the entrance of the secret realm grew stronger, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Suddenly, a series of low growls came from a distance, and 3 warriors clad in black cloaks arrived, riding a powerful group of demonic beasts. Leading them was a middle-aged man, commanding a massive group of third-grade broad-horned goat demonic beasts. The broad-horned goats were covered in hard rock with sharp horns, and their massive size caused the ground to tremble with each step they took. Above the group, another young beast master rode a swarm of third-grade bat-like demonic beasts. These bats blocked out the sun, their piercing cries echoing in the air. Finally, there was only one person accompanied by one demonic beast. A young woman followed closely behind the massive group of demonic beasts. She commanded a 4th-grade chameleon demonic beast, its body changing with the surrounding environment, appearing and disappearing. When it did appear, her cold gaze seemed devoid of any emotion. A 4th-grade demonic beast, yet it seemed even more dangerous than Olden. Suddenly, Lin Hao sensed something was off. He turned around and saw that the young woman had somehow appeared next to Olden, grabbing him with one hand while commanding the chameleon demonic beast to retreat. Watching as the young woman and Olden quickly vanished from sight, Lin Hao's heart sank. This was just taking Olden away. What if that woman had come to assassinate him? At this thought, cold sweat broke out on Lin Hao's forehead. Meanwhile, Chen pulled his sister Xiao back a few steps and whispered to her, "Stay a bit further away from him. Didn't you hear that the enemy general's head is taken in the midst of the army? He's currently the general." Lin Hao, thank you so much. Olden was taken to the middle of the Beast God Temple's reinforcements. He briefly regained consciousness and weakly said, "And may you all have come." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something. No, something's missing. Before he could finish his sentence, Olden had already passed away. To have held on for so long was already a feat. The young woman, and May, frowned and then placed Olden's body aside. Her cold voice filled with anger. Attack. Good. The middle-aged man and the young beast master moved simultaneously. Suddenly, the swarm of bat-like demonic beasts launched a fierce attack. They spiraled through the air at an incredible speed, their sharp cries resonating throughout the sky, while sound waves manifested as tangible waves attacking the 2nd Military Defense Team. In an instant, the soldiers of the 2nd Military Defense Team were caught off guard by this sudden assault. Where the sound waves passed, the soldiers covered their ears, unable to withstand the attacks from the bat demonic beasts. Several soldiers were directly struck by the sound waves, falling to the ground, their fates uncertain. "Everyone be careful," Captain Lin Hao of the 2nd Military Defense Team shouted, swinging his long sword to unleash a wave of spiritual energy, trying to fend off the sound wave attacks. The other soldiers quickly reacted as well, releasing various spiritual energy attacks in an attempt to drive back the bat demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man charged towards the 2nd Military Defense Team on the broad-horned goat demonic beasts, their horns gleaming coldly, accompanied by a fierce cold wind. The young woman, and Mei, commanded her chameleon demonic beast to swiftly maneuver through the battlefield, each appearance aimed directly at the soldiers' lives. Faced with such powerful enemies, the 2nd Military Defense Team found themselves in a tough battle. Although they were well-trained and supported by spiritual cannons, they still felt overwhelmed against such a large number of 3rd-grade demonic beasts. In the midst of the chaos, suddenly, a series of low growls echoed from a distance. This growl was different from the previous demonic beasts. It carried an endless aura of dominance. Lin Hao looked up and saw the Beastmaster Xiao, who riding a massive 4th-grade night shadow tiger, soaring through the air. Following this night shadow tiger was a group of 3rd-grade tiger-like demonic beasts, numbering around dozens. With a youthful appearance and a playful heart, Xiao revealed 2 large tiger teeth. "Zhou, isn't this Captain Lin Hao?" Xiao exclaimed cheerfully. Xiao blocked the demonic beast swarm. Lin Hao exclaimed joyfully. Xiao had already begun directing his 3rd-grade tiger-like demonic beasts into action, but still didn't forget to add, "Tell Shen Feng I want more money. If he doesn't hurry up and transfer the money, I might just send the night shadow tiger to steal his underwear." "Lin Hao, I really appreciate you." Xiao chuckled, seemingly looking forward to the scene of the night shadow tiger stealing Shen Feng's underwear, then charged into the battlefield riding the night shadow tiger. "Xiao, you betrayed the Beast God Temple," Mei shouted angrily. The personnel stationed at the Beast God Temple in Yu City consisted only of the warrior team, led by Old N and 4 Beastmasters, including Xiao. As a result, Xiao had actually betrayed them. What Olden was about to say was that they were missing Xiao, right? Xiao maintained his signature grin. His large tiger teeth bared, but his tone turned extremely cold. "I betrayed the Beast God Temple? Aren't you traitors betraying humanity?" Immediately, the slaughter of the night shadow tiger became noticeably bloodier. Damn, Mei knew Xiao's strength. As soon as Xiao appeared, she realized that the chances of winning on her side were almost zero. If that were the case, and Mei's gaze revealed a hint of coldness. At the very least, Lin Hao, who killed Olden, must pay with his life. In the fierce battle, Mei commanded the chameleon demonic beast, attempting to assassinate Captain Lin Hao of the 2nd Military Defense Team. Her figure flickered rapidly, each appearance carrying a sharp, killing intent. With each appearance, she got closer to Lin Hao. "Damn, I'm going to die." Lin Hao would be lying if he said he wasn't anxious. This woman was way too dangerous. She was practically the strongest assassin. Xiao noticed this scene, but was powerless to help. "I'm coming." And Mei sneered, her eyes glinting with killing intent. This time, she had already appeared next to Lin Hao, when Mei's attack unexpectedly landed on a rock serpent. The rock serpent's innate ability allowed its body to become hard. If it exhausted all the spiritual energy in its beast core, it could use its life as a price to make its body as hard as stone. And Mei could certainly pierce through the rock serpent's body, but it also gave Lin Hao enough time to react. "Bastard." And Mei frowned and quickly concealed her figure. Fortunately, when Mei had flashed to save Olden last time, Yin Shun had already been on guard. Thus, his rock serpent demonic beasts were already pressed against the ground, ready to move at any moment. And Mei is an assassin player? Sorry, but my rock serpent can defend. Chapter 63. Rock Serpent Armor. Charcoal-grilled chameleon. Beside him, Lin Hao, who had just been saved from death, was still feeling shaken. When he regained his senses, he saw a group of rock serpents tightly following in Mei, continuously launching attacks. However, the attacks felt more like tickling. Their defense was decent, but their offense was quite useless. After all, Chen had only managed to cultivate a dozen rock serpents and second-tier beasts, and some had been killed earlier when they were trapped with Olden. Now, most of his subordinates were only first-tier beasts. Are you just a big fool? Hurry up and take action. Chen reminded with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What are you waiting for? Waiting for Mei to react and take you down first? Oh, Lin Hao had just returned from the brink of death and was feeling a bit dazed, as if he had just wandered around the hall of Yama and casually sipped half a bowl of Mangpa soup. And Mei was controlling the chameleon beast to move quickly, trying to shake off the encirclement of the rock serpents. She thought to herself that this situation couldn't go on. She knew that if she kept getting entangled like this, her stamina would gradually be exhausted. So, Mei urged the chameleon beast to charge toward Chen, planning to break through the encirclement and take Chen's life first. It's over. She reacted. Chen looked at Lin Hao with a menacing gaze. Fortunately, Chen was prepared. He commanded the rock serpents to form a tight formation, about 1.5 people high. This group of rock serpents surrounded Chen, exhausting all the energy from their cores to make their bodies as hard as stone. One layer wasn't enough. It didn't feel safe. So, let's add 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. Plus 3 layers above and 3 layers below. The goal was to create an airtight rock serpent armor. When a sound akin to metal clashing echoed, and Mei's dagger pierced through several rock serpents, but fortunately, the length of the dagger was limited. So these layers of rock serpents sacrificed themselves to block Mei's attack. At the same time, Lin Hao's attack finally arrived. The spirit energy attack he released directly hit Mei's chameleon beast. The chameleon beast let out a mournful scream, its body instantly turning transparent. And Mei's figure disappeared from the air. Thank you. I almost had to visit the Hall of Yellow Springs. Chen rolled his eyes dramatically. Then, he released all the low-tier snakes from his beast domain. Snakes can continuously flick their tongues to collect air molecules, while chameleons rely on color changes to conceal their presence. One relies on smell, the other on sight. They don't conflict. Hiss, according to feedback from the rock serpents. The scent of the chameleon beast was clearly getting further away until it completely vanished. Not good. We need to leave the secret realm. Don't let her escape. We're at the entrance to the secret realm. Chen shouted. At this moment, Lin Hao finally regained his senses and casually said, Don't worry. There's a military defense team outside guarding it. Not even a fly will get through. At the entrance of the secret realm, the members of the military defense team were on high alert. To prevent the Beast God Temple personnel from escaping, a spirit energy electric net had already been set up outside. This energy net could not only detect any abnormal spirit energy fluctuations, but could also launch the first wave of attacks against intruders. Well, let's start with the shocking party. Time passed second by second, and the battle inside the secret realm was nearing its end. But Mei and the chameleon beast had yet to appear. This woman is quite cautious. The outside had already received Lin Hao's notification, knowing that Mei had escaped. Therefore, everyone was puzzled. Could they not have come out from here? One member of the military defense team questioned. That shouldn't be the case, another member replied. The spirit energy electric net we set up covers the entire periphery of the secret realm. Currently, there's no abnormality detected in other areas, which means no one has escaped. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor at the entrance of the secret realm. A powerful aura burst out from the secret realm, heading straight toward the spirit energy net. Is she trying to break through with speed? It's Mei, a team member shouted. Sure enough, Mei was riding the chameleon beast as she charged out from the secret realm. Mei burst out from the secret realm, her figure as agile as an arrow. She controlled the chameleon beast to transform into a streak of light at the exit of the secret realm. However, as soon as she appeared, the spirit energy net activated instantly, tightly surrounding her. This invisible net descended from the sky, and the moment it firmly trapped Mei and the chameleon beast. The spirit energy net manifested with dense currents of electricity. Mei could only let out a startled cry before being firmly adhered to by the electric net. Her body was bound by the net, unable to move, forced to endure the invasion of the electric net's currents. At this moment, the members of the military defense team also aimed at Mei and the chameleon beast, launching spirit energy attacks from all directions. targeting the vital points of May and the chameleon beast. May struggled desperately, trying to break free from the net. At the same time, the chameleon beast also attempted to tear open the net with its sharp claws. The operational principle of the spirit energy electric net is to combine spirit energy with electricity, forming a powerful energy field. Within the electric net, spirit energy is gathered and strengthened, forming an invisible barrier. Electricity possesses strong conductivity and energy-releasing properties, and when it combines with spirit energy, it produces even more powerful effects. Thus, the spirit energy electric net has dual functions of protection and attack. On one hand, it can form an invisible barrier to block enemy attacks and inflict damage. On the other hand, it can also attack enemies, causing severe damage through powerful electromagnetic pulses. When the chameleon beast attempted to tear apart the net, the current and spirit energy simultaneously transferred onto it. The members of the military defense team injected more spirit energy into the electric net, maximizing the effect of the electromagnetic pulse. The chameleon beast was struck by the electromagnetic pulse. Its electrocuted body turned charred black. Its originally vibrant skin turned completely dark, with only its sharp eyes retaining their original luster. It curled up, letting out a long, haunting sound. This chameleon's cry is terrifying, just like the voiceover in a horror movie. The members of the military defense team shuddered, and they increased their spirit energy output once more. In an instant, a delicious dish was born. Charcoal-grilled chameleon. And May was also affected, bearing part of the electric net's shock. Her body trembled, and her face turned pale. Her clothes were torn and tattered from the electricity, leaving behind scorched marks on her body. At this moment, she was powerless to turn the tide, knowing she couldn't escape, and despairingly closed her eyes. Chapter 64. The madman's plan. The battle within the secret realm was nearing its end. The remaining members of the second defense team were sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, while the third defense team was rapidly sweeping through the spiritual herb's secret realm as if they were bandits crossing into foreign territory. Chen seemed to casually walk to the front of the third defense team, casually picking the spiritual herbs he encountered. If he came across 3, he would leave 2. If he came across 5, he would leave 3. Look, Big Head still left some for the defense team. Ding! A jade spirit fruit has been detected. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 jade spirit fruits or 1 red jade spirit fruit. Please choose the reward type. Oh, this fruit looks like jade, emitting a faint glow, and has the effect of nourishing the body and mind, helping practitioners enhance their spiritual power. It's really too useful. So, let's not leave any behind. Ding! A wind leaf fruit has been detected. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 wind leaf fruits or 1 wind spirit leaf fruit. Please choose the reward type. The wind leaf fruit looks like a maple leaf and possesses powerful wind, attribute spiritual power. Well, Xiao could use this for alchemy. I won't leave this one behind either. Definitely next time, definitely next time. With a sense of guilt, Chen collected the spiritual fruits in his hands, resembling a goose that plucks feathers. A laugh rang out. Chen looked up at the sound and saw the night Ming tiger perched on a tall, ancient tree, its sharp claws gripping the branch tightly. Wait, isn't it said that tigers can't climb trees? Whose tiger is this, and why can it still climb trees? The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound, while the night Ming tiger's dense and shiny mane danced along. The beast master, Xiao, who hanging on the night Ming tiger, greeted him with a smile. Hello. Sure. Chen made a shushing gesture. Then he whispered, Don't attract all the people from the third defense team over here. I'm only collecting along this path. The secret realm is so big, I can't collect everything. Xiao laughed and said, No worries, just keep collecting herbs. I'll keep watch for you. Chen's eyes brightened instantly. While continuing to gather the spiritual herbs, he praised, You're really a good person. Xiao revealed his tiger teeth. A good person? Not necessarily. But seeing that guy Shan Feng suffer makes me very happy. It's just a pity. I probably won't see that guy again. The cleanup of the secret realm was extremely fast. Chen was very careful while collecting resources, fully aware that each type of spiritual herb took a long time to grow before maturity. He paid special attention to protecting the roots of the herbs to avoid damaging their growth. Each time, He used a thin, sharp blade to carefully cut the herbs, only collecting the necessary parts and leaving enough roots below for the herbs to continue growing. However, the members of the third defense team were really digging up the roots recklessly. If they continued like this, the spiritual herb secret realm would be completely ruined. Chen shook his head, thinking, this method of collection is really something even a dog would shake its head at. Wait, upon this thought, Chen's mouth twitched. No, he couldn't compare himself to a dog. Due to the large number of participants in the collection and the extremely rough methods used, half an hour later, the entire secret realm was basically stripped bare. Report to the defense commander, resource collection is complete. The captain of the third defense team saluted. Behind him was a line of vehicles loaded with spiritual herbs. Those herbs were carelessly piled on the vehicles without any protective measures. Some of the herb leaves were crushed underneath and had begun to yellow. Some roots were broken, leaking sap, and some herbs were even tossed around roughly, scattered all over the ground. All units withdraw. Shen Feng seemed oblivious to how the precious spiritual herbs were being treated so brutally, as if they were simply trying to gather all the resources possible. After saying this, Shen Feng looked far into the depths of the secret realm, his eyes seemingly filled with reluctance. The team withdrew in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the last one, Chen, was heartbroken as he looked at the broken roots on the ground. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he extracted the broken roots 100-fold. Ding! A spiritual herb root has been detected. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 spiritual herb roots or 1 spiritual herb seed. Please choose the reward type. Extract the spiritual herb seed. Chen adhered to the principle of not missing out on any opportunities, collecting all the broken roots he encountered on the way back. When he turned to check, he unexpectedly saw the tall, ancient tree, where a night Ming tiger was fully covered in dense black fur. The night Ming tiger's eyes flickered with a ghostly green light in the gradually darkening environment, resembling 2 brilliant gems. Chen knew that on the back of the night Ming tiger was the Beastmaster boy. Hey, Lin Hao, isn't that little tiger leaving? Chen hurried a few steps to catch up and asked the captain of the second defense team. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. Hey, I haven't even settled the score with you for using me as bait, and now you want to use him again? Chen said bluntly. That's not it. Lin Hao hurriedly denied, then let out a long sigh, as if it indeed were the case. Chen, I hate riddles the most. Speak clearly. Lin Hao said softly. You know, Xiaohu is our defense team's undercover agent in the Beast God Palace. It's not easy for him to reach this position in the Beast God Palace. He doesn't want to end his undercover mission just by destroying a gathering point in Yuqing. So he wants to give it another try. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, the entire Yuqing Beast God Palace has only him left alive. Do you think the Beast God Palace would still trust him? The unspoken words were, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Lin Hao said, we all know that. But Xiaohu is a madman. Even Shun Laoda agreed to the madman's plan. What plan? Can you tell me? Chen felt an itch in his heart, eager to know the answer. Bang! Lin Hao made a sound effect and continued. The entire perimeter of the secret realm has been rigged with tons of spiritual energy bombs, which will soon blow up the entire spiritual herb secret realm. Xiaohu said that these days are just the right time for harvesting the spiritual herb secret realm. And it makes sense for all the personnel from the Yuqing Beast God Palace to gather here. If he is fortunate enough to survive this explosion, then, among a group of blasted corpses, as the strongest in the Yuqing Beast God Palace, he could still survive under the cover of the demon beasts. Wouldn't that make sense? What the hell? This kid has gone crazy, right? Chen was stunned. Xiaohu looked youthful, with a pair of big tiger teeth that made him look even cuter. If he were to see him outside, Chen would definitely think he looked younger than himself. However, this seemingly younger guy was completely insane. Chapter 65. I really am an ally. Hiss. One by one, the rock snakes surged out of Chen's beast domain and flowed into the spirit herb's secret realm, including that unique third-grade rock snake beast. Inside the spirit herb secret realm, Little Tiger leaned leisurely against an ancient tree after seeing that the people had cleared out, scratching the mane of the night shadow tiger beside him. At times he would mess up its fur, and at other times he would smooth it out again. Old Night, in the end, It's still you who keeps me company. That bastard with the surname Chen is unreliable. He still hasn't transferred the money to me. Roar. The night shadow tiger let out a roar, seemingly accusing Shun Feng of being untrustworthy. Hee, you think that bastard Shun is a bit excessive too, right? If we can survive this, you must help me steal his underpants. No refusing. Little Tiger said, directly covering the night shadow tiger's mouth with his hand. The two of them leaned against each other, quietly waiting for the explosion in the secret realm. Suddenly, Little Tiger felt a chilling aura sweeping in from all directions, tightening his heart. He instinctively looked up and saw a group of rock snakes swirling above his head, with one third-grade rock snake's massive body standing out particularly in the sunlight. Their scales reflected a faint light, and a pair of cold eyes fixed on Little Tiger, as if evaluating the prey before them. Little Tiger was instantly stunned, his eyes wide open. No, if he remembered correctly, the rock snake should belong to that young prodigy Chen, right? Am I now surrounded by the rock snake horde of my allies? His heart raced, and sweat began to trickle down his forehead. No, I really am an ally. The enormous third-grade rock snake opened its massive mouth and lunged at him, and in that instant, Little Tiger could only let out a terrified scream. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful suction force gripping him tightly, and before he knew it, everything went black as he was swallowed into the belly of the rock snake. Inside the rock snake's belly, Little Tiger felt complete darkness around him, only surrounded by the foul odor and viscous sensation of the rock snake's digestive fluid. Damn you! Little Tiger cursed inside the rock snake's belly, but the moment he opened his mouth, the viscous liquid seemed to fill his mouth. Helpless, Little Tiger could only keep his mouth shut, grumbling in his heart. Outside the rock snake, the remaining rock snakes surrounded the third-grade rock snake, beginning to drain all the spiritual energy from their beast cores to make their bodies as hard as stone. This was the limit of what Chen could do. After several sacrifices, his beast domain was now filled with low-grade little snakes, and even if he drained the Rock Snake King now, it wouldn't produce any new rock snake beasts. Whether Little Tiger could survive depended on his own fate. 12 hours later, at the ruins of the Spirit Herb's secret realm, a group of black-clad members of the Beast God Palace appeared. They silently landed at the edge of the secret realm, led by a middle-aged man with a grim expression. The middle-aged man scanned the surroundings warily, his eyes revealing confusion and caution. The group spread out, continuously searching the area. The air was still filled with dust and smoke, making the entire scene feel unusually oppressive. There are still people alive. A female voice rang out as she controlled a massive brown bear. It should be noted that in the old era, bears were considered to have the strongest sense of smell among all animals on Blue Star, with a bear's sense of smell being 2,100 times better than that of humans. Now, in the era of spiritual energy resurgence, bear-type beasts have fully utilized this characteristic, and thus, the brown bear detected the scent of living humans and immediately notified its beast master. Among the ruins, there were collapsed stones and broken trees everywhere. The members of the Beast God Palace moved quickly and cautiously, carefully removing the debris covering Little Tiger. As the sunlight broke through the smoke, Little Tiger's pale-as-paper face was revealed, with only a faint breath indicating that he was still alive. One of the black-clad individuals approached Little Tiger and bent down to check. Little Tiger was covered in injuries, his clothes in tatters, and his body badly damaged, with only a weak breath remaining. His face was covered in dust and blood, and his eyes were tightly shut. Moreover, his limbs were twisted and deformed, and a nauseating smell of blood lingered in the air. The leading black-clad man frowned. However, he knew that they couldn't let Little Tiger die like this. He had to be taken back to the Beast God Palace. He nodded to his companions. The others quickly sprang into action, carefully digging Little Tiger out from the ruins and gently placing him on a clean cloth. This scene appeared particularly striking under the sunlight. As Little Tiger was slowly lifted, the sunlight filtered through the smoke and fell on his broken body. At this moment, it seemed that his life had come to an end, with only the last breath struggling to hold on. Given the state he was in, there was no possibility of any resources existing in the Spirit Herb secret realm anymore. Retreat. After all, the members of the Beast God Palace were genuinely a target of public outrage, and they didn't dare linger too long in this territory controlled by the authorities. The group of black-clad individuals quickened their pace, taking Little Tiger away from the area. No one noticed that at the moment Little Tiger was lifted, his body trembled slightly, and he was revealing a grin with his broken Little Tiger teeth, feeling happy. The taste of the rock snake's digestive fluid was indeed unpleasant. His hand was broken, and the situation was indeed tragic. But the feeling of being alive was truly wonderful. As the members of the Beast God Palace left, the ruins fell silent once again, with only dust drifting in the air. Then the dust settled. Chapter 66. Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. The next day, the sun shone brightly, pouring through the window and illuminating Shen Feng's office. The golden sunlight bathed the entire space in a warm glow, lighting up every corner. Shen Feng sat at his desk, hands clasped in front of him, focused on the documents before him. How nice! That madman Xiao who was rescued by the Beast God Temple. In his office, Old Lung and the captains of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd military defense teams were present. Everyone sat together, sipping tea, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. After all, the Beast God Temple's stronghold in Yuqing had been completely cleared out, and now it was up to you, Xiao Shun. A smile crept onto Old Lung's lips. As the former military defense minister, he had not accomplished what Shen Feng had achieved. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Old Lung, rest assured. Shen Feng also smiled slightly. Old Lung changed the subject, but I still need to remind you, now that the trash has been cleaned up, you must maintain it well. If the Beast God Temple's people extend their claws again, you'll be the one to answer for it. Yes. Shen Feng immediately stood up and saluted. The smiles of Lin Hao and the others were almost impossible to suppress. It really was Old Lung who had the knack for it. Then, Shen Feng finally began to issue normal work orders. The first was post-war compensation. All departments must fully cooperate and ensure it is distributed promptly. If anyone obstructs this, bring them to me directly. The second was about the Liu family. Although it was just Liu Hao's doing and he was dead and gone, the Liu family must pay the price. Starting today, half of the Liu family's assets will be confiscated, and Liu Sai, that old guy, as one of Yuqing's 3 top-tier martial artists, must come to serve in the military for 3 years. If the Liu family is dissatisfied, let them come and talk to me and Old Lung. If they're still not satisfied, well, don't blame me for reporting it to the province. The third item. Shen Feng glanced at Old Lung, then cleared his throat and said, although Yin Chen hasn't joined the military defense system, he has indeed done quite a bit during this time, especially in this battle. The rock snakes he raised must have suffered heavy casualties. Let's award him a 3rd-class merit. Before Shen Feng could finish, he felt Old Lung's disapproving gaze. He quickly changed his words. Let's award him a 2nd-class merit and compensate for the losses. On the other side, in the dormitory, Yin Chen had just woken up. Upon receiving news from Yuqing, he couldn't help but feel delighted. However, he barely had 3 seconds to be happy before a scolding voice came from outside. Yin Chen, get out here. It was Zhou Yaorao, dressed in a red dress that hugged her curvy figure. The smooth fabric glimmered subtly under the light. She wore matching high heels that accentuated her long legs, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, adding a touch of charm. What a fairy, testing the old comrades so early in the morning. Zhou Yaorao didn't care for formalities and directly dragged Yin Chen out of bed. No, sister, I'm not dressed yet. Yin Chen was on the verge of a breakdown. He was completely naked, wearing only a pair of shorts. Yet, Zhou Yaorao was unfazed and boldly took a glance. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and even her anger faded a bit. Oh, little Yin Chen's assets are quite impressive. How about considering letting sister serve you? No. As he got out of bed, the cold air hit him. Yin Chen hurriedly grabbed a relatively clean outfit and put it on. Indeed, clothes give a sense of security. After not being completely honest with Zhou Yaorao, he finally regained his composure. Sister, just tell me what's going on. Zhou Yaorao clicked her tongue. Some of the researchers from our institute were bullied. Come with me to stand up for them. It turned out that the researchers from the institute had sent a distress signal while collecting samples, and when Zhou Yaorao arrived, she found a group of researchers trapped in a cave. Messing with our institute's people? Aren't they afraid the school will come after them? Yin Chen raised an eyebrow. Let us be real. There shouldn't be anyone in the entire province's Jing University with that kind of guts. Hee hee. The other party is from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute, Zhou Yaorao said, her teeth clenching in irritation. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, besides demon beasts, there's another kind of special life form known as demon plants. Unlike spiritual herbs that come from unknown spaces, demon plants are native plants of Blue Star. They were originally ordinary plants, but due to the nourishment of spiritual energy, they gradually developed intelligence and unique vitality. These demon plants absorb a large amount of spiritual energy during their growth, causing their forms and functions to undergo tremendous changes. The functions and types of demon plants are diverse, but their intelligence is extremely low. Since demon plants rarely attack proactively, it is still impossible to determine whether they pose a threat to humans. My assistant is seriously injured and won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Zhou Yaorao added. This statement basically meant she would not rest until she dealt with the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. All right, I'll go with you to take a look. Chen reluctantly agreed. In the hospital ward, the provincial hospital's ward was clearly more luxurious than the smaller place in Yuqing. The environment was clean and quiet, filled with a faint scent of disinfectant. The walls were painted a warm light green, helping to ease patients' tension. Sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the ward floor, creating dappled shadows. Each ward had only one bed, with plain white sheets and blankets that emitted a faint scent of detergent. On the bed, the assistant Jiao was covered in plaster casts. All right, regardless of the environment, the treatment methods all led to a mummified outcome. Is Jiao here? Which one is Jiao? As Chen and Zhou Yaorao stepped into the ward, they heard a rough male voice from outside. Zhou Yaorao frowned. Who are you? You can't shout like that in the hospital, don't you know? With a scoff, a burly man pushed the door open, revealing a disdainful smile. Little girl, who are you? Can you speak for this little Jiao? Little Jiao? The way the burly man said that sounded so dirty. Zhou Yaorao's fists were already making cracking sounds, and she seemed ready to lose at any moment now. Not just ready, she had already lost it. Bang! Zhou Yaorao threw a punch directly at the burly man's nose, angrily shouting, I am the head of the Provincial Jing University Research Institute. Chapter 67, Reported Situation. A small-scale beast tide suddenly appears at the provincial city hospital. The ward was filled with the continuous sound of screams. It was the sound of a burly man covering his nose, letting out one piercing cry after another. His nose had been struck by a punch from Zhou Yaorao, instantly becoming red and swollen. Blood seeped through his fingers and dripped down his cheek. Zhou Yaorao did not stop, continuing to attack the burly man. Her fists fell like raindrops, each punch carrying a fierce gust of wind, leaving the burly man with nowhere to hide. Within a few minutes, his cheeks and forehead were covered in purple bruises, looking extremely disheveled. Do you know this is Jiao's ward? This is not a place for you to run wild. Zhou Yaorao scolded angrily. At this moment, Zhou Yaorao was still on fire. When the burly man was left sitting on the ground, battered and bruised, Chen finally, symbolically pulled Zhou Yaorao away. Big bear brother, I don't know what you're here for, Chen inquired. The burly man was taken aback by Zhou Yaorao's sudden attack and momentarily didn't know how to respond. Zhou Yaorao's sharp eyes caught sight of a corner of the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute's logo peeking out from his arms, and she directly snatched the document from his hands to examine it closely. The more she read, the angrier she became. It was actually a demand notice from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. It required Jiao to unconditionally give a demon plant she had collected to the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. Unconditional giving? That's just robbery, Zhou Yaorao exclaimed furiously. The burly man quickly said, Ms. Zhou, please calm down. As soon as Zhou Yaorao revealed her identity as the head of the Provincial Capital University Research Institute, the burly man understood her status. Not daring to confront this lady, he hastily added, Our researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute came back and said that Miss Jiao embezzled a demon plant that belonged to them. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Yaorao's anger flared when she saw Jiao covered in plaster. Although Jiao was weak, she still argued. Our two research institutes cooperated and initially agreed to one plant each. We already let you choose first, but you suddenly raised the price and insisted on monopolizing 3 plants. The burly man rubbed his face and said, Miss Jiao Jiao, that's not how it went. Each research institute was supposed to lure away a guarding demon beast, but clearly, we lured a stronger one, and our institute suffered heavier casualties. You, Jiao Jiao, weak and powerless, could not argue against him and said indignantly, So what? Didn't you end up bringing the demon beast back? Our institute almost suffered total annihilation. So that is how it is, Zhou Yaro thought as she cracked her knuckles. When she rushed over, a group of researchers had already been trapped in a cave by 2 demon beasts. Her anger surged instantly. Gulp! The burly man swallowed hard. Sensing the situation was bad and hurriedly called for help, researcher from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. Come quickly, he shouted as he ran, having already jumped out of the hospital window. Soon, several researchers in white lab coats rushed over. They were taken aback when they saw the burly man's battered face and looked at Zhou Yaro with hostility. What is going on? A leading researcher questioned. The burly man covered his face and said aggrievedly, I came to deliver a demand notice, and didn't he expect to run into Ms. Zhou and get beaten up? Upon hearing this, the researchers immediately understood the situation. Ms. Zhou, even if you have old Zhou backing you, you can't ignore our entire Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. They all showed displeased expressions and began to surround Zhou Yaro. Seeing them closing in, Zhou Yaro smirked coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. What s with all the chatter? You don't know how powerful I am. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yaro took the lead and launched an attack. Her figure was agile, and she quickly broke through the encirclement of the researchers. She threw a punch that hit a researcher's chest, sending him flying. Seeing this, the other researchers launched their attacks toward Zhou Yaro. She fought against many, showing no signs of weakness. Her figure darted among the researchers, and each strike caused her opponents to suffer losses. However, there were simply too many researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute, and Zhou Yaro gradually began to tire. How can there be so many people bullying a girl? Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore. He took a deep breath, and the beast domain began to stir. After a couple of days of recovery, a few first-grade rock snakes had emerged from the beast domain. However, that was not enough. Sorry, old rock, but I'm going to borrow you again. Chen greeted the rock snake king trapped in the beast domain. He then ignored the curses coming from the other side. Ding. Mental energy has come into contact with a trace of flesh essence. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Rewards. 100 strands of flesh essence. First-grade demon beast level. Cannot grow independently. Or a drop of essence blood. Non-grade demon beast. Can grow independently. Please choose the reward method. Extract 100 strands of flesh essence. For now, he couldn't care about quality. He had to focus on quantity. The number of first-grade rock snakes instantly surged, and giant rock snakes flew out from his beast domain, charging towards the researchers. What the hell? Where did all these rock demon beasts come from? Beast Tamer. The researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute were all bewildered. Get them. Swallow them all. With Chen's order, the rock snakes began to launch reckless suicide attacks. Although first-grade demon beasts were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At this rate, it was almost comparable to a beast tide. The researchers screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. Chase down the remaining courage and pursue the fleeing enemy. These guys had lost all fighting spirit. Why not hurry up and deal with them? One by one, the rock snakes opened their huge mouths and swallowed the nearest researchers. After all, being only at the first-grade demon beast level, the size and strength of the rock snakes were proportional. Thus, some snakes that had insufficient flesh essence to absorb were unable to swallow the researchers. They would shake their heads vigorously, tossing the researchers away. The remaining researchers, seeing this, collapsed in fear. What kind of monster is this? You all want to die. Hurry up and report to the military defense. It was still the first burly man who recognized the gravity of the situation. He secretly contacted the military defense personnel in the provincial city. And only then did the others realize what was happening and began sending messages to the provincial city military defense. What they reported was, a small-scale beast tide suddenly appeared at the provincial city hospital. What beast tamer? What conflict? Don't even mention it. If you say a small-scale beast tide suddenly appeared, the military defense personnel would arrive in a minute. But if you mention a conflict or fight, the military defense personnel wouldn't even bother with you. Chapter 68. Hurry and help me go to the emergency room. Everyone immediately stopped fighting, held their heads with both hands, and crouched on the ground. A flurry of hurried footsteps and mechanical rumbling sounds echoed outside the ward as the provincial military defense personnel arrived at the scene, their voices loud and commanding, exuding an air of undeniable authority. They wore standardized black uniforms, steel helmets, and carried advanced weaponry. In short, they presented a formidable presence. After all, they had received reports of a sudden small-scale beast tide at the provincial hospital. Their appearance instantly heightened the tension in the air, which was thick with a sense of foreboding. However, the rock snakes were engaged in a comical tangle with the researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. Although the ones that had been swallowed had long since burst out of the snake's belly, their bodies were still slippery, and other snakes were coming over to rub against them. These researchers, who usually handled plants and vines in the lab, had never encountered such a chaotic scene with these serpentine creatures. For a moment, it truly seemed like they couldn't stop. Go, hurry back, Chen murmured softly, quickly directing the rock snakes to retreat back into the beast domain, while he himself crouched down as if obediently complying. The military defense personnel swiftly took control of the situation. What a ridiculous small-scale beast tide. This was just a story of a group of researchers with pitiful combat abilities clashing with a beastmaster. Patients in the hospital began to poke their heads out to watch the commotion. The military defense personnel are here, exclaimed a patient with a broken leg, hopping out on one leg in a cast. Two little kids beat up a bunch of older folks. People nowadays are really useless. If it were me. The old man was interrupted mid-sentence as his last two teeth fell out, causing him to lose his train of thought. Eventually, a little nurse helplessly came over to escort the patients back. Bed 2005, bed 2006, you two hurry back. Last time you watched the commotion, someone got pushed off the bridge, one got a broken leg, and the other lost a tooth. Don't you learn your lesson? With the arrival of the military defense personnel, the halted fight had now turned into a war of words. A burly man was crying, snot and tears streaming down his face, practically begging the military personnel, "Bro, you really have to save me. These two guys are simply ruthless thugs." Zhou Yaolao and Chen exchanged glances, clearly seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. They hadn't been beaten enough. What do you say? The military personnel directed their gaze at the two. In theory, such minor brawls within the city should be handled by the city defense personnel. However, since they were already here, they couldn't just pretend not to see. "Hello, officers. The actual situation is that these researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute are bullying us two university students," Chen boldly accused. But no one was blind. When the military personnel arrived, they saw the pile of rock snakes entangled with the researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. Moreover, even if they hadn't seen it upon arrival, they could see it now. Chen and Zhou Yaolao were both dressed in pristine white, while the researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute were far from spotless. Before the researchers could defend themselves, Chen continued, "I am a freshman at the provincial capital university, and I have received military commendations for my contributions in the Yuqing battle, once a third-class merit and once a second-class merit." Everyone was momentarily stunned. How should one put it? University students are the flowers of the motherland and deserve protection. Martial artists studying at school are protected under the Student Martial Artist Protection Law, akin to the Minor Protection Law of the old times. Even for fighting, the researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute would be detained for a week, while the university students would only receive a verbal reprimand. Furthermore, the military commendations from the military defense system carry much more weight. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, military commendations are based on actual combat results and contributions to the team. The evaluation criteria include the types and numbers of demon beasts you have fought and eliminated, as well as the damage and weakening inflicted on the enemy, among others. As long as they haven't committed a major betrayal against humanity, martial artists with military commendations can offset their offenses. The hearts of the provincial military defense personnel instantly shifted. However, they couldn't make it too obvious. They then turned their gaze towards Zhou Yaolao. This girl seemed a bit familiar. Zhou Yaolao smiled brightly. My name is Zhou Yaolao, first-level commander of the city military defense and third-level commander of the provincial military defense. One sentence was worth 1,000 words. She didn't even need to reveal her grandfather's identity. Her own reputation was enough. Being the first-level commander of the city military defense means she has the highest command authority during urban-level conflicts, such as when a secret realm leaks or during an invasion by Beast God. As a third-level commander of the provincial military defense, in the absence of first or second-level commanders, she is in charge. If there are first or second-level commanders present, she can independently deploy 5,000 military personnel. The provincial military defense personnel instantly saluted. We have met the commander. Usually, the provincial military defense personnel are arranged by the military defense chief. Commanders exist more as special positions for those with exceptional contributions and commanding abilities. The researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute were dumbfounded. A group of them wished they could slap themselves. While they had a strong background, they were weak. It felt like they had kicked a steel plate. As expected, the military personnel's gazes toward them turned unfriendly. In this day and age, personnel information verification can be completed in just 30 seconds. Not only for Chen and Zhou Yaolao, but also for the researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute. Several researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute were at least 28 years old. How could they shamefully bully 2 children under 20? The military personnel spoke in a low voice. This dispute will be handled according to the city brawl regulations, oppression of student martial artists, and defamation of military honor. And penalties will be applied. Do you have any objections? Aye. The researchers from the Kyoto Demon Plant Research Institute were stunned. Brawling among martial artists in the city is a minor issue. A week of military service would suffice. Oppressing student martial artists, 1 to 3 months of military service, and finally, defaming military honor. This charge, known as defaming a soldier's honor, carries a minimum sentence of 3 years of military service, with no upper limit. Classmate Chen, Director Zhou, I was wrong. I was really wrong. The burly man immediately began to plead, knowing that as the main perpetrator, his punishment would be the harshest. However, Zhou Yaolao suddenly leaned over and fell into Chen's embrace. Chen, my brother, it seems I have suffered a serious internal injury. Please hurry and help me go to the emergency room. Chapter 69. Serving in the border city of Yellow Sand, starting to cause trouble in the end, the leading strongman served 3 years in the military, while the other accomplices served 3 months. They weren't all punished according to the crime of defaming military honor. Chen and Zhou Yaolao both had many accolades, but neither was willing to use their military merits to offset this punishment. So, treated as a brawl in the city, both had to serve 1 week in the military. From a city to the countryside, the two directly asked for leave from school, because the place they were to serve in the military was actually the border city. The border city does not refer to a specific city, but to all cities that are adjacent to harsh environments and beast territories. And it is also the place where the Beast God Temple causes the most chaos. It is well known that after leaks from secret realms and paradises, they merge into the broader environment of Blue Star. As the initial leakage occurred, military personnel intervened. However, this was not the case in the past. When various secret realms and paradises first ascended, they devoured many survival territories of Blue Star. Now, the border city is adjacent to those unreclaimed lost lands. Cough, cough. Zhou Yaolao coughed heavily twice, her expression quite unfriendly. She hated bad weather, especially on days like this with wind and sand. The sky in the border city was a dull yellow, the sun's brilliance obscured by dust, leaving only a weak glow. The wind, carrying the harshness of the desert, howled past, stirring up waves of sand as if to swallow the border city behind the guards. This is truly maddening. Zhou Yaolao complained again. She wore a red dress, her skin as white as jade. However, at this moment, the wind and sand gradually infected her red dress. Fine sand particles gently sliding over her skin, leaving shallow marks. Her black hair danced in the wind, entangled with the dust. This is so annoying. Everything is dirty. When Zhou Yao Rao's fingers slid through her hair but were stopped by the tangled strands, her emotions completely broke down. Senior, lower your voice. We need to stay hidden. Yan Chen's familiar voice came, but all around was just swirling yellow sand. Where are you? As the sand blew, a small sand dune seemed to reveal itself on the ground. The sand dune had eyes. Yan Chen was dressed in a specially made desert camouflage outfit, the color indistinguishable from the yellow sand, making him almost blend into the environment. Moreover, he had buried himself deeply in the sand, exposing only a pair of eyes and a short breathing tube. He, while hidden, Zhou Yao Rao's lips twitched, and then she stepped on the breathing tube extending from Yan Chen's hidden position. Yan Chen held on for a while, but seeing that Zhou Yao Rao had no intention of lifting her foot, he had no choice but to return to the blazing sun and sand. We've been in this sandy area for 3 days. Not a single turtle hair has been seen. Zhou Yao Rao flexed her wrist. Whether it's the garbage of the beast god temple or the invasion of beasts, a little commotion would suffice. Zhou Yao Rao urgently needed a vent. However, it seemed she might not get her wish, although the military personnel punished the two according to regulations. The border city chosen for their military service was ultimately the safest one, which could be considered a small favor. You want some action? Yan Chen squinted and asked. Those who knew him were aware that he was preparing to cause trouble. Zhou Yao Rao's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded vigorously. Ding. Spiritual power has contacted a trace of flesh essence. Do you want to extract it 100-fold? Reward. 100 strands of flesh essence, 1-star beast level. Cannot grow on its own, or a drop of essence blood. Not a 1-star beast can grow on its own. Please choose the reward method. Extract a drop of essence blood. Just right. After several days of recovery, the little rock snake in the beast domain had accumulated quite a bit. If these little guys relied on self-growth over time, it would take several years for them to become 2-star beasts. Yan Chen couldn't wait. If he wanted to accelerate this growth, the best way was to devour similar beasts. Snakes of all kinds would do, but the optimal choice was naturally the rock snake. This place is indeed suitable for rock snakes to thrive. Time to cause some trouble. One by one, the young snakes quietly slithered out of Yan Chen's beast domain, spreading out in all directions. They silently traversed between the sand dunes, searching for traces of wild rock snakes in the desert. Target found. In the feedback information from the little snakes, it seemed they had located the nest of the rock snakes. In the distance, several little snakes converged in the rocky area of the desert, where the terrain was rugged, scattered with rocks and caves. The ground was covered with shed skin and various small pebbles of rock snakes. That's right, this must be the rock snake's nest. The interior of the nest was usually dimly lit, with only a faint light filtering in from the entrance. The air was filled with a faint, earthy smell, mixed with a hint of blood. The little snakes loved this scent because it was the residual smell left after female and male rock snakes engaged in some indescribable activities. Sure enough, as they continued to crawl into the winding passage, they saw the rock snake eggs quietly lying in the corner of the nest, surrounded by small stones and dried plants to regulate the temperature and humidity for the eggs. Devour. While the big snake was away, they should quickly get to work. The little snakes swiftly slithered to the side of the egg, then quickly swallowed it whole. The whole process was seamless, as if it wasn't their first time. They acted like seasoned criminals. Crack! A faint sound of broken eggshells echoed in the cave. One rock snake egg began to tremble slightly, tiny cracks appearing on the shell. As the cracks gradually expanded, the head of the little rock snake poked out from the shell, wet and with slightly dull skin. Yan Chen's little rock snake and the wild little rock snake looked at each other. The newly hatched wild little rock snake was still covered in eggshell fragments and residual egg fluid, its confused eyes clearly unaware of the current dire situation. Devour. Yan Chen's little rock snake immediately made a decision. It used its flexible body to wrap around the little snake, preventing it from struggling. Then, it swiftly swallowed the little snake whole. Its own strength increased. Yan Chen's little rock snake easily stepped into the realm of 1-star beasts and took a significant step toward becoming a 2-star beast. Oh, right. Not every time they stole eggs or young snakes went this smoothly. Yinshin's little rock snakes had more or less encountered adult rock snakes before. What to do? Hee hee. Naturally, it was to lure the adult rock snakes back to the border city's guard area. After all, Zhou Yao Rao was waiting to take action, wasn't she? Chapter 70. Little Yinxing seems to have become stronger again. In the quiet desert, a slight tremor suddenly occurred. The originally calm, sandy ground began to show small ripples, as if some gigantic creature was approaching. This unusual sight immediately alerted Zhou Yaorao. As the tremors became more pronounced, several massive figures emerged from behind the sand dunes. They were covered in thick scales and had fierce expressions. These were several adult rock snakes, rapidly traversing the sand toward Zhou Yaorao and Yinxing. Here they come. Zhou Yaorao's eyes lit up, and she directly charged into battle. Yinxing, on the other hand, quietly retrieved the little rock snake he had brought back for his escape. What? You stole 3 eggs from that first adult rock snake? What? You ate all the hatchlings from that second adult rock snake? No way. You actually bit off a piece of meat from the third adult rock snake while it was weak after laying eggs? After Yinxing learned about the situation one by one, he completely understood the ferocity in the eyes of these adult rock snakes and silently offered a prayer for Zhou Yaorao. Sister, hang in there. Zhou Yaorao tightened her grip on the red silk fan and leaped into the air amidst the swirling yellow sand. In this yellow-tinted world, the splash of red on Zhou Yaorao was indeed the most beautiful sight. During the battle, Zhou Yaorao's red silk fan moved even faster, like a red whirlwind, inevitably stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. The intertwining red and yellow hues created an unusually warm tone. Suddenly, she skillfully sliced through the air with her fan, forming red air blades that accurately struck the rock snake's vital points. Despite the rock snakes having hard scales, Zhou Yaorao's fierce attacks easily broke through their armor, exposing their flesh beneath. These rock snakes were doomed. Zhou Yaorao possessed a corrosive physique. As long as the rock snakes had no wounds, they could draw upon the power within their beast cores to harden their bodies and withstand her attacks for a while. However, once they were injured and exposed, their death would come swiftly. The enchanting red silk fan became her most effective weapon, allowing her to switch seamlessly between defense and attack. One by one, the adult rock snakes began to fall lifelessly to the ground. Yinxing quietly released the little snakes behind, telling them to go and eat meat, drink blood. If by chance they spotted a beast core while eating, they should take it. Upon receiving Yinxing's command, the little snakes gleefully scurried off. The battle ended. Relaxed, Zhou Yaorao landed among the piles of rock snake corpses, a smile finally gracing her lips, alleviating much of the frustration of being stuck in this sandy region. Perhaps it was due to her satisfaction that she didn't mind Yinxing's little snakes sneaking food and drink. Sister, have you had enough fighting? Yinxing cautiously asked. Almost. Zhou Yaorao replied with a smile, her expression revealing her good mood. This. Yinxing showed a troubled expression. What's wrong? Zhou Yaorao knew from his expression that something must be amiss. Rumbling. No need to respond. In the distance, the sandy ground, once calm, was suddenly enveloped by swirling grains of sand, forming a yellow mist. A massive group of adult rock snakes sped through the desert. Their movements had clearly stirred up a sandstorm. Sand flew through the air, entangled with the wind, forming twisted sand pillars. The sand pillars swirled and rotated in the air. The dust filled the atmosphere, blocking out the sunlight, casting the entire desert into darkness and chaos. Little Yinxing, Zhou Yaorao almost enunciated each word, the anger she had just suppressed reigniting at this moment. However, this time her anger was directed at Yinxing. Why don't you save some energy? I'm afraid if you beat me up, you won't have the strength to deal with those rock snakes. Yinxing kindly advised from the side. Good, you're quite something. Zhou Yaorao couldn't help but laugh in anger. She immediately flipped into the sandstorm with her red silk fan. After all, she couldn't let all these adult rock snakes rush into the border city's defense zone. It would be fine if they stayed far away. But if they got too close, one or two might slip in, and their military service time would likely be extended. Yinxing certainly wouldn't leave the entire mess to Zhou Yaorao. He moved his muscles, his body cracking and popping. Let us fight. The mountain-breaking fist. The first martial skill Yinxing mastered was now second nature to him. This martial skill which required very little spiritual energy, was perfect for daily attacks. A punch struck a snake's body, and its rank could be immediately assessed. Below second-rank rock snakes were instantly killed. Third-rank rock snakes could be smashed into a pit, but fourth-rank rock snakes couldn't be moved. Faced with the overwhelming number of rock snakes, the Stone Lock Barrage martial skill proved to be far more effective. Principal Lung had already handed over the complete version of the Stone Lock Barrage to Yinqing. The final blow of this martial skill was called Heavy as Mount Tai. Yinqing began to channel his spiritual energy, summoning one stone lock after another in midair. If he didn't use the final blow, these stone locks could be smashed around haphazardly. But at this moment, Yinqing was gathering all the stone locks to form a massive whole. The newly formed stone locks were much larger than ordinary stone locks. And when this enormous stone lock fell from the sky, it carried an unmatched force, as if it would crush the entire world. Not bad as a martial skill. Zhou Yaorao squinted, then stepped back a few paces, giving Yinqing enough space to fight. At the moment the stone lock fell, the ground let out a deafening roar. Sand and stones flew, dust billowed. With his strike, even the thick rock walls would shatter, let alone the rock snakes, which were ranked lower than Yinqing. Keep in mind, Yinqing was already at the 4th rank. When the last strike of the Stone Lock Barrage, heavy as Mount Tai, fell, the rock snakes were directly crushed into a pulp. Their hard bodies made a crisp cracking sound under the tremendous weight of the boulder, blood and guts splattering everywhere. Even those outside the attack range were affected by this immense force. They struggled to escape, but the invisible pressure was as heavy as a mountain, leaving them nowhere to flee. In an instant, their bodies were ruthlessly crushed, blood and flesh mingling, limbs and remains scattered everywhere. The entire battle scene became exceptionally bloody and brutal. Zhou Yaorao opened her mouth, but said nothing. Little Yinqing seems to have become stronger again. Chapter 71. Are you hiding something from your sister? Hurry up, don't waste it. Yanchen was actively calling his little rock snake in his beast domain to clean up the battlefield, even though there were still 3 4th-grade rock snakes eyeing him around. The previously domineering Yanchen seemed oblivious to them. Only the mess left after the battle and the faint smell of blood reminded Zhou Yaolao that this little Yanchen was no longer so little. You can't slack off. Zhou Yaolao was furious, directly retracting the red silk fan in her hand, turning around to grab Yanchen by the ear, and threw him into the pile of snakes. The remaining 3 4th-grade rock snakes were stunned. This person just fell right in the middle of them. A pair of inverted triangle snake eyes scanned each other, and finally, they all fixed their gaze on Yanchen. Senior, you can't bully people like this. Yanchen cried out in anguish. However, the 3 4th-grade rock snakes around clearly did not understand human thinking. They only knew that their prey was right in front of them. Bite him. The foul-smelling snake mouths lunged directly at Yanchen. 4th-grade rock snakes. Each one could swallow several Yanchen. In an instant, Yanchen dared not be careless and immediately activated his rock physique. When the huge fangs bit down hard on Yanchen, they only felt a hard-as-stone texture. With the realm of a 4th-grade martial artist, Yanchen had already activated a rock physique with 3rd-grade capabilities, allowing his body to become as hard as stone, preventing the rock snake's bites from breaking through his defenses. Hiss, hiss! The rock snakes were a bit sore in their teeth. They were stunned by this hard-as-stone body. Their eyes filled with confusion. Their one-track thinking wasn't enough to consider more attack methods. The 3 4th-grade rock snakes continued to bite at Yanchen with their sharp fangs, producing a harsh scraping sound. No. Although Yanchen could block the rock snake's attacks, he couldn't stop all that saliva. So dirty. He wanted to break free, but couldn't for the moment. After all, with Zhou Yaolao's toss, he landed right in the center of the 3 snakes, giving them a chance to coil around him. Under the scorching sun of the desert, the 3 4th-grade rock snakes tightly coiled around each other, trapping Yanchen in the middle. Their massive bodies twisted into strange shapes, forming an inescapable encirclement. The scales of the rock snakes glimmered with a cold light under the sun, and the edges of the erect snake scales would scrape across Yanchen's body as they twisted. Really, enough is enough. Hey, little Yanchen, is your golden water shield given away for free? Zhou Yaolao sat on the city wall of the border town, leisurely swinging her fair and slender legs. in stark contrast to Yanshen's predicament. However, the Golden Water Shield, isn't that also a defensive ability? Although the ability itself is as high as 5th grade, it shouldn't be used to break through the current predicament, right? As time passed, the rock snakes began to grow impatient. They slowly tightened their bodies, tightly binding Yanshen in the middle, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. Hiss, hiss! Suddenly, the 4th grade rock snake once again opened its mouth to bite at Yanshen. The foul smell rushed toward him, directly affecting Yanshen's thinking. Spiritual QI physique activate. Golden water physique activate. Supporting the use of a rock physique with the realm of a 4th grade martial artist was easy, but supporting a 5th grade golden water physique was difficult, so Yanshen activated the spiritual chi physique as an auxiliary. Focus. As Yanshen breathed, a layer of golden water curtain suddenly appeared around his body, emitting a faint glow. The water curtain was gentle, but carried an irresistible force. It seemed to have a life of its own, slowly flowing and rippling outwards, gradually pushing the rock snakes away. Yanshen closed his eyes, concentrating on controlling this layer of golden water curtain. He felt as if he had become the master of the water flow, directing this gentle yet resilient power, preventing the rock snakes from getting close. Finally, when the golden water curtain completely pushed the rock snakes away, Yanshen found himself in a state of both satisfaction and exhaustion. Satisfaction came from a deeper understanding of the golden water shield. Exhaustion was too much spiritual energy consumption. Quick battle, quick decision. Ancient barbarian physique, activate. Corrosive physique, activate. Yanshen's figure suddenly charged out, delivering a punch to the head of one rock snake, instantly stunning it. Under the effect of the corrosive physique, signs of decay began to appear on that rock snake from its head. Then he quickly turned and, using the same method, defeated another rock snake, preparing to finish. At this moment, only the largest rock snake was still struggling. Yanshen stepped forward, grabbed its head, and pulled hard, tearing it apart in the middle. What big pieces of spicy strips! Yanshen naturally wouldn't waste this fine rock snake's flesh and blood. After digging out the beast core from its body, he threw the 2 pieces of spicy strips to the little cubs that had come out of his beast domain, allowing them to have a good feast. Hiss, hiss! The little snake cubs happily rubbed their heads against Yanshen, and he gently patted their heads. What a warm scene! Logically speaking, no one should interrupt such a warm moment. But that was only in theory. Zhou Yaolao's voice floated into Yanshen's ears. Little Yanshen, are you hiding something from your sister? The voice was gentle, but very dangerous. Yanshen's hair stood on end. No. Before Yanshen could finish his evasive words, he suddenly realized that he had activated the rock physique when he was thrown into the middle of the 3 snakes. Goodness caught. All right, just as you guessed. Yanshen hung his head and admitted straightforwardly. Zhou Yaolao's eyes brightened, and surprisingly, she didn't say much. She immediately took out her notebook to record data, using various strange symbols to calculate. Senior Zhou Yaolao? Yanshen cautiously tried to interrupt. After all, Zhou Yaolao's current state looked as if she were possessed. Shoo! Zhou Yaolao made a gesture for silence, then buried her head back into her calculations on paper. Her brows were tightly furrowed, seemingly pondering some difficult problem. In fact, she was calculating based on Yanshen's various physical data and considering the absorption efficiency when he awakened the golden water physique, ultimately determining the possibility of simultaneously possessing 3 types of physiques. After a series of complex calculations and deductions, she arrived at the conclusion, 9-2. If it were the possibility of simultaneously possessing 4 types of physiques, there would only be an extremely low probability of 0. 3. Chapter 72. Sister cleans you up 0. 3. This possibility means that during the upcoming experimental process, Yanshen might still simultaneously possess a 4th type of constitution. However, this possibility is already very small and may require meeting a series of extremely stringent conditions. Zhou Yaolao let out a gentle sigh and closed her notebook. Look at you. With such a good talent, and you don't cherish it, awakening some low-quality constitutions for no reason. The resentment in her words was sky-high, comparable to a husband cheating with a woman who is inferior in every way. Chen was at a loss for words. What could he say? That he could awaken all 10 special constitutions? That the previously awakened constitutions were of low quality and could be refreshed later? Wouldn't he that just make him be seen as a monster? Therefore, he chose silence as the best option for tonight. Zhou Yaolao glared at Chen again. Once your military service is over, you will immediately return to the research institute with me. This conclusion is not the final verdict. You need to honestly test the grade of that defensive talent and then try to absorb an elemental attribute to see how much the absorption rate has decreased. In fact, Zhou Yaolao already had a rough estimate in her heart. She just wasn't too willing to give up. She clenched her fists secretly and set her minimum baseline. As long as the absorption rate is greater than 1 nanoliter per second, it would be fine. Although, with an absorption rate of 1 nanoliter per second, Zhou Yaolao might need to use 10,000 beast cores of the same level to help Chen awaken a 4th special constitution. She couldn't care less about that anymore. The 7 days of military service passed quickly, in an environment filled with yellow sand. Zhou Yaolao's fair skin became a bit rougher. For example, on her thighs, a prominent color difference line appeared at the root and lower part, covered by her skirt. As for Chen, he sniffed the stench on his body and just wanted to escape immediately. In 7 days, he had originally brought enough change of clothes, but through the continuous killing of rock snake monsters, they were all used up, damaged, stained with blood, and even stinking from the rock snake saliva. In short, he was the only one suffering the consequences. Fortunately, the torment had finally ended. Chen now just wanted to go home, take a warm shower, and then collapse on a comfortable bed to rest for a whole day. He greeted happily, "Senior sister, I'm heading home now." Going? Zhou Yaolao's eyes turned cold. Just as Chen was about to slip away, she grabbed him. "Senior sister, didn't you say you'd keep 3 meters away from me because I'm dirty? Hurry, let me go. I can't dirty your hands now," Chen said with a flattering tone. However, Zhou Yaolao didn't bother to argue with him. She directly dragged him back to the provincial capital university. The priority was to return to the research institute for a full body check on Chen. Inside the research institute, Chen's first stop was the experimental area. He was stunned. After a whirlwind return, Chen's hair was a mess, as if he had just escaped from an explosion scene. His hair was flying in the air, eventually covering his eyes. This messy hairstyle was really, casual and unruly, perfect for being isolated from the world. However, once he was thrown into the experimental area, he was greeted by an onslaught of attacking beams. "Quick, use that defensive talent," Zhou Yaolao reminded him. Chen was about to explode. "What is the rush? Are you trying to send me to the underworld?" However, Chen knew the level of attacks in the experimental area, and there was no way to pause. With no choice, he could only accept his fate. Rock Constitution, activate. 3rd grade. The test results were quickly displayed. Zhou Yaolao visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the awakened Constitution isn't too trashy. "Sister, can I go back now? I need to take a shower." Originally, Chen's appearance was already pitiful enough. Now, it had reached an extreme level, under the effect of the attacking beams. He even lost those stinky clothes. He was completely bare. Zhou Yaolao covered her eyes with her hands, but her fingers opened wider than her eyes. "Don't rush back. Sister will wash you clean." Immediately, the filthy Chen was directly strapped to the experimental bed in the research institute. As soon as he was thrown onto the bed, 4 semicircular iron rings jumped out, trapping Chen's hands and feet. "Senior sister, please." Chen looked at the dense array of instrument interfaces above him and felt a headache, hurriedly calling out. Zhou Yaolao ignored him. She gently pressed a button on the instrument, and immediately a fine but powerful stream of water sprayed from a small hole in the instrument, washing Chen's body. Then, Zhou Yaolao pressed another button. Suddenly, a strong metallic hand emerged from the instrument, which had a metallic texture but was exceptionally flexible. It firmly grasped Chen's shoulder and began to scrub him. Violent washing, violent scrubbing. Chen was on the verge of tears from the pain. This violent washing method wasn't a big deal for other parts of his body, but there was one place where it was really unacceptable. "When will you let me go?" After the washing, Chen felt like a clean pig waiting to be slaughtered. looking at Zhou Yaolao beside him with a lifeless expression. Just wait a bit. Zhou Yaolao looked at Yin Chen with amusement, but took out a delicate spiritual energy instrument. It was small and exquisite, resembling an ancient pocket watch. Gently opening the instrument, a soft light emanated from within, enveloping Yin Chen. This instrument could conduct a comprehensive detection and assessment of the spiritual energy within the human body through a special sensing device. Buzz. The instrument began to emit a faint humming sound. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to have a penetrating quality that could reach deep into Yin Chen's body. Zhou Yaolao focused intently on the data and waveform displayed on the instrument screen. Strange. She looked at Yin Chen oddly. She discovered that the spiritual energy within Yin Chen was unusually active and still contained immense potential. If she had to say, the difference in body data compared to before awakening the Golden Water Constitution was not significant. Zhou Yaolao continued to activate other instruments for a comprehensive examination of Yin Chen, including aspects like spiritual energy content, quality, flow rate, and potential. Eventually, the instrument concluded, Yin Chen's various body data was even stronger than before awakening the Golden Water Constitution. Oh, after all, he is now a 4th-grade warrior, not a peak 3rd grade anymore. Zhou Yaolao put away the instrument and looked at Yin Chen in front of her, her expression becoming even more peculiar. Chapter 73. 5 types of physiques? No, it's 7. Why don't you try absorbing a new potion? After a long while, Zhou Yaolao spoke softly, her words seemingly laced with a hint of anticipation. Yes, it was that kind of mad scientist vibe. I would mind you injecting me with a new potion. Yin Chen said this, but suddenly his face turned red with shame and anger. But you should put some clothes on me first. Oh, Zhou Yaolao said, her tone lingering. That delicate little hand seemed to unintentionally glide over Yin Chen's muscular chest. A tingling sensation. Afterwards, she picked up the communicator next to Yin Chen and seriously contacted her assistant. This woman really has 2 sides, and she can switch between them at any time. Jiao, prepare 10 doses of 50 milliliters lightning leopard potion for the lab. Also, please bring a set of men's clothes, height 185, and prepare the largest size for the rest. Yin Chen. If it weren't for the semicircular iron rings binding his limbs, he would have jumped up and fought Zhou Yaolao immediately. Received. On the other end of the communicator, the assistant Jiao understood immediately. After a moment, Zhou Yaolao carefully took a transparent small bottle from her assistant Jiao, which contained a light blue liquid, the lightning leopard potion. A 5th-grade demon beast, the lightning leopard. The lightning leopard is a demon beast known for its incredible speed and explosive power. Its fur is smooth and soft, displaying a unique silver-gray color, and it shines like lightning under sunlight. When it moves, it is like lightning, making it hard for warriors of the same level to catch its form. When still, it is as commanding as the Thunder King, easily harnessing thunder elements for attacks. This demon beast is significantly stronger than the previously absorbed Azure Gold Whale. Moreover, absorbing the lightning leopard's core can awaken 2 types of physiques. One is the speed-oriented physique from the 5 basic body attributes, and the other is the fire-oriented physique from the 5 elemental attributes. Lightning and thunder elements are variants of fire elements. Little Yin Chen. This time I'm really going all out. Each 50 milliliters lightning leopard potion is extracted from a 5th-grade lightning leopard core, and the 10 doses prepared here were originally meant for me to try to awaken a second physique. Zhou Yaolao gently shook the light blue liquid, and a flash of lightning glimmered within. Thank. Yin Chen hadn't even finished saying thank you when Zhou Yaolao took out a silver scalpel and gently traced it over Yin Chen's body, saying, "If you dare to fail the awakening, I'll just castrate you." Yin Chen. Oh, I really would appreciate that. Next, Zhou Yaolao carefully removed the bottle cap and slowly poured the lightning leopard potion into a syringe, the needle of the syringe glinting coldly under the sunlight. Yin Chen looked at the syringe in Zhou Yaolao's hand, a hint of confusion and nervousness flashing in his eyes. Although he knew Zhou Yaolao was joking, the liquid in that syringe was indeed quite valuable. Zhou Yaolao gently patted Yin Chen's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll inject 1 potion first. And if I find you're a hopeless case, I'll just give up and save the other 9. Yin Chen showed a wry smile. Here we go. After announcing, Zhou Yaohua gently pierced the syringe into Yin Chun's arm and slowly pushed the liquid inside. A cool liquid flowed into Yin Chun's body, bringing a strange sensation. It was both cool and tingling. As the liquid was injected, Yin Chun felt a powerful energy surging within him. This energy was filled with fury and strength, as if it wanted to tear his body apart. No, this potion is a bit intense. His heart raced, his breathing quickened, and it felt like all the blood in his body was boiling. The marked extract began to dissolve slowly in the test subject's body, losing its original properties. The dissolution rate was 1 milliliter s within 10 seconds, and the absorption rate was less than 1 nanoliter per second, negligible. When Assistant Jiao Jiao reported the status, she spoke extremely fast, but was completely unconcerned. After all, she had experience. Now, starting the injection of the second one. However, Zhou Yaohua didn't give Yin Chen any time to react and directly took out the second lightning leopard potion to inject. This pretty girl really knows how to trick people. She said she would inject one potion first, and if it didn't work, she would give up. Assistant Jiao Jiao continued reporting. The second potion has been injected, total marked extract content increased, absorption rate reaching 1 nanoliter per second. It has begun. The absorption rate is skyrocketing. 100 ls, 10 ls. It's reached 1 milliliter s. Ding! 100 milliliters of 5th grade Beast Core extract absorbed. System extracting at a hundredfold rate. Congratulations, host has awakened the lightning speed physique, gaining special ability Flash of Lightning. Congratulations, host has awakened the thunder control physique, gaining special ability Heavenly Thunder Descends. Is this done? Zhou Yaohua had actually already picked up the third potion, but before she could inject it into Yin Chen, she noticed the lightning flashing across his body, clearly indicating he had already awakened his physique. What did you awaken? Tell me quickly. Zhou Yaohua's words were filled with urgency. For physiques, this is the fourth physique awakened in the same warrior. And just this achievement is enough to make her look down on all the research institutions in today as Huaxia. Yin Chen slightly felt the new changes in his body and then didn't hide it from Zhou Yaohua. I awakened two physiques. One is the speed-oriented lightning speed physique, and the other is the fire element thunder control physique. Zhou Yaohua's expression looked as if she had been struck by lightning. The dazed look on her face only lingered for a moment before she entered a state of wild ecstasy. Zhou Yaohua suddenly dashed to Yin Chen's side, completely disregarding the fact that he was still bound to the experimental bed, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him wildly. Little Yin Chen, is this true? You're not lying to me, right? You really awakened two physiques? So now you have 5 physiques? 5 physiques? No, actually it's 7. However, looking at Zhou Yaohua's current frenzied state, after swallowing hard, Yin Chen ultimately chose to keep a secret. I can't say it, I really can't say it. Just with Zhou Yaohua's current mad scientist look, if I say I already have 7 physiques, I might be dissected on the spot. Yin Chen could only risk the chance of biting his tongue under Zhou Yaohua's frenzied shaking and said, yes, 5 physiques. Chapter 74, Martial Artist League. Initial ranking panel host, Yin Chen. Spécial physique, ancien barbarian physique, rock physique, thunder speed physique, spirit QI physique, corrosive physique, metal water physique, thunder control physique. Special physique has been awakened, continuing to absorb 100 beast cores of the same type. The probability of reawakening physique is 20%. Cultivation level, 4th rank. Technique, 1 clear chi refining method storage space, 10 cubic to upgrade to the next storage space unit. 100 low-grade spirit stones are needed. The 5 major body attributes special physiques, attack, defense, speed, life, spirit chi, are now complete. The 5 major elemental attribute special physiques, water and fire, have been obtained. Of the 10 physiques, 7 have been acquired. Yin Chen felt as if he were dreaming. Back in the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Yin Chen unexpectedly met someone. Teacher Sujuan? The visitor was dressed in a tailored suit, with distinctive gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. It was the director of the admissions office of Shengjing University. He smiled and said, Student Yin Chen, I told you before. I am also the person in charge of the Martial Artists League at Shengjing University. Chen suddenly realized. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing. Teacher Su Yuan continued. This year's Martial Artists League will open in 3 days. Immediately, he handed over a piece of black cardstock. The golden lines extended on the black cardstock, depicting a complex and exquisite pattern on the cover, ultimately gathering in the center with the words Martial Artists League written in gold letters. Chen took it, opened it, and saw his own name inside. Welcome, Shengjing University freshman contestant, Chen. Good, very good. This is not an invitation to participate, but a direct notification. Teacher Su Yuan, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Shouldn't the registration require the person's consent? Chen pointed at himself with a bitter smile. Indeed, the person he referred to was right here. Su Yuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. I would also like the person to register himself, but that person has gone to serve in the military. Oh, the registration period is during this time? Chen knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say much. Teacher Su Yuan smiled and continued. I have privately sponsored you with 5,000 high-grade spirit stones each year, and it has already been credited. You can't refuse. Chen felt as if he were in a daze. Teacher Su Yuan, let's be honest here. Let's not talk about the registration for now. The 5,000 high-grade spirit stones you mentioned, I haven't seen a single one. Teacher Su Yuan said nothing. He simply pointed at the Martial Artists League participation letter with his finger. Chen was puzzled and squeezed it, only to realize something was off about the thickness. Inside the participation letter for the Martial Artists League was a delicate spirit stone card. The spirit stone card resembled an old-fashioned bank card, with a thumb-sized spirit stone embedded in it, shimmering softly in the sunlight like a miniature star. This spirit stone was not only a symbol of the spirit stone card, but also its core part, storing the holder's spirit chi information and transaction records. The front of the card was engraved with the holder's name, surrounded by small runes to prevent counterfeiting. Very good. The name engraved is Chen's. Teacher Su Yuan patted Chen's shoulder, taking money from people and helping them avert disasters. Student Chen, don't forget to participate. Then, the teacher's figure disappeared from the dormitory. It was truly hard to understand. How'd he do that? Elegantly and swiftly disappearing. Forget it. It's just a martial artist league. Chen squeezed the spirit stone card. His storage space should be expanded again. And then prepare a few thousand sets of clothes inside, and also bring a tent. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being so embarrassed the next time he goes to the border city. Let us get it done. The school has plenty of spirit stone ATM machines. These machines that can dispense spirit stones just by inserting the spirit stone card are truly hard to resist. Every time he looked at them, he wanted to take advantage of a moonless night to smash open the spirit stone ATM and see how many spirit stones were inside. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Another 100 high-grade spirit stones. Since the limit for each withdrawal from the spirit stone ATM is 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chen repeated the process several times. Storage space, 50 cubic. Storage space, 100 cubic. All right, that's enough. As soon as Chen's storage space reached 100 cubic, he immediately stopped, mainly because this spirit stone ATM was out of spirit stones. The Martial Artists League ranks participants based on military achievements, grades, and martial skills from various universities. Military achievements are undoubtedly a bonus for the school. Grades reflect one's innate talent, and martial skills represent combat ability to some extent. Of course, in addition to these three main factors, other factors such as the participant's age, potential, and background will also affect the initial ranking. After comprehensively assessing these factors, the organizers will rank the participants based on the evaluation results, establishing the starting point for the participants in the league. The entire Martial Artists League has a ranking battle lasting only 15 days, during which participants within the top 10 can challenge each other an unlimited number of times. The capable rise, while the weak fall. The final leaderboard will represent the new generation of prodigies. The initial leaderboard for the Martial Artists League has been announced. Please check. On the participation letter, the large golden letters suddenly began to scroll. Chen inputted some spirit chi into it, and a long leaderboard projection appeared in front of him. How high can I rank? Chen was somewhat curious about this. He directly started looking from the bottom of the leaderboard. Is this real? Luing Xiong is ranked 99th? Chen immediately spotted a familiar name. The entire leaderboard had a total of 100 names, and Lu Yingxiong was ranked 99th. Continuing on, Chen kept checking, but there were no familiar faces in the last 50 names, until he reached the 49th place. Xiao Xiao. What the? Chen was completely shocked. When did his little sister become a freshman? Which university? How come he didn't know? Chen didn't even notice himself ranked at the top and rushed home in a hurry. Chen, Xiao Xiao, where are you now? Xiao Xiao. Brother, of course I'm at home. Good, a lie. Xiao Xiao likes to end her lies with this. Chen, that's perfect. I'll be home in 20 minutes. I found a few kinds of spirit herbs in the desert during my time at the border. Just right to bring back for you. Xiao Xiao. Okay. Thank you, brother. I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 75. Beast core transplant surgery. Chen flew swiftly along the road. He returned home in just 5 minutes, pushed open the door, and found the house empty. Xiao Xiao. He tentatively called out, but all that greeted him was an empty echo. So, she really isn't here? Chen frowned, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. After confirming that there was indeed no one at home, he sat down on the sofa to wait. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Following that, Xiao Xiao rushed in, flustered. Her face was somewhat pale, and fine beads of sweat lingered on her forehead. When she turned on the light and saw her brother, Chen, on the sofa, her heart skipped a beat. Brother, you're back. Xiao Xiao forced a calm greeting, but her eyes dared not meet Chen's gaze. Chen coldly stared at her, silent. His gaze seemed to penetrate all eyes, causing Xiao Xiao to feel a wave of panic. Did you not say you were at home? Chen finally spoke, his voice cold and serious. I went out to buy something, Xiao Xiao stammered, but her explanation was clearly unconvincing. Chen pressed on, his eyes leaving Xiao Xiao nowhere to escape. Does buying something require such urgency? I really just went out to buy something. Xiao Xiao's voice grew softer, her eyes beginning to flicker. Chen took a deep breath. He knew this line of questioning would yield no results. He decided to change his approach. All right, then tell me, how did you become a freshman? Chen suddenly shifted the topic, catching Xiao Xiao off guard. I don't know what you're talking about. A hint of panic flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Your name is ranked 49th on the initial leaderboard of the Martial Artists League. Xiao Xiao, don't tell me you don't know about this. Chen's tone grew stern. Xiao Xiao's body trembled slightly. She knew she could no longer hide the truth. The thing is, I was accepted early by the local university, Danwu University, in Yuqing. You know that university is quite good, so I entered college early. Oh, how did you get accepted early? Under Chen's pressing, she finally revealed the truth. I participated in a human experiment conducted by Danwu University. Xiao Zhao's voice was barely above a whisper, but it was clear enough for Chen to hear. Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, a surge of indescribable anger and sadness swelling within him. Tell me, what kind of human experiment? Brother, really it's nothing. It's just a small experiment. Xiao Zhao's lips curled into a forced smile. What is it? Chen's gaze made it impossible for Xiao Xiao to evade. It's the beast core transplant surgery. As Xiao Xiao recounted, Chen finally learned about the situation. It turned out that Xiao Xiao had undergone a human experiment known as the beast core transplant surgery at Danwu University. The beast core transplant surgery was an experimental technique that was both cutting-edge and controversial. The basic principle was to implant the beast cores of various powerful magical beasts into the bodies of experimenters, aiming to grant them partial abilities of those creatures through fusion. These abilities could include 5 physical attributes: attack, defense, speed, life, and spiritual energy, or even elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In other words, it was akin to possessing a simplified version of a special constitution. However, since the beast core was the core of a magical beast life force, it needed to undergo a series of processing and purification to remove impurities and harmful substances before it could be implanted. If the beast core took root and fused with the experimenter's body, the experimenter would gain the power of the beast core. If there were rejection reactions, infections, or loss of control during the implantation process, death would be inevitable. Why did you do this? Yan Chen's voice was filled with pain and disappointment. I wanted to become stronger. I wanted to help you. Tears streamed down Xiao Zhao's face as she finally voiced her true feelings. I know you've been working hard on your cultivation, and I wanted to share some of the pressure for you. But my talent isn't enough. I can't be as strong as you. So, I could only accept that experiment, hoping to become a bit stronger. Hearing Xiao Zhao's heartfelt confession, a complex emotion surged within Yan Chen. He understood that Xiao Xiao had acted out of goodwill, but he could not accept her risking her life for such an experiment. He stepped forward and tightly embraced Xiao Xiao. Silly girl, you don't need to share the pressure for me. You just need to live happily and do what you love. Remember, no matter what happens, your brother will protect you. The two seemed to have reconciled. Xiao Xiao, through her tears, attempted to comfort Yan Chen. Brother, I'm one of the rare cases of entering the martial way through alchemy, so I'm very close to fire tribute beast cores. After undergoing the surgery, I gained a significant boost in power in a short time, and even the power of my alchemical fire has become stronger. I'm a successful case. All right, as long as you're okay. Oof. Brother, I'm really strong now. Xiao Xiao tossed her head back, revealing a slightly proud expression. Ranked 49th in the initial martial artists league. That's not weak. Little girl, how strong can you be? Yan Chen asked curiously while patting Xiao Zhao's head. Let me show you. The two went to the Yuqing Martial Arts Laboratory, directly opening a 4th grade room. A 4th grade room meant that it could withstand the full force attack of a 4th grade martial artist using 4th grade martial techniques. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of elixirs, emanating from Xiao Zhao's hands. A ball of red flame danced and leaped in her palm. The flames moved nimbly between her fingers, sometimes coalescing into a fireball, sometimes transforming into a fiery ribbon. Xiao Zhao's eyes held an unprecedented confidence and power, as if she had merged with the flames. Meteor flame. With a gentle flick of her finger, the flames shot forth like a red meteor, swiftly flying toward the target test object. With a loud bang, the target was instantly engulfed in flames, turning to ashes. The entire process was clean and efficient, showcasing astounding power. Initial stage of 3rd grade spiritual energy, 4th grade martial technique. The Yuqing Martial Arts Laboratory quickly provided the test results. Very strong. Yan Chen's eyes also revealed astonishment. Just recently, Xiao Xiao was a beginner entering the martial way through alchemy. Now, she had actually risen to the initial stage of 3rd grade, with a striking power comparable to 4th grade martial techniques. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly. Brother, this year, the top 10 of the Martial Artists League can go to the No. 009 Blessed Land. See you at the Martial Artists League. Oh, that's news to me, Yan Chen replied, but he quickly added, all right. But you have to promise me that you won't undergo any more human experiments. Pinky swear. I promise. Xiao Xiao raised 3 fingers playfully. However, what she didn't mention was that her physical condition had begun to become unstable, occasionally experiencing unexplained pain and fatigue. Moreover, as time passed, this discomfort grew stronger, and only by continuing to implant beast cores could she stabilize her condition. Chapter 76. A flash of lightning, a kick of the blade as the sky lightened. The Martial Arts League arrived as scheduled. The venue for the league was a professional fighting arena located inside a large sports complex in the city center. This stadium was well equipped and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. The interior was beautifully decorated, and the arena was spacious. At the center was a huge, circular fighting platform made from special materials that could withstand attacks from martial artists below the 6th rank without deforming, ensuring the safety of the matches. For the past half-month, the teachers and students from various schools had been on vacation, eager to join the excitement. For instance, Teacher Su Yuan was already here as soon as the venue opened, waiting eagerly for Yan Chen's arrival. How did this kid manage to secure the 1st rank in the initial standings of the Martial Arts League? That's just too eye-catching. Teacher Su Yuan muttered to himself. Indeed, the initial 1st rank in a martial arts league attracted the attention of all martial artists, and the entire freshman cohort was focused on Yan Chen. On the very first day of the half-month competition, some martial artists could no longer hold back and were the first to challenge Yan Chen. Coincidentally, it was the martial artist ranked 11th, stuck at the limit of the challenge rankings, seemingly wanting to test Chen's bottom line first. "Hello, Senor Su Yuan." A girl in a fiery red dress came over and sat down next to Su Yuan. It was Zhou Yarui. "Ah, you are." The steady man in golden-rimmed glasses turned into a silly person who could only stutter. "Stop with the you and I. Just wait for the match to start. I bet on Chen to win. Bet 5,000 top-grade spirit stones." Zhou Yarui indeed made a big bet. This amount already matched Su Yuan's yearly investment in Chen. Su Yuan rubbed his head and chuckled. "Hey, I also bet 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." The odds for this match were 1-to-1. 5, and the odds for winning the Martial Arts League Championship were 1-to-5. While the odds are still high, I double my bet. Zhou Yarui's beautiful eyes swept over, carrying a playful charm. "Oh? Then by that calculation, I bet 55,000 top-grade spirit stones. And I bet 50,000 on Chen winning the championship." 50,000? Su Yuan clicked his tongue. He was somewhat confident about this match's outcome. But wasn't Chen winning the final championship a bit too low in probability? After all, this championship wasn't just for freshmen. It involved the top 3 from all 4 years competing, a 12-to-1 elimination. "Just wait and see," Zhou Yarui said without elaboration. The first match of the Martial Arts League began amidst the crowd's attention. The host introduced the 2 competitors, Chen from Jing Province University and Bian Lai from Military Defense University. Chen ranked first on the initial leaderboard due to his formidable strength, while Bian Lai was known for his sharp and domineering military knife techniques, ranking 11th. Would Bian Lai be able to challenge him successfully? The atmosphere in the arena was tense and lively, with the audience cheering for both competitors. "Begin." After the referee announced the start of the match, Chen and Bian Lai quickly entered their fighting stances. Chen was the first to attack. His figure moved like the wind, and he threw a powerful punch at Bian Lai. Mountain opening fist. The might of this punch was enough to open mountains and split rocks. A 4th-rank martial artist using such a technique was particularly intimidating. Bian Lai remained unfazed, swinging his military knife and effortlessly blocking Chen's attack with the back of the blade. "Wow, he really has strength," Chen chuckled, looking at Bian Lai as if he were ready to burst with coins. Bian Lai frowned at this and quickly launched a counterattack. His military knife techniques were domineering and fierce, striking in a relentless series, as if he intended to push Chen into a corner. Golden Water Physique, activate. The Golden Water Shield provided powerful defense, and the Water Flow's defense could be both hard and soft, perfectly suited to counter such knife techniques. Although Bian Lai's knife techniques were sharp and aggressive, every strike against Chen felt as if it were hitting water, light and ineffective. With each strike, it felt like he was sinking. The air was filled with water-like trails. Bian Lai noticed this and furrowed his brow. "Dare you face me head-on?" Bian Lai's personality seemed somewhat straightforward. Seeing that Chen was slippery, he glared at him in anger. Compared to this feeling of not being able to land a hit, Bian Lai wanted to engage in a more direct brawl with Chen. "Oh, do you dare to fight without your knife?" Chen shot him a glance. "Why would I?" "Dare." Straightforward indeed. Bian Lai actually tossed his knife aside, throwing it to the edge of the fighting platform. "What the heck?" Chen was dumbfounded. In this era of spiritual awakening, there were still such rare species. Was he being adorably foolish? To prevent Bian Lai from going back on his word, Chen activated his thunder speed. With a flash of lightning, Chen suddenly moved, as if a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, instantly disappearing from his spot. Soon after, he appeared at the edge of the fighting platform. Then, Chen kicked Bian Lai's knife off the platform. Bian Lai? Audience? In the stands, teacher Su Yuan was also dumbfounded. What is this Chen doing? Beside him, Zhou Yarui was beaming with a bright smile. As expected of the man I have my eyes on, his brain works well, she explained with a charming smile. Bian Lai's knife has been kicked off the platform. Without his knife techniques, he's done for. However, Chen didn't agree to fight him without knife techniques, so he's facing him head-on. This operation. Teacher Su Yuan crouched down, quietly preparing to leave his seat, afraid of being discovered as the teacher who brought this student. With such a competitor from Jing Province University, the name would probably be lost. However, Zhou Yarui pulled at the hem of Su Yuan's clothes her smile bright. Teacher Su Yuan, aren't you going to collect your winning spirit stones? Hee, I can collect them next time. It's the same. He was joking, worried that if he went to collect them, the betting people would beat him up. Then you have to stay and watch the match with me. Zhou Yarwei was indeed wearing a red dress, the fabric so scant that it couldn't hide her fair skin, yet she could pull out a surgical knife. She must have a storage space. The surgical knife pierced through teacher Su Yuan's clothes, pinning it to the seat. In an instant, Su Yuan felt a chill on his back. Leave? He would be mocked by the teachers from other schools. He had to stay here. Otherwise, he feared for his life. Chapter 77. Please listen to my Tun Jin Shui's physique ranks at the 5th level. Although Bien Lai is quite strong, he is only at the peak of the 3rd level. Relying on his excellent swordsmanship, he can still have a brief skirmish with Yin Chen, but after abandoning his sword, his combat power is practically nullified. Why aren't you facing me head-on yet? Even at this point, this iron-headed fool still hasn't realized he's being toyed with. Fixated on waiting for a direct confrontation, the audience below was dumbfounded. Is there really such a top-notch fool? If anyone should feel embarrassed, it would be the instructors from a military defense university. Why is no one laughing? Is it their nature not to smile? Seeing this, Yin Chen couldn't bear to toy with him anymore. In a flash of lightning, Yin Chen's speed instantly reached its peak, as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. His figure left behind after-images in the air, almost as if real lightning was flickering. With a muffled bang, before Bien Lai could react, Yin Chen's fist had already slammed into his back, sending him flying off the stage and crashing heavily at the edge of the ring. In that moment, the entire venue fell into silence. Damn, this is the lightning speed physique, right? Just now, when this kid used the flash to kick the sword, I was still cursing him for being despicable, but when he actually used it for an attack, I realized, even with a sword, it can't be blocked. A loud curse from the audience broke the silence. At that moment, no one found it vulgar. They all nodded in agreement. With this level of strength, it's not hard to understand why he ranks first in the initial rankings of the Martial Artists League. Referee, I apply to challenge Yin Chen. A female voice rang out from below. Someone recognized her and shouted loudly. It's Bien Jiao Jiao, ranked 3rd, Bien Lai's older sister. So, is this the Bien family doing a will battle? Bien Jiao Jiao's strength is not to be underestimated. It is said that she has mastered a special musical weapon inheritance, and her Guqin can attack, defend, and control, making her extremely difficult to deal with. Difficult to deal with? That's for the same kind of prodigies. Against us, a single sound wave would be deadly. The referee hesitated. After all, Yin Chen had just finished a match, and logically he shouldn't accept the next round. However, this guy really doesn't seem to have any exhaustion. Yin Chen, are you ready to accept my challenge? Bien Jiao smiled at Yin Chen, her voice gentle yet powerful. I can accept. Yin Chen nodded at first, but then looked at the referee and said, however, shouldn't you announce my victory from the last match first? Right. The referee was dumbfounded, and after coming to his senses, hurriedly said, I announce that contestant Yin Chen has won, and the ranking remains unchanged. Furthermore, please have Military Defense University's contestant Bien Jiao come to the stage. The crowd erupted. This trip was really worth it. They could actually see a duel between the 1st and 3rd ranked. Following this, the betting booths were nervously opening bets. The match came too suddenly, and they hadn't even set the odds. They hastily set the odds, with Yin Chen at 1-1, 2 and Bien Jiao at 1-1. 1, a meager stake, but everyone was quite generous. The funds in the betting pool were rapidly rising. Amid the audience's enthusiastic discussions, Bien Jiao elegantly walked onto the stage. She was wearing a light purple long dress, resembling a blooming violet, beautiful and noble. Her eyes revealed determination and confidence, as if victory was already in her grasp. Beat her. I bet on you to win, and I also placed 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. A penetrating voice came from Zhou Yarui. The crowd brightened up. Another stunning beauty. Zhou Yarui was in fiery red, while Bien Jiao was in elegant purple. Both were impressive. Yin Chen, if I win, split it with me, or I'll lose on purpose to you. The smile on Bien Jiao's face froze. It felt as if something unexpected had intruded. Zhou Yaorui's smile was dazzling yet dangerous. Like a poppy. "All right, sister, I promise you." Her charming voice was like a melodious songbird. It sounded as if she was promising something other than splitting the winnings. The match officially began. Bian Jiao did not rush to attack. She gently plucked the strings of her guqin, and the melodious sound rippled through the air. The guqin was about 3 feet long and 6 inches wide, made of an unknown black hardwood that emitted a faint woody fragrance. 7 silver strings, as thin as hair, served as the strings, with the head of the guqin carved into a phoenix, poised to fly, lifelike. This guqin is called Fengwei, from the inheritance of a blessed land. As the melodious sound began, it was not an ordinary sound wave attack, but contained a special power that could directly attack the opponent's soul. Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Luckily, he was still a beast master, having inherited from an old man in the chaotic small secret realm, and his spiritual power was far beyond that of ordinary people. For a moment, the guqin sound could not affect him. In a flash of lightning, Chen attempted to use this ability to get close to Bian Jiao and find a flaw, but he discovered that Bian Jiao's guqin sound seemed to be everywhere, penetrating everywhere. The sound of the guqin shadowed him closely, tightly wrapping around him, and at the moment of his appearance, Bian Jiao had already evaded. "Please listen to my tune." Bian Jiao smiled sweetly, her hands gracefully caressing the guqin, her posture elegant and composed. As her fingertips danced, the sound of the guqin suddenly surged, initially flowing like a clear spring, delicate and melodious. But in the blink of an eye, the sound transformed, and the sounds of clashing weapons faintly emerged. The sound of the guqin gradually rose, becoming passionate and grand, as if thousands of troops were charging into battle. The special rhythm and tempo seemed to resonate with the breath of the world, forming an indescribable resonance. The air was filled with the vibrations of the guqin's sound, which condensed into sharp, long knives, gleaming coldly, striking towards Chen with an unstoppable force. Damn! Chen was secretly alarmed. He could feel the immense power and threat contained in that guqin sound, not daring to be careless for a moment. He quickly mobilized the energy within him, forming an indestructible barrier with the golden water shield around his body. The golden halo intertwined with flowing waves, emitting dazzling light. However, Bian Jiao's guqin sound attack was not an ordinary technique. Those long knives, formed from the guqin sound, though not physical, emitted a clear sound of metal clashing upon contact with the golden water shield. Even if they couldn't break through Chen's defense immediately, they were continuously depleting his strength. With his special physique already activated, the consumption of spiritual energy within Chen was rapidly increasing. In an instant, a serious expression flashed in his eyes. This woman is truly a difficult opponent. Chapter 78. The sound of the Suona, 10,000 gold coins, elegant beauties, melodious, and Chen, who was jumping around like a monkey. Sorry. After Chen muttered softly, he opened the beast domain. On the other side of the arena, Bian Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling that Xiao Lai's loss was not unjust. He hadn't even been able to force out the beast master inheritance that Chen had obtained. Immediately, they became richer. Notes surrounded Bian Jiao, taking a defensive stance. Hiss! The sound of snakes began to echo. However, the group of rock snakes did not surge out all at once. Chen casually grabbed a small snake and threw it out like a hidden weapon. "Look at my flying snake dart." Bian Jiao. The small snake was only at the level of a first rank. Its power was almost negligible in front of Bian Jiao. However, this little guy wasn't there to attack. It lay on top of the notes, staring intently at Bian Jiao, hissing. "What is this? A disruption tactic?" Bian Jiao was actually a little afraid of snakes, and upon suddenly seeing a small rock snake, her face turned pale for a moment. However, she couldn't expose her weakness. Bian Jiao bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to let her fear show. Her hands gripped the body of as if she could find some courage and strength from the solid wood. But then, a series of flying snake darts landed right in front of Bian Jiao, even blocking her line of sight. For a moment, her became chaotic. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Chen shouted from below the stage. Does anyone have a musical instrument? Let me one. Borrow a musical instrument? You're not a. What use is it to lend you one? Although everyone was curious, no one spoke up, as it was indeed rare for a martial artist to carry a musical instrument with them. My sister has one. Do you want to use it? Zhou Yao Rao's voice came at just the right moment, but the teasing tone in her voice was unmistakable. Use. Chen felt a bit weak. Sure enough, Zhou Yao Rao started raising the price. Sticky little brother, how much did you say you'd share with me if you won? 40%? Chen watched as Bian Jiao Jiao was busy dealing with the small rock snakes, casually throwing out another batch. Zhou Yao Rao sat still, clearly unsatisfied with the price. 30%. It can't be any less. After all, I'm the one putting in the effort. Chen gritted his teeth. Hee hee. Zhou Yao Rao covered her fiery red lips, her laughter still lingering as she said, seeing you so pitiful, let's make a deal. A musical instrument suddenly appeared in her hands. Well, it should be considered a musical instrument. A shabby swana. The copper part of the swana had lost its original luster, becoming rusty, while the wooden part was covered with cracks and scars, some areas even exposing the internal fibers. As for the horn mouth, it was thickly covered with dust and spider webs. You must have taken this out from your storage space, right? How come it still has spider webs on it? Does your storage space also come with spider breeding? The swana was tossed into the arena by Zhou Yao Rao, and Chen reluctantly caught it. The referee glanced over but did not stop it. After all, Chen had come to the stage without carrying a weapon, so taking one now wasn't considered a violation. Prepare. Start. He wasn't a, but his was strong enough, and, of course, had to be countered with another sound. Chen took a deep breath, held the shabby swana in both hands, gently placed it to his lips, and pressed his mouth to the horn. Even though he wasn't versed in music theory and had never learned any musical instrument at this moment, he could still attempt to blow into this seemingly unremarkable swana under the guidance of his. He puffed out his cheeks and blew hard. The swana emitted a piercing sound. The sound was sharp and loud, like breaking through the air, instantly shattering the tranquility. Chen's playing was unskilled, even difficult to listen to, with each note sounding off-key, causing people to frown. However, amidst this ear-piercing sound of the swana, an invisible wave radiated outward from Chen, gradually suppressing Bian Jiao Jiao's. Bian Jiao Jiao's originally confident began to weaken under the impact of the swana's sound. She looked up in surprise toward Chen, her eyes flashing with disbelief. The inheritance of, she had diligently practiced her for 10 years. This seemingly random blowing by Chen could actually suppress her meticulously cultivated, impossible, as the saying goes. When the swana sounds, 10,000 gold coins. Chen was now deeply experiencing the power of the swana's sound. Awesome. Once he started blowing, it really only took a strong breath. The piercing sound of the swana seemed to penetrate all obstacles, reaching deep into people's hearts. Under his playing, the sound of the swana grew louder and more powerful. It was as if he had become addicted to blowing. Not only Bian Jiao Jiao, but the audience was also stunned by this sudden change, mainly because it was just too unpleasant. The sound of the swana was sharp and jarring, like a saw scraping against glass, making it unbearable. The audience's expressions quickly changed to disdain and pain as they were assaulted by the sudden noise. Some covered their ears, frowning and showing expressions of extreme discomfort. Others turned and left, unwilling to listen to the horrible sound, while others whispered to each other, "Hey, do you have your protection? What is this? It's so unbearable. This swana sounds worse than sawing wood. How can he blow it so energetically? Help! I'm begging Bian Jiao Jiao to let him win. Don't let him blow anymore." Amidst the audience's disdain and pain, the sound of the swana grew louder and louder, seemingly challenging people's limits of tolerance. In this ear-piercing sound, the gradually faded away, until finally, Bian Jiao Jiao weakly put away her. Chen, you can stop now. It was uncertain whether Bian Jiao Jiao's voice was too soft. But Chen, who was less than 10 meters away from her, didn't react at all. Looking up, his eyes were tightly closed, seemingly cut off from the world. His hands gripping the swana tightly, his fingertips dancing continuously. Just this. Such an unpleasant swana, He was actually blowing with complete abandon. Yin Chen's cheeks were slightly puffed up, and the sound of the swana grew more and more passionate, his body swaying gently with the rhythm of the blowing. Unable to watch any longer, in a fit of anger, Bian Jiao actually forgot her natural fear of snakes as a girl and directly grabbed a rock snake that was coiling around her and threw it fiercely toward Yin Chen. Chapter 79. The Top 10 Physiques Complete. In a spacious and bright laboratory, Yin Chen and Zhou Yaolao were sitting at a table piled high with spirit stones that glimmered enticingly. Gambling really can make one rich overnight. Yin Chen's eyes were fixed on the spirit stones, shimmering with desire. His hands occasionally reached out, trying to grab the stones. Slap! Zhou Yaolao unceremoniously swatted Yin Chen's hand away. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile, as she delicately fiddled with the spirit stones on the table, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Sister, when are we dividing the spirit stones? Yin Chen finally could not hold back and asked, his voice tinged with urgency and anticipation. Zhou Yaolao smiled slightly and said, of course, we will divide them according to our previous agreement. According to the agreement, the spirit stones would be divided in a 70-30 split, with Zhou Yaolao taking 70 and Yin Chen getting 30. Yin Chen weakly said, can I take mine now? The two locked eyes over the pile of spirit stones, as if engaged in a silent competition. Don't rush, I have a new proposal. Zhou Yaolao smiled, and then swiftly gathered her share of spirit stones. Her movements were skilled and quick, and she soon packed most of the spirit stones into her storage bag. Then, her eyes sparkled with cunning as she turned towards Yin Chen. Yin Chen, I can help you exchange your 30 spirit stones for beast cores. Zhou Yaolao said with a beaming smile. Yin Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhou Yaolao with confusion. Beast cores, they're much cheaper than the market price. Plus, you can choose the type at will. Zhou Yaolao seemed like an alluring snake. However, Yin Chen was genuinely tempted. Cheaper than market price? And the ability to choose the type? It should be noted that purchasing beast cores in the market does not allow for selection. If you want a specific type, you either have to rely on luck or issue a task to a hunting team. Actually, I can consider any type of beast core. He swallowed the latter part of the sentence, preferably prioritizing the beast cores of the gold, wood, and earth elements. I can't reveal my trump card to this woman. She is a fairy, the kind that sucks blood. Beast cores with elemental attributes are at least of the 4th rank, with no upper limit. If one encounters a pack of monsters, even a peak 5th rank principal lung wouldn't make it back unscathed. Currently, Yin Chen's 10 special physiques still lacked the awakening of the gold, wood, and earth elemental attributes, so he naturally had the thought of wanting to awaken them all. I'll give you so many for your 30 spirit stones, Zhou Yaolao tempted again, while quickly opening her storage bag and taking out several beast cores glowing with various colors. These beast cores varied in size, but what was uniform was that each contained powerful energy and spiritual essence. She pushed these beast cores in front of Yin Chen and said, these are the beast cores you can exchange for your 30 spirit stones. Do you want to count them? Count. No need. Yin Chen looked at the pile of beast cores, which were almost as many as the spirit stones he was supposed to get. What was there to count? I'll take them all. Deal. Yin Chen impatiently gathered all the spirit stones into his possession, and a warm current surged in his heart. Zhou Yaolao was helping him, right? Allowing him to obtain more training resources. He glanced gratefully at Zhou Yaolao. However, after a glint of satisfaction flashed in Zhou Yaolao's eyes, she smiled and said, good thing you accepted. These are all the experimental resources I've prepared for you next. What a profit. Yin Chen. For a moment, Yin Chen stared at the beast cores on the table. His originally eager expression instantly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth slightly agape, as if he forgot to close it, revealing a foolish expression. So this is the resource that should have been given to me for my 30 spirit stones? Yin Chen's voice trembled, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Zhou Yaolao looked at Yin Chen's reaction. A smug smile curled on her lips. She gently nodded and said, that's right, you actually used 30 spirit stones for it. No regrets. Little brother, don't think about backing out. Yin Chen's eyes widened even more. It was a feeling of heartache. In the laboratory, Yin Chen found a sealed room, with no surveillance equipment around. This was his request, because next he was going to absorb all these beast cores. Although Zhou Yaolao said she was taking advantage of him, Yan Chen knew in his heart that Zhou Yaolao was helping him. After all, the beast cores of the gold, wood, and earth elemental attributes were all included, clearly prepared just for him. Moreover, Zhou Yaolao did not know that he had already awakened the physiques of power and spiritual essence. Therefore, the number of these two types of beast cores prepared was particularly abundant. Hee, what a stubborn girl. Yan Chen sat quietly in the serene room, surrounded by beast cores shining in various colors. He took a deep breath and then gently held a beast core in both hands, starting the absorption process. This time, the system could have its fill. Start absorbing. Ding! Absorbed 1/3 rank beast core. Awakened special physique. Not yet awakened. Power physique receives slight enhancement. Ding! Absorbed 1/3 rank beast core. Awakened special physique. Not yet awakened. Spiritual essence physique receives slight enhancement. As Yan Chen's mind gradually immersed, the beast cores were quickly absorbed. Each core seemed to sense Yan Chen's call, slowly releasing the immense energy contained within. Attack, defense, speed, life, and spiritual essence. These 5 physical attributes of special physiques, as well as the water and fire elemental attributes, were all rapidly enhancing. Rock physique, second awakening in progress. Ancient barbarian physique, second awakening in progress. The existing physiques were undergoing a second awakening, and after awakening, their abilities would be strengthened. Now it was time to absorb other elemental attribute beast cores. Yan Chen began to pick up those beast cores with even more vibrant colors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the sharp gold physique, gaining the special ability Sharp Gold Sword. It worked. A sharp golden sword appeared in his hand, and Yan Chen waved it casually before quickly putting it away. No, the spiritual essence consumption is too great. I still need to experiment with other physiques later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the ghost wood physique, gaining the special ability Life Touch. At the moment the physique was activated, Yan Chen felt as if his body was closely connected to nature. A warm and vibrant power surged from within. Just a gentle touch of his finger around him caused plants to appear out of thin air, as if responding to Yan Chen's call. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Earth Tuning physique, gaining the special ability Earth Power. The last one, Yan Chen instantly merged with the earth. A heavy and solid power surged from beneath his feet. Chapter 80. Xiao Xiao overpowers all? Panel host, Yan Chen's special physique. 1. Ancient barbarian physique. 2. Rock physique. 3. Lightning speed physique. 4. Spiritual chi physique. 5. Gozi physique. 6. Metal water physique. 7. Lightning control physique. 8. Sharp metal physique. 9. Ghostwood physique. 10. Earth tuning physique. Already awakened special physique. Continue to absorb 100 beast cores of the same type for a 20% chance of another physique awakening. Cultivation level. 4th rank. Cultivation method. 1 clear chi refining technique storage space. 100 cubic meters. Requires 100 mid-grade spirit stones to upgrade to the next storage unit. In the following days, Yan Chen seemed to have transformed into a different person, almost sleeplessly dedicating himself to training his special physique abilities. Whether the sun was high or night had fallen, he remained in this quiet laboratory. Ancient barbarian physique, rock physique, lightning speed physique, he murmured softly, and with each mention of a physique, corresponding powers surged within him. These were physiques he had long been familiar with, but after undergoing a baptism of numerous beast cores, they seemed to have intensified somewhat. He was continuously trying and exploring, gradually allowing his body to adapt to these new powers. More training focused on sharp metal physique, ghostwood physique, and earth tuning physique. Touch of life, power of the earth. For these 2 special abilities, Yan Chen only made simple attempts and didn't use them extensively. They were means suited for special environments. The touch of life, when this ability was triggered, his palm would emit a faint green glow, as if filled with wood elements. With a thought, that green light would flow from his palm, allowing him to establish a wonderful connection with plants, controlling them for offense and defense. Normally, He could consume spiritual qi to conjure plants out of thin air, but clearly, this ability was more suitable for use in jungle areas, where countless plants could be manipulated at will. The power of the earth would grant him enhancements when his feet were planted on the ground. While in defensive state, even attacks one rank higher than him could not budge him. When he launched an attack, the energy of the earth would converge in his fist, forming an unstoppable force. The key feature was that he needed to be barefoot. What needed the most practice was when a crisp metallic clash echoed in the air. Sharp metal sword. This was the special ability Yinqing obtained after awakening the sharp metal physique. It must be said that this ability truly allowed him to comprehend the sharpness and resilience of metal. Every time this ability was triggered, a golden longsword would appear out of thin air in his hand, accompanied by the sound of a sword being unsheathed, as if it could tear through the air. The sword gleamed with dazzling golden light, seemingly forged from the purest metal, with an unmatched sharpness and an overwhelming momentum. Yinqing stood in the center of the laboratory, wielding the sharp metal sword, repeatedly practicing various sword techniques. Thrust, slash, chop. Pure, yet effective. He was fully concentrated, as if the entire world had been reduced to just him and the sword in his hand. Although he was practicing basic sword techniques, he strived for precision and fluidity with each swing. The sword tip traced golden trajectories in the air, producing crisp metallic sounds. As he practiced, his swordsmanship gradually became more proficient, each swing more fluid, as if the air was being split in two wherever the sword pointed. Yinqing let out a long breath, sheathing the sharp metal sword in his hand. Among all the physiques, surprisingly, this ability consumed the least amount of spiritual qi. Is your training over? A woman's voice rang out at the laboratory door. Gentle, not at all. It was Zhou Yaolao. For the past few days, all his meals had been personally delivered by her, without involving anyone else. Clearly, she didn't want anyone to know about Yinqing's training situation, even the research assistant. Jiao had been given time off. Throughout this entire period, all data concerning Yinqing had been in Zhou Yaolao's hands, with no one else allowed to touch it. It's over. Yinqing scratched his head awkwardly. Having completed the awakening of all 10 physiques, his mind had been completely immersed, and he hadn't paid attention to the outside world at all. It was only at this moment that he realized. A bit awkward, huh? Occupying someone else's territory and enjoying their services? Don't lose that big face. I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhou Yaolao lazily leaned against the door, her posture elegant and charming, like a flowing painting. Her long hair was silky smooth, casually draping over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. A few strands fell softly beside her cheeks, adding a touch of allure. This appearance exuded a lazy yet captivating aura, akin to a languid cat. Of course, it's good news. Yinqing hurriedly took the food, beginning to wolf it down to distract himself. The good news is you've secured your position as the first in the first group of the Martial Artist League. With his mouth full of food, Yinqing could only mumble indistinctly, managing to emit a sound. Your sister, Xiao Xiao, is second, and she is the kind who forcefully crushes everyone in her path to claim second. With her around, no one will dare to challenge you. Xiao Xiao. Yinqing almost spat out the food in his mouth, his eyes widening in shock. Xiao Xiao overpowers all? This is impossible. He knew that after his sister underwent the beast core transplant, her strength had significantly increased. But he also understood that the beast core transplant surgery was ultimately an unorthodox method. Achieving even half the effect of a special physique would be considered good. How could she possibly forcefully crush everyone? Before Yinqing entered seclusion, he had fought with the third-ranked Bian Jiao and was well aware that those ranked above were not weak. In an instant, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling that his sister seemed to be hiding something from him. This good news didn't seem very good at all. And what is the bad news? Yinqing asked. Her lips were painted with a light lipstick, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth seemed to carry a hint of mockery. The bad news is, your sister violently crushed the second place, injuring them severely. The championship battle is starting early, and it's you, Xiao Xiao, and Bian Jiao competing in the first year, with you and your sister as the focal point. Before Yinqing could respond, Zhou Yaolao smiled and added, oh, by the way, I should mention, this time's 12-to-1 match is a big melee. Chapter 81. Humanoid Fire Tyrannosaurus Little Brother, don't worry too much. I'm still a senior in college. I'll join the battle and guarantee you won't get hurt, as long as you're willing to hug a gold brick. The old saying goes, a woman 3 years older, hug a gold brick. This meaning couldn't be more obvious. After Zhou Yaro finished speaking, she lazily leaned against the door frame, a smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze fell on Yin Chen, and there seemed to be a flicker of expectation in her eyes. Her long hair gently swayed in the breeze, intertwining with her figure to create a beautiful picture. The hem of her qipao swayed lightly with her movements, exuding a unique charm. Her posture was elegant and enchanting, like a blooming flower, releasing an alluring fragrance in the gentle wind. A chaotic battle? Yin Chen murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Senior sister, be careful. I will win. Zhou Yaro looked at Yin Chen with a hint of admiration. Yin Chen, I'm looking forward to your performance. Show those aristocratic offspring a thing or two, she said softly, her voice filled with anticipation and encouragement. The top 10 can receive the rewards of the 009th Cave Paradise, so in the end, the competition only needs to eliminate 2 people. The reason why Yin Chen and Xiao Xiao were targeted was mostly because of their freshman status and lack of background. They were not children of aristocratic families. Aren't they the best targets for elimination? Yin Chen looked up at Zhou Yaro, knowing she was reminding him. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if cheering himself on. I will win. The Spiritual Energy Arena. The opening ceremony of the 12-to-1 chaotic battle. Initially, the entire arena was silent. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a surge of passionate music erupted, reverberating in everyone's ears. The heads of the Military Defense University, Lianhai University, and Shengjing University stepped into the center of the arena, their figures appearing particularly solemn under the dazzling lights. What a grand occasion! The heads of Military Defense University, Lianhai University, and Shengjing University jointly hosting the event? The 3 heads wore their respective schools' signature uniforms. The head of Military Defense University was in a neatly pressed military uniform, with golden insignia glittering on his epaulettes. The head of Shengjing University wore a black suit, with a shining emblem on his tie. As for the head of Lianhai University, it was not Lung Erniu, but a beautiful woman in a blue qipao. Elegant yet dignified, they stood side by side, and the 3 heads announced in unison, the 12-to-1 chaotic battle is now open. As their voices fell, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the arena. The audience stood up to give the most enthusiastic cheers for this thrilling competition. Wow, so cool. Bian Lai, who had no chance of making it to the finals, was just accompanying Bian Jiao while waiting backstage. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. Cool. Yin Chen beside him looked a bit puzzled. Yeah, that's simply the other shore of my life's dream, Bian Lai said very seriously. The other shore of your dream, Yin Chen whispered, then I suggest you transfer to Lianhai University and find a mentor named Lung Erniu. I guarantee you will reach the shore in an instant. After all, you 2 are just as foolish. Bian Lai was indeed moved by the thought and quietly asked, Really? Huh. Guess for yourself if it's true or not. While the 2 were talking, the screen in the arena lit up, displaying the names of the participating contestants and their respective schools. Yin Chen's name was prominently listed, along with Xiao Xiao and Bian Jiao's names. Their images shone on the screen, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. All right, everyone, get ready to take the stage. The 3 heads of the schools walked back to the center of the arena, holding golden microphones, and loudly and passionately introduced the participating contestants from each school. In previous years, it was really only students from the 3 universities who could break through the encirclement. But this year, there was an additional dark horse, Xiao Xiao from Danwu University, a little-known student from a small city university. The moment the competition began, the atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Except for Zhou Yaro and Bian Jiao, the other 8 contestants intentionally or unintentionally formed a circle, trapping Yin Chen and Xiao Xiao inside. Their gazes were all focused on these 2 contestants, who were most likely to be eliminated first, as if waiting for the right moment. However, Before anyone could make a move, and despite the faint battle intent in the air, Xiao Xiao erupted first. Xiao Zhao's eyes turned crimson, as if burning with raging flames. She took a deep breath and then suddenly exhaled, a powerful aura radiating from her. Is it the power of a beast core? It seemed Xiao Xiao was using the power of the beast core to summon a formidable danfire. Flames burned fiercely around her, as if wanting to engulf the entire arena, her figure becoming blurred in the fire. Fight! Ignoring the level difference, Xiao Xiao began to frantically launch attacks. Did she really see who her target was? No matter. No matter. Still no matter. Her attacks were fierce and swift, like a fire dragon dancing in the air, each strike infused with powerful fiery energy. In the face of Xiao Zhao's ferocious assaults, the other contestants were more or less touched by the sparks of battle. There was no choice but to engage in combat now. One reckless move could break 1,000 schemes. The tactics previously discussed among the other 8 were completely abandoned at this moment. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with fire. Chen stood outside the battle circle, surprisingly becoming an onlooker. Xiao Zhao's state was not right, really not right. His younger sister had always been frail since childhood, unable to even follow the normal path to become a martial artist. Moreover, she had always been gentle. How could she now transform into this humanoid fire Tyrannosaurus? Just as the battle was heating up, Xiao Zhao's aura suddenly began to become erratic. Though she was still fierce as fire, the strength of each attack was noticeably weakening, and her speed was slowing down. Chen keenly noticed this and understood that Xiao Zhao's martial artist level was lower compared to the other contestants, and the prolonged battle had exhausted her spiritual energy. However, to Chen's surprise, Xiao Xiao began to swallow large amounts of elixirs. She held a bottle of elixirs in her hand, quickly taking one during each interval of battle. These elixirs emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, clearly high-quality spiritual medicines. This won't do, even if the elixirs could temporarily replenish spiritual energy. Relying on them for too long would put a tremendous burden on her body. Watching Xiao Xiao anxiously swallow the elixirs, Chen's heart tightened. No. Although Chen wanted to continue observing Xiao Zhao's situation to see what was going on with the beast core transplantation, it was more important at this moment to stop her actions. The elixirs and the battle could not continue. Chapter 82. Almost completely depleted, just as Xiao Xiao swallowed the elixir and prepared to continue the battle, a gentle yet firm force suddenly came from behind her. Chen had quickly approached and tightly held her shoulders, forcing her to temporarily stop her movements. Fight! The sudden halt caught Xiao Xiao off guard. Her fighting spirit was soaring, and she instinctively wanted to break free from Chen's grip, the danfire within her uncontrollably surging, nearly burning Chen's hand. However, the moment she touched Chen's skin, she suddenly felt that familiar and warm aura. Brother? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, a hint of surprise and guilt flashing in her eyes. Chen nodded slightly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It's me, Xiao Xiao. Your current situation is very dangerous. You must stop fighting and taking medicine immediately. Xiao Xiao regained her rationality, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the turmoil in her heart. She knew that the beast core she had implanted was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Beasts were bloodthirsty. They wanted to fight continuously. Right now, once stimulated by the fighting spirit, she felt like she was transforming into an irrational beast. Brother, Xiao Xiao bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Chen smiled gently, his eyes shining with determination. I believe in you, Xiao Xiao. No matter what happens, you will definitely tell your brother the truth after the match, right? Yes. Xiao Xiao compromised. All right, then leave the rest to me. Chen handed Xiao Xiao over to Bian Jiao Jiao and Zhou Yao Rao, then plunged into the battle circle. Go for it, little brother. Sister is watching you. Zhou Yao Rao blew a kiss from behind. Yao Rao Jia. Bian Jiao Jiao called out softly, seeming to want to say something. Don't call me sister. Zhou Yao Rao sat proudly beside Xiao Xiao and took out a pack of sunflower seeds to start cracking. Okay. Bian Jiao Jiao responded with a hint of helplessness. In contrast to the harmony on this side, the moment Chen made his move, the beast domain opened wide. Countless rock snakes surged out from the beast domain, and he used them without any hesitation. Well, the one feeling pain was the rock snake king. Hiss! Hissing sounds echoed as the rock snakes, varying in size, emerged. Some were several meters long and as thick as an adult man's waist, while others were only a few dozen centimeters long, slender like a child's arm. The remaining 8 people on the field unconsciously took a step back. Attack! As Yin Chen's 2 words floated lightly in the air, the rock snakes quickly launched their assault, wrapping tightly around the nearest prey with lightning speed. The first unlucky one was Chen Yinran from Lianhai University. Chen Yinran was skilled in using a soft whip, her whip technique being strange and ever-changing, capable of binding enemies in an instant, catching them off guard. However, it was useless against snakes. Can you be more agile than a snake? Others might hit the snake without killing it, but she was hitting the snake without killing it while getting entangled in her whip. A smaller rock snake, under the cover of its companions, intertwined with Chen Yinran's whip, forming a perfect double helix structure, with its head level with the handle of the whip. Then, without warning, it lunged. The Li brothers from Lianhai University, Li Qinglong and Li Baihu, wanted to act as protectors. Li Qinglong, adept with the sword, aimed to pierce the rock snake with his agile sword. However, this was a rock snake. The weight of the rock snake was no joke. When Li Qinglong pressed his sword against it, it was like pressing down on a weight, and he couldn't lift the snake's body at all. Li Qinglong's face turned red with embarrassment, his expression akin to having swallowed a fly. He thought his swords would send the rock snake rolling away. But the snake remained motionless, while his sword bent like a shrimp. At this moment, the surrounding audience burst into laughter. Some observed the entire process, even clutching their stomachs in laughter. Meanwhile, the rock snake seemed to enjoy the feeling of being pressed down by the sword, opening its massive mouth to attack Chen Yinran again. At this point, Chen Yinran could no longer care about her whip. She had to throw it aside to avoid the snake's bite. This time, she was left in a dire situation. She usually took pride in her whip skills, yet now she had even lost her weapon in the pile of snakes. The most awkward part was that these rock snakes couldn't differentiate between the whip and their kind. They all rushed to entangle themselves with the whip, seemingly very fond of its slender shape, perhaps even preparing to have little snake offspring with it. That whip was completely irretrievable. The chaos was only temporary. After all, the participants were the top students from various schools, each a true prodigy. The number of rock snakes summoned by Yin Shan was rapidly decreasing. The Rock Snake King's furious complaints could be heard echoing throughout the beast domain. It was time for him to take action. Yin Chun stretched his body. Ancien barbarian physique, rock physique, thunder speed physique, spirit énergie physique, corrosion physique, gold water physique, thunder control physique, sharp metal physique, ghostwood physique, earth accumulation physique. At the moment when all 10 physiques were activated, a vast aura erupted from him, surging like a flood. Quantitative change can also lead to qualitative change. With a flash of lightning, Yin Chen's figure vanished from a spot in an instant, as if merging with the lightning, and when he reappeared, he had already surged into the center of the 8 people with lightning speed. Hello! As Yin Chun smiled and greeted them, his figure gradually emerged from the dust of the lightning, his hair standing on end, each strand crackling with faint electric light. And his smile bore a mocking expression. You, Chen Yinran, without a weapon, was the most panicked one. However, the next moment, she realized that Yin Chen's attacks were indiscriminate. Heavenly thunder descends. Yin Chen activated the thunder control physique within him, and a powerful thunderous force gathered around him. The sky instantly darkened, clouds thickened, and thunder rumbled. Thick bolts of lightning rained down, evenly striking the 8 people. The thunderous power surged violently, catching the 8 off guard. They hurriedly raised their weapons to defend, but the thunderous force was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly shattering their defenses. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the arena. Yin Chen stood at the center of the lightning, his figure flickering in and out of view, exuding the might of a thunder god. His gaze was cold and resolute, as if to say, "This is the consequence of challenging me." Strong, truly strong. It was just a facade of strength. Yin Chun himself was almost numb from the exertion. This move consumed far too much spiritual energy. He was nearly completely depleted. Chapter 83. The battle ends. I'll go down first. Chen stood in the center of the arena, exuding a dominating aura as if the entire world was under his control. However, just as everyone was awed by his presence, Chen secretly made a comical move. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he quickly pulled out a pill that replenished his spiritual energy from his pocket and swallowed it in a flash. Although the action was swift, some sharp-eyed spectators caught on. They couldn't help but laugh at Chen's sneaky demeanor. "Little brother, you're so young and already exhausted?" Zhou Yarue, who was munching on sunflower seeds behind him, let out a peal of tinkling laughter. Chen's ears turned slightly red. Ahem. He cleared his throat and spoke in an even more imposing tone. "Humph. How could a mere mortal like you understand the struggles of me, the ruler of thunder? I'm merely recovering my strength in silence." Puffed. Zhou Yarue laughed even harder. "You can save it. It's my sister who helped you awaken your thunder control physique." She tossed another seed into her mouth and continued, "Little brother, do your best. If you really can't win, you can call for sister's help. I'm atop of my senior year, crushing everyone else. Not for now. A man must keep his dignity." Under the influence of the corrosive physique, the 8 people who had already suffered from Chen's attacks were experiencing varying degrees of corrosion. "Just play it steady, we can win." Chen felt that the pill had only slightly replenished his energy, so he slowly bent down and started taking off his shoes. Everyone, what is he doing? Is he planning to use a biochemical weapon? However, once Chen stood barefoot on the ground, he instantly felt a powerful energy surge from the earth into his body. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, as if he had found a source of strength. "Ha! The power of the earth. I'm back in action," Chen exclaimed excitedly, stomping his feet on the ground. With the support of the earth's power, the ancient barbarian physique and rock physique could be temporarily closed. This way, he could conserve spiritual energy. However, he couldn't leave the ground. As soon as he did, he would feel weak. It was best to remain still. But how to attack? This was the first time Chen applied all 10 physiques in combat, and the combination was evidently still unrefined. "Got it." Chen stood on the field, his hands gathering the sharpest metallic force from the heavens and earth. "Sword of sharp gold, come forth." Chen shouted softly. Usually, he would condense one sword of sharp gold as his weapon, having practiced various sword techniques. But now, he couldn't use those techniques. Instead, he directly condensed multiple swords of sharp gold. Instantly, countless swords of sharp gold surrounded him, glinting ominously and sending chills down people's spines. Chen smiled in satisfaction, as if he was very pleased with his creation. Then he suddenly threw the swords of sharp gold at the 8 people like throwing darts. This thing, the 8 people turned pale at the sight, hastily swinging their weapons to defend. However, the sharpness of the swords of sharp gold exceeded their expectations. Upon contact, their weapons were shattered into pieces. Damn, these weapons were expensive. This was not good. Chen looked at the sword of sharp gold in his hand with a hint of embarrassment. He hadn't expected these swords to be so sharp that even their weapons couldn't withstand them. Hopefully, the 8 wouldn't ask him to compensate. Well, anyway, I won't be compensating. The attacks continued. Under Chen's control, the swords of sharp gold spiraled in the air and charged again at the 8. We can't confront them head-on, mainly because we can't withstand it. The 36 strategies. Retreat is the best strategy. The 8 people panicked and tried to dodge the attacks of the swords of sharp gold. However, Chen seemed to be enjoying himself, continuously throwing newly condensed swords of sharp gold, turning them into a barrage of hidden weapon attacks. Li Qinglong, skilled with a long sword, looked at his broken sword with regret. He eyed the swords of sharp gold thrown by Chen, each one sharper than the last. Stirring envy within him, his gaze fixed on a sword of sharp gold that was relatively close to him. While dodging left and right, he suddenly moved, approaching the sword of sharp gold like a ghost. Just as his fingers were about to touch the sword's body, a glint of pride flashed in his eyes. "I made it. Could it be? Made it? That's impossible." Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers. Looking down, he saw that the sword of sharp gold was gradually dissipating at his touch, turning into specks of golden light. Li Qinglong screamed, quickly withdrawing his finger. His once strong and sturdy fingers now looked as if they had been sliced by countless sharp blades, with every wound deep and blood oozing slowly from the edges. His fingers appeared as if they had been gnawed by an invisible beast of sharp gold, with wounds crisscrossing. Hiss! Li Qinglong gasped in pain, his face turning pale from the agony. The surrounding spectators gasped at this astonishing scene. So sharp. Is the special physique really that powerful? Yan Chen continued his assault. Stop. You're bullying people too much. Chen Yinran couldn't take it anymore and jumped off the stage, conceding defeat. Normally, among the 12 participants, 2 would be eliminated and unable to proceed to the 009 Cave Paradise. So Chen Yinran shouldn't have jumped off the stage so easily. But we'll accompany you. The remaining 7 of the 8 jumped off at the same time. As they landed, it could be considered a tie. What? Yan Shun was momentarily at a loss. Behind him, Zhou Yarui casually tossed away her sunflower seed shell and patted Bian Jiaojiao beside her. You jump down first, or will you? Bian Jiaojiao sighed, I'll go first. She hadn't even had a chance to use her Phoenix Tail Qin throughout the entire match. But it was for the best. Before jumping off the stage, Bian Jiaojiao glanced back at the scattered weapons on the stage, secretly relieved. Thank goodness I wasn't on Yan Chen's side. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my Phoenix Tail Qin. On the stage, only Yin Shun, Zhou Yarui, and Xiao Xiao remained. Zhou Yarui blinked her beautiful eyes at Yin Shun and asked, death question time, which is more important, a girlfriend or sister? Yin Shun? He took a small step back, positioning himself at the edge of the stage, every movement seemingly saying, how about you 2 ladies stay here and I'll go down first? Chapter 84, Journey to number 009, Cave Paradise. Snake-eating eagle, a silver metal plane, soared in the sky. As the plane passed through the clouds, sunlight streamed into the cabin, illuminating the runes on the walls and the patterns on the seats. Inside the cabin, 12 men and women were scattered about. Oh, these are the 12 people from the last great battle. Because Chun Yinran and the others landed simultaneously, the 3 school leaders jointly decided the rankings as follows. Yin Chen in first place, Zhou Yaolao and Xiao Xiao tied for second place, Bian Jiao Jiao in fourth place, and the remaining 8 placed tied for fifth. In the end, all 12 were taken to number 009, Cave Paradise by the Silver Wing Plane. Surprisingly, the one leading the Silver Wing Plane was Zhou Lao. It was understandable. After all, his granddaughter was aboard, and as a doting grandfather, he surely couldn't be at ease. Zhou Lao, according to information available online, was said to be a training ground for ancient martial artists. Yan Chen quietly approached Zhou Lao to inquire about the details. The people present were all children from prominent families, and they knew more or less about the true nature of these cave paradises. Some might not even be entering for the first time. However, Yin Shun and Xiao Xiao were genuinely in the dark. Zhou Lao glanced at Yin Shun and calmly began to sip his tea. His granddaughter, Zhou Yaolao, sweetly called out to him, prompting Zhou Lao to put down his teacup and start explaining earnestly. Number 009, Cave Paradise was indeed a training ground. Once you entered the Cave Paradise, you would face different challenges. If you passed smoothly, you could receive various beast cores, elixirs, martial arts techniques, or other rewards, even a legacy. In short, it had everything, and the thoughts and desires of the participants in the trials would also influence the rewards they received, which is why the items brought out each time were different. To ensure the resources were renewable, number 009, Cave Paradise, opened once every 4 years. Your rankings in the Martial Artists League determined the order in which you entered the Cave Paradise. Based on past experiences, the probability of the first person entering receiving a legacy was as high as 90%. Oh no, 009, Cave Paradise was not a treasure trove where you could enter and exit freely. Even though there had always been guardians at the entrance of the Cave Paradise over the years, many lives had still been lost during its openings. Everything is available. It depends on the thoughts and desires of the participants in the trials. Yin Chen's gaze turned to Xiao Xiao. He already knew that Xiao Xiao's body was suffering from backlash. Although she repeatedly told him it wasn't serious, he knew her condition was not good. For now, all he could do was refine as much top-quality spiritual liquid as possible for her to consume, enhancing her physical quality to counteract the side effects of the beast core transplantation. Perhaps there would be a breakthrough method in number 009, Cave Paradise. The silver-winged plane soared through the sky. Through the porthole, Distant mountains, rivers, and cities continuously changed shapes, resembling a flowing painting, making everything on the ground seem inconsequential. The plane skimmed through the air, leaving a long trail behind. Eventually, it landed at the site of number 009 Cave Paradise, amidst a range of undulating mountains. The mountains twisted like an ancient giant dragon, imposing and magnificent. In the center of the mountains stood a towering peak that pierced through the clouds. According to Zhou Lao, this peak was named Yunlan Peak, and number 009 Cave Paradise was hidden at its waist. The group followed Zhou Lao in silence. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind slicing through the air echoed, followed by a group of uniquely shaped bird-like beast monsters appearing in the view of the crowd. They were agile, their feathers a deep blue-black, mysterious like the night sky. Each feather shimmered with a faint glow, as if containing some unfathomable power. The eyes of these beasts were blood-red, revealing a hint of cruelty and cunning, and their beaks were sharp and hard, glimmering with a cold light. Seeing this, Zhou Lao had already perched himself on a tall tree. The sudden emergence of the small beast wave could also be considered a form of training. He wouldn't intervene unless there were casualties. Were these things? Chen Yanran was the first to lash out with a whip. It's a fourth-grade beast, the snake-eating eagle. Li Qinglong recognized the origin of the beasts. The snake-eating eagle feeds on snakes and possesses strong hunting instincts and keen perception. Everyone's gaze turned toward Yin Shun. Chen Yanran bluntly said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it's because the snake's scent on you is too strong, right?" Yin Shun remained silent, because Chen Yanran might be right. At that moment, the group of snake-eating eagles circled in the sky, their sharp claws carving fierce traces in the air, as if demonstrating their power. Their target was clear. It was below Yin Shun. The snake-eating eagles emitted long cries, then suddenly launched an attack, diving toward the ground like arrows released from bows. Their sharp claws left behind traces in the air, each swing accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. The onlookers, although not fully familiar with their strength, would not show signs of defeat in the face of a swarm of fourth-grade beasts in a short time. But, Yin Shun, we still have to break through number 009 Cave Paradise later. We can't expend all our energy here. Why not summon some rock snakes? The snake-eating eagles don't eat much. As long as they are full, they won't attack. Li Qinglong suggested from the side. Moreover, this suggestion surprisingly received the agreement of most people. Ants can kill elephants. Facing such a number of fourth-grade beasts, even if they could win, it would be at the cost of revealing all their trump cards. How would they deal with number 009 Cave Paradise afterward? After all, that was what truly mattered for them to obtain tangible rewards. "You're all cowards," Zhou Yaolao sarcastically mocked without reservation. Then she directly blocked Yin Shun, who wished to charge into the group of snake-eating eagles alone. "Little brother, I haven't stretched my muscles yet. Leave this to your sister. Oh, by the way, let me show you that you're not the only one who can awaken multiple special physiques." At that moment, Zhou Yaolao was dressed in a fiery red long dress, holding a red satin fan, standing proudly before the group of snake-eating eagles like a goddess in flames. Spiritual energy surged. Zhou Lao on the branch nearly couldn't sit still. "My dear granddaughter, don't tire yourself out." However, now that Zhou Yaolao wanted to intervene, Zhou Lao was not allowed to do so. The red satin fan danced in her hand like a fish in water, sometimes waving violently like a storm, and sometimes gently and gracefully like willow catkins. Her movements perfectly matched the rhythm of the fan dance, as if performing an elegant yet powerful dance. Spirit Dance Physique. Activate. Chapter 85. 8 Gates, the Universe and Chaos. Dance Spirit Physique. This is considered a spiritual type physique among the 5 special body attributes. It changes Zhou Yaolao's spiritual attributes when Zhou Yaolao dances with a red silk fan. The power of the dance spirit flows with it, transforming into invisible waves of attack that can easily penetrate the defenses of the snake-eating eagle, causing it fatal damage. Under her fan dance, the air seems to solidify, forming sharp air currents that slice through everything around. Even more powerful is that the dance spirit can resonate with Zhou Yaolao's emotions. When she is angry or excited, the power of the dance spirit multiplies. making her attacks fierce and unstoppable. This power seems to be a perfect release of her inner emotions, allowing her to fight more freely. Besides attacking, the dance spirit can also provide Zhou Yaolao with strong defense. When she faces danger, she can adjust her dance posture to transform the dance spirit into an indestructible shield, resisting external attacks. The once ferocious snake-eating eagle group now appears weak under Zhou Yaolao's red silk fan. Wherever the fan passes, the snake-eating eagles fall like dry leaves blown away by a storm, and in an instant, more than half of them have perished under her fan dance. Enough, enough! Old Zhou shouted anxiously. This formidable expert appears unusually urgent at this moment. His hair has turned gray, and the silver strands shimmer faintly in the sunlight. His brows furrowed deeply, with wrinkles like ravines. Old Zhou's aura suddenly bursts forth, a powerful energy field exploding from him. This momentum is so intense that it seems to shake the air, and the dust on the ground is swept up by invisible waves, forming tiny whirlwinds. The temperature around seems to drop sharply due to this energy burst, giving a sense of murderous intent. Everyone present feels a tightness in their chests, as if pressed by an invisible mountain, making it difficult to breathe. The remaining snake-eating eagles, under this pressure, are even more unable to resist. Their bodies tremble violently in the air, wings flapping wildly, yet they cannot escape the invisible shackles. Then, piercing screams begin to ring out. Under old Zhou's overwhelming force, the snake-eating eagles plummet, their bodies tracing tragic arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, never to move again. Goodness! The moment old Zhou unleashed his aura, he directly killed the remaining snake-eating eagles. He quickly pulled Zhou Yaolao back and handed her more than 10 pills. Each of these pills is perfectly round, with a smooth surface like a mirror without a single flaw. Their colors are deep and pure, as if containing the essence of heaven and earth. Under the light, these pills emit a faint luster, dazzling like gemstones. They are impurity-free pills. Xiao Xiao, skilled in alchemy, is mesmerized. I want one. I'll go back and explore the alchemy techniques within. While old Zhou helps Zhou Yaolao check the recovery of her spiritual energy, he scolds. Don't you know how much spiritual energy your ability consumes? Using it so casually. What if you injure your meridians? It's okay. I have Grandpa's protection. Zhou Yaolao replied with a grin, completely unbothered by her earlier rampage. You can't do this in the future. Even with impurity-free pills, you shouldn't waste them. Old Zhou's tones softened immediately. Grandpa is right. Zhou Yaolao nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, while her soft little hand unceremoniously took the medicine bottle from old Zhou, tossing the remaining impurity-free pills to Xiao Xiao. For me? Xiao Xiao's question was cut off as Zhou Yaolao waved her hand, signaling her to be quiet. What a good granddaughter! Taking and giving away while also carrying the pot away. The road ahead was smooth, with no more setbacks. The entrance to the 009 cave paradise was concealed by dense trees. Old Zhou did not move, yet flames had already burned away the obstructing foliage. Get ready. The 009 cave paradise will open soon. As old Zhou's voice fell, suddenly, a melodious bell rang out. The sound was deep and solemn, each note seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 years of history. The echo of the bell seemed to resonate with the wind, trees, and stones in the valley, creating a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. It pierced through the mist, traversing time and space, as if it came from ancient times, also hinting at some future omen. A door made of unknown materials appeared, emitting a faint glow. The patterns on the door were intricate, as if containing some ancient runes and designs. On either side of the door stood stone pillars, carved with dragon and phoenix designs, vividly alive as if about to soar. As the door to the 009 cave paradise slowly opened, a powerful spiritual energy surged out from within, enveloping everyone instantly. A group of 12 was brought inside. The door was supposed to close automatically. However, old Zhou directly opened his own domain. A raging fire ignited around him, forming a scorching flame domain. This powerful flame domain expanded at the entrance. Even the force of a cave paradise could not suppress it. Yet, Old Zhou appeared exceptionally calm, even sporting a faint smile. At this moment, the 12 students had already entered the 009 cave paradise. Under the dim light, 8 grand and solemn mechanism doors stood tall. In the center of each door was a large Chinese character, with complex strokes, strong and powerful. These 8 characters were Tian, Di, Xin, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang. A crisp and pleasant bell rang within the 009 cave paradise, and with the sound's reverberation, everyone was surprised to find that beneath their feet appeared a large character, which were precisely Tian, Di, Xin, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang, rotating continuously as if they had life. Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden change, but they soon realized that these 8 characters likely had some mysterious connection to the 8 mechanism doors. Just then, the 8 characters suddenly stopped rotating, and the characters beneath everyone's feet froze in place. All eyes turned to the first selected Yin Chen, who stood on the Tian character. Next, Xiao Xiao and Zhou Yaolao were selected by the D character, while Bian Jiao stood on the Xin character. The remaining 8 were randomly chosen by the characters Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang. Is this the meaning of the ranking? The moment the 8 characters were determined, everyone knew that the Tian Gate was the strongest opportunity within the 009 cave paradise. Just then, the 8 mechanism doors suddenly emitted dazzling light. Chapter 86. The Trial of the Heavenly Gate. A flash of light flickered and vanished. Yin Chen's figure fell into the heavenly mechanism gate. Before his eyes, everything turned into a vast expanse of white, as if he were in an endless sea of clouds. This white space was boundless, surrounded by soft white light, devoid of direction or boundaries, resembling an ethereal illusion. Beneath his feet, an unknown white liquid flowed, pure as milk and crystalline like dew. The white liquid emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance that calmed the mind. It was not deep, only covering his ankles, but in this white expanse, it was the only presence. Yin Chen tried to take a step forward and immediately felt a cool, refreshing sensation underfoot. The white liquid seemed to possess some magical power capable of cleansing one's inner thoughts and fatigue. Please continue to attack. 7 large characters appeared out of nowhere. Continue to attack? Why? Yin Chen frowned slightly. However, since he had arrived at the number 009 celestial cave, he naturally had to accept the trial. Yin Chen took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and stomped down heavily. He unleashed the full force of 10 layers, attempting to leave a mark on the white liquid. However, to his surprise, the white liquid seemed to possess endless resilience, even under Yin Chen's full-strength attack. It did not produce a ripple. No, it was entirely without effect. When Yin Chen first stepped into this vast white space, the white liquid appeared as still as milk, pure and crystalline, exuding a faint fragrance. It flowed calmly without any waves. However, as Yin Chen began his attacks, the white liquid gradually revealed its special properties. Each time, Yin Chen's foot pressed down, although there were no visible ripples on the surface. There seemed to be an invisible force surging within the liquid. This force was not merely a simple rebound or resistance, but a profound and mysterious absorption and dissolution. Yin Chen continued to attack, trying again and again to leave a mark on the white liquid. Again and again. As time passed, Yin Chen's emotions began to become agitated. The white, hazy space, the unceasing attacks, and the unchanged white liquid all seemed to repeat forever. Yet, just as his emotions were about to spiral out of control, the white liquid suddenly released a cool breath, as if soothing his spirit. Under the influence of this cool breath, Yin Chen's emotions gradually calmed down. Continue to attack. Once more, he felt agitated. Another moment of soothing. It repeated endlessly. Yin Chen's attacks and the calmness of the white liquid intertwined, until Yin Chen's emotions ceased to fluctuate. He remained perfectly still, repeating the process. Yes, the number 009 celestial cave has everything. The thoughts, desires, and quests of the participants in the trial will affect the rewards they receive. Yin Chen hoped that his sister, Xiao Xiao, could free herself from the influence of the beast core transplant. If everyone's first trial was like this, then just this one point on Xiao Zhao's side could yield infinite benefits. However, what Yin Shun did not know was that at the moment he completed the first trial, a majestic figure deep within the number 009 celestial cave slowly opened its eyes. With the end of the first trial, the surrounding environment began to distort. The originally white space seemed to be torn apart, and cracks spread through the void. Immediately, a rich vitality surged forth from the cracks, rapidly spreading throughout the space. In the blink of an eye, the white expanse had vanished, replaced by a dense primitive forest. Towering trees sprang up, their branches and leaves lush, blocking out the sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting mottled shadows. The forest was filled with fresh air, mixed with the fragrance of earth and the scent of grass, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and insects humming. Everything felt as if one were truly in a primordial forest. Kill the invading beasts. Is there only a 6-word hint? Yinshin looked around and saw the trees in the distance suddenly shaking violently, accompanied by deep roars. The first batch of beasts was attacking. The first to catch his eye was a group of enormous, frenzied giant bears, each towering several meters tall, covered in thick brown fur and muscular. Their strength was evident at first glance. Sharp gold physique activat. Yinshin instantly activated his sharp gold physique, condensing the sharp gold sword in his hand. With a weapon in hand, his heart felt steadier. He gripped the sharp gold sword tightly, its blade gleaming with dazzling golden light, and swiftly charged forward. The sword clashed with the giant bear's claws and fangs. Each collision yielded some gain. Bear paws are quite delicious. Collect them quickly. Yin Shen's eyes lit up, hastily storing the freshly severed bear paw in his storage space, unwilling to let such a delicacy touch the ground. TSK. Would it get dirty if it fell? Just as Yin Shun was in the midst of a fierce battle with the frenzied giant bears, a group of incredibly fast shadow leopards suddenly dashed out from the shadows of the trees. Is this the second batch? The shadow leopards were agile, their fur covered in black spots, resembling streaks of black lightning as they silently approached Yin Shun. Yin Shen's expression sharpened. He had sensed the presence of these shadow leopards long ago. However, there was nothing particularly tasty about leopards, so he had temporarily let them go. Since they were seeking death themselves, he could not be blamed. These shadow leopards were incredibly fast. If it came to speed, Yin Shun could only use a flash of lightning to keep up with them. But who would attack their strengths? Facing this group of swift shadow leopards, a hint of mockery rose in Yin Shen's heart. He truly did not know what edible parts leopards had, but he was prepared to give these shadow leopards a grand barbecue feast. Lightning control physique. Heavenly thunder descends. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The shadow leopards were startled by this sudden turn of events, and before they could react, thick bolts of lightning had already struck them accurately. Instantly, the entire forest was enveloped in a rich aroma of grilled meat. The once pitch-black shadow leopards had now turned into roasted leopards, emitting black smoke. Though they were not visibly charred, they radiated an enticing fragrance. It seemed quite pleasant, as Yin Shun prepared to select a few of the most succulent shadow leopards to store in his space. He suddenly noticed that several of the deceased shadow leopards were now revealing crystal-clear beast cores at the center of their lifeless bodies. Such a strong allure. Yin Shun swallowed hard, cautiously approaching the deceased shadow leopards and reaching out to touch those beast cores. The next moment, he felt a powerful energy surging into his body from the beast cores. Chapter 87. 5th rank warrior, fortune token, abundant spiritual energy. Ding. You have touched a drop of spiritual liquid. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward. 100 drops of spiritual liquid or 1 drop of top-grade spiritual liquid. Please choose your reward method. This is high-quality spiritual liquid. Yinshin looked at the surrounding monsters, and his gaze suddenly changed. High-quality spiritual liquid, which can directly integrate into the body. Great, you all have a way to die. Ghostwood physique. Touch of life. As Yinshin moved, the surrounding plants seemed to feel his call and began to slowly gather towards him. Vines emerged from the ground, entwining around Yin Shun as if he were wearing a green armor. These vines were agile and resilient. Then, Yin Shun brought his hands together, palms facing the raging giant bear in the distance. As his thoughts moved, the vines, as if possessing intelligence, swiftly extended toward the raging giant bear. They wrapped around the giant bear, tightly binding its movements. The raging giant bears sensed the sudden constraint and roared in anger. They tried to break free from the vine's grasp. But no matter how they struggled, they could not escape. Not a single one will get away. Moments later, Chen sat in a clearing in the forest. In front of him was a pile of shadow leopards roasted to perfection by heavenly lightning. He held a sharp dagger, focusing intently on cutting a piece of perfectly roasted shadow leopard meat. Amidst the swirling smoke, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen's face. He took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy. This shadow leopard meat tastes really good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a rich aroma. Chen chewed while praising it. The only regret was that the shadow leopard only pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 4th rank warrior realm, and it was difficult to advance further. No beast core was produced. Even if he cut the entire shadow leopard into pieces, he found no trace of the beast core. So, it's time to try some other meat. Not far away, a group of raging giant bears, trapped by the vines, were staring at the bear paws being roasted. Chen looked around. This forest seemed to have become his private barbecue spot, so quiet and peaceful. A bird cry suddenly rang out. Perhaps the presence behind the 009 cave paradise couldn't stand Chen's picnic scene any longer. Looking up, he saw a group of flame demon eagles circling the air. Their wings spread several meters wide, with feathers ablaze, resembling fireballs dancing in the sky. Ready for battle, Chen instantly put away his barbecue equipment. However, these suddenly appearing flame demon eagles completely ignored Chen's presence and launched a fierce attack on the raging giant bears bound in place. What is this? In the moment Chen was stunned, several raging giant bears were burned to ashes by the flames. And the ones killed by the flame demon eagles did not explode beast cores. Damn! Watching this scene, Chen's mouth twitched a few times. These flame demon eagles were like professional head stealers. He had controlled the giant bears with the touch of life, rendering them immobile. And these flame demon eagles were directly snatching the spoils from his hands. No, I can't just sit back and watch. Ghostwood physique. Touch of life. Chen took a deep breath and suddenly pushed his hands forward. The vines that had tightly bound the giant bears suddenly became more active. They seemed to have come to life, quickly wrapping, weaving, and tightening around the giant bears. His hands skillfully directed the movement of the vines, which began strangling the raging giant bears in a strange way. The giant bears strangled by the vines struggled in pain, but ultimately fell helplessly to the ground. In the jungle, an unprecedented vine strangulation show unfolded. A new beast core has exploded. The beast core from the raging giant bears was significantly larger than that of the shadow leopard, and it was useful. Ding! You have touched a drop of pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: 100 drops of pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid or 10 drops of top-grade spiritual liquid. Please choose your reward method. Pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid. 10 drops of pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid equal 1 drop of top-grade spiritual liquid. Chen wanted to try the effect of the pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid. So he chose to extract 100 drops of pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid. Boom! As 100 drops of pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid slowly flowed into Chen's body, he could clearly feel the immense power surging within him. This power felt like a giant dragon rampaging through his veins, bringing unprecedented impact and change. Under the impact of this power, Chen's body seemed to undergo a transformative change. Top-grade spiritual liquid is used by 5th rank warriors, and this pseudo top-grade spiritual liquid was perfect for him, a peak 4th rank warrior. When the last drop of spiritual liquid flowed into his body, Chen's realm finally broke through the shackles of the peak 4th rank warrior, directly ascending to the level of a 5th rank warrior. 5th rank. A trip to the secret realm of the 009 cave paradise had pushed him to the same level as Principal Lung. Perhaps he was caught up with Zhou Yaolao. Yes, Zhou Yaolao had never fully displayed her strength, But from the assessment of her combat ability when she activated her dance spirit physique after the previous ambush, her strength should be 5th rank. It's your turn now. Chen's gaze turned to the flame demon eagles in the sky, shimmering with a hint of greed. It's all about cultivation. However, before he could make a move, the flame demon eagles in midair suddenly disappeared, one after another like fireworks. No, don't do this. Leave me one. Chen panicked. He gathered a sharp golden sword in his hand and shot it straight toward the sky. Bang! Just as the sharp golden sword reached the flame demon eagle beneath, it exploded again. Intentional. Absolutely intentional. When this flame demon eagle exploded, it even produced pink flowers. After the dazzling fireworks faded, Chen sat dejectedly on the grass. Thieves. These flame demons were indeed robbers, and they were ruthless bandits. Bang! After the brilliant fireworks disappeared, a small fortune token fell from the sky, hitting Chen on the head. Chen, mocking him endlessly, he picked up the fortune token and threw it far away. However, this fortune token drew a large semicircle in the air, spiraled around, and flew back to him. Fortune Land Inheritance Fragment 1. The presence behind the 009 Cave Paradise seemed to be worried that Chen would throw this fortune token again, hence leaving a prompt in midair. Ah, so it's a good thing. Chen chuckled, and only then did he honestly put this fortune token into his storage space. Chapter 88 Cheating. Level 3 The Cosmic Chaos 4 Gates are revealed. By the end of Level 2, Chen Yinran and the other 8 have already been teleported out of the 009 Cave Heaven. In the first level, the heart of a warrior, they were able to secure a smooth future in martial arts. In the second level, the wisdom enlightenment, their cultivation was directly elevated. Although no one could kill all the invading demon beasts like Chen, they have more or less broken through their current bottlenecks. The dust is settled. The 8 people reappeared at the entrance of the 009 Cave Heaven, feeling a sense of loss. I've advanced to the mid-stage of the 5th rank warrior. That's enough gain for me. Chen Yinran cracked a whip and forced out a big smile. The others echoed her sentiments. The worst among them had already reached the peak of the 4th rank warrior. However, before entering the Cave Heaven, each one of them was already at the mid-stage, late stage, or even peak of the 4th rank. No need to be satisfied. You can go back and challenge it again. Elder Zhou's voice sounded beside them. His originally aged face showed a hint of comfort. Challenge it again. The 8 were shocked simultaneously. When did Huaxia have such a cheating method? There are guardians in the 009 Cave Heaven, and in order not to overconsume the resources inside, they would definitely expel them. It was said to open once every 4 years, and that means 4 years, not even a day less. Do you think that I, an 8th rank national level warrior, am just idle? Accompanying you is just giving you another opportunity. Elder Zhou laughed and scolded. A ball of blazing fire suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire space as if a brilliant sun had risen. This fire was not ordinary, but was transformed from Elder Zhou's profound flame domain. When the 12 entered the Cave Heaven, Elder Zhou had already embedded his flame domain at the entrance of the 009 Cave Heaven. Now it was time to expand it. The flames burned fiercely, taking the shape of a giant dragon, twisting and dancing in the air. The entrance was gradually being opened. Then, the flame dragon charged directly at the 8, pushing them once again into the 009 Cave Heaven. Why? The 8 present were all from prominent families and had some understanding of the situation facing Huaxia. An 8th rank national level warrior consuming his domain's foundation to help them elevate their strength? But no one answered. Their voices completely dissipated in the flames. As time passed, the momentum of the flames began to weaken. The entrance was also closing. Elder Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, puffing on his dry tobacco, continuing to hold open a small gap in the 009 Cave Heaven. The dry tobacco slowly burned in Elder Zhou's hand, emitting faint smoke. This smoke intertwined with the brilliance of the flames, forming a beautiful scene. Elder Zhou took a deep breath of smoke and then turned his gaze to the flames, as if infusing them with vitality using his own strength. Elder Zhou, you've worked hard. A voice sounded beside Elder Zhou. My granddaughter is also in this Cave Heaven. Exhausting her foundation is worth it. Elder Zhou sighed softly, but but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Look, she wasn't even among the first to come out. Hee hee. It turns out my granddaughter is indeed impressive. The newcomer was silent, knowing how much Elder Zhou had sacrificed for these children. They were the 12 with the strongest talents among their peers. Once the 12 finished their training in the 009 Cave Heaven, they would be sent to the ancient battlefield. For now, there was nothing more to do. At the deepest part of the 009 Cave Heaven, a mysterious figure stood quietly, seemingly coexisting with the world, shining alongside the sun and moon. This figure emitted a faint glow, making it impossible to see its face, only feeling an unfathomable aura. Dressed in an ancient long robe that fluttered with the wind, it resembled a transcendent immortal. Zhou Xiaodian, as the inheritor of the last Earth Gate, I gave the inheritance of the flame domain, not for you to dig a pit for me. Although the person said this, a faint smile lingered at the corner of their mouth, clearly allowing it. His eyes were tightly closed, seemingly having transcended the limitations of the flesh, capable of seeing through all things in the world. His hands were crossed over his chest, not making a move, simply continuing to protect the peace of this cave heaven. However, how it was, the third level was now a trial that only those who had the opportunity could enter through the 4 gates of heaven and earth. Mental strength, refinement. 5 large characters appeared out of thin air in the remaining 4 gates of heaven and earth. Chen showed slight disdain. Refining mental strength with a beastmaster? Isn't this a guaranteed pass? Suddenly, Chen was pulled into a strange illusion by an invisible force. In this illusion, he felt as if his strength had completely vanished, as if he had returned to the powerless state of when he first entered the martial arts. Clearly, his consciousness was awake, knowing everything was an illusion. Yet he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unease and fear rising within him. Looking around, the once quiet place was now filled with countless ferocious demon beasts. Their eyes sparkled with fierce and greedy light, as if viewing him as a delicious meal, eagerly wanting to devour him. The demon beasts roared and howled, their momentum shaking the heavens, causing Chen to feel a wave of heart palpitations. Weak, helpless, Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the fear and unease within him. Suddenly, a majestic lion leaped out from the darkness, opening its massive mouth, its sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light. Its target was clear and defined, Chen. Faced with this sudden attack, Chen knew he had no way to retreat. He took a deep breath, preparing to face this melee battle. Roar! The lion let out a deafening roar, its body charging towards Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Gulme! Chen shouted loudly to bolster his courage, simultaneously tightening his fists to meet the attack. Even if I lose all my spiritual energy, I have practiced martial arts and have countless real combat experiences. These things won't disappear into thin air. For a moment, a stream of clarity seemed to flow through Chen's mind, and a trace of spiritual energy suddenly rose within his body. Good omen. Chen hurriedly mobilized the remaining power within him. His fist collided with the lion's sharp claws in midair, producing a metallic, clanging sound. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wasn't that a tiger? At the moment of impact, Chen felt a tremendous force coming from his fist, as if his entire arm had gone numb, accompanied by sharp pain. He looked down and saw that his palm had been slashed by the lion's claws, bleeding profusely, even revealing white bone. The intense pain made Chen involuntarily gasp. Damn it, even in an illusion, it still hurts. Chapter 89. No, you can't. Chen, afraid of pain, dared not confront the lion head-on. He could only cleverly dodge the lion's attacks, trying to be as slippery as an eel while looking for opportunities to counterattack. At the moment the lion swung its paw to attack, Chen seized the opportunity, rolled to evade the attack, and landed a heavy punch right on the lion's belly. The soft abdomen was the lion's weak point. I'll smash you, you foolish lion. The spirit energy he had just regained in a moment of clarity was all focused into this punch. Moreover, he instinctively used the martial skill opening mountain fist. It wasn't of high grade, but it required little spirit energy, making it perfect for the current situation. Roar! The lion let out a painful roar. Chen felt as if his mental power had endured a momentary shock, and the world around him became somewhat illusory. This illusion must be broken. The most obvious experience was that the amount of spirit energy in Yin Chen's body had increased a bit, enough for Lin Daiyu to hang the willow. In the darkness, the restless beast horde showed new movements. It seemed that new demon beasts were attacking again. Damn it! Yin Chen now deeply understood the meaning of one punch opens the way to avoid 100 punches. He had to beat it. The more punches he threw, the more spirit energy he gained, and the stronger he became. It was time to take the initiative. Half an hour later, at the deepest part of Cave Heaven number 009, the mysterious figure had just arranged for Chen Yinran and the other 8 to undergo their second trial when he sensed an anomaly in the third trial. He directed his consciousness toward the third trial. Originally trapped by the illusion, Yin Chen was now sitting atop a towering rock serpent king. Yes, the rock serpent king. After undergoing the earlier tempering of mental power, the already stable rank of mental power had unexpectedly reached the 5th rank. As a 5th rank demon beast, the rock serpent king had completely submitted. Oh, right. There are also others in the border city who had excavated countless rock serpent nests before and within the beast domain. 4th rank rock serpents had already been born. They were self-sustaining and no longer needed the blood and flesh of the rock serpent king. Therefore, he fulfilled his promise and set the rock serpent king free. The silver chains that originally bound the rock serpent king, which also extracted its blood essence, were now mere decorations, shining silver hanging on him, looking quite nice. The rock serpent king led the way, with countless rock serpents following closely behind. Go! Yin Chen sat high atop the head of the rock serpent king, flinging the silver chains in his hand, and the rock serpent king charged forward in response. Like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly barreling into the beast horde, dominating everything in its path. Those it collided with were crushed, those it bit were killed, and many were trampled to death by the rock serpent's massive and heavy form. Yin Chen was truly harvesting mental power while sitting still. The mysterious figure was dumbfounded. Where did this kid come from? This place of inheritance was a real training ground, not a playground for children. Anger surged, and in an instant, the surrounding illusion shattered like a broken mirror, dazzling light bursting forth. Those ferocious demon beasts and strange sights vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Yin Chen felt a strong dizziness wash over him, and the entire world seemed to spin before his eyes. He tightly grasped the rock serpent king's neck, trying to steady himself. The rock serpent king also seemed to sense the changes around it, stopping its forward march, its massive head held high. The world after the illusion shattered was exceptionally quiet, leaving only Yin Chen and the rock serpent king in silent confrontation. The final result of the harvest was peak 5th rank mental power. He hadn't broken through to 6th rank yet. Beast taming. Not knowing if he was worried about Yin Chen continuing to linger, the mysterious figure directly threw him into the 4th trial. Too hasty, too simplistic, right? Even the prompt text was just 2 words. The next moment, Yin Chen found himself in a vast, gray wilderness. Alone. This trial was named Beast Taming, but it was disconnected from the beast domain today. So disappointing. Playing this routine again, he had no spirit energy left. The only consolation was that this time he at least had a little mental power remaining. This wilderness resembled a dead world, devoid of life and color, only endless gray. The sky was lead gray, heavy and oppressive, as if it could collapse at any moment. On the ground, wild grass grew in abundance, yet it was also a gray haze. Without a hint of green, the wind blew from the end of the wilderness, carrying howling sounds and dust, evoking a sense of desolation and bleakness. In this gray wilderness, time seemed to stand still, with no sounds, no movements, only endless silence and heaviness. Yin Chen slowly advanced through this gray wilderness. Suddenly, a small black snake darted out from the grass, quickly slithering in front of him. This little black snake seemed to have no intention of attacking. It curiously circled around Yin Chen a few times before swiftly diving back into the grass. Watching the direction in which the little snake disappeared, Yin Chen couldn't help but frown. Wait, he had a little mental power left this time. Isn't that just enough to control this little snake at the entry level? Perhaps he could rely on this little snake to pass this trial. With this thought, Chen quickly dove into the patch of wild grass, his movements light and agile, as if he blended into the gray wilderness, avoiding startling the little black snake. After a thorough search, he finally found the little snake's location. It was hiding deep within a patch of grass. This is it. Chen quickly mobilized his remaining mental power. This mental power spread out like fine threads, quietly enveloping the little snake, soothing it, allowing it to gradually relax its guard. Success. After some effort, Chen finally managed to control this entry-level little snake. He tried to command the little snake to nod. Under the guidance of his mental power, the little snake seemed to understand his intention and slowly nodded its head. Good. Next, Chen began to attempt more complex commands. He had the little snake weave through the grass, roll, and even try some simple jumps. With each command, he was careful, afraid of startling the little snake or causing any accidents. However, under his meticulous control, the little snake executed each action perfectly. Watching the little snake skillfully darting through the grass, Chen felt relieved. It seemed he could control it. Just as he thought this, the surrounding grass began to shake. 3 gray little snakes appeared out of nowhere, and their raised heads were poised to attack. Entry-level little snakes, I can step on them, right? Chen questioned aloud. Then, the great force of heaven and earth suddenly manifested, binding him in place. The entire cave heaven number 009 seemed to weigh down on him, clearly telling him, no, you can't. Chapter 90. What does beast control mean? Flame Shadow Snake King. Good. So this is how it's going to be? At this moment, Chen seemed to finally understand the meaning of the words beast control in the 4th challenge. It truly is about controlling beasts. He was only allowed to use the little snake controlled by his mental power, with no additional means of attack. 3 small gray snakes were long and flexible, covered in a thick layer of gray scales that looked exceptionally hard. 2 of the small snakes appeared quite normal, while one looked somewhat special. It was missing a fang and had a slightly damaged tail, suggesting it had been through a battle or had been injured. Let us strike first. Chen controlled his little black snake to charge forward, directly confronting one of the small gray snakes. Just then, the small gray snake with the missing fang and damaged tail suddenly lunged forward at an incredible speed, slicing through the air. However, to Chen's surprise, this disabled small gray snake didn't attack the little black snake, but instead charged straight at him, who was unable to move. No way. Chen was bitten hard by the little snake, causing him to let out a silent roar of pain. What the hell? Even when he was just an ordinary person, he had never been bullied by a snake. Now, as a peak 5th grade martial artist and a 5th grade beast master, he was bitten by a disabled little snake. This was a tremendous humiliation. Chen was furious. Defend. The little black snake seemed to sense its master's anger and danger, suddenly shaking off the small gray snake it was entangled with and turned to charge at the disabled small gray snake. In the clash between the 2 snakes, the little black snake fought desperately, determined to bite its opponent to death even while injured. The disabled small gray snake was severely wounded by the little black snake's fierce bite. Its body began to twist weakly, and its once fierce gaze gradually became vacant. With each breath, its breath grew weaker and weaker. It's dead. Throw it away. Chen immediately ordered the little black snake to fling the already dead, disabled small gray snake away to avoid any potential backlash from its still functioning nerves. 2 left. The little black snake had won a beautiful victory and looked spirited. Hiss. Is this a provocation? The remaining 2 small gray snakes instantly focused their attention on the little black snake. Their bodies were tense, ready to attack at any moment. However, the little black snake chose not to engage them head-on. Under Chen's command, the little black snake cleverly maneuvered around, using the terrain to its advantage. It hid behind the tree canopy and leaves, appearing and disappearing, making it difficult for the 2 small gray snakes to track its movements. There's an opportunity. Chen suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. There was a gap in the withered tree ahead that allowed passage up and down. Under Chen's command, the little black snake did not hesitate to burrow into it, using this natural shelter to evade attacks. The tactic was clearly very successful. The little black snake used the terrain to continuously wear down the patience and stamina of the two small gray snakes while maintaining its own energy, looking for the best moment to strike. Finally, after a clever maneuver, the little black snake found an excellent opportunity. It suddenly burst out from the gap in the tree trunk, biting down on the 7-inch mark of one of the small gray snakes. This small gray snake was caught off guard by the sudden attack and could not resist, allowing the little black snake to subdue it. Seeing this, the other small gray snake immediately tried to escape. However, with only one left, it became a one-on-one fight. With a beastmaster giving commands, could it lose? Before long, the little black snake bit down on the tail of the last remaining small gray snake. Through guerrilla tactics, the little black snake successfully defeated the remaining two small gray snakes one by one. Such maneuvers were simply brilliant, even causing a smile to appear on the lips of the mysterious observer watching the fourth challenge. Truly, this was the first trial taker in this world to step into the heaven door, and their comprehension was indeed extraordinary. Huff! Chen let out a long breath. Although his body was still bound and unable to move, the mental power confinement had clearly weakened. At least, he could now release 10 first-grade rock snakes. Suddenly, 3 orbs of different colors appeared in front of him. They emitted red, blue, and yellow lights, and within them were shapes that resembled snakes. Choose one. Chen cautiously approached the 3 orbs with his mental power. He found that each orb seemed to possess different attributes and characteristics. The red orb emitted a scorching aura, seemingly containing fire power. The blue orb gave off a refreshing air, as if containing water power, while the yellow orb radiated warmth, suggesting it contained earth power. Is this a choice for me? I just don't know if they contain enemies or rewards. Erring on the side of caution, Chen chose the fire orb. Firstly, fire has a very strong attack power, and if it was a reward, it would greatly enhance the strength of Chen's snake domain. Secondly, fire does not have a restraining effect on rock snakes, so if it were an enemy, it would be much better than choosing the water orb. Choice completed. With a mist rising and then dissipating, a tranquil hillside gradually revealed itself to Chen. The scenery here was starkly different from the surrounding gray wasteland. The hillside was lush with greenery, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. In one corner of the hillside, a fire-type snake beast was quietly resting. It's the flame shadow snake. This flame shadow snake was about 5 feet long, its body covered in bright red scales, as if forged in flames. Under the sunlight, its scales shimmered with dazzling brilliance, seemingly containing endless heat and energy. Its head was triangular, with a pair of red eyes like burning flames, and its tongue flicked in and out, making a hissing sound. Flame Shadow, Snake King. At this moment, 4 large characters clearly appeared above the head of this fire-type snake beast. Snake King? Chen was momentarily stunned. As far as he knew, flame shadow snakes generally reached the level of a 4th-grade beast upon maturity, and some exceptional individuals could even reach the 5th-grade beast level. Then, as the flame shadow snake king, it should at least be a 5th-grade beast like the rock snake king, right? Even if it were a 6th-grade beast. Chen wouldn't find it surprising. What is up with this little snake in front of me? Even though he was fixed in place, Chen could sense that it only had a 2nd-grade aura. Hiss! The flame shadow snake king suddenly raised its fiery red head, preparing to attack Chen. Chapter 91. The Bagua Snake Formation. 4 flame shadow snake kings attack. With a thought from Chen, 10 1st-grade rock snakes appeared at the original spot. No matter what kind of test this 009 Cave Heaven and Blessed Land was imposing, the 2nd-grade demon beast, Flame Shadow Snake King, had already posed a threat to Chen, so it must be eliminated. Hiss! With Chen's command, the 10 rock snakes instantly charged towards the Flame Shadow Snake King. Seeing this, the Flame Shadow Snake King immediately became furious, opening its massive mouth to unleash a torrent of violent power. The flames surged forth like fiery serpents in a gale, wreaking havoc on the hillside, instantly distorting the surrounding air. Truly worthy of being the Flame Shadow Snake King. Even as a 2nd-grade beast, it should not be underestimated. The flames appeared deep red, as hot as lava, radiating intense heat waves. The rock snakes had to quickly evade under the fiery assault, twisting their bodies agilely to avoid this deadly attack. However, despite their efforts, two rock snakes unfortunately got hit by the flames, struggling in pain as their bodies were quickly consumed by the fire. 10 became 8, and 1 was heavily injured. Chen frowned. The casualties were far more severe than he had imagined. Perhaps it was time to use some tactics? On the hillside, the remaining 8 first-grade rock snakes, under Chen's command, formed a tight formation surrounding the second-grade demon beast, Flame Shadow Snake King. The Bagua Snake Formation. This could be considered wisdom originating from ancient Eastern philosophy. Chen had a slight understanding of the Bagua Formation, but he wasn't sure if it was applicable at this moment. He could only combine the natural elements of yin and yang with the flexible characteristics of snakes, using the 8 directions of the Bagua as a basis, positioning the 8 rock snakes in the Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui directions. In this formation, each rock snake was responsible not only for attacking and defending, but also for adjusting their positions flexibly according to the movements of the Flame Shadow Snake King. When the Flame Shadow Snake King launched an attack, the rock snakes could quickly respond, using gaps in the formation to evade the flames and counterattack from different angles. Under Chen's precise command, the rock snakes coordinated seamlessly, launching orderly attacks. As time passed, the Flame Shadow Snake King gradually showed signs of exhaustion. Its fire attacks became weaker and weaker, the powerful flames long gone. Meanwhile, the charge of the rock snakes grew fiercer. Finally, during one charge, the rock snake in the Kuan position exhausted the energy within its beast core, turning itself into a shield of rock, covering the rock snake in the Sun position, which shot forth like the wind, successfully biting the Flame Shadow Snake King at its vital spot. Although the rock snake in the Sun position was quickly flung away by the Flame Shadow Snake King, it had already inflicted a fatal wound, with one rock snake missing. The Bagua snake formation was no longer intact. Moreover, the originally heavily injured rock snake was now exhausted, unable to continue. The outcome hinged on this moment. Seeing the scene, Chen decisively made a decision, commanding the remaining 6 rock snakes, abandon the formation and charge directly. The 6 rock snakes immediately responded to Chen's command, no longer constrained by the Bagua snake formation, charging straight at the Flame Shadow Snake King. Although the Flame Shadow Snake King was already mortally wounded and its breath was faint, it still flashed a fierce look at the 6 rock snakes charging towards it. It exerted all its strength, swinging its massive body and spewing out a final blast of scorching flames. This fire was like a kiss of death, instantly engulfing the 2 rock snakes at the front. The 2 rock snakes emitted shrill cries, their bodies twisting and struggling in the flames, but ultimately could not escape their fate of being consumed by the fire. Their bodies turned to ashes in the flames, leaving only 2 charred skeletons. After killing the last 2 rock snakes, the Flame Shadow Snake King also exhausted its last ounce of strength, and even when it opened its massive mouth, it could only emit a bit of black smoke. It still attempted to use its remaining strength to bite the rock snakes to death. However, the 4 first-grade rock snakes were undaunted, coordinating closely to launch attacks from different directions. Hiss! The Flame Shadow Snake King could finally no longer withstand the attacks of the 4 rock snakes. Its body was torn apart, flesh and blood splattering, and scales falling off, revealing its bloody body. Finally, with a chilling hiss, the Flame Shadow Snake King collapsed on the hillside, completely losing its life force. It's over. After the Flame Shadow Snake King fell, a flame-like light suddenly floated from its corpse. This light was dazzling, seemingly containing immense energy and power. Surprisingly, this light did not dissipate into the air, but instantly split into 4 orbs, slowly merging into the remaining 4 rock snakes. What is happening? Chen was stunned. However, he knew that this 009 cave heaven and blessed land contained good things. So, under Chen's command, the 4 rock snakes showed no resistance and directly accepted the fire orbs. As the light merged, the bodies of the 4 rock snakes began to undergo miraculous changes. Their bodies gradually shed their original rocky color, becoming a fiery red like the Flame Shadow Snake King, with shimmering scales. At the same time, their auras became even more potent, as if they had undergone a complete transformation. Yanshin's eyes lit up. It truly was a good thing. After the transformation, the four rock snakes no longer resembled their former selves, but had transformed into identical appearances as the Flame Shadow Snake King. Their power had significantly increased, each exuding the aura of a fifth-grade demon beast. This was the true Flame Shadow Snake King. The four newly reborn Flame Shadow Snake Kings circled around Yanshin, their eyes sparkling with loyalty and gratitude. As a beast tamer, Yanshin could still control their lives and deaths with a thought. Unlike the Rock Snake King, these four Flame Shadow Snake Kings were genuinely nurtured from his own beast domain's spiritual energy, and they were candidates who could grow independently after receiving a hundredfold extraction reward. This was not the end. Yanshin couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue in amazement. So, this was really a reward? Controlling 10 rock snakes to besiege the Flame Shadow Snake King. And with 4 left, he could possess 4 fifth-grade Flame Shadow Snake Kings. What if all 10 survived? Wouldn't that be a huge gain? Yanshin murmured to himself, prompting a twitch at the mouth of the mysterious figure listening nearby. He had seen greed before, but had never seen such insatiable greed. Wanting all 10 to survive. Dream on. Just being able to keep 4 had already exceeded his expectations. It should be noted that each fifth-grade Flame Shadow Snake King did not appear out of thin air. The resources consumed were the foundation of the 009 training ground. However, that Bagua snake formation indeed had something to it. Even the mysterious figure couldn't help but silently take note of the Bagua snake formation. The heavenly gate opened, and indeed, it wasted resources. Yanshin's consumption surpassed that of the remaining 11 challengers combined. Chapter 92, Ultimate Martial Arts, 5 Elements Annihilation Strike, 4 Challenges, the finale. Logically speaking, Chen should have been teleported out by now. However, the mysterious person had other thoughts. This kid might be worth his effort to unlock the ultimate 9th-grade inheritance. With this thought, his figure flickered and appeared before Chen in the next moment. The environment around Chen suddenly changed. The originally mundane space transformed into a dazzling and mysterious realm, as if he had entered a brand new world. A faint light filled the air, resembling countless tiny stars twinkling. The scenery around him also became blurred, as if shrouded by a thin mist. Kid, your performance is quite good, exceeding my expectations. The mysterious person's voice was deep and powerful, as if it were a call from the abyss. Standing before Chen, he exuded an unprecedented pressure and challenge. Chen looked at the mysterious person in surprise, unsure why he had appeared here. However, he was familiar with this person's aura. It was almost identical to the pressure he felt during each challenge he faced. Therefore, this person in front of him might be a guardian of the 009 Cave Paradise, right? Chen immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your praise, Senior. I just did my best." The mysterious person nodded and said, "You are indeed hardworking and talented, but this is just the beginning. If you want to go further, you must accept greater challenges." Chen's heart stirred. Was this a good opportunity being offered to him? He quickly expressed, "I'm willing to accept any challenge. Please guide me, Senior." A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the mysterious person's eyes. Despite the kid's previous unreliable behavior, he was still a trial taker of the Heavenly Gate and had decent character. Then, with a wave of his hand, a talisman flew out from Chen. This item was the inheritance of the paradise, Fragment 1. There should also be Fragment 2 and Fragment 3, right? He slowly said, "I will give you one opportunity. As long as you pass my test, I can grant you the 9th-grade inheritance." 9th grade? Chen was shocked, unable to close his mouth. The strongest in Huaxiano, the strongest in the entire world, were only 8th-grade national-level martial artists. 9th grade was unheard of. He deeply bowed to the mysterious person and said, "Thank you for the opportunity, Senior. I will not disappoint you. Not accepting it would be foolish." The mysterious person smiled slightly and waved his hand again, and 3 martial arts light shadows appeared out of thin air. Shadow, Thunder Fist, Frost Splitting Sky Sword, Nether Lightning Step. From their names, it was clear these 3 techniques corresponded to fist techniques, sword techniques, and body techniques, with associated attributes of darkness, thunder, and extreme cold. These are the 3 ninth-grade martial arts I have selected for you. You can choose one. Be cautious, as it concerns the upcoming 9th-grade inheritance. The mysterious person smiled as he pushed the 3 light shadows toward Chen. I choose. Are there any martial arts that involve all 5 attributes of metal? Wood, water, fire, and earth? Chen asked. As the owner of one of the top 10 special physiques, Chen's attack, defense, speed, life, and spiritual energy attributes had all been enhanced, and he possessed the 5 elemental attributes. Naturally, he hoped his strongest martial arts would be more comprehensive. The mysterious person hesitated slightly. Then he waved his hand and said, but that is an ultimate martial art beyond the 9th grade. Suddenly, 5 colored light shadows appeared, surrounding Chen, then began to separate, each transforming into a dazzling light. The golden light shadow resembled sharp blades, cutting through the air with a piercing howl. The green light shadow was like rapidly growing vines, entwining and binding everything. The blue light shadow turned into surging waves, devouring all flames. The red light shadow burned fiercely, incinerating all obstacles, and the yellow light shadow resembled heavy mountain stones, suppressing everything, combining and separating. When the power of these 5 attributes converged, they fused and enhanced each other, forming a massive energy sphere. This energy sphere was colorful and radiant, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. When the energy sphere exploded, everything around was flattened, leaving only a massive, bottomless pit and clouds of dust flying everywhere. Everything momentarily fell into nothingness. Chen's consciousness shook, and after a while, he regained his senses. Was everything just now an illusion? No, it was the true power of the ultimate martial art beyond the 9th grade. Ultimate martial art, above the 9th grade. Even the 9th grade realm was an existence he had never heard of, let alone the ultimate realm that was beyond the current era's recognition. It was not hard to understand how such power could exist. The ultimate martial art 5 elements annihilation strike. After the mysterious person pushed the 5 colored light shadows to Chen, he spoke again. If you choose the ultimate martial art and fail to master it, you will completely lose the chance to obtain the inheritance. Moreover, you will no longer be able to enter this 009 training ground. Okay. Chen's eyes were filled with fervor, and he immediately agreed. Ultimate martial art. Who would want anything less than the best? The mysterious person hesitated, as trial takers of the heavenly gate were hard to come by. He did not wish for Chen to aim too high, but considering Chen's performance in the previous 4 challenges of the 009 Cave Paradise, he ultimately said, all right, I hope you won't regret it. Deal. When Chen touched the light shadow of the inheritance for the 5 elements annihilation strike, the surrounding space instantly changed. As the 5 colored light shadows intertwined, walls appeared out of thin air, each wall radiating different lights, resembling dazzling gemstones. On the golden wall, there were inscriptions in oracle bone script, revealing the hardness and sharpness of metal. The green wall had small seal script, with flowing and elegant characters, embodying the vitality of life and the power of growth. The blue wall featured another ancient script, with strokes that were twisted and powerful, resembling rippling water. Chen could not recognize it, but he could feel the flow and change of water conveyed in the characters. The red wall had cursive script, with bold and unrestrained strokes, resembling raging flames. The yellow wall bore the last type of script, with steady and heavy strokes, as if carrying the weight and solidity of the earth. The characters revealed the stability and support of the earth, appearing to be clerical script. Can't understand the content of the martial arts? Chen looked around, feeling quite helpless. However, fortunately, his cultural level was sufficient. Even with some guessing, he could understand the essence of the martial arts. If he really couldn't understand, then he would just look at the pictures. There were illustrations accompanying the text descriptions of the martial arts. Chapter 93. Ancient battlefield, successful cultivation time passed by minute by minute. The others in the 009 Cave of Fortune had already completed their trials. Even the Earth Gate trial takers, Xiao Xiao and Zhou Yaolao, had finished the first round and, with the assistance of Old Zhou, had obtained benefits from the second round. Only Chen remained. At the entrance of the 009 Cave of Fortune, the light of the flame domain grew weaker and weaker. The orange-red flames were burning, yet they inexplicably carried a hint of coldness. It was as if, when a person is about to die, the temperature of the 3 lamps on their body is about to extinguish. It seems I can't help that kid Chen anymore. Old Joe took a final puff of his dry tobacco, and the flame domain completely extinguished. "Grandpa!" Zhou Yaolao exclaimed in shock. The national-level elder had never shown weakness, but now he appeared frail and aged. "Miss Zhou, there's no need to panic." A shadow flickered beside everyone, resembling the leader of the Dragon Guard. This was the strongest trump card of the officials. "Uncle Long, what happened to my grandpa?" In a moment of desperation, Zhou Yaolao tugged at the leader of the Dragon Guard's sleeve, repeatedly asking. The leader of the Dragon Guard struggled to smile. "Old Zhou is fine. He will just fall to the 7th rank. The immediate priority is to send you to the ancient battlefield." Ancient battlefield? Everyone present was shocked. The ancient battlefield has descended, and 2 armies are at war. One side is our Blue Star, and the other side is an alien civilization. All secret realms, caves of fortune, everything is a projection of the alien civilization. If we lose, the alien civilization will completely invade and colonize Blue Star. If we win, Blue Star will gain independence and become a new alien civilization world. This battle can only allow warriors aged 18 to 22 to enter. It was originally evenly matched. However, it is unknown how long the Beast God Temple has been plotting as they managed to send 10 top young beast tamers into the battlefield, turning against the alien civilization. Now the situation is critical, and we are at a moment of life and death. Old Joe sacrificed his domain's foundation in hopes that you young warriors could become a bit stronger, just a bit stronger. However, before the leader of the Dragon Guard could explain further, he first revealed the Huaxia order. "We'll explain more on the way. We were supposed to wait for Chen. But there is no time. The defeat in the ancient battlefield is almost certain, and you must go and turn the tide. The Huaxia order is comparable to an ancient imperial edict. If you do not comply, you will be charged with treason." "Understood." The 11 responded in unison. Zhou Yaolao and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances. The Beast Core Potion and Beast Core Transplant, while not fully realized, might have miraculous effects in the ancient battlefield. Inside the 009 Cave of Fortune, Chen was unaware of the external changes and the passage of time. He was still comprehending the supreme martial art 5 elements annihilation strike. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips as a mass of liquid metal unexpectedly materialized, flowing in Chen's hands. Extreme gold. Then, the initial form was the power of extreme wood, resembling a leaf. The initial form was the power of extreme water, resembling a drop of water. The initial form was the power of extreme fire, resembling a blazing flame. The initial form was the power of extreme earth, resembling a mini mountain. Success. During the cultivation of 5 elements annihilation strike, Chen gradually mastered the essence of the 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and successfully condensed the powers of extreme gold, extreme wood, extreme water, extreme fire, and extreme earth. Only one last step remained: to merge these 5 ultimate powers into one. A mysterious figure observed this scene from afar, filled with astonishment. Is this the trial taker from the Heavenly Gate? He is the guardian of the 009 training ground and also a tomb spirit. Since he has memory, the Heavenly Gate has certainly opened before, but it is the first time someone has successfully cultivated the supreme martial art 5 elements annihilation strike. Cultivating the 5 ultimate powers has laid the foundation for the supreme martial art 5 elements annihilation strike. However, the final step is still filled with challenges. The 5 ultimate powers are each immensely strong, and their fusion is not easy. Whenever Chen attempted to merge them, he encountered various obstacles and difficulties. Sometimes it was the resistance of the powers, and sometimes it was the conflict of attributes, forcing Chen to stop his cultivation repeatedly to readjust his state. With the unique physique of possessing 5 elemental attributes, Chen understood the principle of the 5 elements generating and restraining each other. He also knew that only by perfectly merging these 5 ultimate powers could he unleash the maximum power of 5 elements annihilation strike. Thus, he continuously attempted, explored, and adjusted the balance and fusion methods of the 5 powers. Perhaps, Chen gradually found the key to merging the 5 powers. He began to attempt to guide these 5 powers to intertwine with a special method, allowing them to stimulate stronger energy through their collisions. In an instant, his body endured tremendous impact. The 5 powers fiercely collided and fused within him. His face turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, soaking his clothes. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were furrowed. Chen's body trembled continuously, being torn by the 5 powers, making it uncontrollable. Under the impact of the 5 ultimate powers, his body bore multiple injuries. His skin became tattered, revealing the bright red muscles beneath. His clothes were also ripped to shreds, exposing his frail body. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, making him appear particularly miserable and disheveled. Mirje. Chen gritted his teeth and forcibly merged the 5 ultimate powers of extreme gold, extreme wood, extreme water, extreme fire, and extreme earth. At that moment, he felt as if his body was filled with a powerful energy, and the 5 attribute powers intertwined and fused within him, forming a brand new power. This power was both strong and stable, as if it could destroy all obstacles. 5 elements annihilation strike. Chen shouted loudly, and the colorful energy orb in his hand was thrown out. Boom! The entire 009 Cave of Fortune trembled from this power. The mysterious figure, initially excited about having a successor for the supreme martial art 5 elements annihilation strike, was infuriated when he saw Chen throw the energy orb. You little brat. Damn it. He hurriedly flew out, and an invisible force instantly spread. In Chen's astonished gaze, a transparent light shield slowly formed, resembling a giant bubble, wrapping Chen completely within it. Hey, why are you trapping me? Chen asked while poking the light shield with his finger. It was crystal clear, as if made of pure crystal, and emitted a faint glow. Chapter 94. The 3 Generals of the Extreme Path. To save my life. The space inside the protective barrier seemed isolated from the outside world, but Chen's senses were not enveloped by this force. He watched helplessly as the surrounding space could not withstand the energy impact of his full-force 5 elements illusionary destruction strike, starting to shake violently and collapse. Soil, rocks, dust, and even air were sucked into this disaster, creating a chaotic and dangerous scene. Thud! Chen felt the intense vibrations of the surrounding space, and his heart raced with fear. Goodness, if it weren't for the mysterious person taking timely action, he would have likely been swallowed by the collapsing space, buried alive under this ruin. Thank you, Big Shot, for saving my life. Chen wisely chose to express his gratitude. However, he did not overlook the knife-like gaze of the mysterious person. It truly felt like he was just moments away from being stabbed. If he guessed correctly, he had just unleashed an attack in someone else's territory, destroying their place. And they still saved his life? How magnanimous. His gratitude deepened. The vibrations outside continued for a long while, and the entire 009 cave heaven seemed to have experienced a terrible earthquake, appearing chaotic and disordered. There were cracks in the space everywhere, spreading like a spider web, tearing apart the original appearance of this cave heaven. The originally independent barrier spaces were now overlapping, making the entire spatial structure of the cave heaven exceptionally complex and dangerous. In this chaos, the originally stable flow of spiritual energy became turbulent, sometimes raging violently, sometimes thin and hard to find. Some spiritual herbs and beasts hidden deep within the barrier spaces were also affected, fleeing their habitats towards other spaces. It was a complete mess. After forcibly returning these several barrier spaces to their original positions, the mysterious person violently shoved the spiritual herbs and beasts back in. Then, using his own power, he filled the cracks in the barrier spaces. It was as if there was a big hole in the floor, and he used transparent tape to stick it back together. Nominally, the first floor was still the first floor, and the second floor was still the second floor. However, You wouldn't want to look down from the second floor and see the bald head of a resident on the first floor. Nor would you want to look down from the first floor and see the big feet of resident number 49 from the second floor, right? This 009 cave heaven was effectively ruined by Yan Chen. It couldn't be opened for 4 years. Hopefully, in 14 years, the mysterious person could patch up this 009 cave heaven. After handling the situation of the 009 cave heaven, the mysterious person instantly teleported to Yan Chen's side and removed the protective barrier that was shielding him. Yan Chen, right? Every word from the mysterious person sounded like it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Ah, yes. My surname is Yin, and my name is Chen. That's me. Yan Chen's face contorted into a smile that clearly showed his eagerness to please. Good. Very good. You kid at a glance. You're fit to be a general. Come. The 9th grade inheritance is not worthy of you. You should go for the extreme path inheritance instead. How does it feel like this isn't a good thing? Before Yan Chen could ask further, he saw the mysterious person wave his hand, directly sending him flying. After a dizzying spin, Yan Chen felt like he had traversed endless space and finally landed heavily on a broken ground. Struggling to stand up, he was stunned by the scene around him. He found himself in a massive space filled with cracks and broken stones. In the center of this space stood 3 towering statues, each several meters high, exuding an imposing aura. These 3 statues were lifelike, as if real figures had been eternally frozen here. Their faces were solemn and dignified, radiating a strong presence that made Yan Chen feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Yan Chen curiously approached one of the statues and saw ancient characters carved on its base. He carefully read these characters, and gradually, shock and reverence appeared in his eyes. The 3 generals of the extreme path, the Sky Sword General, the Earth Shield General, and the Yin Yang General. The inscriptions on the bases of each statue recorded the glorious achievements and legendary lives of the 3 generals. The Sky Sword General wielded a long sword, charging into the enemy camp, breaking myriad laws with a single strike, and slaying the enemy leader. Facing an enemy army several times larger than his own, the Earth Shield General held the line, his defense as unyielding as the earth itself. The Yin Yang General, with the changing techniques of the 5 elements, transformed the terrain with the ebb and flow of the years, dividing and disintegrating the enemy forces. In battle, the Yin Yang General, relying solely on his own strength, withstood countless enemy attacks and slaughtered tens of thousands. So powerful, Yan Chen couldn't help but murmur. Kneel. The mysterious person's voice echoed in Yan Chen's ears, and at the same time, his figure appeared beside Yan Chen, properly bowing towards the 3 statues. Yan Chen, what do you mean? These are generals who died who knows how long ago. Kneeling once is just like offering incense? Young man Yan Chen, I have met the 3. Before he could finish speaking, as Yan Chen approached the statue of the Yin Yang General and had not yet knelt down, he suddenly felt a strong attraction. He looked up at the statue and saw the statue's eyes shimmering like stars, emanating a profound and mysterious aura. At that moment, a beam of black and white light suddenly shot out from the statue's eyes, swiftly merging into Yan Chen's body like a streak of flowing light. Yan Chen felt a warm and powerful force surging within him, as if a mysterious power was merging with his body. Yan Chen was secretly shocked. Was this the power of the Yin Yang General resonating with him? In an instant, Yan Chen's mind filled with many things that originally did not belong to him. This is the Yin Yang General actively accepting a disciple. The mysterious person was equally astonished by this scene. The 3 generals, if they were alive, would have been the elite among the Tianmen trial participants, and they would have looked down upon accepting disciples. He had originally thought of letting Yan Chen suffer a bit under the 3 generals before arranging for him to receive the 9th grade inheritance. As a result, the Yin Yang General unexpectedly took the initiative to accept a disciple before the other 2. In an instant, the mysterious person felt like crying. It was his fault. After so many years, he had not provided good successors to the 3 generals. He had failed in his duties. He needed to go to the ancient battlefield. While the mysterious person was still in a state of regret, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Long, long ago, This voice had belonged to his general, with every word issuing military orders. It was the Yin general. In that moment, the corners of the mysterious person's eyes were moist. He was truly crying. He respectfully bowed to the statue of the Yin general, Commander Ho-san, at your command. Chapter 95. First encounter with an alien civilization. Ancient battlefield. Desolate, ruined, and filled with the aura of death. On the endless plain, tattered flags flutter in the wind, and the echoes of war drums resonate in the air. Scattered across the battlefield are broken weapons, shattered banners, and bloodstained armor. In the distance, the setting sun dyes the horizon red, casting the battlefield in a blood-like hue. The whinnying of war horses, the shouts of soldiers, and the clashing of weapons intertwine. The air is thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, making it suffocating. In this desolate place, life seems so fragile. On the battlefield, the bodies of the dead lie scattered. In one moment, Chen was still in the 009th heavenly paradise. And in the next, he was transported to this ghostly place, landing directly on top of a corpse, embracing it in a passionate hug. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! In shock, Chen could only curse repeatedly to express his emotions, then hurriedly got up from the ground. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Chen's emotions reached a boiling point. He raised his hand, looking at the bone fragments covering his palm. Great, really fragile. Just a press and it shatters. What the hell is this place? Suddenly, the sound of explosions in the distance echoed like thunder over the ancient battlefield. Soon after, dust clouds rose, obscuring visibility. Chen was dumbfounded. Fireworks effects? He rubbed his eyes. Amidst the swirling dust, several figures gradually emerged, their outlines appearing hazy in the smoke, as if they were from another time and space. As the dust settled, those figures became clearer. Though their faces were dusted, they still couldn't hide their unique charm. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhou Yaorao, Xiao Xiao, and others. At this moment, the aura they emitted seemed to resonate with the atmosphere of the ancient battlefield. Zhou Yaorao, dressed in red, looked like a phoenix in flames, her gaze firm and deep, as if she could see through all the fog. Xiao Xiao wore a green outfit, fresh and refined, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, as if she could perceive the world's myriad things. As for the others, Bian Jiao Jiao Zither was half broken. Chen Yanran and the others simply couldn't bear to look. Chen, little brother, you come to the ancient battlefield too? Zhou Yaorao exclaimed joyfully as she approached. Ancient battlefield, what the hell is that? Chen was filled with confusion. He hadn't been brought here by the Dragon Guard leader, so he lacked knowledge about the ancient battlefield. Zhou Yaorao and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, seeming to realize that Chen's arrival was somewhat different. Then, they began to fill him in. The ancient battlefield is humanity's last line of defense. They were thrown into the ancient battlefield with no distinction between day and night, where allies around them had fallen one by one. Now, the 11 of them who came together formed a small team, responsible for harassing the alien civilization's army. And they had just blown up one of the enemy's camps with a spirit energy cannon, achieving great merit for the Chen K team. Yes, the Chen K team. As the name suggests, it's lacking Chen. The rest of the team members had all consumed Beast Core potions and completed Beast Core transplants, making their combat power fierce. However, this thing also depends on talent. Anyway, some succeeded, some didn't. Some even became neither human nor beast. Just accept fate. So, the reason you're in such a sorry state is that you were affected by the spirit energy cannon? Chen asked in confusion. Zhou Yaorao smiled brightly. That's not it. The main reason is that the alien civilization's army is hunting us. Then, she directly hid behind Chen and shouted towards the distant dust. Anne is here. Chen. In the distance, a group of alien beings locked onto their target upon hearing the sound. In the next moment, they suddenly appeared in sight, riding enormous jumping insects. Like a legion from hell, these alien beings were tall, with skin of an unusual blue-green hue, resembling monsters from the jungle, their eyes glowing eerily. If one had to describe them, they might resemble tall goblins. The jumping insects they rode were massive, covered in hard shells, with strong limbs, each leap kicking up clouds of dust, looking even fiercer than the jumping insects among the interstellar insect race. As the jumping insects leapt several times, these alien beings quickly closed in on Yin Shun and the others. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere tense. Yin Shun immediately entered a combat state. "Zhou, Yair, Kao, you better explain this to me." Zhou Yaorao leaned weakly against Yin Shun, whispering in his ear, "Stinky brother, the alien civilization's army is divided into 4 ranks. And this is the lowest ranked, most pathetic 4th-tier squad." Yin Shun turned slightly, giving her half of his position, since it was the worst 4th-tier squad. She could handle it herself. Zhou Yaorao's body instantly slumped against Yin Shun. "If it weren't for my current exhaustion, I could take care of them in an instant. This is giving you a chance to show off, stinky brother." He. Yin Shun rolled his eyes in response. Just as the alien beings riding the giant jumping insects drew near, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from the center of the battlefield. Everyone looked up to see Yin Shun standing in midair. With a command from Yin Shun, the entire battlefield was plunged into darkness. This wasn't real darkness, but shadows formed by countless small snakes converging. They surged forth like a tide, surrounding the alien beings. It was Yin Shun's beast domain. Immediately, 2 enormous 5th-tier flame shadow snake kings and 1 5th-tier rock snake king emerged from the shadows, their appearance signaling the arrival of a ruler. The flame shadow snake king emitted intense flames, and each attack ignited a sea of fire. The rock snake king was even more stable, its body as hard as stone, and each collision shook the ground. The alien beings were clearly frightened by this scene, and the giant jumping insects they rode began to become restless. At that moment, Yin Shun suddenly swung his arm, ordering an attack. The massive 5th-tier flame shadow snake and 5th-tier rock snake launched the first strikes, either spitting flames or slamming their hard bodies against the ground, causing explosions to erupt. The smaller snakes in the back also began their assault, either breathing fire, biting, or wrapping around, forcing the alien beings to retreat in defeat. Retreat! Retreat! Under the intense assault, the alien beings began to crumble, and the giant jumping insects they rode became panicked. Soon, the entire alien army was routed, fleeing the battlefield and leaving chaos in their wake. Chapter 96. Huaxia Camp. A difficult little ghost at the edge of the Huaxia position. A small team was moving forward slowly. It was Zhou Yaorao, Xiao Xiao, and others bringing Yin Chun back to the camp. The sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled light on the ancient and solid city walls. The stones of the walls had weathered many storms but still appeared dignified and majestic. Outside the walls lay a vast plain, lush with greenery, occasionally interrupted by the flight of a few birds, adding a touch of vitality to the land. At the foot of the walls was the entrance to the city. Between the towering towers stood high-tech blood scanners. These scanners resembled transparent glass pillars, their surfaces flickering with a faint blue light. As Zhou Yaorao, Xiao Xiao, and the others approached the checkpoint with Yin Shun, the guarding soldier stepped forward and politely gestured for them to stop. "Hey, little brother, shocked?" Zhou Yaorao blinked her big eyes, teasing Yin Shun, but her steps were very much in sync as she came to a halt. Indeed, this was Yin Shun's first experience of such a wartime atmosphere. "Everyone, please wait a moment," the soldier said seriously, then walked over to the blood scanner and activated the device. The scanner began to rotate slowly, emitting a weak glow as if waiting for their arrival. The soldier guided Yin Chun to the scanner and signaled for him to extend his arm. Yin Chun complied, placing his arm into the scanning area. In an instant, the interior of the scanner flickered with light, as if an invisible force was gently touching his skin, penetrating through the surface and deep into his veins. This was a unique identity verification method used in the Huaxia position. Through the blood scanner, it could accurately identify whether one had Huaxia bloodlines, serving as an important guarantee for the safety of the position. During the scanning process, Yin Chun felt a subtle sensation, as if his blood was resonating with the scanner. Awesome! Yin Chun couldn't help but marvel internally. This technology was truly impressive. After a moment, the scanner emitted a soft beep, indicating that the scan was complete. The soldier looked at the results displayed on the scanner, saluted, and signaled that they could pass. Zhou Yaorao, Xiao Xiao, and the others passed through several checkpoints and finally arrived at the central area of the Huaxia position. Here it was bustling with activity, with members of various teams patrolling back and forth, appearing orderly. Every person present was an elite Huaxiao individual under the age of 25. The age to enter the ancient battlefield was 18 to 22, and the age to leave was 25. Each person could fight here until they turned 25, after which they would be forcibly sent away, if they were still alive, that is. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying the faint scent of earth and grass, as if telling the ancient and tumultuous tales of this land. In front of a tent in the central area, Zhou Yaorao stopped and patted Yan Shen on the shoulder. "Little brother, we're going to meet the current commander of the position, Lu Shuai. This guy will turn 25 in just over 10 days, and his current strength is at the peak of a 6th-grade martial artist. He has served for 3 years. This guy's attitude towards us is quite friendly. However, since we are here, we have to report." Her tone was filled with teasing yet earnest advice, serving as a warning for Yan Shen. All the members of the Chen team, except for Yan Shen, had entered the secret realm number 009 twice. Under the mysterious person's guidance, Zhou Yaorao, who originally had the highest cultivation, was now at the peak of the 6th grade. The others, whether high or low, had all risen to the 5th grade, just differing in early, mid, late, and peak stages. This Lu Shuai, is he jealous? He treats beauties like Zhou Yaorao, Xiao Xiao, and Bian Jiao Jiao, who have such different styles, with quite friendly attitudes. One can only imagine how he would treat Yan Shen. Lifting the curtain, they saw Lu Shuai inside. He was tall and dressed in a crisp military uniform, with the emblem of the camp commander gleaming on his shoulder. His face was filled with seriousness and impatience. With sharp eyes fixed intently on Yan Shen, his brows furrowed, and his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Seeing this, Yan Shen couldn't help but smile slightly. They say you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling, and this brother, who could only stay for just over 10 days, needed some coaxing. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Hello, Commander Lu. I am a new arrival, Yan Shen. I hope to be well taken care of during my time here." However, Lu Shuai did not return the salute, merely glancing coldly at Yan Shen before turning to Zhou Yaorao and saying, "Your surprise attack mission has been completed. Quite an impressive display. I'll credit your team with a 3rd-class merit. I will issue the next mission within 3 days." Good. Facing Lu Shuai, Zhou Yaorao's usual charm was entirely absent. The fact that she didn't roll her eyes at him was already a show of restraint. A 3rd-class merit? That's like giving alms to a beggar. They wiped out a 4th-class outpost of an alien civilization. If it had been any other team, it would at least be a 2nd-class merit. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Only then did Lu Shuai seem to notice Yan Chen's presence, speaking coldly, "Newcomer, I haven't received any information from the Dragon Guards about you, nor do I know how you came to the ancient battlefield on your own. I will send your information back shortly, and for now, just stay with the Chen team." Yan Shen didn't mind. He shrugged and casually said, "Chen team? I'll be fine as long as I'm here." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai's frown deepened, glaring at Yan Shen, stopped the smiling and joking. "I'll have someone deliver the Huaxia camp token to you shortly. As for the other supplies for your team, you need to figure it out yourself. There's nothing extra here for you. Once the report is done, you can leave." Yan Shen, however, laughed nonchalantly. "No problem, we'll figure out the supplies ourselves. Worst case, we'll just rob the alien civilization. Don't worry, Comrade Lu, I absolutely won't cause you any trouble in the last 10 days. The last 10 days. The deadline to leave was a taboo topic for Lu Shuai. Upon hearing this, his face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, his anger boiling over. However, Yan Shen finished speaking and turned to leave, not forgetting to wave at Zhou Yaorao, Xiao Xiao, and the others, signaling them to follow. Why wait? Zhou Yaorao and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, a hint of cunning flashing in their eyes, and hurried to follow Yan Shen. Under Lu Shuai's indifferent gaze, Yan Shen and the others gradually moved away, blending into the hustle and bustle of the Huaxia position, leaving behind a middle finger raised in defiance. This group of 12, as they lifted the curtain to leave, all had their left hands resting on their waists, revealing a middle finger that looked like a little tail. Chapter 97, Tactics, Elite Assault. After distancing themselves from Lu Shuai's tent, everyone instantly burst into laughter, gasping for breath as if all the previous unpleasantness had vanished into thin air. Li Qinglong scratched his head and said, I have to admit, it feels pretty good to vent on that turtle grandson. Li Baihu also laughed foolishly, nodding vigorously in agreement with Li Qinglong. Indeed. Then he gave a thumbs up in the direction of Yanchen. After the laughter subsided, Chen Yinran collected her smile and quietly reminded everyone, there's still one problem. Our resources are really depleted. We don't have many spirit stones on us, and food is even scarcer. We can't just trade military merits with other teams, right? What she didn't say was that trading military merits with other teams was also unreliable. After all, it was much harder for their team, the Su Ch and team, to earn military merits compared to other teams. However, Yanchen chuckled and confidently said, didn't I say? Let us go and raid the other civilization. Upon hearing Yanchen's words, Chen Yinran's beautiful face showed a look of confusion. She couldn't help but wonder to herself. Raid? Is it really that easy? Does Yanchen have some good idea? On the other side, Zhou Yarue was twisting her slender waist, leaning against Yanchen, playfully twirling a finger through his hair, looking exceptionally enchanting. She teased in a provocative tone, little brother, do you already have a good idea? Her eyes sparkled with a sly glint, as if she had seen through Yanchen's thoughts. Yes, on a vast wasteland, a first-class camp of the other civilization stood there. Surrounding the camp, tall metal fences rose up, their surfaces covered with intricate runes and flickering spirit light. Inside the fences, towering buildings sprang up, each with different shapes, some resembling massive crystals, while others looked like mechanical beasts assembled from countless small parts. The surfaces of the buildings were also covered with runes and spirit light, appearing both indestructible and filled with a sense of technology. At the entrance of the camp, two massive stone doors stood majestically, with glowing patterns shimmering upon them. Next to the doors stood 2 rows of first-class soldiers from the other civilization, who were tall and had a peculiar blue-green skin, resembling monsters from the jungle. However, surprisingly, these soldiers bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of the Japanese, with sharp eyes, thin faces, and each sporting a small mustache. This is a first-class camp? Yanchen looked at those soldiers, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Their appearance was indeed a strange fusion. That's right, first class. Zhou Yarue, knowing that Yanchen was underestimating the soldiers due to their appearance, seriously reminded him. Each of these first-class camp soldiers has at least the strength of a 6th-grade martial artist from our Huaxia people, so they shouldn't be underestimated. Her words revealed caution and wariness towards these soldiers. Faced with such a presence, even bringing out a small team to fight wouldn't guarantee their lives. Moreover, there were indeed many of them, and once discovered, they would face great danger from being pursued by even more soldiers. All right, then it's them. Yanchen completely ignored Zhou Yarue's warning and directly determined the target for plunder. After all, this first-class camp of the other civilization was indeed resource-rich. From a distance, one could see an exceptionally striking large circular plaza in the center of the camp. In the middle of the plaza stood a towering spirit stone pillar, carved with intricate runes and patterns, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy. Surrounding the plaza were many creatures from the other civilization, who were cultivating next to the spirit pillar. Damn, this is too extravagant. Such a huge spirit pillar? Just knocking off a piece would be enough for them for a while. Tactics, elite assault. This was Yanchen's idea. Simply put, to use an elite force, their Su Chn team, to seize the gap when the enemy troops were mobilizing and launch a surprise attack. A few raids could lead to victory even with insufficient manpower. The inspiration for this tactic came from an emperor from ancient times, Li Shimin, who frequently used the Xuanjia army's assault tactics to defeat enemies with fewer troops. After a long wait, the Su Chn team hid their figures around the first-class camp of the other civilization. They patiently observed the guard shifts, looking for the best moment to strike. Until night fell. As night deepened, the lights in the camp gradually dimmed. The Su Chn team approached the first-class camp of the other civilization like ghosts. Now is the time. taking advantage of the night's fatigue and the gap during the guard shift. Chen immediately unleashed his snake-type demon beast from his beast domain to launch an attack. A melody floated through the air. It was Bian Jiao Jiao. She was behind the snake's swarm, gently plucking the strings of her instrument, and a melodious sound spread through the air. This music seemed to possess magical powers, capable of confusing the enemy's minds and creating better opportunities for their surprise attack. As the music played, the Chen team surged towards the camp like arrows released from a bow. They coordinated seamlessly, moving swiftly like a black whirlwind. The soldiers in the camp were caught off guard by this sudden assault. "Baka! Baka!" they shouted in panic, then remembered to block and started trying to organize an effective defense. Chen charged in the front like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Clearly at the 5th grade martial artist level, he took down the 6th grade soldiers from the other civilization with ease, leaving them unable to retaliate. Truly a god blocks the god. A Buddha blocks the Buddha. So powerful. Zhou Yarue's eyes almost sparkled. No wonder he was the man she had her eye on. So handsome. Then, unexpectedly, this woman comfortably nestled beside Chen. Even though she was the highest-level martial artist at the peak of 6th grade, she was merely following behind Chen to assist him. Heaven knows, at this moment, Chen's 10 special physiques were continually interacting and activating, calculating the consumption of spiritual energy every second. It was such complex math that he could almost be trapped by himself. The Chen team swiftly plundered resources within the camp, quickly and accurately gathering spirit stones and food, then rapidly withdrew. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, leaving the enemy no chance to react. "Withdraw! Withdraw!" Chen urged anxiously. If they delayed even a second longer, he might end up lying here. Okay. Everyone withdrew without hesitation, orderly, as if it were not their first cooperation. By the time the last team member exited the camp, chaos and panic had engulfed the entire camp. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do, while the Chen team had vanished into the night. Chapter 98. Outdoor Cooking, Crazy Boost. So much food. Chen Yinran looked at the pile of food in front of her and couldn't help but drool. Food from an alien civilization. In the eyes of the members of the Lactime Squad, it was undoubtedly a feast for the eyes and nose. Isn't this much better than the rations provided at the camp? These foods were not only colorful and uniquely shaped, but they also emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Vastly different from any known food on Blue Star. The food collected by everyone was piled together. The first thing that caught the eye was the various oddly shaped fruits. Each one had a distinct fragrance. Some were fresh and pleasant, while others were rich and overwhelming, making one want to take a bite. Just talking about the spirit energy content alone, these things were at least 5th grade spirit herbs on Blue Star. Oh, and there were various unknown meats that were tender and juicy, not to mention that even the raw ones had a meaty aroma. And the spirit energy contained within was enough to make these people want to experience a life of consuming raw meat and blood. Come on, everyone dig in. Chen grabbed a fruit and was ready to eat. Not to mention, after messing around in the 009th cave paradise and then coming to the ancient battlefield without stopping, even Iron Men would get tired. No way. Chen Yinran swatted Chen's hand away and, under his puzzled gaze, awkwardly said, "I brought seasonings and cooking utensils. We can cook simply." Huh? Chen was momentarily stunned. Was it really necessary? However, he couldn't resist the gaze of a foodie and eventually watched helplessly as she took out the first item from her storage ring, a spirit energy scale. Aside from the whip, everyone. This time, it wasn't just Chen. Even Zhou Yaolao and the others were astonished. Isn't the spirit energy scale usually used to ensure precise cutting and ingredient ratios? Even some ordinary restaurants wouldn't be equipped with such things, right? Chen Yinran, a chef from star-rated hotel. However, the spirit energy scale that Chen Yinran took out from her storage ring was just the beginning. Next, like performing magic, exquisite cooking utensils appeared one after another, dazzling everyone. A mini spirit energy stove, a beautifully carved spirit energy knife set, and a set of glossy spirit energy pots and bowls, and more. Chen and Zhou Yaolao looked at this scene, their curiosity and surprise surging like a tide. They had never seen anyone so serious about cooking in the wild. Chen Yinran seemed completely immersed in her own world as she carefully selected the ingredients, pinching, smelling, and even tasting them. She took out several spirit fruits from the pile of food. These spirit fruits were uniquely shaped and colorful. Some had golden spots on their skins, resembling stars in the night sky. Others were deep purple, emitting a faint glow, and some looked like transparent gemstones, extremely enticing. Then, she took out some meat ingredients from the food pile. One piece of beast meat even had some golden patterns left on it. Chen Yinran began to cook. Her movements were skilled and graceful, as if she were performing a sacred ritual. She used the spirit energy knife to cut the spirit fruits and meat into suitable sizes. Then heated the pots using the spirit energy stove. During the cooking process, she occasionally added some special seasonings and spices, making the entire cooking procedure full of mysterious charm. It was simply damn fragrant. Finally, when Chen Yinran presented one dish after another, all delicious and aromatic, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Let's eat. It wasn't a lack of respect for the chef. It was just that everyone was starving like wolves, fearing that if they ate slowly, there wouldn't be any left. Yanchen couldn't help but pick up a piece of alien beast meat and put it in his mouth. Immediately, a warm current spread from his mouth, quickly flowing throughout his body. He felt the spirit energy within him being stimulated, starting to surge wildly. Ding! You consumed a 5th-grade spirit energy dish. Would you like to extract it 100-fold? Reward: effects of 100 5th-grade spirit energy dishes, or the effect of 1 6th-grade spirit energy dish. Please choose a reward method. Yanchen? It can work like this. This is way more cost-effective than cultivating. Extract the effect of 1 6th-grade spirit energy dish. Yanchen was surprised to find that the spirit energy within him had filled up in a short time. 5th-grade warrior's spirit energy fully filled. You guys, leave me some. Yanchen felt the spirit energy surging wildly within him, as if boundless power was rolling inside him. This feeling made him both excited and nervous. It was an opportunity for a breakthrough. He had to seize it. After letting out a loud shout, he hurriedly sat cross-legged and began guiding the spirit energy within him to flow along a specific route. This spirit energy traveled through his meridians like a rushing river, constantly impacting his physical limits. Yanchen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of the spirit energy's reckless assault. As time passed, the spirit